Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A full moon shone in the sky above the city. The girl ran down the corridor, hearing a deafening scream. She abruptly opened the door and asked what had happened. The guy gritted his teeth and through pain asked to call a healer. He stretched out a trembling hand to his red-veined leg. Tears flowed from his eyes. The guy screamed, begging to get him a healer. A few hours earlier, the sun's rays glittered on the branches of the bushes. A man with a wounded leg was walking down the street. A guy in bloody clothes was holding on to his wounded shoulder. With tears of joy in his eyes, Ruth Taker, the adventurer of the Azul continent, said that he had been rescued, and there was a settlement ahead. The guy clenched his teeth, mentally scolding the black-maned wolves. He knew about their movement in groups. Imagining the glowing eyes of the grinning predators, he continued to think that he expected there to be fewer of them. Remembering how the wolves surrounded him, the hero thought that he could not imagine that there would be about 30 individuals. They were already stronger than him. But, in addition, they attacked groups, and he could not cope with them. His body trembled, causing tears of pain. Frowning ahead, Ruth said that he needed to heal by borrowing money from the Adventurers Guild first. In the evening, a light was on in the windows of the Adventurers Guild building. A blue signature shone at the bottom of the contract, and the words were heard that this was proof of payment. The blonde girl said with a smile that the amount he borrowed would be deducted from his next reward and clarified if he knew that the percentage was paid separately. The adventurers looked at the injured guy in front of the counter. The blonde said that she looked pretty bad and it would be better if he recovered. The guy mentally confirmed her words. The brunette behind him heard Ruth say that his head was spinning. The hero walked out of the guild building, wondering what would happen if he died before reaching the church. Drops of sweat were dripping down the redhead's face, and he heard someone behind him address him. The guy turned around, looking at the brunette, who asked if he needed a healer. Surrounded by a blue glow, the guy said that he didn't have to go that far. Ruth asked in his mind, "Who is he?" Touching his chest with his palm, the guy asked for permission to cure him for a small reward. It was as if a light was spreading around the healer. He said that the guy could pay after the healing. Ruth opened his mouth in discouragement, and thought that he was very suspicious, and said aloud that he should at least show his healer's mark first. He imagined a magician, a priest, and a figure with potions, and thought that due to the fact that healers earn huge sums, there are many fake healers. He imagined the logo above the light building and thought that this was the appearance of the healer's mark, a special skill that is issued by the Adventurers Guild. Looking at the smiling brunette, the adventurer thought about the fact that some people who did not know about it were trying to show the real sign, and asked aloud what the guy was doing. He also asked to show him his sign. The brunette smiled sweetly and admitted that he had told the guild that he couldn't heal, so they didn't give it to him. The guy cursed in his mind. Holding on to his shoulder, Ruth walked away, saying that he didn't know how to heal, but was a healer. He was just mad. The brunette looked at him attentively. He took a step, saying that these were wounds inflicted by claws. Walking behind, the guy in the white coat said that it looked like it was a strong creature from the way it had been torn apart. Hunched over, Ruth walked on, hearing the guy say that the wounds looked fresh, which meant that everything happened somewhere nearby. The redhead's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the suggestion that the wound on his right arm had been inflicted by a black-maned wolf. There was a wound on his leg under the torn cloth, and the healer continued that it must have been due to his ankle, which had hit a branch. Ruth turned his head abruptly, mentally asking, how did he know about everything? The brunette closed his eyes in a cute smile, and said that although he did not have a sign, he earned money by treating people. He thoughtfully touched his chin and said that if he went to the priest, he would need to spend 600,000 gold, but the adventurer healer would only take 300,000. Ruth interrupted him, asking what he meant by that. The healer happily gave a thumbs up and said that he would cure the guy for 150,000 gold. The redhead thought that he was really a fraud. He walked away with displeasure, saying that a charlatan should not live his life like this. The brunette asked, he was really leaving, but the holy power would not be able to help him, to which the guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The healer smiled and said that it would be extremely painful. Surrounded by radiance, the brunette turned around and said that if the wound hurts in his sleep, the guy can find him. He stayed in a hotel. Ruth said that they even live in the same hotel. It looks like this guy is crazy. You need to stay away from him. In the church, a shining pattern appeared near the priest's palm, healing the shoulder. The wound on my arm healed. The blonde priest folded his fingers in prayer and said that by the power of Mr. Iver, all his wounds had been extracted. The fee was 620,000 gold. Ruth held his shoulder in discouragement as he heard the boy praying to protect this adventurer in his future endeavors. He walked, kneading his neck, and thought that the priests were expensive, but they were definitely effective. Red veins appeared on his leg, and the guy thought that he did not feel completely healthy, but he was sure that he would soon get better. That same night, a loud scream was heard in space. His reddened leg was trembling. Ruth stared at the wounded leg surrounded by a red glow. Tears were streaming down his face, and he thought in horror, what the hell was this? The guy fell out of bed and begged the maid to get him a healer as soon as possible. Leaning on his hands, the redhead thought that he had been healed by a dear priest. So why? His eyes opened with realization. Tears flowed from his reddened eyes. He remembered the words that the holy power would not be able to help him. If the wound hurt in his sleep, he could find it. Raising his head, the guy shouted that other healers wouldn't work. He said that the guy who didn't know how to heal would be here. Clutching his head, Ruth said in frustration that he could at least say his name. You heard the words that he said. It would hurt a lot. A brunette appeared in the room and said that it was good that he was here. With a confident smile on his face, the brunette said that the healer who did not know how to heal had arrived. He walked into the room and said he was glad to meet again. Turning to the girl, he asked her with a smile to let him do it. After that, he sat down next to him and asked if he felt better after such an expensive healing. The redhead clarified with displeasure. Didn't you see from him? He really was a healer, right? A smile appeared on the guy's lips. He heard that he was in damn pain, so he asked to do something with this leg. The redhead was surprised to see the gesture of the coin and heard the price of 300,000 gold and payment in advance. Sitting on his knees on the floor, he exclaimed, and the healer told him not to pay attention if he did not want to be cured. Ruth reached forward and asked what he had said about 150,000 before. Why did the price suddenly double? The hero bent over the guy screaming in pain and said that because the situation had become 3 times worse than before. Grabbing the cloth of his robe, hearing that if he thought it was expensive, let him call another healer, and shouted that he would give him his sword. There was a blade lying on the table. The adventurer said that this was all he could give now. If it was enough, he would be able to get at least 200,000 gold for it. Taking the weapon out of its scabbard, the guy said that he had been treated roughly, but it seemed that he really appreciated this sword. The blade was surrounded by light pixels. The brunette said that this time he would do it for 200,000 gold. Exhausted, Ruth opened his mouth, surprised to think that the sword was gone, and thanked him out loud. His leg with red veins was trembling. The guy asked if he could die because of this. The healer put his hand on his ankle, saying that if it was something deadly, he would kidnap him and heal him. The brunette sat on a chair by the bed, saying that as he could see, there were things that could not be healed by holy power. The redhead opened his mouth in amazement when he heard that one of them was poison. The brunette sweetly threw him a small ball. He asked what it was. Imagining a dark berry, he replied that it was a black lingonberry, its leaves containing a poison that paralyzed when it came into contact with a wound. While holding a berry, the guy heard that this is one of the reasons why black-maned wolves live near them. The frightened adventurer remembered the attack of the beasts, and heard that they were driving the prey into the bushes to calm it down, so it helped them a lot. Ruth clutched his head, shouting not to be told he couldn't walk anymore, and begged the doctor to save him. Was there really nothing that could be done here? The man had a vial of purple liquid. He put it on the table and said that there was one way. The excited guy was trembling. Covered with sweat from fear, he looked at the knife and asked the healer where he wanted to use it. On the table were bottles with the antidote of black lingonberries. The hero explained that this antidote should be applied to an open wound. Dark veins appeared on the red leg. He continued that he would also like to heal without touching as much as possible. But he did not know who it was. But he did a great job of healing it. With tears in his eyes, the redhead remembered the priest and said that he was right. Trembling, he looked at the gleaming blade and heard that, as he had said before, he didn't know how to heal. Not that he didn't want to, he just couldn't. The brunette closed his eyes in a smile and said that he had no painkillers, so he could scream as much as he wanted. The knife was approaching the trembling leg. Ruth opened his mouth in horror and asked him to wait, because he was not ready yet. The blade moved down. The brunette said that it would only get worse if he moved. Purple liquid poured on his leg. The hero thought that it was normal for a healer to apply healing. The guy opened the second bottle, saying that once again, let him just endure or pass out. A purple glow surrounded the smiling Songhyun, the healer of the Azul continent, who thought that if he didn't know how to apply healing, he could try any other ways. A notification appeared in the glow that the hero had been assigned a new class. He remembered that 3 years ago, when he opened his eyes, he was inside an unfamiliar cave. The guy looked ahead in surprise, thinking that he had seen a similar scene many times before. A grinning monster was approaching him. Everything was the same here. The guy was holding a wooden stake and thought it was monsters that appeared everywhere and magic. People screamed as they were attacked by monsters. The guy closed his eyes from the glow of the notification that his class was a healer. Wiping his mouth, he read it and thought that it looked like it wasn't Earth. He was in another world. There were bodies of slain monsters on the floor. The question was what they should do now. They needed to figure out how to get home. Songhyun thought that he was not the only person who was dragged here from Earth. A group of people were standing in the cave. The girl said that they had just started. How could they think about returning? The guy said that he needed to return as soon as possible. He had a family. Notification pixels began to appear in front of the hero's face, disappear. He thought that the situation was like in a fantasy book. A stats window appeared in front of him with the healer class and the scales of strength, stamina, inventory and 3 progress points. The hero read the first line again and thought what the question mark at the end was. A girl walked next to him, saying that she was right. They needed to figure out how to survive. Waving her hand, the brown-haired woman continued that although the monsters were terrifying, if they worked together, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat them. It seemed that one of them had already gained his class and skill. The hero touched his chin and heard about the skill. A description of his skills began to appear in front of him. A cut, thanks to which you can cut anything with a sharp object, the god of languages, who automatically translates any language, an observant gaze, thanks to which nothing will hide from his gaze. The heroes mentally said that all this is wrong. He reached out with a trembling finger to one of the windows and wondered what was happening. Looking at the blue screen in confusion, Song-hyun thought that his class was definitely a healer, but there was no healing skill here. Sunlight illuminated the room through the window. The guy wiped the blood from his palms. He stood next to the chalk-white adventurer and said that they were finished. The wound would heal quickly, but let him not move for 2 to 3 days. Ruth pursed his lips, tearfully thinking he was alive. He bowed sharply, shouting words of gratitude and saying that if not for him, he would have already died. The healer recalled that he said that it was not fatal. There were streaks of stitches on his leg. He thought that the wound looked better. He was able to heal without the healing skill. The redhead scratched his head and said that he was very ashamed of having scolded him yesterday and called him a charlatan. Smiling, he said that everything was fine. He often heard such things, so he was used to who would believe a healer who did not have the skill of healing. The guy was touched and with tears in his eyes thought that he was also generous. Song-hyun slyly looked away, saying that it was very satisfying to watch people who said such things beg him to save them. This is the reason why he works. A polite smile froze on the redhead's lips, and he thought that he would forget the part about generosity. The healer went down to the restaurant. Julia, a worker with a knife in her hand, turned around when asked to serve one hotel package. Song-hyun sat down at the table, thinking that he should fill out a magazine while he waited for food. With a pen, he wrote in a small notebook, thinking that he had developed a new habit after arriving in this world. He imagined the various attacking monsters and thought that the place where he was dragged was full of monsters and everywhere fatally infected, a place where it was impossible for the continent of Azul to survive. So in order to find a way to return to Earth, he began to keep records of daily events. The hero looked to the side, hearing a scream. Julia stared at her finger in fright. Song-hyun startled her by approaching unexpectedly and asked if she was okay. The girl smiled broadly when she heard the request to examine her wound, and said that everything was fine, nothing to worry about. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that he was tired of such arguments, and he used the observational gaze. The hero's eyes lit up blue. The system reported that the target's stats and physical condition were displayed. A blue circle focused on the girl's hand. An abnormal condition was detected, bleeding. A knife cut on the index finger of his left hand. The guy thought that there was nothing serious. He just needed to stop the bleeding. Smiling, Song-hyun stretched out his palm and said that if she hurt her hands, she would not be able to cook food. The anxious girl lowered her gaze and, apologizing for bothering her, asked to take a look. The hero took her hand, and she was surrounded by a glow from the use of the bleed control skill. There was a plate of food on the table. The guy said that he was done, and heard words of gratitude. The system reported that he had earned 1 point. The hero thought that was what he expected. The next notification said that he had 103 points. He could spin the roulette once for 20 points. Song-hyun smiled slightly, thinking that since he had accumulated so many points, he needed to run the roulette for 5 consecutive rounds. The system said that the roulette was activated. The current points would be spent. A tape measure appeared in front of the hero, which spun quickly. From it appeared the results of power +1, another power +1, and 2 times 10 gold. The coin seemed to hit the guy on the head when he thought that gold should not be found in this roulette. Then he looked down and noticed something. There was a notification in front of him that a new skill had been obtained. The skill card talked about the distribution, which turns the absorbed potion into energy and distributes it, increases the effectiveness of the potion by 30%. The hero thought it was quite useful. Holding a small bottle of healing potion, the healer thought that since they were done with food, it was worth trying. The potion splashed as he gripped it in his hand, applying an absorption. The system reported that the skill was activated and the healing potion was applied. Red swirls swirled around the palm of the guy's palm from the use of distribution. The system reported that the target's physical strength in the area of application of the skill had been restored. The hero looked at the flame surrounding his palm with a smile and said that it was cool. He could use it on patients, and also thought that it was much better than just pouring a potion. The hero clenched his fist. The guy in the cap closed his eyes from the bright glow and shouted. Then he fell to the floor. Immediately jumping up, he held out his sword, furiously asking who he was. Song-hyun apologized, but heard a shout that a simple apology would not be enough. Looking to the side, he heard that he had suddenly attacked him, and replied that he had restored his physical strength, so they could be considered even. The blond man was surprised to see the filled scale. And then, with a beaming smile, he approached and said that he was a healer. Touching the cap, the blonde said that he had never seen such a skill before, so he didn't know about it. Because he was from the village, Song-hyun thought how could he know about a skill that is only available to aliens from another world. The blond man threw up his hands, saying that it seemed to be fate. Would he like to join their squad? He waved his finger, saying that they were recruiting healers, and if he joined, There would be 4 of them, the perfect number for the squad. Standing nearby, the hero asked what the mission of his squad was. The guy imagined a rat surrounded by purple flames and heard that they were going to hunt rare monsters. The guy waved his hand when he heard the question about the reward, and replied that it was 1,200,000 gold. Song Hyun stared ahead after hearing this and thought that the reward was pretty good. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He thought that there was no healer in their party, or maybe he should join them. On the light building was the golden sign of the Adventurers Guild. The beaten guy crossed his arms and asked the healer to show his abilities first. A bright spark appeared in the hooded guy's palm. He said that it was enough to be the only healer in the squad. A light could be seen at the stained glass window of the Adventurers Guild building. The man stood with his hands on his hips. The palm fell on the shoulder of the guy, whom the hero named Rick. They were standing in front of the 3 adventurers, and Song Hyun recalled that he had said there would be 4 of them, including him. The guy touched his forehead in irritation. The brunette looked down attentively. The hooded guy glanced at him. The adventurer said that he thought they had brought several healers at the same time. He provided a document with a large reward and asked if they had heard about the task. A reward of 1,200,000 gold. The more people they had, the less each of them would get. Would the 2 of them be satisfied with it? The guy adjusted his hood, and at the same time Song Hyun said that he was fine. The hero looked at him calmly, thinking that it seemed that he would not back down. Perhaps he wanted the same thing as him. The adventurer shook the brunette's hand and, introducing himself as Furiel, said that it was very good, they would work together. The hooded guy squinted at him silently. His foot stepped on the grass. A group of adventurers walked through the forest. Furiel smiled, saying that he felt at ease since there were 2 healers with them. The hooded guy squinted at the brunette in displeasure, thinking that he would not forgive him for this. He remembered touching his chest and inspiredly saying that he could apply basic healing and advanced healing, blessing, God shield, first aid, antidote, restoration, cleansing light, arrow of light, and other divine skills, that's all. The adventurers enthusiastically surrounded him, saying how talented he was. Then Rick asked what about Song Hyun. He surrounded himself with a red glow with a smile and said that he could do so. A cry was heard, asking what it was. The healer nervously gnawed his finger, thinking that he was arrogant. How dare he brag about some random trick that he had never heard of. He walked behind him in a dark cloud as Song Hyun asked Furiel what kind of monster was their target. The guy imagined a gray animal and said that it was a sewage rat. Words were heard that he did not know that there was such a rare species among rats. The adventurer exclaimed that 1,200,000 gold for 1 rat. The task could not be easier. Song Hyun looked gloomy and asked again. Waving his hand, he asked if they had never hunted a rare monster. The guy replied that they had never seen one. He shifted his gaze to the second healer, and heard that his experience was less than a year old. Nodding his head, Song Hyun said that they needed a lot more potions to fight the rare monster. They should be better prepared after they returned to the settlement. Furiel waved his hand in displeasure, saying that going back after they had been so far, let him forget about it. It was just a rat. The hooded healer looked at Song Hyun with a smile and asked if he hadn't taken enough potions. It was his responsibility. Since he was so scared, he could leave. The brunette grinned and actually said that he was leaving. The adventurers looked at him gloomily. The hooded healer raised his hands happily. Furiel asked if he was sure, let him not change his mind, and Song Hyun confirmed, saying that he was sure they would be defeated in battle, but he would be able to help them. The adventurers went further down the path. Someone asked Rick where he got this guy. The healer waved his hand with a happy smile and told the guy to protect himself. He imagined a purple orb, thinking that if he only ran away from a rat, he would take this thing instead, a rare item. Furiel was hiding behind a tree and said he had found it. In front of him was a beast surrounded by purple flames. He thought it was a rat worth 1,200,000 gold. The guy in the hood confidently asked not to worry about his characteristics. The adventurers rushed to attack when they heard the command forward. The rat looked at them with red eyes. The guy jumped in the attack. The fist hit the ground, breaking it. He stood in the crack and asked where it went. Behind the long-haired adventurer, the figure of a beast appeared. He turned around in fright. A huge rat, surrounded by a glow, raised its muzzle and screamed. The healer squeezed his eyes shut, thinking what kind of aura it was. His mana was running out very quickly. Purple flashes flew in front of the adventurers. Rick asked if everything was fine, and the healer replied that everything was fine. Let him hurry up. Bright flashes hovered around him. He promised that he would put a boost on the attack, and then he stared ahead in horror, not having time to finish the spell. The guys looked away in surprise, asking what it was. A pack of rats led by a huge leader ran towards them. Surrounded by the glow of the beast, they rushed at the guys. A scream was heard. The healer stretched out his hand in horror, thinking that he couldn't believe it, they had lost so quickly. Rick started to run. Stretching out his palm, the healer thought that he was a coward, running alone, and said aloud that he had run out of mana. The guy in the cap ran towards the black portal. Closing his eyes, he ran out and promised to save them in the next life. The healer watched in surprise as he ran straight at him, and wondered why he was running here. Rick looked discouraged. He said in surprise that he had definitely fled from here, and thought they were trapped here. Suddenly, a rat attacked him from behind. The healer closed his eyes and cursed loudly. The flask with the potion broke. The words were heard that it seemed that they really had problems. He knew that this would happen. Songhyun had a slight smile on her lips. The healer looked at him with wide eyes, surprised. The light was spinning the head of the guy, who said that they should have thought everything through. Green rays hovered around the healer's palm, who asked who would give them so much money for one rat. Looking away with a smile, Songhyun said that he would settle for 500,000 gold per person. A green wave of energy flew towards the rat. The stunned healer covered himself in sweat and asked how he knew. Bending his arm at the elbow, Songhyun said that they would attack them soon. Squinting at the frightened healer, the hero recalled that he had said that he could use the shield of the god. Trembling with horror, Marbello clutched his head and said that he had no mana left. The hero thought that he had completely lost his mind. Squeezing the vial of blue liquid, the healer said that all he needed was mana. A system notification has appeared that the absorption skill is activated. Consumes a mana potion. Then the distribution skill was activated. Potion effectiveness increased by 30% due to the use of the distribution skill. Marbello squeezed his eyes shut, surrounded by the glow of the Songhyun skill. And then his eyes opened as he realized that his mana had been restored by skill. He was surprised to remember how the mentor with the staff had said that there was no skill to restore mana. He needed mana to use skills. The guy then looked ahead, heard that he should not try to take the easy road. Throwing his staff over his shoulder, the man said that the only one who could do such a thing was a great god. Now, Songhyun seemed to be such a deity holding a glow in his palm. He bowed his head, trembling, and asked who he was. Looking up madly, the guy shouted as he listed the names of the deities, and then he fell to his knees in a bow, saying that this unworthy, wretched slave had been very rude to him. Songhyun sneered when he was called the deity of Iver, and swore not to tell anyone about what he saw today. The hero thought that if he told him the truth, this guy would be so embarrassed that he might pass out. A group of rat monsters sniffed. They surrounded the adventurers lying on the ground. Marbello kicked one of them with a scream, shouted to leave. He put his palms forward. Golden waves of skill were scattering around him, and he prayed to the merciful god Iver, asking to be allowed to use this great sacred power by his grace. The golden barrier threw the rats far back after using the god shield's skill. Holding the knife and the rat, Songhyun squinted at him and thought that he wasn't lying about being good. The guy sitting behind the barrier beamed and told the master that he had done it. He awkwardly replied that now he had to do what he wanted and not distract him. A green glow appeared in the hero's palm. He struck the rat with a shining fist, throwing it away, saying that it was too. The next beast frowned angrily, and the hero thought that the reason why this task costs a lot of money. The guy looked with glowing blue eyes and thought that she was in this trap. A horde of rats scattered from one large one. Domination is a special skill of rare monsters, which allows you to collect and subdue your species. The hero remembered how the guy was frightened to run towards his friend, and thought that if the adventurer got scared and tried to escape, he would trap them in a mini dungeon with the ability to master space. The healer smiled, thinking that this was why he had prepared the pesticide of this world. He had several bottles of green peppermint extract. Jumping, the hero rushed towards the monsters. The trembling rat opened its mouth in a scream, and the hero thought that peppermint was fatal even to small animals. He ran, spreading the energy of the potion, and thought that this amount was not enough to kill 100 rats. There was a huge purple rat underneath him, and the hero activated the distribution skill. Directing the green spark forward, the hero said that things would be different with this skill. Fingers clutched the monster's fur. Songhyun thought that his defenses were now weakened. He sharply stabbed the monster with a knife, applying an autopsy. A purple haze swirled around the monster, and he screamed. The monster jumped forward, trying to throw the man off him. A tree appeared ahead. Songhyun turned around tensely and cursed in his mind. The rat hit him the trunk. The guy who fell to the ground thought that it was dangerous. The huge beast surrounded by purple energy turned towards him, and the hero realized that this was a domination skill again. Marbello interlaced his fingers in prayer, saying that faith in a man who follows Iver, mercy on a man who believes Iver. He thought he shouldn't distract the healer. He told him not to distract him. Then, the guy in the dome was surprised to see that there were no rats around. They all ran quickly over Songhyun's body. The healer was stunned to see this, and shouted that he was using healing. The brunette smashed the vial of regeneration potion in his fist, and shouted at him not to do it. The system reported that health is restored by the effect of the regeneration potion. Recovery will last a certain period of time. The almost empty health bar began to fill up slowly. The hero thought that his stats were fine for now, and now he needed to finish with him before the effect of the potion wore off. Surrounded by rats, the guy shouted in displeasure that there were a lot of them. The huge monster abruptly approached him. The rat's teeth closed on his leg. Squeezing the monster's fur with his fingers, Songhyun screamed, and then he slashed it again with a knife. The monster threw the guy aside. The pant leg was stained with blood. The system reported that he had an abnormal condition of bleeding caused by a monster bite. The effect of the regeneration potion was cancelled. The hero thought that he was causing him to bleed right now. The guy's palm was shining from the use of the hemostasis skill. Song Hyun said with a grin that rare monsters are quite intelligent. Purple vortices rose around the huge rat. A red notification appeared that he was weakened by the influence of the domination skill. Mana cost damage will be doubled. The brunette stared ahead dumbfounded, and thinking that it was too much if he was emptying his opponent's mana reserve by half, who would be able to use skills normally at all. The monster approached him with a loud squeak. His eye glowed furiously red. Song Hyun rushed towards him with a smile, saying that he wasn't using mana. Sharply cutting the monster's head with a knife, the hero used an autopsy. He plunged the knife into the rat's body to the ground, and then he pulled it out abruptly. The carcass of the monster fell to the ground. There was blood on many parts of the guy's body. He thought that his arms and legs were intact. His ankle looked bearable. Stained with blood, Song Hyun put his hand on his side and said that he thought he would really die this time. He noticed something ahead in surprise. The system reported that the achievement was received. A rare one-on-one hunt. He can get this achievement by defeating a rare monster alone. He can get his reward. The brunette smiled, saying that it was worth it. Marbello, raising his hands, ran towards him, calling him master. Satisfied, the hero touched the system window with his finger, thinking that everything was almost in ruins. Fortunately, this fool cancelled the healing in the middle. A roulette window with an achievement reward was spinning in front of him, and he was surprised by this. The notification said that a new skill had been obtained. Throwing, 100% accuracy, 100% damage, additional effects plus 25%. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, the guy read it carefully and thought that this was an offensive skill. He was expecting something better, and then he noticed additional effects. Looking at the line again, he thought that if he threw poison with a 1% chance of instant death, the chance would increase to 25, which was amazing. The guy lowered his gaze, thinking what it was, and then he turned to the admiring Marbello, saying that he had done a good job. The healer beamed with happiness with a naive look, saying that it was only thanks to his mercy that they survived. He would keep this secret until death. The brunette offered to skip this nonsense and wake up the others. The figures of the heroes disappeared in a flash of resurrection. The adventurers on the ground stirred, coming to their senses. Furio gritted his teeth, asking what had happened. A monster head appeared next to him, and he screamed in horror, asking what was it. Stained with blood, Song Hyun ominously asked how he was sleeping. He closed his eyes when he heard the question. Was he the one who killed him? And mockingly asked, did he think he died of old age? The adventurer arched an eyebrow in bewilderment, thinking that he had conquered this monster alone. The healer wiped the blood from his face with a smile and said that 300,000 gold for each of them. After all, he had told them earlier. Then he turned around, approaching the dead carcass. The guys looked at him tensely. The blade sliced through the monster's torso. A slight smile appeared on the guy's lips. He thought that this was why he went. There was a purple ball on the ground. An unknown rare item was obtained. The hero said that he would also take it. The bag was filled with gold coins, and he heard the words that he was a little ashamed now. Song Hyun was holding the bag. Heard Furiel say that they were grateful for saving them. The brunette said that he learned about this task thanks to them, so let him buy them a drink. The long-haired adventurer arched his eyebrows, saying that tomorrow they were going to their home village, so they needed to have a fresh head in the morning. Furiel pointed his finger at his comrade and said that the three of them had come from the same village. Crossing his arms, he continued with displeasure that they almost got a funeral together, trying to make some money, so they wouldn't be adventurers anymore. The brunette nodded in agreement, and thought that adventurers could quickly earn a large amount of money. The brown-haired man standing next to his comrades turned around. The guy thought that, however, they were accompanied by the same high risk. The guy said that they would say goodbye now. He would treat them to a drink next time he had a chance. Song Hyun waved goodbye to them. Then he turned to Marbello and asked what about him, who naively replied that he did not drink. The guy shuddered when the brunette with a smile offered to imagine that they did not know each other from that moment on. With a look of admiration, he cupped his palms like a fanatic, agreeing with his deity, and said that this must mean that for the time being, he had to hide his identity. The healer raised his hands to his face, obsessively saying that he was still not good enough. He needed more training to witness the true ascension of the great god. Song Hyun stared at him in discouragement, thinking that he had just turned an ordinary guy into a cultist. Then he put his hand in his pocket, indifferently saying that there was nothing he could do about it. He took a round ball out of his pocket, saying that he needed to evaluate this item now. The light artifact evaluation building had a semicircular window. The long-haired appraiser had an eyepiece on his eye. He greeted the hero at the Adventurers Guild artifact evaluation shop. In the closet, there were various artifacts, flasks, and books. The hero thought that the items obtained during the monster hunt were sealed in crystals, so they could only use them after they were unsealed. Approaching the table, the hero said that he had come to appreciate it. A gloved hand reached for the purple orb. The appraiser looked impressed, his mouth open. Song Hyun stared at him carefully, thinking that it was better than expected. A hand covered the balloon and the salesman said he was starting. A bright light appeared on the table. With a shining eye, the appraiser peered at the artifact. On the stand was a glowing purple orb. He said that he had finished. It was a C-rank artifact, an amulet of small life. The long-haired man showed 2 fingers with a smile and said that it was worth about 80,000 gold, but if he sold it to their shop, he could give him 120,000 gold. The healer took out a vial of green potion. He dripped the liquid onto the balloon, and the man asked what he was doing. The object lay among the green drops. Shaking the vial in his hand, Songhyun said that it was a potion of Latasia, famous in the north. It was a substance that reacted violently when it came into contact with blood. He showed the smiling salesman a knife and said that it was the weapon he had used to kill that rare monster. He didn't understand why he was telling him this. The hero dripped potions onto the blade, saying that he looked clean because he had been washed, but he still had blood on him that they couldn't see. The salesman was covered in fear when he heard what this meant. This thing had come out of the monster's body, and it should react even more strongly than this knife. Songhyun closed his eyes in a smile. Then he grabbed the seller by the hair, and he slammed his head the table, saying that unless someone replaced her, debris scattered in all directions from the impact. On the table was an empty potion container. The appraiser grabbed his broken forehead and screamed. Songhyun held him by the hair after hearing that he was making a mistake. They were in a room where there were a lot of tourists, and he would send a signal now. The guy opened his mouth, saying that it was exactly. He slammed the man's forehead against the table again and thanked him for reminding him. There were remnants of the potion on his broken face. From the healer's palm, a golden glow spread from the activation of hemostasis. The guy's eyes sparkled ominously. He said that it reminded him that he had forgotten to introduce himself. The seller was surprised to think that the bleeding had stopped. Could this be? With a beaming smile, the guy said that he was a Songhyun healer. The discouraged appraiser narrowed his eyes and asked for help. He introduced a healer who held the head of a monster. The hero thought that there was a saying on the continent that if someone was going to cheat or he had to make sure he didn't get caught. There were 2 types of healers who brought artifacts, extremely strong or insane who hunted monsters for fun. The evaluator, with his forehead and eye bandage, thought that they were right and that healers knock enemies to a pulp and heal them in order to beat them up again. He squinted to the side with displeasure, thinking that he didn't feel any divine power. Songhyun held a purple orb in his fingers and asked what kind of artifact it actually was. Rank B+, the seller confirmed, saying that it was an A-rank instantaneous concentration ring. He faked a fake smile at the appraiser and thought that he was trying to buy it for 120,000. Maybe just kill him. Instead asked why this thing was so expensive. The silver ring had an item description that this ring of instant focus, when equipped, allows the wearer to be incredibly focused, increasing mana, damage, cast speed, and mental toughness by 50%. Raising his finger, the salesman said that he knew the magic would disappear if he panicked. Looking at the sphere with a smile, the hero thought that a 50% increase in mental strength is quite useful in different situations, which is why it is so expensive. The man bent over the table when he heard the request to unseal it, and he would also take the amulet and not dare to try to deceive him again. Light poured from the windows of the tavern into the street. People sat at tables and drank. Songhyun looked down, thinking that he had earned enough to drink. A woman came up to him and said that they had no free tables at the moment. Exhaling, the employee said that he could join a table or find another tavern. A hooded man was holding a mug. Songhyun looked down when he heard him called, and then he turned around with a slight smile, recognizing Jungo. The man with glasses took off his hood, exclaiming that it was really him. Jungo closed his eyes in a smile and asked how much time had passed. He sat at the table opposite the hero and specified, about 2 months? The guy looked at him, hearing that he was lucky today. He made decent money this time and clarified how much. The man showed 2 fingers and covered his mouth, and said that it was 2 million gold. Proudly throwing up his hands, he shouted that it was amazing. Let him order whatever he wanted, all at his expense. The hero replied that beer would not be enough. He showed a picture of an expensive mead on the menu and said that he needed to try it. The comrade was surprised by the price of 1,900,000. Jungo laughed when he heard an indignant cry that it was too expensive. Putting his hand on the table, he said that it was at his expense today and asked for a bottle of raspberry mead. There was food and a luxurious bottle of booze on the table. The man said admiringly that he had completed a truly amazing task. Pouring mead into a glass, he asked if anything successful had happened to him today. Looking at him anxiously, the brunette asked, "Does he seriously need to drink this stamina potion?" Instead of drinking mead, the guy poured the liquid from the jar, which was an endurance potion, into the bottle, and heard that it must be tiring to think about stamina and characteristics. The guy held a glass of liquid and confirmed, thinking that endurance is a characteristic that is different from strength. It's like fatigue. He doesn't need to use a potion, as it can be restored by resting. Holding the glass, he looked to the side and thought that he couldn't use the skills without it. The hero was sitting in the tavern by the stairs and thought that from the very beginning, he was the only one who had no mana. He thought that maybe it was because he was not from the Azul continent. Jungo the traveler between worlds threw up his hands happily. The hero thought that other travelers had it. The man smiled as he held the glass and asked if it was still better than how he felt. Songhyun confirmed that there were advantages to this, as mana potions were very expensive. Holding the glass, Jungo smiled contentedly and said that they should drink as comrades in this crazy story. To the likes of them who live on the Azul continent. Banging the glasses in the toast, he continued with poor ability. The comrade drunkenly blushed, admiringly saying that this was why it was so expensive, and heard a request not to drink much. Holding a barbecue, the hero remembered something. Sitting opposite at the table, he said that he wanted to ask him something. Squinting at the visitors of the bar, he said that there were a lot of people around. Let the god of languages turn off the skill. The comrade replied that it must be really important. The system reported that the god of tongues had been abolished. Placing his hand on the table, Jungo asked what had happened. He learned how to get home. Song-hyun replied that he expected too much from him. The man with glasses took a sip of mead and heard that he had gained a new skill, and something strange was happening to him. Introducing the skill window, he said that it was a skill with a black star. The guy nodded when he heard the question star next to the name of the skill. He didn't have any, and replied that this was also the first time he had seen something like this. The bar seemed to be empty. The hero said that it was much better than normal skills. Jungo asked if he should also try to kill a rare monster alone. The hero asked if he knew anything about it, and heard the answer that he did not. The comrade then snapped his fingers and said that he thought someone he was in the squad with mentioned the black star skill. He scratched his head and painfully tried to remember the man's name. Then he just picked one of them and heard that he couldn't just decide what someone's name was. The man introduced the guy who repeatedly cut the body of the monster, and said that he was still really strong. He was the same as them, a traveler between worlds. But the difference between them was very great. He destroyed everything on his own. Jungo remembered looking at the man in surprise and said that that's why he asked him what he had eaten to become so strong. Imagining the glowing magic circle, he revealed that it had replied that he had a skill with a black star. The man remembered how he was crushed by a stone and said that on their last day he began to scream. The man's hands trembled. He exclaimed that it was finally the fourth skill. Frowning, Jungo asked, "Maybe this is a way to go back?" Song-hyun opened his mouth in surprise. The heroes left the tavern, and Jungo thanked them for the drink. He lovingly hugged a bottle of mead and promised that one day he would earn 4 million and buy him 2 bottles. The healer said that he would be grateful. He smiled sweetly and, when asked if he would go to the hotel, replied that he would buy potions. Ruddy from alcohol, the comrade waved his hand and said that he would go. They would see each other again. The hero wished him to take care of himself. The brunette lowered his gaze, thinking that if what he was just talking about was true, then getting the fourth skill with the star must change something. He remembered the window with the description of the throwing skill. Remembering how he sat in a bar with a friend, he thought that this meant that he should also get it. Imagining the silhouette of a man surrounded by a haze, he thought that could be a clue in this on how to find a way back home. Anyway, how did this person score as many as 4? He barely got one, risking his own life. Remembering his drunken friend, the hero thought, how could he have forgotten to tell such important information? Song-hyun exhaled and said that tomorrow he needed to earn some points and do something good for that. The sun shone on the street market stalls. The people turned in amazement to one side. There was an announcement that they would receive treatment for pennies, and an exchange was also possible. A beaming Song-hyun smiled and greeted the visitors, saying that he would cure them for nothing. The hooded man asked in surprise if he was a healer, and the hero confirmed it. The guy smiled when he heard that he was known. The red-haired girl pointed her finger and said that this was an eccentric who could not receive the mark of the healer because he could not apply healing. The smiling hero was silent when he heard the words that he looked strange. Come to think of it, he looked like a fraud. How could someone who couldn't use healing be a healer? As a result, the front of the healer's tent was empty, and the hero thought that this was expected. On the other side, a girl with a scythe approached him. Turning to her, the hero greeted her and thought that his real clients were not adventurers, but just such people. The girl looked at the hero in alarm and asked, "Does he really accept the exchange?" She was holding a basket of vegetables and said that she had some potatoes. She wasn't sure if that would be enough. The girl was delighted when Song-hyun asked with a smile what her problem was. Dirty bandages were unrolled. Opening the wound, the patient said that she had injured herself with a tool while working in the field. She looked down in fright, saying that she knew one person who cut his finger with a garden hoe. She heard that he was very ill and died. Song-hyun imagined a figure screaming in agony and thought it was tetanus, a terrible disease because people here don't have a vaccine. The girl stretched out her hand when the guy asked to look at her wound. The system reported the use of the skill observational gaze. There was a cut on the girl's hand, and the system reported that this was damage from a hoe. 2 days had passed since the incident, possibly an infection due to the use of old bandages. Looking with blue eyes, the healer thought that fortunately it was not tetanus. He smiled at the patient and said that it was nothing serious. With the basket were 2 jars with red lids. Handing one of them to the girl, the healer promised that it would cure her. The jar in her palm was shining. She noted that the potion looked strange and heard that it was a bomb. Looking in her direction, Song-hyun explained that she needed to apply it after breakfast and dinner, and use clean bandages. Then the guy froze tensely and asked, "Does she have any?" The girl was surprised when he began to leave, asking him to wait a little. Several tufts of grass were tied with a rope. The hero thought that he could make them, since they were not there. He held in his hand a cloth created from grass with the help of his skill. Holding the scissors, the healer said that while he was doing this and would make more in reserve, he thought that it was difficult for an ordinary person to buy bandages, since they were expensive. The girl with a rewound hand smiled happily and thanked the hero. He waved goodbye to her and thought it was a good start. Touching the system window with his finger, he thought that he had received the points. The villagers looked at him tensely, and then they ran to the healer asking if he really took the exchange, and asking them to look at the wound. The brunette smiled as he looked at them. There were many system windows with receiving points for healing, and words of gratitude were heard. As a result, the hero scored 172 points. With a smile, the guy wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought that it was really worth it. He remembered the huge rat and thought that hunting monsters was also good. With a smile, opening the system window, he decided that it was still better to calmly treat people in the settlement. The impact knocked over a box of bandages and flasks at a moment when he hoped he would only see such patients. Song-hyun looked away when he heard that it was nonsense. The man with the white collar asked, "He calls this dirty tent a shop?" The blonde aristocrat put his hand on his side and demanded to give it to him. The hero looked at the fallen flasks. Song-hyun smiled as he asked what products he was looking for, and mentally called him displeasure. The blonde man sat down with his legs crossed over his legs and said that any of the ones he had done. Looking away with displeasure, he said that it was cramped here, and the guy thought that it looked like he was from a noble family. Why was he in such a small shop? The hero reached for one of the bombs and said that he did not know what he was looking for. He pulled it to the man and said that this was all he had now. The blonde man and his guard saw this, and he said that he did it. He was lucky for the potion's master. Touching his chest, the aristocrat introduced himself as Richard. Song-hyun looked at him, recognizing his last name, and thought that it was a fairly famous family in this area. The guard with the scar on his face closed his eyes, saying that there was nothing strange when he heard what brought him here. The aristocrat sitting opposite said that the head of the family wanted to hire him. The brunette looked carefully ahead when he heard that they wanted to hire him, and thought that they had come to him from such a proud family. The blonde man glanced at the guard with displeasure, and said that he could have done such troublesome things on his own, who apologized, saying that it was an order. Song-hyun caught the bag and heard the order to take it. Richard pointed his finger in displeasure when asked what it was and shouted that he didn't even know what it was. However, the guy expressed that it was impossible to understand just by looking at the bag. The man with the scar looked down and explained that it was an ingredient. It was needed to make a cure for Taze. Taking small branches out of the bag, the hero said that this was an infected area in the west. Man imagined a picturesque landscape and a warrior on horseback. It was actually a very beautiful place, but now they don't know the reason. But unexpectedly, the area is heavily infested, the land is rotting, exuding poison. Their ruler, who owns these lands, is fighting monsters along with his army in order to stop the spread of infection. Smiling slightly, the brunette clarified whether he had come into contact with the infection during the process. The blonde man opened his mouth wide and yawned as the guard told him that one of the manor's employees had told him that he had received a potion here. The aristocrat squinted in displeasure when he heard that at the moment the medicine for poison was being brought from an extremely remote place, but it was quite difficult. There was a smile on Song-hyun's lips. He thought that was why the precious young master had come here in person. He sat holding a bag of ingredients in his hands, and thought that a balm was better suited than a liquid potion to treat contact with infestation, and now the only person who could make it was him. Sitting across from him, the healer asked if they wanted him to make a potion, and heard that they spoke the same language. Richard waved his hand, saying that if he impressed his father, he would provide him with a lovely shop instead of this small one. He pointed his finger at the shining brunette, and said that it meant that he would receive a blessing that someone like him would not be able to pay for in their entire life. The hero replied that it was a great honor. Confidently crossing his arms, the aristocrat said that if he understood, let him start preparing a potion. With a beaming smile, the hero replied that he refused. His would-be clients were amazed by what they heard. The blonde, trembling with rage, sweated and asked what he said. The guard tried to seat him when he repeated that he refused. Jumping to his feet, Richard shouted that this wasn't something a potion's master like him could refuse. It was a privilege given to him by his father. The guy put a bag of the ingredient on the table and said that they had found the wrong person. First of all, he was not a potion's master. Song-hyun looked away, thinking that he could get a lot to gain if he took on this job, but then he would have to continue working for them. He remembered the 172 points he had scored, of which 20 would go for one roulette, and thought that he needed to earn points. A disgruntled blonde man stood opposite. Song-hyun smiled, thinking that he should be more polite when he asked for a favor. A vein bulged on Richard's cheek, and the hero mentally called him an arrogant youth. The man was running quickly down the street. The heroes turned when they heard his request for help. A guy named Wool was holding a girl with a wounded arm on his back and exclaimed about his sister. The girl's eyes were closed. The hero took off the bandage from his finger and heard about the abnormal condition. Bleeding, a wound to the bone, the finger was cut by a sharp sickle. Death is possible if left untreated. Looking down with a blue eye, The hero reflected that the cut literally passed through blood vessels, nerves and ligaments. He could barely hold on. Standing by the bed with the line girl, he said that first they need to wash the wound. There are a lot of foreign substances from the sickle. Wool, blue with horror, asked if he could help her. The hero squinted at the grinning blonde, who said that it was very funny that he could no longer control himself. The exhausted girl's face was covered in sweat. Richard said that the potion's master could cure him of the disease or poison, but he could not do anything about the wound. A shining ball appeared in the blonde's palm from the application of the healing light. The heroes looked carefully at the radiance after hearing that it could only be healed by a healer like him. Song-hyun bowed his head, thought he was a healer. Turning to the blonde, he asked to grow her finger back, but he asked why he would do it. The guy lowered his gaze when he heard the question if he had enough money to pay him. The blonde man clenched the glow in his fist. Looking confidently at the hero, he declared that if he asked him for forgiveness for being so impudent and obeyed their orders, he would show mercy to this commoner. Song-hyun glanced sideways at the girl lying behind him and thought, he would really heal an ordinary person. A nobleman wouldn't do that unless he was crazy. A sly grin appeared on the guy's lips. He thought that it seemed like he really needed his potion. Approaching the objects lying on the table, Song-hyun said that he did not need to do this, he could handle it himself. Angry, Richard gritted his teeth and asked how he was going to do it. The box contained bandages and bottles of antiseptic. Confidently squinting at the interlocutor, the healer said that he would simply sew him on. He poured disinfectant liquid on his hands and thought that the wound had been washed. The bleeding had stopped. The bottles were empty, and he thought it was good that he had prepared the saline solution in advance. The brunette was holding tweezers in his hand when he heard a chuckle behind him. Richard crossed his arms and asked with a big smile if he wanted to sew it on. If he thought the person was a doll, the hero thought he should if he was going to distract him. The blonde man closed his eyes, saying that he was betting his necklace of luck on the fact that he would not succeed. His eyes widened in surprise when he heard that if he was lucky, Song-hyun would take the necklace, and he would treat ordinary people for free for 3 days, as well as provide them with food. A wild grin appeared on the face of the aristocrat. He agreed, but called him a charlatan. Looking furiously at the interlocutor, the blonde said that if he failed, he would prepare the potion they needed and would never claim to be a healer again. Smiling calmly, the brunette agreed. Looking at the girl's hand, he thought that he had said that he would sew a finger, but it would be extremely difficult if he used an ordinary thread. The tweezers held the tip of the shining thread. She circled around the bottles of blue potion. The system reported the use of the skill of creating a thread. Squeezing the thread with tweezers, Song-hyun mused that the mana potion and his skill was something he could create a thread with that was suitable for surgery. With the help of the observant gaze skill, he saw a wounded finger and veins on his hand. Richard looked away in displeasure, thinking how dare an ordinary potions master waste his time like this. He would make him regret it when it was all over. Suddenly, people's eyes opened in shock. Song-hyun's eye reflected the tip of his finger. He thought that there were some rules that he had understood while living as a healer, the 5th rule of healer survival. The system reported on the use of the skill of hemostasis, observational gaze and stitching. The hero continued that he should not wait to get a good skill. The blue thread sewed the bone together. The guy was holding tweezers in his hands. He confidently sewed the girl's finger with thread, thinking that he should use the skills and knowledge that he had to the fullest. The hero waved his tweezers, thinking that a fingertip transplant was an extremely difficult operation, but with the right skills, there was nothing he couldn't handle. There was a silver ring on his finger's hand. He thought that it would take extreme concentration to connect the severed nerves one at a time, but rare objects would help him. The system reported that mental power had increased significantly due to the effect of the ring of mental concentration. The watchers opened their mouths in shock, the healer thinking that now he needed to sew the skin together. Song-hyun stared intensely ahead, thinking about his stamina. The stamina gauge was almost empty. Whirlwinds flew around the patient's arm. The stamina bar continued to decrease. The hero thought that there was very little left. A drop of sweat ran down his face. The thread stretched from the potion container. Song-hyun held the glowing thread with tweezers. The patient's finger had a blue suture. Her brother is crying with joy. The nobleman trembled as the girl's brother shouted in admiration that he had joined. The hero squinted at the status bar and thought that it was close. He might faint if it took a little longer. The guy took a sip of the stamina potion, deciding to restore the stats first, and then complete everything correctly. The system reported the skill of full recovery, which increases the patient's recovery rate. The full recovery skill has been applied. A radiance rushed from the healer's palm to the girl's hand. He said that everything was ready. The blonde gritted his teeth in displeasure. Then he moved forward furiously, shouting that he should not joke like that. His finger could not move after that. The brunette calmly looked at him and offered to check it out for himself. Richard shined a bright light of resurrection on the patient. She opened her eyes a little. There were 2 blurry figures in front of her. The brunette wondered if she could hear him. The girl silently turned her gaze to the healers. She clenched and unclenched her fingers when she heard the request to move them. The brunette smiled, saying that was enough. Richard said that it was incredible. Song-hyun turned to the blonde with a cute smile and asked if he remembered what they had been talking about recently. The aristocrat stared at him in shock as he heard the words that he would not keep the promise made on behalf of the great Yara family. Those present opened their mouths dumbfounded, hearing the question, "How dare he?" Richard angrily threw the amulet on the floor and cursed. Together with the guard, he left the healer's shop, who told them that if he was going to give something away, he should do it politely. The guy was holding a good luck necklace in his palm, which increases good luck when worn. Wall tugged at his sister's cheek, and then thanked the healer and asked if the nobleman would keep his promise. Song Hyun clenched the necklace in his fist and replied contentedly that he would. After all, his father would be strict in this regard, they should just spread rumors about it. A disgruntled blonde man walked down the street, while the hero asked to say that if people went to the city square, they could get free treatment and food. In the evening, the light in the windows was on in the hotel. Julia leaned her palms on the table and asked if the doctor knew about the rumor. There were empty potion containers in front of Song Hyun, he asked tiredly. Representing the crowd at the tent, the employee said that the young gentleman of the Yara family had opened a free hospital in the town square, and the food was also free, so a lot of people gathered there. The hero sat at the table, saying that it was wonderful. Julia continued, which was why she was worried that the healer's number of patients would decrease. Song Hyun looked down and calmly replied that he could handle it, because it was enough for him that many people could get free treatment. The girl thought with a sweet smile that he was a kind-hearted man, while he ominously thought that the mere thought of how the nobleman was doing now filled him with happiness. The brunette put a basket of potatoes on the table and asked the girl to use it for cooking. The brown-haired woman beamed happily and promised to cook something delicious to help him restore his energy, and mentally replied that he was grateful, but today he would no longer become energetic. In front of it was a white system window with a message about 10 roulette spins, 200 points would be spent. Next, there were many notifications with the results of roulette. Health +1, 1 gold, stamina +1, 1 gold, health potion, mental strength +1, stamina +1. The hero thought wearily that the roulette had let him down. He looked at the system windows and thought that it would be strange to gain skills as often as he did last time. A yellow vitality crystal and an inventory expansion card shone brightly. Smiling, the brunette decided that he was using it. The system reported that he had gained additional inventory space by applying the expansion. Song Hyun brought the crystal to his eyes, examining, and thought that this is an ingredient for endurance equipment, so at least it is useful. Jungo came up and smiled, and the hero asked that he was also staying at this hotel, to which the friend replied that this place has the most delicious food. He held out a card with the image of a crystal and said that his friend was lucky because he had received it recently. The hero clarified, was it not to strengthen the crystal? The radiant friend said with a smile that he could take it, it would not be useful to him himself. The healer thought that he was a generous person. He took the card and thanked him, noting that the man could make a lot of money if he sold it. The guy with glasses looked down in surprise. He noticed the ring on his friend's finger and asked if the healer would continue to use it or sell it. Song Hyun replied that it was needed for a while, but it was difficult to sell it, because the ring was quite expensive. Looking at him, his comrade sighed. Song Hyun was taking the ring off his finger when he heard that a friend might recommend a store for him. On the wall hung a sign for a gun magazine. The healer went to a store rich in assortment, and thought that it was not so bad here. The bearded man turned to him and greeted him. The brunette said with a smile that he wanted to sell some items. On the table was an amulet received from an aristocrat. Words were heard that the crystal in this necklace of good luck had a crack. The surprised hero remembered how the nobleman had abandoned him. He closed his eyes and nodded when he heard that the man was willing to redeem the amulet for 3 million gold and mentally thanked Richard. Song Hyun showed the seller the ring and asked what about it, to which he heard that it was a rather rare item. The man was holding documents, saying that he needed to check the history of recent transactions. The hero replied that he wanted to look around. There were various spears on the rack. The guy thought that he needed to see if there were any useful weapons here. Then he saw a crossbow and decided to evaluate its effectiveness. Reaching out with his hand, the healer thought that it would be good to have a long-range weapon. Suddenly, a bright light began to emanate from the crossbow. Song Hyun looked at him in surprise, asking, "What is this?" There was a message in the system windows demanding to get it at all costs. The healer read the message with a surprised look. Thinking back to the blue system windows, he thought that he had received countless messages so far, but had never come across a message that seemed to have been sent by a human. Looking up slightly, he thought it felt like someone was watching him. Song Hyun turned around abruptly. His eyes widened and he heard the merchant call out to him. A man with a beard approached the brunette and asked if everything was all right. The hero replied that he was thinking. He looked at the crossbow and asked if it was some kind of special weapon. The weapon glowed slightly. The man said that it was Freaky's crossbow, a precious weapon found among the relics. He was holding a small cloth bag and continued that the weapon came with the bag. The merchant threw a coin into it, saying that if you put the object inside the bag, it would turn into an arrow. The inscription on the bag lit up. Song Hyun was looking ahead carefully. The man took the crossbow and the arrow flew forward. Then he turned to the hero and said that he could shoot 5 times in a row. Song Hyun thought that the weapon was expensive and asked the merchant aloud about the price. Song Hyun was discouraged to hear the suggestion that the price was around 15 million and thought there was no way he could buy it. The seller put the crossbow on the table and said that if he wanted to buy it right away, he could sell it for $14 million. Looking at the document describing the artifact, the hero asked how much he could get for the ring of mental concentration. The merchant replied that he had looked in the transaction history, where it was mentioned that it was purchased for 6 million gold. He could buy it for the same price. The healer touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that he could only get 9,600,000 for the ring and necklace. Even if he spent all his supplies, it wouldn't be enough. He turned to the side, thinking. Shifting his gaze, he whispered 4 million gold coins to whoever could follow him. There was a lantern hanging on the wall, and nothing happened. Song Hyun looked away with displeasure, and thought that he should at least throw in some money if he wanted him to buy a gun. The merchant waved his hand and said that if he didn't have enough funds right now, he could register it as a reserved item. Reserve the crossbow for the visitor. The hero asked in surprise, what could he do? The man smiled and said that judging from the items he had brought, he was sure that the hero would be able to make a lot of money quickly. Song Hyun smiled and asked the merchant to register a reserve, and thought to himself that he now understood why Jungo had advised him this store. The sky above the store was dark. The question was heard if he liked something else, and the hero asked to give him a brooch with a reinforcement ornament. The sun shone on the Adventurers Guild building. On the collar of the robe glittered a gold ornament. The system said that it was a life force brooch, an item that increases stamina and has the ability to improve. The hero looked at the crowd of arguing people at the bulletin board and thought that it was the job of adventurers to offer their talents to the service for points and money. Song Hyun looked away, thinking that he was planning to borrow some money from Jungo. The embarrassed comrade showed the coin and said that he only had 5,000 gold pieces. The brunette looked gloomily at the money, thinking that he was poorer than he seemed. With a smile looking at him, the man with glasses asked if he thought they wouldn't be able to go home. Song Hyun replied that they couldn't be sure, but he had some clues. Looking down, the brunette thought that since he had spoken to him after 3 years of silence, he imagined the palms holding the system window and called it the person who had brought them to this place. Looking ahead, the guy thought that maybe he could talk to him if he got this crossbow, but he needed to work first. The guy closed his eyes and said that in any case he would inform his friend when he found out something, and thanked him for the trifle. The disgruntled comrade demanded that everything be returned. The brunette squeezed through the crowd to the blackboard, wondering if he would find something suitable. He tore down one of the ads for healers. The blonde girl squinted in his direction. While holding a few papers, Song Hyun heard himself addressed. Looking at him anxiously, the blonde said that only licensed healers could take on these tasks. He needed a sign. No matter how much he had done for them, they couldn't register it. The hero smiled at her and replied that he was just looking at it. The employee opened her mouth in surprise when she noticed that all these ads were in the process of being implemented. The guy was holding blue sheets with signatures. Suddenly, his gaze became satisfied when he noticed something. The image showed a wounded leg. The announcement said that a healer was urgently needed. The bleeding from the patient's leg did not stop. The hero said that it looked good and looked at the address. Julia, holding a broom, noticed the guy and asked if he had left something. Song Hyun replied that he was looking for someone. He walked into the room and thought he had found it. The man said he would cure it. An elderly priest, surrounded by radiance, asked that Mr. Ever grant her his mercy. The brunette looked at him in discouragement, and thought that it couldn't be that a person could hire an ordinary priest. Could it be a wandering priest? The blonde held the patient's hand and said that Rena was tired. The priest said that she needed to hurry up and asked to untie the bandages. The hero's eyes lit up blue. He used the observant gaze skill. The girl's leg was bleeding. The system reported that it was an abnormal condition, bleeding due to an infection, a wound caused by a cut by something sharp. Small dots were visible in the blood. A notification appeared that traces of thin teeth were found on the wound. The priest's palm had a glow. He said that he was freeing it. The brunette abruptly stretched out his hand and asked him to wait. The man turned around abruptly, asking who he was. Song Hyun looked at him with a slight smile and introduced himself. The old man looked at the guy suspiciously, hearing him apologize for interfering and saying that his healing would be useless. He asked if he knew what kind of healer he was. Song Hyun looked at the man and said that he misunderstood him. He wasn't talking about his abilities. The blonde behind asked, "Is he a healer?" The patient was trembling violently. The words were heard that the guy should understand her friend's situation. She opened her mouth slightly and demanded not to interfere and leave if the brunette was only going to say strange things. The girl frowned when she heard that such healing would not work here. She pushed the hero in the back and shouted to get out of the way and not to distract him. The door to the room slammed shut. Song Hyun chuckled and thought how stubborn they all were. Let them not say afterwards that he didn't warn that healing wouldn't work. The priest looks at what is happening excitedly and wonders why everything is like this. A bright light pours out of his hand. He does not understand why the healing does not work. The girl has bloody wounds on her body, which the man is trying to heal. The blonde stands next to him in shock and asks what is going on. The lady sits unconscious. A cry is heard that the bleeding does not stop in any way. Liz looks at her with a serious look. Realizing that everything is exactly the same as with the previous healer, she thought that the priest of Ever's church would be different. Tears come to her eyes. The heroine wonders if it really doesn't matter which healer to bring, because none of them will be able to heal Rina. Suddenly she turns to Liz. The victim hardly says that the healer would have been here earlier. He knew that it would be useless to treat her. The main character is standing in a bathrobe. She says that if it is him, he may be able to cure her. Liz looks at Rina excitedly and says that the guy is extremely suspicious. They hold hands. The victim begs her, because it is unlikely that she will still last on potions. She, in turn, notices her very cold hands. The determined blonde declares that she will bring him here again. A brunette sweeps the house. Someone has entered inside. The heroine frantically asks her if there was someone who just left the living room. The guy has black hair and eyes, also tall. The protagonist sits nearby. The employee asks if she is talking about Mr. Song-hyun. MC looks at her confidently and asks if the treatment is going well. She clenches her fist, stating that the healing of the Hoist priest did not help either. With a stern face, she asks if the main character knows what the problem is. He replies that most likely yes. He begins to speak with a slight grin. The embarrassed blonde hears a question about how after everything that has happened, she wants MC to heal her. A flashback arises in which they were standing next to each other. Liz justifies herself by saying that she misunderstood his words, as Song-hyun had previously said that there was no hope, and she thought that the treatment had not worked so far because the healers were not capable enough. The girl bows to him, exclaiming that it may be impudent on her part, but she begs to save her colleague. The lady keeps her head down, realizing that asking him for help after saying so much is not very good. Liz continues to stand in this position. The main character goes to the door and, turning around, asks what she is doing. He says with a grin that he has to examine the patient right away, so let him move faster. The discouraged blonde freezes in place, saying that the doctor behaved as if he was not going to help. A soft light falls through the window, while the priest is told that he should have investigated the cause before blindly seeking healing. Hoist ponders his words with displeasure. Song-hyun looks at him confidently, and claims that he warned him about the futility of his healing, who in turn clarifies that in his opinion she is poisoned. The priest raises his magical hand, explaining that he not only heals, but also studies about 100 types of poisons in order to master the skill of detoxification, and is proud that he knows how to handle poisons. The bewildered protagonist sits nearby and hears that Hoist can guarantee that the girl is not poisoned, while MC notices that he shamelessly brags about his skills. A conversation is heard in which the protagonist claims that he did not mean poison. Song-hyun turns to the lying Rina and asks her name, and then informs her that he will now begin examining her wound. The victim's hand is bloody. She is asked how she got this wound. A girl with a blade runs away from the mutants. There is a story that a week ago she was attacked by rock moles. They were not very strong. In fact, at first it was just a minor wound. Liz stands next to them and calls it strange that she was also attacked, while the main character clarifies whether she went to the settlement immediately after the attack of the rock moles or not. In a flashback, the girls run away from other monsters. She explains that they were chased by a group of goblins in the jungle immediately afterward. The heroines swim in terror through the swamp, because crocodiles overtook them there too. The priest is shocked to reflect on the number of trials they had to endure. Hoist sees the protagonist happy, while the victim explains that they barely made it to the settlement after that, but Rina's condition suddenly worsened. The girl lies on the bed. The protagonist asks if this wound hurts her. The victim opens her eyes in shock. The priest is discouraged when he hears that she is not in pain at all. Hoist waves her hand and asks if the wound really hurts and why she is talking about such an important fact only now. She exclaims that she did not notice that it does not hurt due to dizziness. The priest frowned and spoke of suspicions of something strange. A magical seal appears above him, which writes about black magic, the opposite of holy power. He claims that healing will not work if the lady is cursed. The main character takes a wooden hammer with a smirk and asks him to calm down, because this is not black magic at all. An embittered Hoist stands by and listens to the guy about how if it was a curse, healing would do even more damage. Song-hyun holds out a light potion, claiming that this is the answer. A shocked Rina sees green rays hovering around her. The window says that the distribution and absorption skills were applied consistently. The priest looks on in shock, asking what he is doing. He is stunned that the girl's bleeding has stopped. The main character with a grin conjures and explains about the concentration of mint, while claiming that there is nothing better for catching insects than potions of his own making. Rina asks him about the insects in a frightened way. There is a tiny bite mark on her legs. The protagonist tells her about it and asks her to take a closer look. A small beetle sits on the grass. It is said that they apparently passed through Micah's swamp, and due to its features, this swamp is a natural habitat for a variety of insect monsters. MC then clarifies if they neglected her wound when they crossed it. Rina claims with a serious look that this was the case and the wound was not immediately treated, but the same was true of Liz. Song-hyun points to the blonde and clarifies where these two were injured by the attack of rock moles. The interlocutor answers about the back of her hand and face, while her partner has only on her leg. She is shocked to realize that Rina was the only one whose wounds came into contact with the water. The protagonist explains with a serious look that this is true. The source of infection was inside the swamp, which means that only the victim's wound came into contact with water infected with insects. The priest, frowning, listens to Song-hyun about the presence of a foreign object inside her leg, so it is obvious that the bleeding will not stop. Then the old man says that he finally understands what is happening. The blonde happily asks if it is really over in this case. MC replies that this is only a temporary measure. With a stern face, he takes out a blade, while explaining that the wound does not hurt at all, which means that this insect has the skill of anesthesia, and this is a fairly high-level skill for this species. The main character sharply stabs the victim's leg with a knife. A beetle shell crawls out of it, while the protagonist claims that there is no such insect as weak that it will die simply from taking medicine once. A ferocious insect with dozens of teeth begins to squeak. Rina is horrified to see this. A monster that looks like a large leech abruptly flies into the room. The doctors turn around and see her fall on the bed, Hoist in complete shock. Song-hyun takes a knife and declares that she needs to deal with her as soon as possible. He looks at the monster. The system window says that it is a black swamp leech that lives near water zones. The old man looks at her in fright and shouts that she has become even bigger. The priest begins to fall to the ground. Song-hyun looks around calmly. At this moment, the leech deftly moves around the room. The girls watch in shock. The mutant rushes to the hatch. The main character notices that he is going to escape into the sewers. With a serious face, he demands not to let her leave. The main character takes off and gives chase. MC is chasing a mutant. Song-hyun resolutely stabs with his knife. A monster with dozens of sharp teeth growls furiously. The protagonist blocks the blow masterfully. Making a face, he notices that the mutant is quite sturdy, but realizes that she has grown up due to sucking human blood for a week. The leech takes a few more blows to its purple flesh. The main character sees how the monster eludes him. He notices that the enemy is very nimble. Liz rushes after the leech. She jumps. A girl in gloves grabs a wooden cabinet. The blonde slams them shut and orders the monster to stop. She angrily yells at the mutant. The lady drops a giant wardrobe right on the leech in one movement. Sits on it with a smirk and asks if they really think the heroine will let the who tried to kill Rina go. Suddenly, a ferocious leech rises above her and hisses. She is in shock. A moment later, the main character hits the monster hard with his foot. The mutant flies to the side and hits the boxes. The protagonist swings his dagger with a stern look. He plunges the tip directly into the mutant's mouth, realizing that this monster is using the absorbed blood as energy. The protagonist leans with his whole body to impale him, while wondering if it is worth continuing to attack. MC deftly jumps away from him and intends to wait for him to use up all his supplies and dry out. The leech growls pitifully. The guy notices that it is much smaller than before. The monster shakes its purple head. The parasite looks at the room and sees no one. Noticing a window in the room, he rushes to it. A second later, it flies into it. The glass shatters. The protagonist, making a face, sees this. He thinks of the maid with a guilty look and mentally apologizes to her. As the parasite crawls down the street, Song-hyun realizes that if he sneaks away through the city canal, there's no way they'll find him. The main character takes the green mixture, realizing that he needs to act either now or never. He clenches his fist, thereby breaking the glass. Green rays rush towards the monster. In the system windows it is written that the skills of absorption and distribution were used. The effectiveness of the mint concentrate is enhanced. Song-hyun jumps towards the mutant. The protagonist delivers a deft blow with his blade. A wound remained on the monster's body. The analysis said that there was bleeding, so the target was almost completely drained of blood. Frowning, the determined MC realizes that the enemy is finished. He grips the handle of the knife tightly, realizing that it is necessary to deliver the final blow. The guy plunges the blade into the belly of the parasite. Suddenly, a piece of knife flies away from the mutant. The protagonist holds a broken blade in his hands and begins to swear. At this time, the priest with the book begins to read a prayer. Magic chains bind the parasite after using the repentance skill. The old man confidently holds the monster and exclaims that the skill requires a long reading and he will not be able to hold it for a long time. Song-hyun turns around with a smirk and notices that he is just in time. The point of a broken knife lies nearby. The fighter understands that his partner has bought him some time, but he will not be able to use the cut without a weapon, and the broken blade will be of no use. An astonished MC catches the knife that was thrown at him. Liz urges him to use it with a serious look. Hoist has a hard time conjuring and exclaims that the monster is about to leave. The protagonist immediately rushes to attack, claiming that this will not happen. He stabs hard with his knife. Pieces of the parasite fall to the ground. He says that everything is over. There are stumps of a mutant on the grass. MC is asked if he is dead. He claims that he is. The healer takes part of the leech and tells the priest that thanks to him he managed to catch the enemy. While he asks if the old man will take the trophy, he replies that he has absolutely no desire to take such an abomination in his hands. Surprised, Rina looks at her healed leg. The blonde woman stands next to her and listens to the doctor being able to sew up the wound with threads. She replies that it was the speed of a sewing machine. Song-hyun wipes his hands with a smirk, saying that thanks to the stitches and magic threads, the protection will increase, but the wound will hurt for a while. Rena with a sincere smile assures that she was already afraid that she was destined to die. The lady sincerely thanks the doctor. At the same time, the main character smiles broadly and claims that he was just doing his job. Song-hyun stands up and tells the priest that it's time for him to go and report. The protagonist stands next to Hoyce and hints at his failure. The old man with a displeased face asks again. MC with a slight smile assures that this is the only way to get his reward. The events take place in the Association of Adventurers. It is said that the hero came to report on the failure of the mission taken. The amazed girl wonders if he really failed. The priest sadly replies that it is so. The surprised interlocutor looks at him and realizes that Hoyce is a high-ranking priest of Ever's church, so he couldn't help but succeed. Suddenly, she notices Song-hyun on the other side of the room. At this time, the protagonist calmly rubs his fingers. The lady assumes that it was him again, the task destroyer. The girl is shocked to see Liz, who wonders if she can cancel the request. The joyful blonde thanks her. The worker notes that it was a good reason. The lady puts a stamp, claiming that according to the rules, they will return only half of the deposit. The paper depicts Serena wound. It also indicates the cancellation of the task. Song-hyun stands by and realizes that he can't take on tasks for licensed dealers. But tasks officially abandoned by the association are a different matter. Disgruntled fighters scold him in rage about his manners and interference in other people's tasks. Song-hyun understands that sometimes you have to listen to complaints. In MC, they point fingers and shout that he doesn't even have a license. With a slight smile, he declares that he perfectly understands their dissatisfaction. The doctor with a smirk hears a question that isn't it because he can't do his job. The guy replies that this is why he works as a healer. The girl holds out the bag and asks to take it. She explains that there is not much, but this is a reward for help. Liz stands in front of the healer and says that she also added what the association returned. He in turn thanks, because he really needs money. The guy hands her a dagger and reminds her that it's hers. The blonde replies that he can keep it. The blade shines with a bright light. The warrior explains that it is made of blue silver stone and is an extremely useful thing. The inhabitants of her home village made it especially for her when they heard that she wanted to become an adventurer. The astonished healer examines the blade, wondering if she is sure she wants to give away such a valuable thing. The girl notes that this is partly also an apology. The smiling lady claims that there is nothing more important than the life of her partner. The main character thanks her for the gift with a smirk. With dark skies looming over the green trees, Song-hyun says that if they get hurt and need services, he will give them a 10% discount. The guy opens a bag of gold and counts it. MC walks down the street, thinking that he also has 2 million in savings, and that he has about 2 million left to buy a crossbow. The joyful protagonist looks into the system window and says that it is necessary to scroll 5 times. The window says that 100 points will be used in roulette. Song-hyun is calmly experiencing failure. He sees a system notification that a new skill has been obtained, so the main character is happy about this as well. A greenish bottle appears. It is written about the air, which allows the production of potions of the corresponding attribute. MC understands that she can produce wind potions with it. He smiles slightly, realizing that everything is not so bad for him. Opposite it is a large tent. The healer goes inside and greets someone. Apothecary Leifi works on the corpse of a monster, and says that if Song-hyun needs something, then just let him take it. She is amazed to hear that the guy has come to sell today. A discouraged worker removes the octopus and urges to show the goods as soon as possible. The main character wonders what kind of store it is, in which they want to buy more than sell. On the table are parts of the killed parasite. MC says that he recently caught it. The pharmacist examines the severed pieces and says that this is a leech from the Black Marsh. She wonders if he caught it in the swamps. The worker carefully sorts through the corpse, stating that the body was cut in half. Moreover, there are many scratches and wounds, so she is unlikely to give much for it. The amazed girl suddenly notices the monster's mouth. At this time, the main character plays with a predatory flower and clarifies how much he will be given. MC with a serious face suddenly hears the figure of 3 million. The discouraged protagonist looks back at her and reminds her that she is unlikely to give much for him. The girl holds the monster in her hand and explains that its teeth color is very different from ordinary leeches, as it is a mutated type. Images of a rat and a leech appear. It is said that they are stronger than usual and have special skills. The healer stands in front of her and asks if this mutant is just a rare monster. She replies that there is one very important difference. The girl picks up a leech near the mountain of jewels, explaining that the bodies of rare monsters without relics become useless as material, while the bodies of mutated types can be used to create artifacts. Leifi with a stern face says that mutated monsters are not so common. Besides, they are still poorly studied, so they are quite expensive. Song-hyun understands why the lady wanted the leech so much. She stares at him and asks if he has decided. The protagonist replies that it is sold. They shake hands, claiming that it is pleasant to deal with such a partner. The healer opens the door and enters the room. He is confidently moving forward. The discouraged gunsmith sees a bag of money. The main character provides him with 14 million for the crossbow. The shock seller hears that the protagonist needs a weapon right now. He asks to wait a minute. The man stands in front of him and gives the crossbow. The main character thanks him. MC holds it in his hands. With a cunning smile, he realizes that now this is his weapon, then demands that the inner guest show up, because he bought it for him. The merchant watches in shock as the guy looks up at the air again, while Song-hyun wonders what was wrong. The events take place in the Witzball Tavern. MC stands in the room holding a crossbow and assumes that just getting it isn't enough. He lowers his weapon down. The crossbow begins to disappear after the protagonist's order to put it in the inventory, while the system window claims that he has succeeded. Frowning, Song-hyun realizes that this is exactly what was needed. He looks at the system message in amazement. His mouth opens slightly in surprise. The protagonist looks at the window with a grin and wonders what is happening now. The message has a sentence written in it, but some letters are hidden in the words. The stern protagonist deciphers the message, realizing that a certain part of the message probably refers to the crossbow, but what the rest is about is completely unclear. The protagonist looks away and asks if his system is malfunctioning. Gritting his teeth, an inner voice demands that he stop mocking him. The image of a crossbow appears. Song-hyun claims that he got what he needed. The disgruntled healer loudly demands that they immediately stop observing and show themselves. Suddenly, a system window appears above it. It has a star drawn in it. The protagonist assumes that such an icon depicts this jerk. A doctor in a white coat hears that a stranger can answer him. Song-hyun realizes with a serious face that he can only answer 5 questions. A flashback arises with the protagonist in the midst of monsters. It is said that in the first days of his stay on the continent of Azula, frightened people look at him. It is explained that the people forcibly transferred to this world either died or tried to survive in the caves, and disputes did not subside among them about whether it was worth staying or looking for a way out. The protagonist stood in front of the people and said that first you need to get money. The main character waved his hand and offered everyone to find a job suitable for the skill. The healer in the robe is standing next to the other fighters. He told them to disperse around and put down roots in this world, and then find a way to return home. So it's been 3 years since that day. Song-hyun looks at the system window and realizes that he finally has a chance to learn something new. He turns around with a serious face, realizing that the size of his messages is becoming shorter, while it is not clear what the restrictions are. MC calmly thinks about the fact that he needs to think twice before asking any question. He imagines a blindfolded sorceress, and wonders if he really moved them to this continent. The main character looks at the window, which says that there are only 4 questions left. MC angrily asks who he is and why he did all this. Suddenly, a message appears with the letter O. The protagonist with a serious face concludes that the answer can be either positive or negative. There is a clock nearby. The guy asks if there is a way to return to their world, while he has 3 questions left. Song-hyun in a white coat wonders if anyone was able to return. There are 2 questions left. The protagonist with a serious face wonders if it is true that no one could do it at all, and apparently Jungo never managed to do it. He takes a notebook out of his pocket, realizing that he needs to try and get as much information as possible. Then the guy states that they could not just be taken and called here for no reason. The main character writes with a pen in a notebook, while claiming that there should be a specific goal. He shows a multiple choice paper, and Song-hyun asks him emphatically what he wants from the people of his planet. On the paper, it is written about finding objects, becoming stronger, earning points and learning skills. The guy realizes that he has 4 theories that need to be tested. He decides that if number 1 is true, he should show O, and if 2 is true, then let him show X, while if either is true, then he should not answer him within 5 minutes. The protagonist sees a message that he has 1 question left. A guy in a bathrobe stands in his room and asks which of these is more important, while explaining that he needs to write O for glasses and X for objects. He is tired, holding on to his face. Song-hyun realizes with a crazy smile that he dragged them in to use them as slaves to earn points. Crossing his arms, the protagonist comes to the conclusion that he needs to think everything over carefully, because if he is the only one who could find out, then he has the best chance of achieving the desired goal of these creatures. He raises his finger and claims that he doesn't care what he did, but it's important to know who he is. The image of a priestess with a staff appears. The main character wonders if the creature is the god of the continent. He states with a sly smile that he has run out of questions, but he would answer this one if he were in his place. Blue glints flicker in the air. It is said that if he wants help, he should show his sincerity. In the system window, it says about the absorption of points. The number of points scored is 52 points. The astonished protagonist sees this and is surprised. Several system alerts say about the absorption of points. As a result, 5 are scored. MC is furious when he sees the information that he has 0 points left and starts yelling for him to get it back. He spreads his hands and grabs his head. Frowning, the guy mentally declares that he will kill him, despite the fact that he may turn out to be a god. Suddenly, a task pops up with the goal of scoring 5,000 points. Song-hyun is thinking about the fact that a skill with an asterisk is supposed to be a reward. Besides, there was no such system until now. He carefully examines the window, realizing that since it took his glasses and gave a task in return. The notification contains a question about whether it is necessary to use glasses to control the system. The main character sadly sees the encrypted message and realizes that communication will be difficult for some time. He sees the system window with the task and says that he will do what is asked, but in turn expects a worthy reward. The healer clenches his fist, claiming that there are many names he wanted to call the creature by. He looks at the alert with a smirk and says that since he manages the status window, he will call him an admin in the future. Sunlight pierces beautiful clouds. The main character is sitting at a table in a tavern. He eats a sandwich with a sad face, noticing that its smell is simply disgusting. In the system windows it is written about the new skill, as well as about the crossbow, which is able to summon it at will. The protagonist understands that yesterday's harvest was quite abundant. He pokes his finger at the screen with a smile, realizing that the reward was an exclusive skill for the crossbow and it would be a good idea to use it along with the rest of the skills. The pop-ups say that the roulette has been added to the status window, and a coupon item for 5 free roulette spins has also been received. The surprised guy sees this and wonders if he really got a tape measure exclusive to the crossbow. A magic chest appears, and a coupon item for 5 free spins is used. The roulette counter is spinning. An astonished MC watches on. In the system window, you can see the results according to which the guy received additional damage, as well as the fatal pocket skill, as well as an increase in soul points. The protagonist continues to eat, realizing that although it only applies to the crossbow, it has given him a stat boost and skill. An image of blue crystals arises. MC thinks about how it even gives him extra points for every soul point he gets, with Songhyun reflecting on wishing every spin was the same. Jungho goes inside the room and says that he is very sleepy. The main character gets up from the table and greets him. The guy with glasses is amazed to hear that he needs to go to the doctor, because there is something that needs to be told to him. A loud scream can be heard throughout the tavern. Jungho stands in front of the protagonist and asks if this is really the case. He says that they were only sent here to earn points. The healer replies that if you summarize, they are. The guy with glasses in shock claims that they are not some kind of slaves at all. He purses his lips with nerves. Through tears, he grabs the doctor and shouts that he is glad, because he thought that he would die before he set foot on his native land again. He, in turn, asks to stop crying and listen. The protagonist pushes him away from him and says with a smile that as he heard from his approximate explanation, they need to hurry up and earn points. Jungho wonders if it is really difficult. Songhyun happily punches the villain, explaining that this is the case, both despite the fact that he has to heal the wounds, and if you take into account the wounds he inflicted. People watch in amazement as he treats another, with the guy explaining that his own wounds do not count, but it is acceptable to treat a wounded comrade. A discouraged guy with glasses hears that if MC cures his friend at any time, he will quickly earn points. Jungho clarifies what his help is. The doctor raises his hand and addresses the interlocutor. He hands it to the guy and asks him to become an assistant. The protagonist with a cunning look contemplates the need to create a team. The interdimensional travelers who are aware of the state window system are fit to be assistants. The guy in glasses thinks and is silent. The main character at the same time understands that among them he is the one who can be trusted, and no matter how much he thinks about it, Jungho is the only one who can help right now. The friend coughs slightly and talks about his role. He smiles broadly and declares that of course he will help the doctor. At the same time, the main character smirks, realizing that he already knew that he would agree. Jungho takes up a knife and asks for permission to sacrifice his body. Songhyun does not understand what he is doing. The guy raises the point of the blade above his hand, exclaiming that he is investing himself in his earnings. Through tears, he takes his bloody hand and shouts that the protagonist should immediately heal him and earn points. The doctor explains with a slight grin that there is no point in this if the wound is inflicted on himself. A screen with technical problems appears. The guy bandages his palm, clarifying that they need to hunt monsters and it should work. They approach a large building, and Jungho wonders if it's too fast, and Jungho remarks that people need to be diligent. The girl sits at the green table and welcomes them to the Adventurers Guild. She opens her eyes in shock and sees the protagonist. He walks with a sinister smile along with his partner. She considers him the destroyer of the mission, also noticing his face, excited at the very thought of destroying another task. The disgruntled lady does not stop looking at them. Jungho wonders what the main character has done. There are sheets of paper on the bulletin board. They intend to see what they can do. A guy with glasses looks at the tasks, while the doctor asks him to look at a certain one. Several sheets contain information about the Beloto Ridge. The guys carefully analyze. The main character notices that there are many tasks from this place. The number of monsters has most likely increased. A worker appears behind them and explains with a smile that it's peak season for monsters in the Beloto Mountains. She kindly explains that this is why they regularly give out cleanup tasks, because this season they can use the main camp set by the guild. Songhyun turns to her and thinks about the main camp, which will be full of adventurers, making it the perfect glasses factory, while the doctor agrees to the task. She is happy about it with a slight smile. The seal is put on the sheet with the task. The employee says that they have registered them for this task. Vasello happily welcomes them to the camp halfway to Beloto's Ridge. Around them are fighters with swords. It is said that here they will be rewarded according to the number of monsters they catch, and although the trap is the part they entered through, it is safe. Ferocious monsters roar. Visello exclaims that there are a lot of mutants in all other places and therefore you need to be careful. The doctor creates a magic gun with a smirk and asks his partner if he is ready, because from now on patients will come regularly. The stones on the ground begin to shake. It is said that now is the time to mine gold. Ferocious moles crawl out of the ground. You need to get rid of them. The protagonist takes a crossbow in his hands and says that the mutants began to follow them as soon as they left the camp. The system says that he used the skill of the Bag of Fate. He loads a powerful arrow. The message says that the crossbow inventory is being checked, as well as the creation of a stone arrow. He shoots several projectiles at monsters. The protagonist looks at the weapon and realizes that thanks to this skill, he doesn't have to carry all the arrow materials in his inventory, as well as the expected damage is much higher. Suddenly, a mole crawls out near his leg. Jungo turns around in shock and calls out to his partner. The monster's mighty claws move towards the doctor. The protagonist sees this in shock and realizes that things are bad. Suddenly, a partner appears in front of him, who covers him with himself. Through the pain, Jungo shouts that the healer doesn't need to pay attention to him. The system window says that an arrow is being created using a small potion of power. Suddenly, a guy with glasses receives 4 arrows in the back. He looks at the smiling doctor and asks if he really hit him with an arrow. Songhyun replies that it's a potion, and he just proved that it's okay to get hit by such an arrow. A powerful projectile flies out of the crossbow, which kills monsters. At the same time, Jungo masterfully cuts through his opponents with a sword. In front of them lies a mountain of mutant corpses. They brought this pile to the table. The worker asks if they really caught them all, while the protagonist asks if these are really iron moles, because in this case it is clear why the partner was beaten. Visello smirks in the sheet and exclaims that they will close their account now. The doctor stands next to his partner while the others discuss the number of monsters killed, and what these two do, because at the very least, they are unusual adventurers. Another fighter at this time mockingly says that if they are good adventurers. Jungo is shocked to hear that they must not have money for a healer, since one of them is wearing bandages. The spoon sinks into the porridge. An exclamation is heard that they should not judge by it. Friends are sitting with plates in their hands. The guy in glasses claims that they don't even know what a great healer the doctor is. The main character thanks him, who, in turn, wonders if he is angry about this. Songhyun explains with a friendly look that you don't need to be angry to deal with such people. With a stern look, he declares that it is also time for them to appear here. The amazed partner does not understand who he is talking about. Not far from them, a wounded soldier and a comrade appear. MC and his partner turn around when they hear an exclamation that they are looking for a healer. The wounded man was visibly trembling. The rest were looking for a healer. Someone said that the number of wounded people had increased significantly with the onset of night. Jungo pointed to the side and said that the doctor should now earn points. The other replied that everything was fine. They turned to shout when he said that there were a lot of patients here. The man in the raincoat stood over the wounded man, saying that he had his own patients who needed him. The man turned when he heard the request to take a look at this patient. There were 2 people standing in front of him. He realized that these were the guys. Remembering the smirk, he thought they were the ones who had laughed at them. Songhyun passed by hearing that the interlocutor was not so incompetent as to need his help, to which he asked why his patient was in such a state. He leaned over to the wounded man and thought that they had at least given him decent care, and it seemed that the attack was aimed at the arm and shoulder. Then he looked at him carefully. A message appeared about the skill of observational gaze. So, looking at the hand, Songhyun saw a description of the condition as decomposing purulent paralysis. Traces of bites of a wild animal all over the body. There was an open wound, but it seemed that he had recently recovered from it. Jungo raised his eyebrows and asked if he had found anything. The hero put his fingers to his hand and said that apparently he was bitten by wild animals. It is also noticeable that his hand is in a state of paralysis, judging by the stupor. The friend raised his hand to his face, suggesting that the parallel most likely meant that he had been bitten by a hound. The other healer added that they should not make him laugh. Paralyzing poison does not make people writhe in pain like that. The hero took out a knife and said that the paralyzing venom of the hound is truly unique. He made an incision and added that if several conditions are met, what is it? The wound looked blackened. Songhyun said that the flesh was all rotten. This is the effect of me before decomposition. The hero got back on his feet when he heard the question of what to do. A crossbow appeared in his hand. He targeted the patient and said that they needed to do so. People around him were indignant, asking if he was going to stop. Jungo spread his arms when the doctor asked him to get rid of the strangers, who shouted at them to stop distracting the doctor. The hero loaded the crossbow, thinking that if he wanted to deliver the potion to various parts of his body quickly, then this was the best method possible. Air cards have been activated. He is able to create a potion with the corresponding attribute. The pouch of fate skill has been activated. The arrow potion of air has been created. Arrows rushed at the patient. It was a 5-fold combo of wind arrows. Everyone was terrified and shouted that they couldn't look at it, saying these guys were definitely crazy. How could they just take and kill a person? The hero lowered the crossbow and asked again. The wounds began to heal. The patient was surrounded by a green aura. The hero suggested not to call a completely healthy person dead. He began to breathe. The observers were surprised that he was hit by an arrow and he was fine. Another doctor looked shocked to hear that. Moreover, even the poison had been neutralized. The guy lowered his head and said that hounds are weak against the air attribute. He introduced this monster and added that even the poison they used was subject to air, so if they treated this person so that air was constantly available, he could guarantee them that the poison would naturally evaporate. Jungo thought for a moment, averting his eyes. He then pointed to the healer, saying that the guy's condition was so serious because the healer had covered his wounds. Song-hyun smiled and said that it was so. If this healer had been a little smarter and hadn't closed his wounds, I'd bet nothing like that would have happened. The second healer looked confused. The guy turned around and asked if he was right, and the others began to talk about how it seemed to be true. When he determined the way to heal with one glance, he was right. He should have just left him alone. At that moment, the second healer ran away, and the doctor's friend remarked that it was magnificent. The wound on his arm was bandaged. He patient looked at the hero to hear that now his arm would be completely healed at any second, but he still needed to be careful until his body was fully recovered and replied that he would stick to the recommendations. At that moment, his friend came over and asked if there was anything strange about it. A torch was burning near the tent. The comrade did not understand why he came alone. Where his group had gone, the interlocutor replied that now that he had said this, his words made sense. It could not be that someone was hunting alone at night. The hero was still sitting next to the patient, asking where the rest of the group was, and he replied that they were suddenly attacked, and they separated. She clutched her head and shouted that it couldn't be. He was the only one who survived and that he shouldn't have fled alone then. Jungo looked at him carefully when he heard that these hounds had just jumped out of nowhere in a pack. Then he withdrew his hand, replying that it was strange. They usually do not attack in such large groups. Song-hyun averted his eyes. Then he looked at his comrade saying that something was definitely wrong, that there might be a sudden increase in the number of monsters, and the disappearance of a group of adventurers. It must be a rare monster. Only in this case this story makes sense, and it looks like they are all imprisoned in a mini dungeon. The lantern burned brightly. Jungo held it in his hand, asking the hero what to do if they were all already dead. The doctor replied that he hoped they weren't. We took a step forward and heard something. They looked at each other. The doctor said that they were the same dogs and mentioned the lamp. Her friend picked her up. They saw dogs attacking a person. Song-hyun charged the crossbow with an air arrow potion. The shots hit the monsters. The guy fell to the ground. The doctor asked if everything was all right. Jungo saw the bodies and called out to the hero. He came up and said that apparently they were all in the dungeon, and they were all dead. Looking at the gnawed bones, he thought about the corpses of both animals and people who had been decomposing for some time, assuming that they had all died a long time ago. His companion turned to him and asked if dogs did not prefer fresh meat, for I was sure it was not typical for them to collect bodies in this way. The hero looked intently, saying that there are those who eat rotten meat. Footsteps were heard. A monster approached them. The guy added that they were undead. Imagining the undead, the hero mused that it was a dead creature that was moving again thanks to the effect of black magic, an existence that was looked upon with contempt by all priests. He raised his crossbow, adding that things had become quite problematic. His comrade asked if they could win. The monster bared its mouth. Then he let out a howl. A whole flock ran to them. The guy they rescued was shocked. Jungo rushed forward. A sweep of the blade threw them back, shouting that they would not pass. One of them pounced on the side. The doctor shouted to him to duck. There are new reports that the pouch of fate skill has been activated. The arrow potion of wind has been created. The shot struck the beast. His companion raised his head and thanked him. Song-hyun shot him. It was reported that as a result of the use of the wind potion, the air attributes had been improved. The doctor smiled and said that it was his vaccine, and he asked to warn him next time. The leaves rustled in the wind. The wolf attacked Jungo. He said there were too many of them here. The monster tried to bite. The young man repelled him with his sword, saying that the enhancement of the wind potion was amazing. The hero noticed the monster sitting there, wondering what the hound was up to, because it hadn't moved since it gave the signal to attack. The monster was surrounded by an aura. Song-hyun thought it looked like she was waiting for her pack to die. It couldn't be. Jungo continued to fight and shouted that this was the end of it. The leader let out a howl. The defeated rose again. The hero realized that it was necromancy. The hero stared ahead and turned to his friend, saying that it was a necromancer hound, who did not understand how a dog could use it at all. The wolves surrounded them. He shouted that it was bad. If it continued like this, there would be no end to them, and the guy replied that the necromancy skill would be dispelled once they killed the rare monster. The arrow hit one of the animals. He added that they could not approach him, because the others got in the way. The guy with glasses looked at him and asked if it meant they would win if they got close to him. The doctor replied in the affirmative. He took a step forward. Jungo smiled and said that it was time to prove himself. The hero looked at him and thought that this was for sure. Although he looked like a pathetic wizard from the outside, he was a real tank. The guy raised his hand up. A message appeared about the mass aggro skill. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that the speed of the attracted monsters was increasing, meaning that he would most likely die. The dogs were approaching. He ran away from them and shouted that he believed in the doctor. Song-hyun lowered his head and was very grateful to him. Seeing how the leader looked at him intently, the hero said that now it would not be difficult to deal with him. The guy remembered how she held a leech and said that the source of the rare monster's power lies in his relic. She looked away, adding that if he had to face special problems and a rare monster, he would have to find his relic and destroy it. Song-hyun ran at the beast, turning on his observant gaze. His gaze found something. The young man withdrew the blade and thought that the relic was around his neck. Then he hit it. A message appeared that the throwing skill was activated. Song-hyun took out a crossbow and decided that this was his chance. The system reported that the Bag of Fate skill had been activated, and the arrow potion of wind had been created. Something jumped out of the bushes. The beast grabbed his hand. The hero rounded his eyes, surprised that the leader had left one in reserve. The hand flew to the side along with the crossbow. The crossbow fell to the ground. Wolf looked at him and mentally conveyed that he was a stupid person, daring to touch his relic. Then he pounced on him. The guy turned. He saw the huge mouth of the monster, which at that moment was telling him that it would devour him alive. A message appeared that the crossbow skill had been activated again. He began to disappear. Song-hyun smiled slightly. The system reported that the crossbow had been summoned. It appeared in the other hand. The guy pointed it directly at his mouth, adding that he was actually ambidextrous. The wolf's eyes became larger. An arrow flew out, on the other hand, telling the mongrel to die. Looking at the moon, the hero said that he really managed to cope with it. He would never do it again. Song-hyun was lying on the ground, wondering where his palm had gone. At this moment, the hemostasis skill was activated. The girl they rescued came up with her and said she was there. There were many stars in the sky. The doctor thanked her for bringing her. She replied that she needed to be grateful to them, asked to be allowed to cure him. Taking his hand, the hero asked if she was a healer. The girl replied that yes, and her name was Keitel. The doctor looked to the side and said that he would be fine, and could take care of himself. Could he look over there instead? The survivors stretched out their hands. They begged for help and asked someone to save them. The hero said that they definitely needed more extraction than him. Song-hyun went to look for his companion. The guy was lying under a pile of corpses and asked for help. The guy shook it off and said that he thought he was going to be crushed to death. It seemed that they both somehow managed to cope with it. The hero showed a severed arm. The comrade was surprised that he had lost a whole palm, and he replied that it was quite easy to do if you take everything into account. Jungo straightened his shoulder when he heard that it was time for them to start returning to the camp, as there were many people to heal, and replied that it sounded like a plan. Asking what about the cleanup here, the hero said that he was going to call them. A lot of footsteps were heard. It was a whole detachment of priests of the Order of Iver. The moon illuminated the tents of the main camp. The doctor held his hand and thought that first he needed to straighten the position of the severed wrist. He held a needle and thread in his teeth and thought that sewing both parts of the flesh together using his mouth, even if it would dangle as long as it held. The hero quickly sewed up his hand and thought that he could do everything with the other hand. Looking at the result, the hero said that the full recovery was successful. The comrade noted that he really did everything on his own. Leaning his head on his arm, Jungo asked why he hadn't asked a friend named Keitel to heal him, to which the doctor replied that he didn't like to rely on other healers. They looked at the entrance when they heard that the priests had arrived. Song-hyun put on a robe, saying that he was moving out, to which his companion replied that he was going to get some sleep. The priests would take care of everything themselves. In front of him stood the priest Karnil Ashilo of the Church of Iver, a parish of the settlement of Hind. The hero looked at him, thinking that his whole body said that he was a priest, his divine power saying that it was nice to meet him. He was a healer. The rest of the priests were shocked and began to whisper that this was the same guy. Why it turned out to be him, they were afraid of this guy. The head opened his mouth wide, shouting that they should be silent and be quiet. Afterwards, he smiled, asking him to forgive them, saying that they had heard about him the lighting of Huey's, thinking that this man, a healer, had deceived a priest of the highest rank. The hero remembered the man and said that he understood, and also asked if everything was all right with that priest. The stars lit up the night sky. They continued to talk, offered to get straight to the point, asking where the monsters appeared. The guy suggested that we follow him first. The man covered his nose. They came to a field full of corpses. Looking at the blood on the ground, the priest couldn't believe that something like this would happen here. He turned his head and said that the first team should clear the area of black mana, the second team should search the area, the third team should move the bodies to the camp. Dead dogs were lying on the ground. Finally, the fourth team had to collect and burn the foreheads. Everyone shouted that they understood. A huge fire flared up around. It was a sacred flame. Song-hyun stood beside the interlocutor, hearing that this was the first time he had seen an undead battle. It was impressive. The doctor replied that the bodies could rise from the dead if they were not burned. The hero looked away. The priest approached and asked to take a look at the rare monster. The monster's tongue fell out of its mouth. Yver leaned over and said it was terrible, and Song-hyun thought the smell was really unpleasantly nasty. but it must be talking about black mana. The hero looked at him inquiringly, having heard a request to leave this creature to their church. The interlocutor presented the skull, saying that he would like to take this corpse to the church in order to discover the main reason for the appearance of the undead. The guy raised his hand, saying that he had no intention of just taking it away. There was a flask in the box. He explained that this is holy water created by the church. It is called the holy water of dawn. Vasello was shocked. He cried out if they really wanted to give him the holy water of dawn. The doctor asked how valuable it was. They imagined the priests praying, hearing that the holy water of dawn is holy water created by placing pure water on the altar at dawn, which has been prayed over for a year. Such a thing requires a lot of effort and piety, even though it is in a bottle, but it exudes divine power, and one bottle can purify hundreds, if not thousands, of the undead. Vasello covered his mouth with his hand when the priest said that if they gave the corpse to them, they would pay for it with this holy water, and whispered that it was not something that money could buy. Song Hyun smiled and thought, since he had also destroyed artifact, he thought he would be at a loss. Then he took the box and said that if he needed it, he should give it back, asked to accept it. Yver lowered his eyes and thanked him. After introducing a bright circle, he added that he was also saying this on behalf of the parish of the church's settlement. They thanked him for his hard work in finding corrupted creatures. The others gathered behind him as he celebrated in victory in a personal battle. People bowed in gratitude. The priest gritted his teeth, saying that he was the one who would even target the undead if they gave him money, and the guy replied that he was just doing what he had to do. The hero smiled and said that he was just a healer who could not tolerate this evil spirit. The sun was rising over the forest. Someone was calling Song Hyun. The hero opened his eyes in irritation. Vasello was visibly nervous. Introducing the man in the suit, he said that the head of the Adventurers Guild branch was here for him. Song Hyun looked at him uncomprehendingly. There was tea on the table. The man said that he had heard his story. He folded his hands, smiled, adding that the guy rarely defeated the monster. He was really proud of it. The guy lowered his eyes and thought what a joke it was. Song Hyun imagined his interlocutor on the throne and thought that being incompetent, he was just a greedy man born already rich, an upstart who flaunted the strength of his family. It could not be that his eyes would fall on him, who was notorious in the Adventurers Guild. He introduced the church, realizing that he obviously had some kind of plan. The man snapped his fingers and said that he was grateful for his service in protecting the peace of the settlement. There was an elixir in the box. He prepared a small gift for him. Vasello clenched his fists happily and explained that when it comes to endurance mushrooms, they are used as ingredients to create stamina potions, and golden endurance mushrooms are the rarest of them because it is a rare item that increases maximum stamina. The hero paid attention to these words. He rushed forward. After that, he immediately drank this elixir. The system reported an increase in stats. Your maximum stamina increased by 3%. Song Hyun wiped his mouth and said that the branch manager is dear and respected, also thanked him for everything. The man smiled and said how good it was that he liked it. At that moment, the vials shattered. The hero threw the bottle aside and said that it couldn't be that he had only visited it to give it as a gift. The hero tilted his head, adding that he was quite exhausted now, so he suggested not to waste even more time. The man lowered his eyes when he heard that he needed the holy water of dawn. Riwon smiled and replied that he liked that he understood quickly. He put his hands on the table and said that this is not an item that can be recouped simply because you have money, so he wants to offer a deal with something he won't be able to buy. Song Hyun was visibly surprised to hear himself called a traveler between dimensions. The man looked at him and asked with a smile if it was true or if it was him, a traveler who had come from another world. The guy looked at him warily and wondered, how did he know about travelers? How much did he know? The interlocutor raised his cup and said that it was so unpleasant. The man introduced these people and suggested that they think about how travelers between dimensions and with special abilities are not treated properly just because their origin is unknown. Not only can they not reach high positions, even if they prove their abilities, there are healers who have not received official confirmation. Song Hyun smiled and asked what he meant. The interlocutor slightly tilted his head, answering that if he passed on the holy water of dawn, he promised him the sign of the healer and the sponsorship of the family. This surprised the hero. The interlocutor laughed when he heard that according to the rules, he could not become an official healer, and replied that the rules were a problem for him. He introduced the young man in the healer's cloak and said that he would receive recognition of the healer's experience from the eminent noble families if he accepted the offer, would even be able to apply for the position of royal healer. In other words, after rising from the bottom, his life would blossom. The man took a sip and said that the holy water of dawn was worth it. Riwon looked at the hero with a sly smile, thinking that if he got his hands on her, he would be able to move to a place bigger and richer than a tiny small provincial town, and making one person an official healer was not a problem at all. The hero raised his hand to his face. The interlocutor dropped the mug when he heard him refuse the offer. Song Hyun averted his eyes when he asked him again in shock and reiterated that he would refuse. Then he put his head on his hand and noted that he didn't need to resort to bribes to get recognition. He already had enough achievements and a healer. The man imagined mountains of gold, thinking he was arrogant, and asked what about sponsorship. saying that there were not many opportunities for anyone to get sponsorship from his family. Vasella looked at the hero in shock, who replied that from what he had heard, it seemed that the influence of Mr. Branch leader to the family was not that significant, the advantage was unclear, so he would refuse. The bullets of the interlocutor increased significantly. The man was furious. A cry was heard throughout the neighborhood as a guy dared to mock him. He asked to calm down. Jungo stared at something in surprise. He had a red crystal in his hands, and he didn't understand what was wrong with these guys, giving out such things as a reward. The doctor asked what he got. The guy held out a ruby stone, thirsty for blood, increasing the attack power. Song Hyun remembered the enraged man, thinking that he had also profited well from the group's awards, and he told the leader that since he had defeated the undead with his partner, they would be given the reward. He looked at his friend with a smile, saying that he had received something good. The bell rang, the invasion of monsters from the east was announced. The animals ran along the forest path, told about the north and south and that it was necessary to join the defense of the camp. People ran around them saying that they needed to leave them here to secure the settlement. The doctor offered to go there as well. His friend agreed. Monsters attacked. The arrows struck the monster. The guy shot at them with a crossbow. There was a message about the bag of fate, the creation of a stone arrow. His friend picked up the crystal. The crystal began to glow. The system reported the use of the skill vampiric tendencies. A new message has notified that the attack power has been increased for a certain amount of time. He started killing the monster one by one and shouted that it was nonsense. Song Hyun looked to the side. The bear struck a man. He let out a roar. It was the main monster. Raising their weapons, everyone shouted that it was necessary to advance to the attack and that this was the last one. They must do everything possible. The monster threw people away. Arrows broke against him. The hero turned around when Jungo said that it didn't look like the stone arrows worked, and replied that he had a premonition that this could happen, so he prepared something else. The arrow began to glow when the steel mole's claw was activated. She hit the bear. Everyone began to shout that they had pierced his skin. They had to aim there. The comrade struck with his sword. He turned and shouted to the doctor that he had to act now. He pushed off the ground. He flew straight at the bear. Song Hyun threw his blade and activated his throwing skill. The blade struck the monster. The bear fell dead. People were happy that they had won and defended the settlement. The guys on the side were talking about how the last attack was amazing. It was a group that defeated a rare monster. Jungle looked happy, saying that it was a great feeling. In fact, they had now become heroes and asked the doctor what he was doing, because he had to go to the settlement already. Looking at the system window, Song Hyun replied that he had collected quite a few points. The guy asked if he was really going to spin roulette. A friend pulled his hand telling him to finish. She would never give him anything. He replied that no one knew that. Then the friend said that he would bet 100,000 gold that he would only get garbage. There are results of roulette where there were arrowheads and additional damage. Jungo patted him on the shoulder and said that he was trying to stop him. Vassello ran towards them and asked them to wait a second. They turned around. The guy said that they were able to stop the big disaster thanks to them. They really did a very good job. The camp was calm. The hero responded to his thanks and asked if they were going to dismantle the camp and heard that they had decided to postpone it for a while until the priests finished their investigation. Showing the voucher, the interlocutor said that this was a special reward from the camp. Later, they were sitting in a bar. Jungo flinched and said that he just had the idea that he should drink to victory. The hero replied that he did not think that they would get something like this, adding that he said that all the workers are from the camp and the settlement. The interlocutor noted that they usually hire outsiders. Someone grinned in confusion. Song Hyun glanced to the side. In front of him was Ruth, who said he never thought he would see him here. The guy in glasses looked at the hero and asked if they knew each other. The doctor replied that this man, whom he cured a few days ago, he added that he was helped a lot last time. The new interlocutor held out a wallet and said that this was a payment for treatment, which he could not imagine then. The hero had already completely forgotten about it. Song Hyun remembered something. He held out his sword and said that he had kept it all this time. Ruth began to hug his sword. It was his favorite partner. He missed it. The guys whispered if everything was okay with his head. Later, he sat down at their table and asked if they had stayed in the camp before, specifying that they were resting after completing their tasks. They replied that this was true, to which the guy asked the question to have some time. He held out a piece of paper. It was a request to assemble a detachment. Ruth remembered the huge seal on the ground and said that it turned out that a portal to the dungeon had recently appeared near the settlement. They said they were going to enter it in 3 days, so his younger cousin asked him to join the party. The interlocutor himself was upset and said that he could not go because he needed to pay back the debt. The guy with glasses noted that it was not worth borrowing money from the guild, even if he was dying of hunger. Song Hyun folded his hands and asked what they should do, because the rewards of the dungeon are quite attractive, and he replied without hesitation that he was for it. Of course they would go there. The red-haired guy was very happy and thanked them, thinking that what a relief, since they were there, he could rely on them. The hero seemed to be looming over him, thinking how funny it was to watch them beg him to save them. The guy hoped that everything should be fine. 3 days later, a day later, they were standing outside. Jungo asked if his friend had prepared well, who replied that of course his wrist had already healed completely. He turned to him and said that he was also willing to receive 100,000 gold. Jungo opened his mouth wide, shouted that it couldn't be, asking if it was true that he had received it. A message appeared that he received the return of arrows, can return one of the used arrows back to the inventory. The received arrow cannot be returned until the sun comes out again. The hero recalled meeting Keitel, saying that he blessed him. Apparently he is a follower of the Nakamate. Now he put his hand to his chin and said that his luck had increased, so he thought maybe it would work, and here it was. His friend shouted that this could not be. The hero laughed and told him to come to his senses as soon as possible. They were met by a girl who said her name was Tina Putain. They shook hands. The hero said that he was a healer and introduced himself, and also introduced his friend to the tank. The girl paid attention to him, but the doctor told her not to worry about it. Someone asked if this is really a healer, and in what sense. People were standing on the sidelines. One of them said that this person, his divine power was too small. Then they pointed to Jungo and asked why this man was wearing a robe. He was indignant and asked what was wrong with his clothes, because they are valuable in their own way. The man took a step forward and told everyone to calm down. The man smiled, saying that they came to help, so it is worth watching your manners. The guy with glasses noted that this guy is a little better, and quite straightforward. Perhaps he is the leader? Lacrimati folded his hands in displeasure, and said that he was the leader. They offered to move forward if everyone was ready. A magic circle was visible on the ground. The guys stood on it. They were blinded by a bright light. They found themselves in a dungeon. Shuire reached forward and created a ball of light. The group moved forward. Song Hyun understood the head and thought that everything here is ruined. Usually the destruction of stone is due to water and wind. Touching the wall, the hero decided that since the dungeon is deep inside, it is not the wind and he does not feel moisture either. I imagined a black mage, thought that then I could suspect the presence of black mana. Jungo looked around and addressed the leader, and said that he said he was a warrior but could also apply healing, specifying that it meant he was a physical therapist. But the leader shouted that he was a monk. The girl hid behind it, and thought that people who use divine power don't show much reaction. The hero was distracted by something. In front of them were huge scarabs. Another girl held out her staff, shouting that it was disgusting. There was an explosion. They killed monsters. But there were more and more of them. One of them went to the monk. The scarabs surrounded them. The white-haired guy turned around and shouted that they couldn't fight everyone. They had to break through and get out. The doctor loaded the crossbow, asking if Shuire knew how to use wind magic. The girl replied that she did. He crushed the flask. The application of the distribution skill, the effect of the mint potion increased. Song Hyun raised his hand, saying to dispel the effect. The staff began to glow brightly. A gust of wind began to spread the potion everywhere. The bugs were lying on the floor. The girl asked how they did it. Song Hyun went to the others, saying that it was a professional secret, and the girl asked to know what kind of magic it was. The monk noted that only the two of them frequented all the monsters. Al smiled, saying that everyone was good and they needed to take a bottle before continuing their journey. The hero looked at this and thought that it was a large mana potion. He was also handed a bottle. He said that they must be quite expensive, clarifying whether it was normal to share them like this. He replied that he knew one pharmacist, so he could buy them cheaply. Song Hyun smiled and said that she would gladly drink it, and he wondered if there was someone so kind. Then he lowered his eyes and thought that such a thing seemed familiar. Ahead of him was a dark corridor. Jungo stopped and told the others to stop. There was a fork in the road in front of them. The monk began to get angry. Sahida peeked out from behind in fright. Seeing the dark aura, she said that she felt dark mana. The monk gritted his teeth when one suggested that it was a trap and replied that there was no need to even think about it. They would go the right way. But the doctor did not agree that it was not. Song Hyun turned to the others, saying that they needed to go on the left side. A disgruntled hooded Rikuramati claims that there is black magic in it. The protagonist replies that he knows it. He begins to get very angry. The guy in anger takes the main character by the collar and asks if he really wants to go there just to die. Jungo stops him and asks him to at least let him explain everything first. The red-haired girl also begs to listen to him, while the bully exclaims that they won't even listen to this, because the healer is not able to feel black mana. The lady opens her mouth in shock when she hears that this is why they should not have taken the people invited by the newcomer. The worried girl says that she does not want to go there. The priest next to her claims that he does not want either. The opponent with a stern look declares that if he wants to go to this sickening place, he pushes Songyun, telling him to go on his own. The guys walk away. At this time the protagonist is asked if everything is okay. The doctor adjusts his robe, claiming that it doesn't matter at all, while he asks Tina if she will follow her group. The girl says with a kind smile that she thought that she needed some reason for this, since she was advised to do so. The main character, smiling, is grateful that he is trusted. A guy with gray hair is standing nearby. The question is what about him? He smiles genuinely, claiming that he just wants to trust Mr. Healer. The guys go through the sewers, saying that nothing is happening here, because there are not even monsters. As the mages move forward, Rikuramati wonders what happened to that guy. The girl turns around, It is said that Tina can be understood, because they are party members whom she brought herself. But is it true that I'll also follow this healer? The soldier stops in the middle of the sewers, not understanding what the sound was. Suddenly, a group of magicians find themselves in the middle of a purple magic seal. One of them exclaims in shock that this is a trap and they need to run away urgently. The guys jump away from a powerful explosion. The girl remained in the middle of the trap and began to scream. Magical signs glow under her feet. She does not have time to jump away and energy rays pierce her leg. A bloodied girl lies near the seal. Friends exclaim about Sahita. The priest offers a bright hand and calls for the light of healing. The wounds on her leg are bleeding. The heroine screams in pain. The mages make faces in disgust. Sahita declares at the top of her lungs that it continues to hurt, while the other woman tries to understand what is happening in shock. Spears protrude from the magic circle. The blonde claims that she has received a curse that only priests can break. The main character walks in his white coat. Songhyun smirks in claiming to have warned them about the wrong path. The blonde, with a twisted face, notices the protagonist. Blood drips on the floor. MC claims that he knew this would be the case and therefore prepared. Tina looks at the guys in amazement and states that it is a sealed magic circle, but the seal has been broken. The priest looks at MC, realizing that the sealed dark spell has reacted to the divine power. The main character looks at them with a serious look. The enemy does not understand how he was able to pull this off. A light fog creeps over the dungeon. MC is asked how it happened. The main character replies that it is unlikely to be so important now. Rikuramati yells at him in rage, stating that he should know how to heal Sahita if he came knowing about it, while Songhyun wonders since when he should. The priest clenches his teeth in rage when he hears that he rejected the team member's opinion and went forward. Then he turns to his girlfriend lying on the ground and thinks. Closing his eyes, the guy says with an effort that he made a mistake. He falls to his knees in front of the healer, claiming that if they leave her like this, the girl will die, so let her help. Songhyun realizes with a sly smile that this is what he needs. MC runs his light hand over the wounds, using hemostasis, while he is asked how he plans to dispel the curse. Jungkook looks at him and says that they don't have anything like a holy spell. The healer takes the potion in his hands, saying that they have no skill, but have a powerful holy water. The magician holds a box with a flask. It is said that you can recognize holy water simply by taking it in your hands. It drips onto the blackened limb. It is explained that only one drop is enough for a curse like this. The main character is sitting next to a wounded girl, whose leg begins to glow. A glow forms in the air, raising the question of whether Songhyun can save the priestess Sahita. Al turns to his teammates and asks if it will be difficult. An agitated Rikuramati hears that the protagonist has a low level of divine power, and this was a particularly powerful curse. The protagonist clarifies with a smirk if they really waited that long. Smiling, Jungkook carries a lady on her back. She has a healed cut on her leg, and everyone is shouting about Sahita. The guys run to her, asking if the main character really cured her. An enraged Rikuramati, with a face twisted, claims that he has never seen such a skilled healer. The comrade remarks that this is why he is so angry. Al looks around silently. The guys go further. The events take place at a fork in the dungeon, in the left passage. The fighter calmly moves forward. Suddenly, they reach a large gate with a red sign, saying it's just the boss's room. The guy with glasses is holding Sahita and notices that although there are fewer monsters here, Tina nervously remarks that they actually almost died. The priest touches the gate with his hands, saying that you need to be careful, because they are entering. The doors are slightly opened. A bright light emits from there. A horned monster with red eyes greets pathetic victims. The main character holds his crossbow, standing next to the priest. Opposite them is a boss with red energy floating around him. He looks at them with a frightening look. It is said that this is the main monster of the ancient dungeon. The guys are shocked to notice that he has overwhelming black mana. Powerful energy rages around the fighters. They think about the fact that they cannot retreat, and whether it is possible to withstand something like this at all. The boss forms a red cloud of energy in his hand and calls them stupid because they have come all the way here. Tina stands next to the blonde. The monster tells them that they need to become victims for a great entity. The horned boss has red eyes. She insists on listening to him carefully. The villain does not have time to finish the name, because a powerful flow of energy crashes into him. The guys open their mouths in amazement. The boss has half of his torso. Powerful lightning bursts out of him, and he growls in pain. His body gradually disappears. He declares that this simply cannot be. A bright energy vortex rises in the air. The crossbow is highlighted in white. It is said that as promised, the effectiveness is simply excellent. The protagonist holds his weapon with a smirk, claiming an arrow with holy water of dawn. Only the monster's cassock remained on the floor. The question is what it is. The priests look at this. Al does not understand what he has just seen, while his partner also wonders how he was able to get so much holy water out of nowhere. Jungkook whispers a question to the protagonist, in which he wants to understand why he killed the main boss with only one blow. Songhyun replies that the people using the secret trick are quite strange at the end. The healer raises his hand and directs him to the place where the boss was killed. Magic arrows disappear. The system says that the skill is being used. The blonde is surprised to hear the information that since the main monster is dead, the dungeon will soon disintegrate. The priest places his staff on the floor, wondering if he should start drawing a magic circle of exit. Al tells Tina with a smile that since they have some time, they can draw it after they explore the boss's room. The white-haired magician with a slight smile clarifies that maintaining the magic circle requires a lot of mana, and they agree with him. Song-hyun looks around at the priests in the room, saying that everyone is responsible for finding their own items in the boss room, and since the dungeon can fall apart, you need to look for it more vividly. The astonished red-haired girl looks around the room. There is clotted blood on the altar. She asks the others to look at him. She wonders in disgust how many sacrifices there were. The guy with glasses remarks that they can't take such things, so you need to take the most precious. The protagonist leans towards the altar, assuming that there may be something there. He sees a black box in front of him. The main character opens it. He opens his eyes in shock when he hears a loud scream. A bloodthirsty horde of zombies crawls out of there. The priests take up arms. The leader shouts that everyone needs to prepare for battle. Rikuramati forms an energy clot in the fist. The guy hits with all his strength, using his holy fist. Jungo fights off the enemy with a sword, exclaiming that the physiotherapist is a good fighter. Energy comes out of the crystal on the staff. The priest shouts that they just need to suppress them by force. Even if they are undead, they need to aim for the heads. Brave guys work together to fight a horde of monsters using successive explosions. Powerful beams pierce the heads of ferocious zombies. The protagonist calmly fires a crossbow using a stone arrow. The silhouette of the monster falls backwards after being shot, an outside voice claiming that the undead should not be able to move when the boss is defeated. Pieces of monsters are scattered around the fighters. It is said that everything is over. MC opens his eyes in surprise when he hears about the remains of the main monster. He sees the villain's cassock, noticing that there is no core at all. The main character turns to his partner in glasses. Suddenly, he catches Jungo falling to the floor. MC turns back. The protagonist sees that all his companions are unconscious. He touches the pulse of his comrade and realizes that they are alive, but unconscious. The healer remembers his opponent and realizes that apparently he was only a clone. The energy arrow is formed in the protagonist's crossbow. The system says about the arrow of endurance. He calmly points the crossbow forward, claiming that the enemy is among them. Powerful arrows throw the space after firing. The enemy with daggers deftly blocks arrows. Other shells stick into teammates lying on the floor. The main character with a serious look apologizes for shooting a stranger, while warning that you should not worry, because these are healing arrows. Al holds a fighting stance in amazement. The magic arrow evaporates. The fighter states that he considered it an attack, but they regain stamina, while Song-hyun notes that this is where he got caught. Al starts laughing, claiming that there is some kind of misunderstanding. He stands in front of the armed protagonist and assures that he is a rogue and being agile is his essence. He was only defending himself instinctively, so this is a coincidence. Song-hyun looks at him and explains that while everyone is sleeping, he has somehow remained fine. Al remarks with a smirk that the protagonist is still fine. A flashback with a potion appears. The healer claims that he did not drink the potion that the main character gave. The white-haired opponent looks back at him in amazement. Song-hyun generates a dagger in his hand. In a second, he takes off. MC deals the strongest blow to the enemy. Discouraged, Al emits black energy. The protagonist accuses him of not using weapons imbued with dark mana. Song-hyun taunts, stating that this option is only possible if the rogue is the real main monster of the dungeon. The opponent is overwhelmed with dark energy, and says that this time a rather smart person has come to him. The main character is Isle, the apostle of the forgotten god, the boss monster. The protagonist, frowning, follows him and realizes that he thought he was a fraud, but he turned out to be the boss. The white-haired fighter pulls out a dagger and claims that he is not going to make any more excuses. He points the blade at MC, saying that so far no one has been able to figure out who the guy is. But Song-hyun is pretty good, and he's going to offer it as a living offering no matter what. Al, smiling madly, claims that he has done so far. He sticks the knife into his palm, blood spurting in different directions. He praises his name with a sinister grin. The protagonist gets into a fighting stance and thinks about how many people the bastard killed in this way. The enemy is preparing to flee. He abruptly breaks off in the direction of the protagonist. Song-hyun watches him closely and notices that he is approaching. Rivals begin a fierce battle with blades. The main character directs his crossbow. The system says about using the skill of the Bag of Fate, creating a stone arrow. Al is surprised to see him attacking him. He draws the blade from its scabbard, shouting that he chose it. The white-haired scoundrel confronts MC, claiming that he was an unknown rogue until he made him special. The opponent cuts the opponent's blade open, while asking how happy the boss will be when he is sacrificed. The mad villain exclaims about his allies, whom he killed that day. The protagonist dodges the powerful energy, noticing that the enemy is just a complete madman. The main character opens his eyes wide in amazement. Suddenly, a red magic seal appeared. Al shrugs her shoulders as she stands near the magic sign. He asks her to stand still and accept her death, while MC notices that he has been drawing magic circles with blood all along. The guy is standing on a red pentagram. Ominous black hands fly out of the magic circle. The white-haired villain with a mad smile calls on him to become a sacrifice. A black and red bundle of energy rages through space. A bright light begins to leak out of it. Al shields herself from this flash with her hands. The protagonist calmly stands in front of him and claims that judging by his use of the blade, the opponent is indeed a rogue. Song-hyun happily fought off the sinister hands, while saying that he was very surprised. The villain is holding a blade in his hands, which has begun to tremble very much. The villain exclaims that this is simply impossible. Al forms another magical seal and orders the protagonist to become an offering. A bright light appears behind the healer, but his face is unperturbed. The distraught opponent says that this is simply impossible, because he was granted the power of a god. There's a box under the altar, and MC states that he knows he's insane, but he has a question about the thing. Song-hyun, smiling broadly, holds the magic orb and wonders if she's really it. The scoundrel bulges his eyes and shouts about the Lord's orb. The protagonist happily holds it in his hand, stating that it is indeed a sacred relic of the god, while the system states that the artifact gives increased magical protection and resistance. Frowning, the protagonist says that it is impossible that the power he received from the god worked on his sacred relic. Al clenches her fists in anger and shouts that she is sure she had a strong seal on her. An inner voice at this time tells the protagonist that even if it is the seal of a dark wizard, it is just black magic. MC smiles, realizing that she has certainly disappeared from the divine power of holy water. The villain clenches his teeth in rage, asking if his opponent even knows what it is. There are various relics in the room. Al claims that the god he serves may have been forgotten, but will soon be reborn. The white-haired fighter rushes to attack. Holding a blade, he shouts that he will do it. He delivers a series of strong blows with his sword. Song-hyun can barely hold back the onslaught after hearing from his rival that he needs to return the artifact immediately, while the healer notices that he can still use his rogue skills. The sphere glows brightly in the protagonist's hand. He says that if this thing is so important to him, the main character throws it high up and invites him to catch it. Al sees her in the air. MC smiles slyly, realizing that he knew that his opponent would do this. The system window at this time says about the use of the skill of creating a thread. The scoundrel reaches out his hand to the tethered sphere. Song-hyun regains it in one motion, holding a crossbow in his other hand, creating a stone arrow. The villain takes serious damage after being shot. He is shocked to see his hand, which glows purple. A forest of black spikes appears in front of the protagonist. The villain is standing in the middle of them. The main character at this time thinks that this is not only for attack, but also for defense, because Isle is going to heal first. The healer generates an energy blade in his hand, exclaiming that this simply cannot happen. The protagonist deftly cuts through the black spikes using the slash skill. It moves forward with the weapon. The system says to create arrows of black spikes. Song-hyun aims his crossbow directly at the enemy's face. The villain is horrified to see what is happening. Without thinking for a second, MC shoots his opponent, who then starts screaming. Blood is visible on the floor. Al is on his knees talking about his sphere. The protagonist notices that he is still talking about it. The healer looks at the golden artifact in his hands, realizing that the mad followers do not know how to restrain themselves. A white-haired scoundrel with a bloody face begins to tell what the Lord told him. The protagonist stands next to a lady with a covered face. It is said that the gaze of an indescribable presence is felt by them, so he must be the same as MC. The healer with a serious face realizes that the rival is a god, because he sees the administrator's window. While he claims that he does not believe in deities, but cannot deny that he has inexplicable powers. The villain with a mad look claims that one day he will crave more. There are several arrows in the enemy's body. MC says that he is not the same insane follower. He turns around, realizing that for now, he has no choice but to cooperate, but in no case does he plan to worship the administrator. The healer confidently leaves there, claiming that it is time for them to wake up. The priests gradually wake up, holding their heads. The protagonist stands near Jungo and says that he has finally woken up, while his partner asks what happened. Tina opens her eyes in shock after seeing something. In front of her, upside down, lies Isle, about whom she begins to scream. The healer stands next to the surprised guys and says that there is no reason to be surprised, because he was the real boss. Song-hyun smiles broadly, claiming that they are all alive thanks to him. There are traces of blood on the altar. The soldiers cannot believe that the white-haired partner turned out to be a traitor. They surround his corpse, the healer declaring that he has no doubt about the dark mana he felt from Isle. A friend in glasses turns to him and asks how he guessed. He replies that people who look too good should not be trusted. Crossing her arms, MC states that they smile too much, show kindness for no apparent reason, and use overly polite language, so it's best to stay away from them. Jungo looks at him in bewilderment, while the protagonist's inner voice remarks that it is him. Shuire looks at the healer in amazement, who asks her to continue forming the magic circle of exit. It needs to be made as big as possible. The priestess stands in front of him and thinks of holy power, which is comparable to that possessed by high-ranking mages, so it is not clear why he hides his holy power. The girl with pink hair is almost completely sure that he is the Inquisitor of the Order. She resolutely exclaims that she understands everything and can be trusted. Squinting his eyes, Song-hyun looks around. He sees Sahita standing nearby. She turns around in fright after hearing the suggestion to talk. There are many corpses lying on the floor. It is said that human death is not something that should be surprised on the continent. The healer stands next to the guys and suggests that it is still a little doubtful to leave the bodies like this. Jungho clarifies that they are most likely summoned monsters. Images of creatures with human faces appear. It is explained that usually massively summoned by the dungeon are the same in appearance, but these bodies have unique features. Al stands near the magic circle. The protagonist assumes that they were adventurers sacrificed. The girl shuffles her hands and states that she wanted to say, like a priestess of the Order of Yver, that she can't just turn a blind eye to this. Song-hyun looks at her and thinks that she was too shy to speak up, but he wonders what they can do to help. She puts her hands together and asks him to pray for the dead. A light magic sign appeared under the bodies. The priestess, closing her eyes, sincerely prays for the repose of their souls. Jungho bows down with Sahita. They also pray. Zombie bodies begin to emit dark energy. The main character, closing his eyes, realizes that he has already dealt with the lying bastard, so let them find peace and tranquility. A bright light appears, a wish to be at peace with the great Yver. MC pays attention to the pop-up. The notification says about the accomplishment of the peace of the deceased, which is performed by participating in the ritual prayer of purification. The protagonist points his finger at the information that he has gained a new skill. Jungho looks around at the leader with a serious look and asks if he really got it too. Then a suggestion is made to move the bodies to the magic circle. Sahita raises her hand after Song-hyun says that it would be good if they had a mana barrier that can wrap everyone together, while the priestess exclaims that she can do it herself. She begins to cast spells, while the guys are surprised at the creation of such a thin mana barrier. Shuire walks forward with a staff, claiming that she is done too. The astonished protagonist turns to her. Behind her there is a dark silhouette. The main character exclaims that she urgently needs to get away. The opponent takes out a blade with inscriptions on the blade. The villain plunges a dagger into the girl's body. Shuire opens his mouth in horror, from which blood is pouring out. Other fighters see what is happening and exclaim that the boss is not dead. Al, radiating dark energy, stands near the priestess's body. A cry is heard that there should have been no one left here who can use necromancy. The main character realizes with a serious look that there is only one bastard left. Next to the villain is the silhouette of a skeleton, which is the forgotten god Kuruka. This entity has bestowed his power. The protagonist waves his hand and orders the others to move the corpses and Miss Shuire. Sahita watches in shock as the protagonist pulls out a crossbow and asks her to help him take out the trash. Al looks at them calmly. In a few movements, it moves tens of meters forward. He strikes enemies with his dagger, but Song-hyun blocks the crossbow strike in time. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist holds back his onslaught. Frightened, Sahita trembles, at which point the protagonist calls for her help. She closes her eyes in fright and screams. The priestess holds out her hands and uses the exorcism. The scoundrel begins to growl in pain. The ferocious Al swings his blade. The blade rushes towards the girl. The protagonist covers it with a crossbow at the last moment. He restrains the villain and exclaims that this is a good job and it needs to be continued. The girl forms a bright light with the help of her palms. A powerful stream of light energy bursts out of it after using the undead banishment. The villain takes his head and begins to shout loudly. His eyes went completely mad. He holds onto a deep wound in his chest. He pulls out a purple sphere and addresses his master. He squeezes his heart, claiming that this is the last sacrifice. The main character sees this in shock and realizes that this was the core of the main monster. Suddenly, giant boulders begin to fall from the sky. Song-hyun realizes that the dungeon is about to be destroyed. MC turns around and shouts with a serious face that it is necessary to run immediately. The ceiling of the dungeon gradually begins to crack. The enthusiastic scoundrel turns to his lord. He stretches out his hands to the sky, exclaiming that everything here is for him. A second later, a giant boulder falls on him. Other people hurriedly leave the dungeon. The main character, together with Sahita, runs to the magic circle and asks how Shuire is doing. A girl with trembling hands holding a staff. It is said that they are done with healing, however. The pink-haired priestess states in shock that her magical power is not coming out. The healer examines her. An inner voice tells her that the girl is injured and has lost her magical power. Frowning, the guy realizes what this bastard meant by his sacrifice. Large rocks fall from the ceiling. Rikuramati remarks that the injured woman is the only one who can control the magic circle. Shuire cries in despair and screams that it's over, as they don't even have a teleportation scroll. Song-hyun is amazed at the cry that if only they had a little more time. A blue magic sign is seen on the floor. She is asked that it must be completed. She replies that it does not work, since there is no fuel. The main character says with a slight grin that nothing is impossible in this case. Tina stands nearby in shock as boulders fall from above. A flashback arises in which she talks about a sealed magic circle with the seal in a free state, and MC realizes that she knows enough magic to recognize the appearance of the circle at a glance. MC thinks of her with a serious face, realizing that the girl also has advanced mastery in creating magical barriers. A frightened Tina exclaims that she can't do it. Suddenly, a giant crack forms above it. A few boulders fall nearby, but it bounces. The healer shields himself from the dust and shouts that this is not the right time to think. The red-haired lady is horrified to hear the question if she can help. The sorceress excitedly replies that although she can make a mistake, she will definitely do it. The protagonist smiles slightly as he looks at her. She strides forward resolutely. Standing in the middle of 3 magic circles, Song-hyun realizes that Shuire has drawn a triple magic sign that requires the power of 2 or more people to be channeled into it. A priestess with pink hair is frightened to cover herself with her hands from falling stones, while the protagonist realizes that if it were her, she would use a cloning spell, but at the moment this is impossible. The healer takes the blue mixture in a flask and breaks it. Bright energy envelopes everything around him, and it is written in the system windows that he has applied his skills of distributing and absorbing a large potion. Blue energy rushes along a magical pattern. At this time, the dungeon continues to crumble. Tina covers herself with her palms and prays. The main character calmly conjures. The silhouettes of the guys begin to evaporate, while the stones almost overtake them. Suddenly, MC opens her eyes. He lies next to the other participants in the sortie. They see various objects and a vat of medicine around them. Shuire starts jumping and shouting that it's a success. Because everything worked out, Song-hyun, in turn, wonders where this place is. The priestess answers with a smile about the western part of the continent of Azul, with which she is connected. The image of the giant vermilion tower appears. The coat of arms of the city is visible. She says that since this is a tower, then they are most likely in Kamar. Jungo opens his mouth in shock, exclaiming that it is a very rich city. The light city stands in a picturesque place. It is said to be a city by a lake, and thanks to the presence of a magic tower, the region has received the safest city in the western part of the continent. This has led to the fact that wealthy nobles and wizards have gathered here, so it is easy to get rare research materials and books in it. The protagonist gets up from the floor, realizing that this is his first time in the magic tower. There is a door in front of them. They hear someone coming. A group of people in red cloaks is approaching. It is said that the reverse coordinates have been activated. Someone is clarifying who exactly arrived at them. The mages open the doors. The guys are shocked and notice something. They point at Shuire and shout that she's here. The main character watches in bewilderment and asks what this reaction is. The sorcerers look back excitedly. Suddenly, an object flies over the girl's head. The professor begins to beat her with his staff and shouts that it was presumptuous to show his face here. Everyone else watches in shock. Shuire begs the teacher to calm down, as the wand will soon break. Tansel, the head of the A block of the magic tower, with a stern face, asks about the fact that they have just escaped from an ancient ruined dungeon. The girl smiles mischievously as the teacher states that she has talked so much about superiority over the wizards of this mediocre magic tower and becoming an adventurer, but suddenly went through a deadly experience. The doctor stands next to the professor, who notices that according to rumors he has done something significant. He replies that he did the right thing. The priests in red robes are taking the corpses. The teacher says that they have done a good job, and now they will take care of the rest themselves, as well as provide them with guest rooms so that they can stay all night. The moon shines above the picturesque tower. The protagonist lies sleepily on the bed and cannot sleep at all. He put on a white robe and left the room, intending to take a walk. Song-hyun looks in amazement at the person he meets, who wonders what he is doing here so late. The redhead turned around when the hero asked what she was doing here so late. The healer approached her with a smile, and Tina said that it had been a long time since they had been in the tower, and she felt some kind of nostalgia, from which the man deduced that the swordswoman was from the tower. The interlocutor hugged herself and apologized for what had happened, because there was an emergency, and she could not decide. The brunette looked at her and replied that she didn't need to apologize, because in the end, everyone survived thanks to her. He leaned on the railing beside him, and she thanked him. Redhead remembered herself in the past and said that she was once one of the Golden Tower, because she showed a talent for magic at an early age, and she was forced to go to training. The girl remembered how she trained with weapons with her brother, and admitted that she liked swinging a sword more, and she always missed duels with Ruth. Tina scratched her neck and said with a sneer that it turned out that her talent wasn't particularly outstanding, so she left the tower. The interlocutor turned away and added that she remained ignorant of both magic and the blade, although if she had stopped at magic, then maybe something would have come of it. The main character narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was an unrealized potential. The brunette looked ahead and said that he didn't know much because he had never studied either, but he thought it was important to do what he liked. The healer smiled and said that if he suddenly found that she was less talented than the others, he could use a trick. Song-hyun smirked and suggested that you need to achieve this by any means, even if you have to cheat. The interlocutor stared at him in amazement. The two of them were standing in the library of the tower. The next day, Song-hyun and Jungo waved to former team members, noticing that everyone was leaving. The priestess looked at the monk, and the men noted that Rikuramani was eager to train, and Sahida was going to finish the job, and that was the best way to disband the team, since no one had died yet. The protagonist turned to Tina and asked what about her, and his friend added that she could come with us if she wasn't sure. The girl opened her mouth, taking a breath. She smiled and stated that she wanted to become a magical swordsman. The brunette smiled and replied that he knew she could handle it when the redhead muttered that people could laugh at her, but she had already chosen the path. The healer handed her an envelope with an address and advised her to visit this place if she was going to become a magical swordsman. On the paper was the name Choi Lian. The protagonist remembered the male silhouette and said that in the village of Legion Feroy, the coldest part of the northern area, there is one man, but the strongest magical swordsman he knows, and his abilities can be vouched for, so even just observing such a person will be useful. Tina smiled as she accepted the envelope and thanked him for his help. Then the adventurer waved her hand and promised that she would write to them often. The men turned around, deciding that it was time for them to move out too, but a sorceress ran from behind them. Schreier stopped and called out to them. Some time later, the protagonist was already sitting in Professor Tansel's room, in the Scarlet Tower. The brunette smiled and asked who it was. A guy was sitting opposite and smiling. He smirked and introduced himself as Si-sung, the Dark Tower professor, better known as the Dark Wizard Tower. The hero imagined the castle, and the interlocutor said that their main goal was to find the proper methods of using dark magic and dark mana. Song-hyun narrowed his eyes and thought that apparently the use of dark magic was partially legal with permission, even though the church hated it. Tansel put his hand on his head and said that this person had heard about this incident and begged him to meet with the healer, and his colleague exclaimed that he had heard that the main boss was an incredible dark magus. The brunette introduced Isla, and the interlocutor asked if his old personal belongings were among the loot, which he would gladly buy for the purpose of experiments. Song-hyun crossed his arms and thought that there was a Kirkarastral sphere, but he didn't want to give it away. It seemed that there was something else. He remembered how he stabbed his opponent with a crossbow, knocking out the knife. Then he flew somewhere to the side, and by a happy coincidence, he landed on the magic circle. There were even some bizarre writings on it, but the hero completely forgot about it. The healer placed the weapon on the table and asked how about the magic knife that the dark mage was using. Si-sung blushed with excitement, shouting that this blade had a huge amount of dark mana in it, and he was in anticipation of how amazing things would be when he took care of it. The man dumped various objects and stones on the table. The professor of the Dark Tower spread his arms and declared that he would give the hero whatever he wanted, and the interlocutor thought that these were some things interesting to wizards. He drew attention to the thing at the very bottom. The brunette started a box with a yellow cactus. The toy began to twitch and sing, "Ahoy!" The main character stared at her puzzled. Then he put it on the table while she continued to sing. The wizard blushed as he tried to turn it off, and began to make excuses that it was a music box of death given to him by his friends, and had come here by accident, but it absorbed the mana in the air and turned it into stamina. Song-hyun looked at his hand covered with golden energy, and noted that the toy had restored him. The wizards froze in bewilderment when the hero announced that he would take her. In the end, the healer returned with another stack of books and scrolls, telling his friend that the mage had said that his conscience would not allow him to give only the box, and Jungo remarked that these things would be expensive if he decided to sell them. The main character picked up one of the parchments. There was a picture of a bottle with a freezing potion and its recipe, and the man needed just that. Barnacle watched the books disappear in the healer's hand, and the healer suggested that he stay here a little longer. The brunette smiled and added that Professor Tansel had given him permission. The wizard then held out a scroll and said that it was his gratitude for saving his student, and it would be useful for adventurers to look around a little in the Scarlet Tower. Jungo rubbed his chin and noted that wizards weren't the idiots he had always thought. A warm light came into the room, and the man agreed, remembering that he had heard about the tower being full of goods and high-quality potions, and that was their real goal. Scarlet Tower, Potion Shop. The main character nodded to the saleswoman and stated that he would take 1 box of mana and health potions each, as well as 3 boxes of stamina potions. A liquid was boiling in the vat. The man looked around as the brunette turned to him. Song-hyun smiled as he noticed the plant in his hand and advised him not to put it there. The other person narrowed his eyes, thinking that obviously the buyer didn't know how to use mana. He turned away and muttered that it was nonsense. Then he immediately threw a few leaves into the cauldron. Jungo knitted his eyebrows and said that they were all assholes with no manners, after all, and his friend suggested that they just go. The door opened to the sound of a bell. The men were walking along the corridor, and the bespectacled man asked why his friend advised him not to put the plant there. Instead of an answer, an explosion rang out behind their backs. The adventurer looked around, opening his mouth in surprise, and the main character replied with a smirk that in this case, this would happen. The shock wave knocked out the doors. Jungo turned around and asked what had just happened. The main character rushed there, running past him. In the potion shop, something was still boiling in the cauldron. All the workers sat down on the floor, coughing and asking who had done it. The blonde man pinched his nose and asked why it was him, and the girl exclaimed that it could be a cloud of poison, and she needed to block it with a magical shield. The wizard stretched out his hand and activated the spell. A blue dome appeared around the cauldron. The barrier began to smoke. The guy knitted his eyebrows, noticing that the shield was melting. The mage turned pale and the spell began to dissolve, so everyone shouted that it wasn't working. The man turned around and began to run, realizing that he had failed. He headed for the door, deciding to get out of here first. The main character smirked and asked where he was going. Jungo at this moment pushed the cabinet in, closing the passage. The brunette grinned and declared that none of them would take a single step out. He took a step forward and reminded him that this was why he had told him not to put the plant there. The mages looked at him in displeasure and shame, and one of them demanded to get out of the way. The blond man knitted his eyebrows when he heard that the fragrant grass was not poisonous, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The healer stood with everyone in the store, saying that the smoke itself was not dangerous. He smiled and added that only all the mana in the body melts when you inhale it. The magi turned pale in horror and asked again. One of them sweated and clamped his mouth. He immediately vomited on the floor. The slurry spread on the floor, to the screams. Wizards ran around the store in panic, exclaiming that they would no longer be able to use magic. They rushed towards the door where the hero stood. The brunette narrowed his eyes and demanded to stand still. Blades stabbed the floor in front of them. The crossbow was engulfed in blue light, and the man reminded him that they were all in the center of the Scarlet Tower of Magi. The blonde shuddered when he heard this. Songhyun smiled and asked if they really thought they could handle what would happen after they opened the door. The hero imagined a tall building and remembered that the Mage Tower was an institute built for wizards for the purpose of studying magic and accumulating their power. Inside there were magical seals and mechanisms, and this place was full of all kinds of magical sciences and mana-using devices. The wizards turned pale as they realized that if this smoke leaked out, then all the devices in the building would fail and they would be doomed. The healer made a gesture with his hand and said that even if they were poisoned by the fragrant herb, there was hope, and if they took the medicine in time, they could recover quickly. He threw the crossbow over his shoulder and added that, of course, he knew how to cook it. The wizards ran up, shouting that then they had to hurry. They shuddered when they heard that removing the smoke was more urgent than healing them. Songhyun lowered his gaze, thinking that a wizard unable to use mana was no different from a dead man, even though he didn't care about it. The blond man sweated and swallowed. The mages fell to their knees, begging the man to prepare a medicine for them, and they would do anything, even inhale all the smoke to arrange it if necessary. The brunette chuckled contentedly, thinking that he loved to be a healer at such moments. Jungo looked at his friend and asked if these guys really needed to inhale all the smoke to eliminate it, and he replied that it would be funny, but it would take too long. The room was filled with various ingredients, and the man reminded them that fortunately for them, this place was a potion shop. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and ordered the ingredients to be brought, which he would now name. Wizards rushed around the room in search of materials. They would take jars of silica powder from the shelves, find dried sandvine root, and all this would be sent to the cauldron, and the healer thought that this smoke should be dealt with inside the store, but since it was impossible to grasp it with his hands, it was difficult to eliminate. Songhyun poured out the contents of the bottle, and decided that he needed to transform it into a mold that was easier to remove. Glasses put his hand over his mouth and coughed. The hero paid attention to his pale comrade and thought that even Jungo, who was low on mana, had started to have symptoms, so he should hurry up. He poured the shiny liquid into the bottle. The man grabbed the flask and decided that his former comrade could not be useless. The potion began to glow after using the absorption and distribution skills. The main character sprinkled the contents on the smoke. The potion turned him into white blobs falling to the floor. The wizards watched this process in admiration. Glasses covered himself with his hands from the balls and asked what it was. The healer caught one of them and explained that it was a dissolving potion that turns smoke or gas into a gel-like form. He smiled and hinted to the mages to collect the balls. They started picking them up from the floor, noting that the texture was a bit nasty. The wizards were crawling around the store, and the blond man asked to close his mouth and hurry up so as not to anger the healer. Near the cauldron there were bottles with a ready-made golden antidote for fragrant grass, and all the people were cured. The hero looked back at the room and noted that there was a complete mess there. He raised his finger and asked him to apologize to the owner of the store and clean properly. The blond man scratched his cheek nervously and muttered that the man had said it was a fragrant herb, but he was sure he had put the coastal grass inside. Songhyun introduced the plant and explained that fragrant grass refers to coastal herbs that have changed due to the excessive presence of mana, and it usually helps to mix medicinal ingredients, but when it becomes fragrant, it melts mana. The wizards approached the man and noted that it was strange, just to think that they were growing something so dangerous in the Mage Tower, since most of the ingredients came from the local greenhouse. The brunette arched an eyebrow and asked for more details when the interlocutor said that the usual growing environment was unlikely to change since the greenhouse was controlled by a system fueled by mana. Some time later, Songhyun and his friend were already rushing down the corridor, and he asked where they were in a hurry again. The hero knitted his eyebrows and replied that he needed to find Professor Tansel because the situation was much worse than he thought. Something was stirring in the flower beds. It was a plant with thorns and a red bud that emitted dark energy. The professor knitted his eyebrows and said that he had also heard about the commotion in the potion shop. His face was shown on the screen as he said that he would like to go there himself, but he can't go because of this damn meeting. The hero with his friend and the sorceress ran down the corridor, and Tansel approved their access to the greenhouse. Song Hyun glanced at the girl and remarked that it was very good that they had met her on the way there, and she admitted that she had been looking for them herself to give them a tour of the Mage Tower. Ahead of him was the door of the greenhouse, through which the roots had sprouted. Shuire was the first to enter and froze in shock. The whole room was overgrown with large trees. The brunette chuckled and remarked that it didn't look safe at all, and then summoned a crossbow. There were magic circles on the walls and floor that controlled humidity and temperature, but they were disturbed and sparkled. The girl turned her head and noted that the mana inside was also surprisingly high, which meant that there was a problem with the main magic circle. Something stirred behind the adventurers. A large root shrouded in red energy moved towards them. The main character looked around and frowned. He jerked his friend towards him. A root had pierced the place where Jungo had just stood. Barnacle coughed and asked what it was. A predatory flower loomed over them, and the healer replied that it was a monster obtained by absorbing mana, namely Martin Ivy. The girl held out her staff in front of her and used slashing wind. Gusts of magic attacked the enemy. The plant opened its mouth and screamed. The sorceress flinched as she saw a whip flying at her. The man pushed himself off the ground, asking where this monster was going. Jungo sliced the vine with his sword. The severed limb fell to the floor. The girl exhaled and noted that it was easier than she expected, but the bespectacled boy slowed her down. The severed parts began to move towards each other. The monster attached the limb back to itself. The root knocked the adventurers off their feet. The protagonist frowned as he created a stone arrow and noticed that the severed branch was regenerating. He fired several shots at the enemy. However, the substance reappeared at the sites of the explosions. The men watched the enemy regenerate, and the bespectacled man asked what the hell it was. He turned inquiringly when his friend said that she was different. The sorceress jerked, and the healer noted that the regeneration rate was different, and it was significantly faster when Shuire cut it open than when they did. There were flower beds in the room, and the sorceress guessed that it was a mana attack, and there were also herbs that had grown too quickly due to too much mana. The brunette looked at the predatory flower, and assumed that this creature had the ability to absorb it. Flames engulfed the branch after using the fire bird. 2 roots immediately hit the floor near the girl. She jumped away and muttered that trying to burn her didn't work either, and the bespectacled boy added that they were unlikely to be able to catch her at this rate, and maybe it would be better to retreat for now, because the greenhouse was overflowing with mana at the moment. Song Hyun smirked and asked why they should retreat. He flashed his eyes as he took out white marbles and stated that they had someone who could eliminate mana right there. The man loaded the crossbow with an arrow with a concentrate of fragrant grass. Several shots fell on the monster. The bud closed, seething. Then a cloud of smoke flew out of it. Jungo covered himself with his hand and asked what kind of nonsense it was, since they couldn't use skills anymore either. The hero put away the crossbow and said that everything was fine. The healer took out a knife and said with a smile that they just needed to score this creature with normal attacks until it died. He clutched the blade in his hand. Then he began to cut the enemy. The monster opened its mouth and squealed as it tried to regrow its limbs. The brunette opened his mouth and shouted that it was effective, because the regeneration had slowed down, and signaled to his friend. Barnacle shuddered when his comrade hinted at the roots. He plunged the blade into the ground. Jungo began to pierce the root system of the plant over and over again. The man gripped the handle tightly. The adventurer frowned and thought that the only person who didn't care if his mana melted was the healer. He swung his blade and shouted that he would leave the last blow to his friend. The main character quickly ran in his direction. Song Hyun jumped up and grabbed the knife in his hand. The blade began to radiate radiance. The brunette smiled and used the slash skill. A powerful attack hit the monster, cutting it in half. The remnants of the bud trembled on the floor, and the sorceress muttered with a sigh that they had coped. The main character looked at her intently and asked her to take them to the main magic circle. A shattered seal sparkled on a large stone slab. The healer frowned as he noticed that it was completely destroyed, and Shuire assumed that his mana had been injected into him above the limit, and he couldn't handle it, and the reverse mana flow on top of that. The inscription on the stone gave sparks. Lightning spread further and further throughout the room. The adventurers looked ahead anxiously, guessing that this could lead to a mana explosion. The magic circle glowed more and more. Barnacle clutched his head, shouting that everything was going to explode, and the protagonist looked back at the girl and asked if there was any way to stop the mana injection. The interlocutor was sweating and answered in the negative, explaining that a low-ranking magus would not even be able to see the mana connection schemes. The seal shattered, and the sorceress added that if it was affected, it would explode immediately, so it was better to just run away. Song Hyun frowned and thought it didn't matter. He imagined a powerful explosion and decided that since it was such a powerful spell, its destructive power would be immense, and not only they, but also the people outside would be hit. His eyes flashed from the use of the observant gaze skill, and the man thought that he needed to find mana connection schemes no matter what. Ahead of him was the inscription. The main character saw a lot of stripes and symbols around him. Shuire and Jungo looked at their comrade in surprise. The brunette stepped forward. He moved towards the circle, and everyone asked what he was doing. The healer stretched out his hand and thought that it was an accumulation of pure mana turned into a large bomb, and normal attacks would not work. A golden sphere appeared above his palm. The man glanced at the item with the power of the god Kirkarashtal, which has a high mana resistance. Shards of stone began to fly away from the magic circle. Lightning engulfed the hero. The girl turned away, unable to look at it, and his friend anxiously called for the healer. The brunette covered himself with his hand, gritting his teeth, and decided that he had to hit the point of connection of the chain. He clutched the golden ball in his hand. Then he swung, and he struck the sphere forward, using the throwing skill. The ball approached the outline. He joined the center, and the energy turned red. Sparks appeared around the sphere, and the hero noticed that the mana in the chain was beginning to block. The artifact absorbed excess power. Then, the golden sphere fell to the floor. The sorceress opened her eyes uncertainly. The block of stone stood intact, and the circle went out. The protagonists looked around when they asked what had just happened. The man grinned and said nothing. Jungo and Shuire rushed to hug him, shouting that he was the best of them all. The healer narrowed his eyes and thought that it was a good idea to test the abilities of the sacred realm beforehand, all thanks to the observant eye. Tansel frowned upon hearing about what had happened. The adventurers looked at the screen, and the professor said that there must be a problem with the power system, and the girl noted that even the mage tower would not be able to withstand if such cases continued. The sorceress leaned forward and added that if she fell, the protective barrier guarding the city would collapse, so they needed permission to explore the mana center. The other man shook his head and replied that the mana center was essentially the source of the mage tower, beyond his control. Barnacle rubbed his chin and pointed out that even the professor couldn't go where he wanted, so it would be difficult, and the hero asked who the administrator of the mana center was. Tansel lowered his gaze and replied that it was one of the magisters of the Scarlet Tower. Mr. He turned to the door of his office. The trio stood in front of him, and he asked the hero what he had to do with him. The healer made a gesture with his hand and explained what kind of situation had just happened. The interlocutor nodded and clarified that now they wanted to go to the mana center. The brunette sighed and thought that, to be honest, he hadn't really planned to go there, but he would most likely figure it out himself if he was told. Songhyun smiled to say something, but the man stated that it was funny. The magister crumpled up the paper and exclaimed that they were talking some nonsense. He slapped the table and said that the devices in the mana center were created using the best technology of the mage tower. The man introduced the magic crystal and added that this was a place that would remain untouched even if it fell, and what kind of problems could arise in such a place. The main character shrugged his shoulders, thinking that there was no need for lies in such a question. The sorceress leaned forward and exclaimed that the man should have known the condition of the greenhouse, and the bespectacled man was indignant that the interlocutor did not even know what kind of shit they had to deal with. He tensed up and ordered them to be quiet. The girl turned pale as he reminded her that she had not only escaped, but was also going to taunt the mage tower. Songhyun pursed his lips when he heard that they would never be allowed into the mana center. He looked at the man intently and advised him to evacuate people and take action right away, because this is the best thing he can do. The magister grimaced and replied that he did not want to hear this, and only wasted his time. The door slammed shut behind them. The girl clutched her head and exclaimed that the old man was just a brainless piece, and the bespectacled man spat out, calling him a decrepit stump. The brunette looked around and noticed that the magister was strangely worried, and Shuire exclaimed in displeasure that this was why magical bastards were shitheads. The healer chuckled and thought that it wasn't particularly important. His eyes flashed, having recently cast his observant gaze. A danger notice popped up in front of him. A bunch of system red windows flashed around the heave. The magister sat at the table, clenching his fists. He was sweating, wondering how much these ignoramuses knew. The old man looked up and assumed that they knew that the mana power system had broken down. The man imagined a cracked crystal. He covered his face with his hand, thinking that he had overlooked the mana center while preparing everything for the next magister's ceremony, and if the others found out, he would be removed from the list of candidates. The mage stood up and decided that he needed to hide it at least until the ceremony, and then he could fix everything unnoticed after he became a magister. Something sparkled in the wall behind him. He turned around, asking what it was. The old man's eyes widened as he saw the bright flash. Then, immediately, a powerful explosion rang out. Piles of stone scattered throughout the halls. The doors of the office were knocked out by the shock wave. He sat up on the floor, not knowing what the hell it was. He stretched out his hand to the blue sphere, noting that he couldn't move, but that he had to put it away first. His fingers were electrocuted. A powerful discharge swept through his body, and the mage screamed. The old man turned pale as he realized that it was a reverse flow of mana. He looked in the direction of the exit and called for help. A shadow flashed in the corridor, and the man again loudly asked to help him out. He flinched as the voice asked if he understood now. The brunette stepped in his direction. The healer grinned and reminded him that he had warned about this. The wizard looked at the man and said that he was ashamed of the recent events, so let him hurry up and help him. The brunette tilted his head and asked why he did not listen to other people's advice. The magic crystal in the center was emitting unstable waves, and the hero thought that the tower's mana system was now releasing too much power, and all the places where the circuit of the chain passed were most likely in the same state. Song-hyun narrowed his eyes and mentally noticed that the old man hadn't even tried to listen when he was warned, and had only changed because he was close to death. The healer looked down at him coldly. The magician shook and asked for help. The hero stood in front of him, saying that he was too busy a man to waste his precious time here. He turned around and added that he might think if the other person had something valuable for him. He gritted his teeth until it squeaked. The man reached out and stopped the healer, stating that he had something he might need. The magister took out the key to the mana center, which he would give away if he was rescued. The wizard smirked and said that the brunette needed to take control of the raging mana in the center to save people. The hero still stood with his back to him, clarifying whether he was taking other people hostage. Song-hyun sneered and thought that a piece of shit like him could not be a candidate for magister, which meant that the Scarlet Tower was indeed in decline right now. He turned around and remembered that he had forgotten to tell him something. The man smiled and said that this explosion had just destroyed all the seals in the center, so he didn't need this precious key. He turned pale and dropped the item as the healer said a brief goodbye to him. Everything around him sparkled, and the old man began to yell that he would give him something better. He stretched out his hand towards the departing brunette, who replied only that he would return later, after saving the rest of the people. Tears welled up in the magician's eyes. His body was consumed by a powerful blast of mana. The main character ran down the corridor, thinking that everything was done here. The space around him sparkled, and he decided that he needed to look at the situation from the outside. The healer flinched at the scream. Children were standing in front of the stairs and crying. Song-hyun ran up to them and asked what was wrong, and the girl pointed to the rubble, muttering that her friend was there. The baby cried, tried to wipe away her tears. The healer opened the system window, noting that he could not understand what she was saying, so he would try to use his skills. A tablet appeared in front of him with the characteristics of the soothing voice, which, when used, heals the mental state of the target. The man stretched out his hand, thinking that it seemed that prayer skills required divine power, and he didn't need any. He patted the children's heads, using the ability, and asked them to calm down and tell everything again. The entrance to the room was littered with stones. The main character smashed them, opening a passage. He walked through the library, remembering that the toddlers had told me that the three of them were doing their homework here together, and suddenly the ceiling and walls exploded, and Lee Jae made a barrier for them to get out. But the bookcases fell while the kids were running, and she stayed there. The healer looked down, hoping it wasn't too late. A child lay on the floor among the sparks. The girl opened her eyes when the man called her and asked who he was. Song-hyun sat down next to her and told her that he had come to save her, and she noticed that the hero was not wearing a robe, which meant that he was just a traveler. But she was finished, so let him take her friends to safety. The brunette tilted his head questioningly, wondering why this girl was acting so adult, as if she was living a second life. The child was lying on her side, and the healer scanned her, noting the bleeding, the backflow of mana, and the broken ankle, and it was in this state that she was still trying to save her friends. The man picked up the stone slab and thought that Lee Jae looked more like a determined person than someone who was close to death. He threw a rock at the lightning source, even though she tried to stop him. At the same moment, the healer lifted the wardrobe so that the girl could crawl out, although she was more worried about his mana. The main character silently stretched out his hand to her. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut, thinking that it was all because of her. She rounded her eyes in shock as she felt the warm energy, and Song-hyun used his hemostasis skill, saying that he couldn't do anything about the pain, but he had the power to stop the bleeding. He chuckled when the girl asked how he ignored the backflow and used his powers. The brunette smiled and replied that he was a defective healer, and he thought that he could not allow such a talented person to die here. The man ran forward, holding the victim on his back, and her leg was bandaged. Another explosion rang out behind them. Lee Jae looked around and asked him to be careful, as the lightning was getting stronger, but the man only told her to duck. Song-hyun knitted his eyebrows and thought that they were on the 12th floor and needed to get to the 9th. He looked down and shuddered. The stairs down collapsed, which he did not expect. The healer stood asking if there was no other way besides this. The man turned to the hole in the wall and asked the girl if she was afraid of heights. The tower building outside was also badly damaged, and a strong wind rose, and the little girl clarified if this was definitely the only remaining way. Song-hyun tied the bandages around his belt and told her not to worry and just close her eyes. The girl, trembling, wrapped her arms around him, and the man said that he would definitely save her. The room behind them was filled with excess energy, and the young sorceress muttered that she was ready. The discharge went through the magic schemes. The main character jumped down, and immediately there was an explosion from behind. They were flying down from the 12th floor of the tower. Lee Jae squeezed her eyes shut and clung to the healer. The brunette smiled, thinking that an ordinary child would pass out by screaming. He spun around in the air for a while and decided that if such a child died, then the future of the Azul continent would become darker. The man called a crossbow in his hand. Then he created arrow cats from bandages and fired. The tip stabbed into the wall. The hero hung up, holding the crossbow. He gritted his teeth, begging this structure to endure them. However, the bandages began to tear. Around the tip, the stone cracked slightly. Song Hyun and the girl hung on the outside, using a homemade grappling hook made of a bent metal pin and a temporary rope made of bandages. The man grinned and muttered that he was doing a lot of things in this life. The mages crowded below, wondering what had just happened, but assured that everything should be fine. This was the Scarlet Tower, after all. The girl approached the main character and thanked him for saving the children, to which the brunette said that he had only given Lee Jae's leg first aid, so it was worth calling a healer. The girl looked at him and asked if he would go to the Mana Center now, to which the man replied that he needed to go there and save people. She handed him the scroll and muttered that she didn't know if it would help him in any way, since it was done for homework. The healer opened it, guessing what it was. Then they were noticed by Therese and Lucy. The children ran up to their friend, with tears in their eyes, asking how her leg was. They began to sob again, apologizing to her, and she hastened to calm them down. But she herself burst into tears, unable to restrain herself anymore. The main character smiled and thought that, no matter how adult she behaved, she was still a child. Song Hyun moved towards the Mana Center. On the floor lay the sorceress's staff. Not far from her, Jungo was lying unconscious. Wizards were lying around the crystal. The protagonist went inside, trying to figure out what happened here, and could it be the mana power system? His eyes flashed. Diagrams glowed around his comrades, and the hero noticed that the outline of the mana chain was attached to them, catching them. Professor Tansel raised his head at the sight of the healer, and shouted at him not to come here. The man frowned and reported that their mana had been absorbed in an instant, and it wasn't something they could somehow handle. Energy was raging around the crystal, and the wizard said that the brunette should run right away. Glowing schemes reached out to the hero. Song Hyun smirked and stated that everything was fine. A discharge passed through his body. However, the circuit immediately broke, and the man added that it would not work with him. His crossbow flashed, loaded with a stone arrow. He fired several shots in the direction of the cannonball. The crystal began to accumulate energy. The projectiles slammed into the mana protector. Tansel's eyes widened, horrified that this thing was now using skills as well. The healer narrowed his eyes and muttered that, as he had thought, it had completely turned into a monster. The magic crystal sparkled, and system notifications flew around it with warnings that the creature was thirsty for mana. The main character moved towards the core. There was an explosion, and the man thought that he should use an arrow with a concentrate of fragrant grass. The protective dome around the crystal began to melt. Blue clumps dripped onto the floor, and the healer was glad it worked. Song Hyun flinched when the professor advised him to take a closer look. Blue slurry joined the show, jumping. Another ring of power appeared around the core. The man frowned as he realized that it had swallowed the molten residue. Magic circles have appeared around the item, accumulating energy. The healer knitted his eyebrows and thought that he was in complete asshole. Several shots of mana flew at him. The protagonist's hand is wounded, blood gushing out of it. Tansel lies next to him and asks if the guy is okay. MC holds the crossbow orb with a smirk and states that it is almost taken out. With a serious face, he thinks that if it weren't for the sphere, his body would have been torn apart. A blue ball of energy hangs in the air. The protagonist muses that if this thing continues to absorb mana like this, it will never end. In the center of the blue sphere, a crystal appears, around which magical signs appear. The stone glows brightly. It is said that it uses the processed mana to restore its body. Tansel keeps a close eye on this and explains that arrows with fragrant herb concentrate will not work. The protagonist generates a new arrow in the crossbow, claiming that this is all part of his plan. Powerful rays pierce magic seals, and a multi-shot of mana occurs. Song Hyun takes off and moves forward. He deftly dodges energy projectiles and then shoots himself. The two rays almost reach each other. They are divided into several powerful substances. A violent explosion occurs with the release of energy. Blue drops fall to the floor. Tansel lies on the floor and is amazed to notice that the mana remaining after the shot will be absorbed by the mana circuit, and this will only strengthen the structure of the crystal. Song Hyun approaches the hanging rock, while his partner asks what he will do. The protagonist resolutely throws the crossbow to the ground, realizing that the mass forming the crystal is the remnant of mana. He is preparing to jump, and in doing so he comes to some conclusion. The healer jumps and heads for the blue sphere. The guy holds a golden sphere in his hand, being sure that it will work against him. The system says about the Lord's sphere, increased magical protection and resistance. He resolutely swings the artifact. The main character powerfully thrusts the sphere directly into the blue crystal using a blow. Tansel opens his mouth in discouragement, shouting that he is hitting the mana shield with his bare hands. Several rays reach the blue crystal. Concentrating, the protagonist observes this and notices that this is what is needed. The blue liquid spreads across the floor. A large flow is formed from it. The main character is shocked to see two giant hands in front of him. At the last moment, Song Hyun jumps away from his paws. The priest lies not far from him and prompts him about the transformation of the body, while MC realizes that the damn monster is just raging. The mutant slowly moves towards him on liquid paws. The protagonist does not believe that the tower created such a monster. The monster begins to smash everything with its fists. The main character and his partner are nearby and watch the anger of the villain. Gritting his teeth, the healer realizes that it is trying to prevent anyone from getting close, and he almost succeeded. Various magical signs hover around the crystal. The protagonist is sure that it is necessary to create a breach. A dark-haired girl sits pitifully on the floor. She holds out the scroll. The main character is amazed to come up with an idea. Song-hyun creates a crossbow in his hand, realizing that since this monster is so mad with mana. MC points his weapon forward. The system says to create arrows from large mana potions. He shoots at the wall, claiming that the opponent will not defend himself against this. Suddenly, the sphere of the crystal begins to blur. Several blue arrows are visible. They stuck into the wall, not far from the monster. The protagonist tears open the scroll, claiming that it was caught. Bright patterns are drawn on the wall into which the shells landed. Light energy begins to flow through the dark runes. In 1 second, the liquid falls to the floor, leaving only a crystal. The main character remarks with a smirk that this thing works pretty darn well. Song-hyun directs the crossbow with a yellow arrow. While talking about the cursed scroll, the system says about creating stone arrows. Yellow energy rushes to the blue sphere. It sticks directly into the blue crystal. It is destroyed into small pieces. The protagonist sees this with a smile. A tower under the night sky is shown. It is said that today they were in great danger due to a bug in the mana system. The priest stands in front of the protagonist and expresses his deepest gratitude. The old man bows to him and declares that he thanks him on behalf of the Scarlet Tower for saving them. The smiling protagonist hears that if there is anything he would like, then let him say. Discouraged, the attendants hear about the mental restoration carpet that is being crafted in their tower. The old man with a serious look says that this is something that can be obtained by reaching the heights as an archmage, and only members of the tower can be awarded this item. The main character with a sad look hears that they cannot convey such a thing to a stranger, even if he has done something incredible. MC understands that he should have tried. The mage extends his hand with a red crystal to him, stating that on behalf of the Magister of the Scarlet Tower, he grants him the title of honorary member of the tower. Jungho stands in shock along with Shuire, saying that although the guy does not follow the paths of magic, the enthusiastic attendants rejoice when the old man says that he did not spare himself to defend their tower. The leader, smiling, declares that if they do not accept him as a comrade in arms, then who will help them in the future? The astonished protagonist thinks about his title. He smiles slightly, realizing that he is a failed healer who doesn't know how to heal, and now a wizard who doesn't know how to cast. Everyone around the healer begins to rejoice, after the protagonist thanks the Magister, while he realizes that since it helps healing, then the rest is unimportant. Jungho happily lies down on the floor, saying that he is so tired. The healer stands next to him, hearing that this is cool, because he became an honorary member, and they even provided a room for free. The healer replies that he would like to have furniture there as well. Song-hyun claims with a smirk that he will make a storage out of this place, so you need to disassemble the inventory and move out. The protagonist sits next to his partner, and brings up the status window. In the pop-ups, it is written about 6,841 points scored and 1 unaccepted reward. The protagonist thinks that he scored so much for treating the wounded in the tower. He looks carefully at the window, and sees a quest with the task of scoring 5,000 points. A flashback arises with the Mad Owl, who states that there is no denying that MC has unnatural powers, so he will end up wanting more. Song-hyun realizes that it is not good to mess with the gods. The healer calmly pokes his finger at the window, realizing that he needs to avoid direct action until he knows more about the admin, so he needs to deal with this later. A bright window appears in front of the main character with information about the achievement reward, an item slot in which the guy receives 3 rare items. He stretches out his finger, wondering what the item slot is. The healer looks at the window with a smile, which says that he can use the slot system in the status window, as well as put the item in the slot and get its effects without equipping it. The protagonist notices that the brooch and sphere will fit perfectly. Song-hyun with a serious face thinks. An image of a red sign arises. He wonders if there will be an achievement for obtaining membership in the tower. The assistant in glasses lies next to him and listens to his partner in surprise. Jungho turns to the protagonist and asks about the fact that he was supposed to be given a robe. So why doesn't he put it on? He replies that he will stop looking like a healer if he dons it. With a stern look, the main character reflects on the fact that a healer looks best in white clothes. A red crystal appears above his hand. The system says to use the Scarlet Crest skill. MC appears in a red cassock, the coat of arms and mantle confirming his membership. The main character stands in front of the system window with information about the Wizard of the Scarlet Tower achievement. Smiling slightly, he says that this is exactly what needs to be done. Soft sunlight pours into the room with drawers. Suddenly, several things and objects appear. Jungho also looks at the protagonist and asks why he is staring. A flashback appears with a guy in a cave. The protagonist reminds that according to him, his partner got here when he was watching TV at home. He replies that in addition he poured boiling water over noodles and suddenly ended up in a cave. Jungho hugs his pink stuffed animal in displeasure, while MC notices that he managed to take something with him. Even if it's useless nonsense, he indignantly exclaims that it's a useful pillow. He happily snuggles up to her, stating that she was with him when the guy slept on the cold and dirty floor. Then he asks the protagonist if he wants to be lent her. Song-hyun picks up a wooden frame, asking why he needs this nasty thing. He shouts that it is not like that at all. The main character looks at the frame with a serious look. It depicts his family. He puts it nearby. Shuair stands next to his partner and says a loud goodbye to the guys. The healer and Jungho move away from them. The light city is located on the coast. The guys reach Kamar. An enthusiastic partner in glasses looks around and declares that this city is definitely more than that settlement. MC notes that there are also rich people living here, and a crew still needs to be found. The driver smiles and apologizes for not being able to harness the crew at the moment. Jungho stands next to the protagonist with a disgruntled face and asks if they will definitely not board the ship again. The guys are standing in front of the groom with the horse. The healer asks if everything is alright with it. He answers that it is. Surprised, MC turns around when he hears a shout that the bridge needs to be built as soon as possible. People stand in front of the guards and angrily declare that they need to get to the city of Karen urgently, and let him leave in the carriage. Soldiers with weapons claim that due to problems in the tower, the barrier has been lowered and it is now dangerous to leave Kamar. The man opposite demands to shut up and create a bridge. The sorceress with the staff screams that she can't wait any longer, so if the soldier doesn't do it himself, she points her weapon forward and generates energy. A powerful beam is directed towards the water. She applies an ice path. The discouraged guards see this. Jungho is shocked by this, and the protagonist turns to him. In the middle of the water you can see ice blocks. Suddenly, something bursts out of there. The monster has many webbing on its hands. Terrifying mutants crawl out onto the ice. The healer advises you to get ready for battle. The sorceress sees this in horror. The others are already running away, screaming that they are mermaids. The armored warriors are preparing for battle. The leader claims that they are trying to get into the city and therefore it is necessary to stop them. Dozens of monsters climb across the floor towards them. They have sharp teeth. One of the mermaids attacks the guard, who screams in horror. A powerful arrow flies through the air. She impales a mermaid, who flies several meters away. The guard is shocked to see that he has been saved. The main character calmly directs his powerful crossbow. The healer fires a few more shots, killing the specimens. The assistant clutches the red crystal. Hearing that they should not let them get here, he understands everything. The system states the use of the skill of vampiric tendencies, which increases damage for a certain period of time. Jungho swings his sword in a rage. It pierces the icy path that was created on the river. Dead mermaids are lying on the sidewalk. It is said that they dealt with the situation quite quickly. The healer calmly tells his partner that the real difficulties are only now. A wounded soldier holds his hand, stating that it was so disgusting. Another asks if everything is okay, because he has blood. Suddenly, the wound begins to take on a different color. The victim assures that everything is fine. After a couple of seconds, dark spots cover his body. The protagonist stands with a friend. They hear loud screams. The healer says that this is a mutation. The soldier falls to his knees in horror and screams. His associates froze in shock. An infected guy is shown who then turns into a mermaid. It is said that this is a mutation that transforms the human body, caused by human blood poisoning when in contact with the blood of a mutant, after which the monsters look for prey and thus reproduce. Unfazed, Song-hyun hears a request to treat the wound, and he replies that it won't help. The protagonist tells the frightened guard that the infection in the wound will not evaporate after healing, who remarks that he helped him with the mermaids. The poor guy holds on to the bluish skin. The question is asked if he really needs to cut off his arm. MC replies that the infection area is too large, and the infection spreads quickly, so amputating his arm will not save him. The frightened victim falls silent after hearing that nothing will help him. In horror, he declares that he is becoming a monster. The guard holds his sword with trembling hands and says that if this cannot be stopped, then he must at least die as a human. His associates turn away in shock. Blood splatters fly to the sides. The doctor stops him with his hand. The healer asks him to relax with a smile. The guard holds the blade to his bloody neck in shock. Song-hyun states that what he said does not mean that the cure does not exist. The benevolent protagonist explains that although there is no medicine now, it can be prepared. Suddenly, he jumps into the river. The guards nearby are watching. The protagonist quickly swims to the bottom, realizing that the cure for the mermaid infection is the mermaid's liver. But the monsters that die on land quickly decompose, so it is necessary to find one underwater and cover the liver with mana, while the system says that the effect of the air potion is increased. Song-hyun swims underwater, aware that he doesn't have to worry about the oxygen supply thanks to the potion. In the system window, it is written about glasses. The protagonist remembers the past and realizes that it will be too difficult to enter the underwater battle with his current skills. System roulette begins to spin quickly. Song-hyun looks at the scrolls with a smirk, aware that he will do it until he gets good at it. Squinting, he realizes that he was going to leave something else for the last time. The guy points his finger at the window with the information that he needs to score 5,000 points on the quest, while he thinks that the situation requires it. Suddenly, a bright blue glow appears in front of him. He is underwater with a crossbow. A monster is swimming in front of him. The main character is thinking about a water cannon. Several ferocious mermaids stare at him. They have red eyes and long teeth. The main character prepares to shoot, realizing that he is still too lazy to get to them. A powerful arrow flies past them. The system says to use a grappling hook. The projectile pierces one of the mutants. He begins to scream loudly. The main character pulls the mermaid towards him, ordering her to quickly approach him. He hits the monster hard, realizing that he has just a great catch. Ferocious mermaids roar at the fighter. Several mutants swim right towards him and stretch out their paws. A second later, green blood is visible in the water column. Dead monsters swim underwater. The main character holds a crossbow, realizing that it is too easy, because he does not even have to use a new skill with the star that he received. The bodies of mermaids are floating everywhere. The protagonist is worried about something. A giant monster looms behind him, and Song-hyun wonders why there are so many of them here. He turns back with a serious face. A rare mermaid appears in front of him, holding a weapon in her hands. The monster prepares to strike. A strong flow of energy flies at the protagonist. The villain uses the multiverse skill. Suddenly, a chain floats under the water. She pierces the mermaid's body. The protagonist, frowning, realizes that he almost died now, and apparently they were gathering here because they had a leader. Song-hyun holds his breath, realizing that he doesn't have much time left. The system says about the effect of an air potion, there are 5 minutes left. The mermaid takes water into her mouth and prepares to attack. She fires a powerful water cannon in the direction of MC. The ferocious creature watches the protagonist, who realizes that the monster uses only a water cannon and a shockwave, which in turn can be avoided. The main character holds his breath with a smirk, noticing that the bastard is just playing for time. Suddenly, the protagonist fires his crossbow, stating that he has something for the villain. A red-eyed creature with a hideous face begins to get angry. An arrow flies past the mermaid. The protagonist watches this with a serious look, noticing that everything worked out. The projectile emits dark energy. Discouraged, the monster opens its mouth while the system window says that the failed cure for the mutation has been destroyed. The mutant is very angry after what happened. The monster with a sinister look asks how the guy dares to use poison against him. Song-hyun smirks at what they're saying to him now. In a glass bottle there is a liver. The unsuccessful medicine is made from the rotten liver of a mermaid. The protagonist takes the crossbow, realizing that the poison will not kill the monster, but it will be very painful. He charges an energy arrow. The pop-up message says that the quest with a score of 5,000 points is completed. The creature growls in a rage, and a new skill with a star is used. The arrow flies at the target at high speed. A bright flash occurs. A powerful shock wave diverges to the sides. The healer shoots the monster with a harpoon arrow and mentally demands to give up a rare artifact and perish. The event takes place in front of the lake of the southern gate of the city. Jungo states that more time has passed than expected. Bubbles rise from the water. They ask him if something could really go wrong. The guy in glasses looks in amazement at his partner, who has finally surfaced. He is asked if everything is all right. A healer in wet clothes comes out onto land. He squeezes out his t-shirt and says with a smile that people should definitely live on land. The blue crust on the victim's hand gradually disappears. The guard stands with an empty bottle. He is told that he is almost completely cured. The enthusiastic soldier sincerely thanks the healer, assuring that one day he will return the debt. The other guys at this moment exclaim that he was saved. Song-hyun replies with a smirk that everything is fine, and now the guy should get better to protect the city. The captain with a scar on his face hears that his subordinates are in trouble. He is informed about checking the condition of the guards of the eastern and western gates. The surprised protagonist hears that they were also attacked by mermaids. The events take place in the hospital of the guards. A loud scream is heard. Victims begin to gradually turn into monsters, making inhuman sounds. The protagonist kicks down the door with all his strength. He is holding a crossbow with a green arrow. The system says that the creation of arrows with a cure for the infection has occurred. MC shoots the infected guys. They fall to the floor, green energy emanating from their bodies. Jungo, frowning, exclaims that it's too late for any of them. The healer remarks that with those who have completely mutated, they have no choice. The monster grabs the furniture with its paws. He throws the table at the guys. The guy in glasses deftly cuts it on the fly, stating that it was a good attempt. Jungo swings his blade while standing in front of his opponent. The monster opens its terrible mouth with a bunch of sharp teeth. He instantly bites through the blade of the sword, Jungo in complete shock. The blue arrow hits the monster after the main character uses the skill. The partner nervously calls for the healer. At this time, he was surrounded by monsters. The companion bravely jumps forward, realizing that he no longer cares. He falls in front of the main character and is bitten. The guy wants to take all the blow on himself. The protagonist continues to fight with a serious look. Mermaid tries to bite Jungo while MC is busy forming a harpoon arrow. A strong shot falls directly into the monster's head. The frightened guys see the bodies of the mutants falling to the floor. A fighter in glasses looks at the broken sword and asks why it broke at such an inopportune moment, while the main character states that he wielded it too crudely. Song-hyun asks his partner if he needs medicine, who replies that everything is fine. Blood gushes from his shoulder, but he claims with a smile that the bites don't bother him. The guards go inside the hospital, shouting that this simply cannot happen. The bloody corpse of a mermaid lies on the floor. The healer assures that they saved everyone they could, but for some it was too late. The commander, closing his eyes, replies that it is only his fault. The protagonist stands in front of him and hears words of gratitude for stopping the disaster. Song-hyun in a white coat expresses confidence that they will give a worthy reward. An outraged priestess appears next to them and begins to demand a cure. The captain of the guard says that they are citizens of the city. The main character scans them with the skill of observant gaze. Outraged people stare at him, with the ability stating that there are no anomalous effects on them. The healer stands in front of them and claims that they are completely healthy and no injuries are visible. They, in turn, shout that they were at the place where the battle with the mermaids took place. The enraged people say that they need to be given medicine immediately in case they begin to turn into mermaids, because they should give priority to civilians, not guards. The protagonist remembers the moment at the gate and realizes that if they hadn't originally made a bridge on the water, then the south gate could have remained safe. With a sinister grin, he remarks that they still have the audacity to address him. The woman enthusiastically hears that the doctor will certainly give her everything she needs. The protagonist laughs and assures that there is enough for everyone, because people have begun to queue. He stands in front of them and calls the price of 400,000 gold for one spoon. Song-hyun decides that he also has a little audacity. The sad people ask him again about the price. The healer smiles and asks if they really don't like the price, because in this case, it's now 500,000. The guys are outraged by this all over the street. The main character continues to increase the cost. With a confident look, he announces the price of 700,000. The interlocutor clenches her fist in rage. They angrily point their fingers at him, shouting that he is trying to raise money during such a crisis. He, in turn, asks him to calm down. Disgruntled people look at each other when they hear that Song-hyun is ready to give the drug free of charge only to patients with symptoms. They stretch out their hands and prove that each of them has symptoms. It seems as if they are about to turn into mermaids. MC thinks for a moment and states that he can't say with certainty on such an examination. He puts his hands in his pockets. He takes out a bottle with a green mixture. The guy with a smirk holds the fresh mermaid blood and claims that he will give it to whoever drinks it. The guard commander is shocked to hear the healer say that if they drink this, they will definitely turn into a mermaid, which means that he will give them medicine for free. Discouraged, people look at the potion in shock and cannot believe that they need to do it. The guy, smiling broadly, asks who will be first. The crowded people wonder what will happen if the medicine does not work, and the healer may not give them the medicine. A woman in heels goes forward and declares that she will not do this. She in turn is indignant, saying that she needs a drink. People begin to run away after a moment, shouting that they will never do it. Discouraged, the guard commander realizes that the guy made the stubborn people leave. He says that Song-hyun is incredible. He replies that he just knows how to handle difficult customers. He says with a serious look that he was going to leave the city today anyway. The captain is standing near the healer. The question is whether there is really no transport left that can get out. He answers that yes. Junggo is shocked to clarify what they should do in such a situation. The main character steps aside and says that they will stay in the city for the night. The partner asks if he wants to eat. MC replies with a smile that he will do it after dealing with the artifact. His teammate remembers that he slew a rare monster. The events take place at the artifact evaluation point of the city. The employee greets the heroes. An enthusiastic seller asks how he can help today. The main character comes to the conclusion that he is definitely a scammer. The healer stands in front of the counter and says that he would like to receive an assessment of this artifact. The joyful worker sees a small sphere and realizes that it is an extremely rare artifact. The protagonist watches his actions, realizing that he wants to deceive him 100%. A girl comes out behind the seller. At this time he assures that this is a fairly ordinary object. The embittered protagonist realizes that he is about to break his arm. The girl begins to run towards them. The bewildered employee smiles. A lady with blue hair hits him in the face, asking if he is really deceiving people again. She holds her subordinate with her hands. Smiling broadly, she claims that she is so ashamed that this guy was going to deceive him. She throws the villain aside and asks if the main character really came to evaluate the artifact, while the girl asks to take a look. With the help of magic, it forms a light flow of energy, the system says about mermaid cuffs, with the effect of improving underwater vision, speed, water element strengthening, attack speed, and defense in battle. There are accessories on the table. She congratulates Song-hyun, saying that it is a great item, and he will also get a bonus effect if he wears them together. Junggo whispers to MC a question about what cuffs are. He replies that they are essentially earrings, but there is no need to make piercings in the ear. The main character takes them in his hand. The girl assures that if he wants to sell it, he will buy the store for a good price. The pharmacist, in turn, replies that he will prefer to use it. The healer tosses the accessory, knowing that these items are specifically for underwater combat, so it's always a good idea to keep them in stock. The amazed partner catches the cuffs and does not understand what is happening. Song-hyun points his finger and says that he only needs one, who in turn asks if he is really given one. The healer explains that he needs it to fight well underwater. Jungho notes his care through tears, and MC realizes that he can't do everything alone. The partner clarifies that he needs to wear it to get the effects. An enthusiastic guy points his finger at the system window, which says that he has received an achievement of the slot for items. Another pop-up says 3 item slots, while the third one is empty. A joyful companion hands him a carpet, while the doctor declares that they can share other achievements with each other. They are standing in the middle of the night city. The main character says that they need to find a place to stay. Jungho asks if they can just return to the tower. Images of smiling Tansel and Shuire appear. The guy understands that very little time has passed, but he is grateful to them for everything. While noting that not even a day has passed, the comrade agrees. The amazed guy overhears them talking about the fact that apparently they will sleep outside. He stops the guys and asks them to wait. The girl approaches her house. She opens the door and says with a tired look that she has come home. The protagonist sits at the table with his partner and her family, and there's an exclamation that they have guests. The sister indignantly notices today's customers and her brother, clarifying whether he has been fired. He replies that he only took a sick leave. A woman sits next to the protagonist. He says that the girl seemed familiar and did not know at all that she was Cyril's sister, while the mother says that this is her brother's savior and will stay with them until the gate is opened. Songhyun looks around and thinks about their family, which seems ordinary. An image of a warrior in blue armor appears. The protagonist remembers that in fact this is the oldest and most revered family of the city's guardians. Cyril stands by Seal with a smile and states that they saved the lives of many guards, so he couldn't afford to be outside. The enthusiastic girl thinks that this is the famous healer from that incident. She happily introduces herself by name and assures that they can stay as long as they wish, because her brother will sleep on the sofa in the living room. The blue-haired guy says in amazement that he is not going to stay for such a period. The protagonist begins to laugh, but Jungho remarks that they are definitely brother and sister. Bright moon shines through the clouds. The main character is tossing and turning on the bed. He gets up and thinks about what time it is at the moment. He puts on his robe and looks out the window, realizing that something is wrong. A light fog hung over the city. A guy with a serious face understands that he gathers in one place, and does not spread everywhere. Songhyun remembers the observation tower and is about to take a look from there. The door opens slightly. The protagonist walks down the hallway, but there is someone behind him. A warrior in armor draws a giant sword. The man points the blade at the healer's throat. He stops in shock when he hears the question about who he is. The head of the family with a stern face tries to find out. The man held the sword at the hero's neck and asked who he was. The guy looked at the blade and thought he was being threatened. A weapon appeared in Songhyun's hand. Cyril left the room and called out to his uncle, shouting that he was a healer. The man frowned and asked again, "The one who saved Cyril?" The system reported that the crossbow was removed. The moon illuminated the tower, and an apology was heard for what had happened. Hekuro stood next to the hero and said that he almost injured their benefactor. Songhyun replied with a smile that he should not worry. At that moment he mistook him for a stranger in his own house. The man looked at the night sky, saying that usually his day begins with contemplating the water surface of the lake, while others believe that it is pointless, since there is a magical barrier. The healer was standing behind the interlocutor, who said that he only wanted to protect his hometown. The guy noticed that this is why the observation tower stands here. Songhyun's eyes lit up from the use of the skill. He thought that now he understood. The system reported the summoning of the Priya crossbow. Songhyun took up arms, saying that he didn't think it was all in vain. The system reported the use of the harpoon arrow skill. A shining arrow rushed forward. It flickered over the houses. A bright flash appeared. The guy withdrew the crossbow, thinking the fog. Cyril ran up to the man. Monster fish appeared from the water. The hero assumed that the fog was a cover and they were going to enter Kamar. The fish came ashore and attacked. The guards looked at them, shouting that they wanted to enter the city. They needed to grab their swords and fight. The man was clutching his sword. The man cut the monsters. Behind them, 2 were fighting with them. The hero watched the battle. Jungho said that everyone had left the house for this. The healer added that this was to be expected from the guardian family. He remembered how Seal had handed them a weapon. The guys took up arms when the hero said that they could not stand aside. The monsters raised their heads and roared. The guy with glasses rushed into battle. Bright traces remained from the blows. The guy shouted that they should not get out of the water. He looked at the weapon in surprise and said that it was cool. The system reported that he received 250% to physical damage. The warriors fought, shouting that there were too many of them and they were advancing. Songhyun watched as the guardian struck the monster, thinking that it was usually difficult for such monsters to get out of the water. Could it be a spell to breathe on land? A red seal appeared over the sea. It contained mermaids casting spells. Songhyun raised his blade. The system reported the moonlight buff and that it was applied. The healer threw a knife at the monster. He was smiling. The system reported an additional increase in moonlight. A seal was shining in the sky. Songhyun thought that if he got rid of the spellcasters, the others would escape. Hekuro waved his hand, shouting that they were weakened. The mermaids bared their fangs. The tridents began to glow brightly. The print has become brighter. A crab lord appeared from the water. Jungo wiped his saliva away as he said how much meat they could get from him. The hero replied that he had heard that monsters had pretty tasty meat if cooked properly. Cyril asked if they could leave these conversations for later. The monster came out of the water. A cry was heard that it was approaching, and it was necessary to stop it at all costs. Jungo strikes. The guy gritted his teeth. The system reported the use of the all-seeing eye skill. The next window read about an anomalous crimson exoskeleton, a high-body defense. Songhyun opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was a defensive skill. The monster struck with its claws, shouting that they needed to find its weak points. Cyril was lying on the ground, saying he couldn't move. His eyes became larger. He shouted for Seal to get out of there. The girl grabbed the crab by the limb, shouting that she would not allow it to enter the city. The monster threw her away. The monster raised its claw above her. The girl looked at this in horror. Jungo pushed off the ground. The hero also rushed forward. The two of them chopped off the limb. The guys looked at each other, realizing that they had found a weak point. The guards looked up when they heard that they had to focus their attacks on his legs. They rushed to attack, shouting that they would not let him into the city and they were Kamar's defenders. Claws were shattered into pieces. Mermaids lay on the shore. Cyril clenched his fists happily and shouted that they had won. Hekaro stood next to the heroes and thanked them for being able to protect the city and his family. Songhyun smiled wearily when the interlocutor promised to reward them generously, and replied that they did what they had to do. Seal noticed that they were tired, asking if they were okay. Jungo replied that they were asleep, so they were still a little sleepy, thinking that they had low stamina. The sun illuminated the streets of the city. The interlocutor said that they should rest, and the others would take care of everything. Later, Songhyun opened his eyes. Cyril noticed that the hero woke up. He asked how long they had slept. The guy smiled and replied that a whole day had passed. The hero looked at the interlocutor. So he slept for 25 hours after the battle with the crab, after which he asked about the crab party. The twins gave a thumbs up and replied that they had not yet begun the feast until he woke up. They hid glasses for the Catalier family. A lot of people gathered around the tables. Someone said that the dish literally melts in your mouth, and that it is so delicious that he understands why the nobles are crazy about it. The girl said that the guy should have fun, because this is a party for him. Jungo looked at the shovel and said that the boy was just doing his job. The girl agreed with him and said that it was not just a shovel. She raised her hand and told them that they were awarded annually to the most outstanding warriors in the kingdom, and that they were at least rarely rank items. Songhyun was holding a plate of food when a friend asked if he could give away such a valuable item. The interlocutor replied that he should take a shovel, because there are 11 of them in their family. The hero paid attention to the remains of the monster. He walked over to them, thinking about why he only sparkled in one place. The guy activated his observant gaze and touched the surface. The system reported that the fragment of the outstanding scarlet exoskeleton was a secondary item. The hero tore off a piece. A system window appeared nearby, saying that this is a rare trophy obtained after defeating a powerful A-class monster or higher. Another window notified of an achievement that gives a reward to increase the chance of getting atrophy from the monster by 3%. The shard in his hands was disappearing. He thought that no one would object if they took it, so he should take it with him. Hekaro approached him and told him that he had brought the news. The hero saw a familiar face. The man put his hand on his chest and said that he was glad to see the healer again. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked what brought him here. The knight replied that he had received an order. Songhyun put his hand on his neck. The knight said that as a sign of gratitude for what had happened, the lord had invited them all to his place. The carriage was approaching the lord's castle. The lord ran out to them and asked them to come quickly, asking if they had saved their kingdom. Jungo covered himself with his hand when the man said that they were honored to be invited by the lord himself, who asked the hero what kind of person the lord was. Songhyun introduced the man with the staff and said that he was supposed to be the most brilliant Scarlet Tower magus. But despite his amazing talent, he was not arrogant like the wizards they saw and worked hard. The comrade raised one eyebrow and asked why only in theory. The lord took a deep breath. He burst into tears and said that he had heard that the monsters had almost destroyed the castle. He then held Hekaro's hands, saying that if it wasn't for their help, they would have lost, and Hekaro asked him to calm down. Songhyun smiled, noting that the lord was a crybaby and a coward. Gavain took a mug of tea and said that he had always believed that the kingdom relied too much on the barrier of the Magus Tower. Everyone sat down at the table. He told them that they needed to prepare in case suddenly there was a problem with the barrier. But everyone was against it. They said that it was pointless. The hero replied that the current security service was too little and not enough to protect the entire city. The lord looked at Hekaro and said that this is why he is thinking about creating the first knightly family of the kingdom. The man was surprised by what he heard. Hekaro rose from his seat. The lord said that he would hand over the responsibility of creating the Order of Chivalry to the Catalier family, who called it an honor. Jungo patted him and told him that his family's status would be greatly raised, and he replied that he had never thought of it, because his family's long-standing desire to become a reality in his generation. Songhyun smiled and said that the title was given as a reward for saving the kingdom. He turned to the Lord and added that it meant that the adventurers who helped the rescue would also receive a corresponding reward. Gawain smiled broadly and replied that these were the two heroes who had also saved Kamar. After presenting the many treasures, the Lord said that all these items were of the highest quality, worth millions. He could guarantee them further work for the family, and absolute support. Gawain looked at the hero in surprise when he heard a refusal. The guy looked down and thought that it was obvious that the Lord had done a good job with the items, but he didn't need them now, because he needed to get something that he couldn't handle on his own, something really expensive. The Lord wept lightly when he heard that they lived in a settlement called Hind. The guy imagined the streets of the city and said that this is a small settlement, but its importance cannot be denied, because due to the peculiarities of the terrain, travelers have to pass through it. After that, he presented a map of the surroundings and added that there were many monsters nearby. Adventurers also often went there, so the guys from the Adventurers Guild quickly built their branch there. Then he remembered Rewin and Carnil, adding that church members are also expanding their influence. The man looked a little confused when the guy said that the fact that such an important settlement was only home to the Adventurers Guild, and the church seemed wrong. Song Hyun folded his hands and asked to build a branch of the Magus Association in the settlement. Rays of light illuminated the shelves with books. The guy thought that the Association of Magicians is an institution exclusively for wizards, where magical items are bought and sold, appropriate tasks are given, and housing is rented. The healer smiled slyly and thought that if a mage association appeared in the settlement, the Adventurers Guild and the church would no longer walk freely as they were now. The Lord trembled nervously when he heard that if he agreed to this, he would provide the support of the Scarlet Mage Tower, and thought that if they made an alliance with the Mage Tower, they would need to get a building permit. But the budget would not be enough. He closed his eyes. Song Hyun sat with a joyful expression on his face as the Lord agreed and said that he would do it since that was what they wanted. Jungo noted that the guy had received the building as a reward. The hero smiled broadly and replied that he would be very grateful if the Lord would cover their travel expenses and pay for the items while they returned to the settlement. The interlocutor's eyes grew larger when he heard that, firstly, they would have the cost of food and a set of potions, after which he asked to provide them with a boat and a guide to cross the lake. The Lord was in despair. The young man did not stop saying that the lake was now a den of monsters, so they needed to cast a spell on the boat so that it could withstand the journey, and since his precious colleague was suffering from seasickness, they needed to cast a spell against it as well. Gawain held out his hand in front of him and said that the Magus associations had to finish the awards. Jungo showed himself when the hero said that it was a reward for his colleague. He said that unlike the healer, he was not a magician. The Lord foamed at the mouth when he heard the words that the creation of the branch of the association did not concern him in any way. Gawain lost consciousness. Several boats were moored at the pier. The man, along with his family, approached the hero, who said that, apparently, he was the guide. The stranger called their meeting a great honor. The boat rushed forward. The twins said goodbye to them. The girl asked to call them if something happened on the trip. The guys swam farther and farther. Both looked forward with a smile and the hero said that there was a beautiful view of the Scarlet Mage Tower from there. Hit Jungo in the face. A giant monster threw them up. An hour ago, Song Hyun pointed to a point on the map, saying that they were renting transport in a settlement on the other side of the lake. Both looked at the map. The guy added that they would need to go through the red forest to get to the settlement, and it was known for getting lost quickly. Barlik looked back at the guys when he was asked if he was from Tragedy, replied that he was and said that his daughter was sick, so they went to this kingdom to cure her. The girl was sitting on her mother's lap. He added that they could not return earlier due to the fact that all crossings were prohibited. The boys introduced the Crying Lord when Barlik said that he had found a guide through the red forest at the perfect time, and noted his generosity. There was a magic circle on the boat. He asked if the spell cast against seasickness worked. They replied that they did not feel sick at all, so they could rest until they got to the end. A system window with a membership list has appeared. The hero pointed his finger at it, and thought that this list improved his stats depending on the number of organizations he was a member of. Song Hyun remembered the moment of obtaining the status of the Scarlet Tower Wizard and thought that this was the second reward after her. Then, presenting the Cavalier coat of arms, the young man thought that he and his ally had been accepted into the ranks of the knights, and although they were not part of this family, they had fought together in the same battle. Afterwards, he remembered standing next to Jungo and Hekuro, thinking that he had somehow obtained the title of knight. The hero looked to the side and thought that it didn't matter, because you need to use everything you can, and this is the 6th rule in the survival guide. He swiped his finger over the message. The hero carefully read the conditions of the quest, which requires you to score 10,000 points, and gave 1 star as a reward. Song Hyun imagined himself arguing with the system, and thought that it requires much more, and it doesn't matter if it's skillful or not, because he just wants to let go of his hands. The guide saw the ground and said that the forest was already visible. Scarlet trees approached them. The hero said that the forest is beautiful, and just matches the description. Jungo called it creepy. He touched his chest and said that he was glad that at least there were no monsters. Song Hyun looked him in the eye and said that he was not allowed to say this. He asked why. The water under them darkened. The guy replied that he jinxed them. Monster fish jumped out of the water. People covered themselves with their hands. The hero made a dash. A sweep of the blade left a bright mark. Song-hyun grabbed the guide and told him that he didn't have to worry about them and keep rowing. The woman covered her daughter with her hand and turned to the healer. She noticed a giant dark spot on the water and said that something was approaching them. Red eyes appeared from under the water. The guy fired a crossbow. The arrows passed by the fish. The fish sank under the water. Someone said that it was running away. Song-hyun looked carefully and replied that it wasn't. The boat staggered violently. The fish threw people into the air. Jungho frowned and shouted loudly. When he saw the mouth, he said that they were flying right into her stomach. Song-hyun took out a crossbow and said that this fish had really thought of everything. The hero turned his weapon forward, preparing for an ice attack. The shot created a bright flash. The monster froze. Jungho was surprised by this. His comrade asked to break the ice. The guy grabbed a shovel and struck with lightning. Small ice floes floated on the water. A woman asked her daughter if she was okay. The comrades were standing by the frozen fish. Barlik was surprised how the travelers did not get tired. The girl replied that she was a little cold. Song-hyun looked at the fish and said that something was bothering him, and his ally asked what he was talking about. They took a closer look. The guy said that the fish usually live at great depths, as they avoid sunlight, and never show themselves so close to the surface of the water. Jungho replied that, apparently, they do not like the sun too much. The hero's pupils lit up. He said that the monster had appeared, although the sun had not yet set. Song-hyun analyzed the monster's body. The system reported that it was partially frozen, the head was crushed, and the fish had been dead for 3 days. He sliced through the frozen surface. Something broke out from inside the fish. Tentacles collapsed next to Jungho. He asked what it was, and heard that it was a plant parasitic monster. The hero analyzed the parasite. The system reported that it was a wavy Calliopesis, which mutated due to the effects of an excessive amount of mana. The guy said that this parasite controlled the fish. Song-hyun raised his eyebrows, noticing the words that his functions cease when the host dies. The water surface was covered with ripples. Giant tentacles burst out of the water. Tentacles hung over them. The guy said that he knew that something like this was going to happen, because the final boss remained. The hero looked at his ally and said that it was time for them to act. Jungho vomited into the water. The tentacles headed down. Barlik and his family looked at them, frightened. The monster grabbed them. The hero fired his crossbow, calling out to the guide. An ice projectile sliced through the tentacles. The guy turned around and thought that there was one more thing left. The girl was screaming in fright. A tentacle swept over Jungho's head. He remembered his daughter when he heard the scream. His eyes grew larger. He got to his feet. The guy grabbed the girl. The monster dragged them underwater. Song-hyun looked down in confusion. A small circle walked across the water. The woman reached forward, but her husband stopped her. Song-hyun stretched out his hand to her, activated a soothing voice. The hero sat down next to him and said that their daughter was definitely sleeping. Then he turned around and thought that, as it seemed to him, his comrade would not go to the bottom with her. But if he left him alone for a long time, the man could drown, saving the girl. The monster dragged them deeper and deeper. Jungho sliced through its tentacles, thinking that the monster was strong. The monster's limb regenerated. The man was surprised by this. He began to get nervous, realizing that if he had been alone, he would have easily gotten out. Then he pressed the girl, thinking about how he could do it when the child was there. The monster grabbed them again. The guy realized that he was running out of air. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared on the surface of the water. A message appeared about the creation of air arrows. 2 arrows pierced the man and the girl. Song-hyun rushed towards them. He cut the tentacles with a knife. Jungho looked at him happily. He called out to the healer holding an ice dagger in his hands, who asked his comrade how he always got into such a dagger. The sweeps cut off parts of the tentacles. The hero saw darkness below him. Jungho frowned and informed the guy of the danger, saying that the monster was endlessly regenerating its limbs. The ice shackled the limb. Song-hyun smiled contentedly. His friend clarified that he froze them. The guy replied that it was an unusual sashimi knife. He glanced at his weapon and thought that he had just carved it out of ice, and he was lucky. The knife shone slightly. The system reported that the achievement of miraculous hands was obtained, which is given with a very low probability when creating an item with his own hands. The guy thought that these were gacha achievements. Jungho began to swim with the girl. The hero told his ally not to worry about him and swam up. Song-hyun swung his knife and thought about the fact that random enchantments would place 2 random enchantments on the item. He sliced through the tentacles, applying a freeze. The monster grabbed the stone. Then he threw it at the hero, who thought that he was trying to use everything that was around. A message appeared about the call of a crossbow. Song-hyun pointed the weapon in front of him and created arrows from ice potions. The arrow rushed into the block. The cobblestone was covered with cracks. The guy thought that there was also a second charm. He managed to break the stone. The system reported that the second enchantment was a 400% damage bonus against frozen enemies. Song-hyun noticed something. A monster's head appeared in front of him. A third eye shone on the squid's forehead. Song-hyun smiled and thought that he had finally found his head. The squid looked at him angrily. The monster let out a roar. The hero put his hand to his ear. Several squids rushed towards them. They began to circle around the big one. The guy looked at them in surprise and thought that they were all infected, and the monster was trying to use them as a shield. Song-hyun smiled and decided what he would do in such a case. The arrow flew near the squid. He looked back at the beam. A shell exploded behind him. The system reported the use of Holy Dawn water arrows. The hero held the crossbow, thinking that usually the wearer is not able to think normally because of the parasite, but still remains true to his instincts. Seeing how the squids turned their attention, the hero realized that their peculiarity was an attraction to light. All the squids swam past the monster. At that moment, an ice arrow hit him. Song-hyun rushed to him and said that he could see everything clearly now. The guy smiled and said goodbye to his opponent. He struck several blows and slashed the monster. A system window appeared in front of him. The hero thought that the monster was finally dead. The system awarded him 12 points. The guy wondered why he got them. In the next second, the system opened many windows, awarding the guy a lot of points. He looked at it in confusion. I don't understand what's going on, because he doesn't get points for killing monsters. Song-hyun looked around. The parasites began to come out of the squid. The guy thought that everything was counted as a treatment for parasites. Reports of achievements surrounded him. He thought that it must have been worth it. Song-hyun emerged from the water. Then I went up to the ice floe and asked him how the family was doing. The man turned pale, looked at him with a sickly look and said that he was very glad that the guy was alive and well, but the hero called him useless. Later, they ended up on the shore, a man and a woman running to him asking if they were okay. The woman in tears turned to the hero to him, asking for help. Song-hyun noticed something. The girl was trembling. The guy thought that maybe he came too late. The moon towered over the red forest. The man asked if everything would be all right with the girl. Touching the child, the healer said that she had hypothermia. He took the branches and said that they needed to warm her first. He would make a fire, and they should wrap her in a blanket. Jungo looked ahead and told the hero to look at the sky. The clouds blocked the light of the stars. The guy said that it seemed to him that it would rain soon. Barlik was holding the girl in his arms when Song-hyun asked how far the city was from here and replied that even the shortest drive takes about 2 hours. The hero looked ahead and said that they would not have time to get there in time, offering to take shelter from the rain in the forest. The group walked along the forest. Song-hyun glanced to the side and thought that this was the red forest. Jungo pointed his finger at the color around him, and the man replied that the animals were also red, even the people who lived nearby were affected by it. The interlocutor introduced red hair, saying that in Tragedy, everyone is born with it. The woman walked in front, asking not to lag behind, because strangers are constantly lost in the forest. Jungo clarified if this is because the trails are confusing. She put her hand to her face, replying that they tried to set up signs and make direct paths to the settlement, but nothing worked. The wizard said that there were strange forces in the red forest. The hero stopped. He stared ahead and told no one to move. The healer summoned a silver azure dagger from his inventory. Then he put it in front of him and told the unknown to stop hiding and go out. Someone smiled, noting what he noticed. The man came out from behind the bushes. A girl jumped down from the tree. The person holding the child shouted that it was a Red Road gang. After presenting the gold, he said that these bandits were stealing items and bags of travelers in this forest. All the gang members were red-haired, and they were robbing only people with a different hair color. Jungo looked at his interlocutor, hearing that they still accepted dyed ones, thinking that they should be called a circle of gingers. The bandit took out a knife and said that he knew there was a healer among them. He didn't care about the others. Song-hyun looked at him saying that if they wanted to take the healer away, then one of their men was injured. The redhead shouted at him to shut up and do as he said. Frowning, Song-hyun thought that they were short on time, and they were not helping. He needed to quickly get rid of the bandits and find a safe place. Suddenly I was surprised at my own thought about a safe place. The attacker was surprised when the hero asked for forgiveness and said that one of them was now sick. He smiled and said that they would like to use their hideout for one night. Song-hyun raised his finger and said that it would rain soon. Jungo pulled his parents away when the thug shouted if he really thought they had an inn. The healer smiled and said that if they let them stay, then they wouldn't report them to the Adventurers Guild. The bandits were annoyed. They rushed at him. The girl picked up the knives and told him to try to hand them over if he survived. The hero dodged the attacks. Then he intercepted his weapon. Song-hyun struck with the hilt. The swing of the second opponent passed near the face. The hero pushed him away with his foot. The redhead held his stomach and asked why he was so fast. The girl said that he was definitely using some skill, suggesting to use something. The guy tore up the scroll and said that he was finished. The hero is entangled in magical chains. He looked at them and thought that these chains were limiting mana. The bandit rushed to him again and said that he was nothing without his skills. The chains began to crack. Song-hyun broke the shackles, noting that he was not using mana. Then he hit the guy in the face. The girl looked at him in shock. The hero turned to her. He smiled and clenched his fist. The birds flew away from the loud sound. The bandits folded their hands, apologized and said that they would bring them safe and sound to their shelter. Later, they appeared to be at a cliff. The bandit said that this was their hideout. A symbol lit up under his hand. The boulder moved away. Song-hyun was behind. There were sick people lying on the ground. They said that they had a stomachache, a headache, and so on. Jungko covered his mouth and said that they looked sickly. The hero asked if that was why they needed a healer. The bandit nodded and replied that everything was fine. But suddenly they all started having pain. He didn't know why. Seeing how his comrades suffered, he thought that the healer would be able to cure them. The girl looked into the stolen when she heard the question who asked who all these people were. A man who introduced himself as Mr. Rosent came out to them. Looking at him, Song-hyun thought that it must be the leader of the Red Road gang. The man held the cloak, saying that the comrades were only looking for a healer. Jungko stood up in front of the family, hearing that there were too many people to see, and asked what happened. The girl scratched her head, wondering how he could tell him that they had been beaten and had to be brought here. The healer smiled and said that he had beaten them and they offered to shelter them. The hero took his hand aside when the interlocutor said that they were wanted in the city, so they could not really accept strangers. The guy asked not to worry, they would not inform on them. He raised his finger and said that he was a healer. Song-hyun pointed to the sick and said that he could heal them. The leader of the bandits looked at him as he said that in return, he wanted them to let them spend one night here. He lowered his head and said that he must be a mighty traveler since he himself had come to the rogue's hideout. Then he looked at the hero and asked him to promise not to create problems. Song-hyun put his hand to his chest, making a promise, and thought that it couldn't be that this guy was a real leader. Imagining a man at something green, he wondered where the real one was. Rudy was asleep. The hero put his hand on the woman's forehead and thought that there was no fever, as well as signs of physical injuries. His eyes lit up, and he wondered what would happen if he used his observant gaze. A window of the system appeared, which said that her condition was abnormal, panic, clouded mind, phantom pains. Jungko put his hand on his belt and asked if he had found anything. He replied that it was phantom pain caused by mental damage. Imagining the knight on his knees, Song-hyun mused that phantom pain meant pain from a lost limb as if it were still there. But in Azul, the word meant painful sensations even when the body was fine. Examining the patient, the hero said that phantom pains do not damage your endurance, but harm your sanity. Over time the pain intensifies and causes more and more harm to the mind. Rodent looked at him, hearing that phantom pains have no definite boundaries, so they are even more difficult to treat, and asked if this meant that there were no methods to heal them. Song-hyun stood up and replied that they needed to get rid of the cause of the phantom pain. Raising his finger, the hero said that at the moment they were suffering from excessive mental damage, so they would need mental and calming potions. Song-hyun looked down and said he could make them, but finding the right ingredients was quite difficult. Jungko pointed to the cabinet and asked if these ingredients would work. The healer came up to him and told him that there seemed to be herbs growing in the red forest, and they were all red. Looking at the shelves, the hero listed the plants that he saw in front of him. After that, he took the branch in his hands and said that he could use all this in the preparation of mental potions. Rodent exhaled when asked how many of his men were capable of moving around now, and he replied that there were about 25, including him. Song-hyun put his hand on his shoulder and said that they would be enough. Then he smiled and asked to take his people and find as many herbs from this list in the forest as they could. It was raining outside. The guy and the girl were outraged and shouted that they did not touch him, only because he was a healer. How dare he tell him what to do, demanding to leave. Song-hyun looked at them with a smile, thinking that they had become more talkative. The bandits went to collect herbs. There were ingredients on the table. Jungko asked how he knew so much. The hero showed the diary and said that this was all his experience. He kept notes about cured patients and new facts that he found. Stretching out his hand, the healer asked to give him what his companion had in his hands. He dropped the can. She rolled on the floor. Jungko went to get the jar when the hero said that apparently he had already begun to have tremors. He bent down and asked what it was. He showed the beetle to his friend. The hero looked at him and said that it was a scarab. His comrade asked if these were the beetles they had met in the ancient dungeon, noting that the place was terrible. A few more lay aside. Jungko added that there were a whole bunch of them. A system window appeared that the hero used the skill of observational gaze. Examining the beetle, the hero saw that this scarab was in deep hibernation. It could wake up in certain conditions. His friend threw the find away when he heard that it was a petrified monster. Song-hyun touched his chin and said that if someone collects them, they wouldn't leave them lying on the floor like that. And it's impossible that scarabs live here, asking a friend to dig up the ground. Jungko was visibly worried and asked why. He replied that he would understand when he started digging. There were even more beetles in the ground. The healer sat down and said that he knew so. He took the earth and said that perhaps the whole cave was made up of scarabs. Song-hyun brought the ground closer, saying he had a few questions. It was raining. The vials were filled with potions. The hero said that it was good that they found fresh ingredients. Then he raised his hand and said that the constant acceptance of potions was the most important part. The interlocutor thanked him. Rodent brought his hand to his face and said that he thought he was some kind of fake healer when he said he was going to treat them with a potion. The bandits hugged and said that they would make sure that their comrades drank potions every day. The guys helped the others, saying that they would take care of them until they were completely cured. The hero smiled and replied that apparently even heartless rogues who exploit others for the sake of money see the value of their comrades. Song Hyun crossed his arms over his chest and said he had a question. The healer looked to the side, saying that phantom pain is a rare abnormal condition. He then introduced the monsters, saying that it was at the highest level among mental states and could only be subjected to it inside the most dangerous dungeons or in the most infected parts of Azul. Rodent was very nervous when the hero said that suddenly this happened to a lot of people in an empty shelter. It makes no sense. The hero looked at him with a smile, noting that this is impossible only if they do not hide something. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Song Hyun said he began to suspect them from the beginning. He remembered the chains, saying that they were rare, but they used it as if it were some kind of trifle. Then he looked away, adding that a money-hungry thief wouldn't do that. Rodent stared at him in shock when he heard about the land forming the inside of the vault. Imagining the forest, the guy said that the soil of the red forest was moist and soft. After digging a hole, saying that here it is full of sand and gravel. He said that this cave seemed to have moved here from another place. Song Hyun hovered over the interlocutors and told him to tell him the truth. Who are they? Rodent closed his eyes and agreed to tell. He looked down and asked if they could do him a favor after they had listened. Song Hyun looked at him and replied that he would make a decision when he found out what was going on. Introducing the forest, the leader of the bandits said that there had been nothing in this place before, but 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared here. Then he remembered the scarabs, saying that there were monsters inside the cave that they had never seen before. After Bright Gold, saying that she was full of expensive things. Jungo pointed his finger at him and asked if there were really monsters and things here. They were surrounded by spiders when the interlocutor confirmed and said that this cave is a kind of dungeon. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that somewhere before he had heard about wandering dungeons. Song Hyun lowered his eyes. Imagining people in a magic circle, the hero reflected that ordinary dungeons exist exclusively in other dimensions, and it is impossible to enter them without a portal. But there is one exception. Imagining a monster in the city, the guy thought that for some reason, an entire dungeon had once appeared in the middle of the continent, and this was a wandering dungeon. The guy frowned and thought that the last time such a thing was seen was several hundred years ago. He looked at the leader and said that the scroll must be one of the items they found here, who replied that he had never seen such an item, so he was happy. But things took a bad turn when their young people found the anti-magic scroll. The bandits approached people on the street. They got into a fight with wizards in the city. The girl tore the scroll. Since they usually cannot defeat the wizard on their own, they bowed down. But that day was different. Darkness gathered around the robber. The robbers loomed menacingly over the man. Song Hyun folded his hands and said that they had completely destroyed them. His companion added that it was impossible to use a spell in the area of anti-magic. Rodent looked down and said that it was a historic day for them. They had a lot of grudges against the mages. And the problem was that they had started looking for items in the caves even more. He remembered how the girl, pointing to the side, said that she had found something. The others smiled at the kid that if they use it, then the wizard will be finished, and they will even be able to blow up the whole city. The guys looked at him in surprise. He covered his face with his hand and said that he did not know what they had found, but they were already out of their minds. Then he glanced at his interlocutors, asking them to stop them. Jungo scratched his head and asked what they would do. The heroes replied that he didn't like mages either. Song Hyun remembered his comrades saying that he did not want to see the fall of the city that he had just saved. The hero smiled and asked where the real captain of the gang was. Shadows were visible on the ground. The guy asked if he understood correctly that they first needed to defeat the hidden officers and the captain. Jungo looked around the room and asked where the room they had been told about was, because everything was the same. The hero pointed to his eyes and said that it was not so difficult to find her. He used the skill of observant gaze. His eyes began to glow. The guy was looking at the walls around him. The hero saw a magic seal on the wall. Jungo began digging after hearing about the entrance. Beetles fell from the hole. Jungo pointed to the magic circle and said that he thought it was the entrance, not understanding how they could get inside. Song Hyun materialized the sphere and said that he knew one way. The bandit raised his head and asked what the noise was. The wall began to crack. The hero burst inside. Everyone jumped to their feet, and he said it was a pleasure to meet him, and they said why the hell he was being nice as if nothing had happened. The bandit drew his blade and asked how he had found them. Song Hyun rushed towards them. The guy struck quick blows. The girl flew away. The hero approached her and asked her to help them find their captain. Song Hyun glanced to the side when someone asked if he was there to see him. Someone's footsteps were heard. The man put his hand on his belt and said that he did not recognize his face. Song Hyun turned around and said that he had been told that they had found something dangerous in this cave. The leader looked at him and asked again. A smile appeared on his face. The hero looked at him in surprise when he asked if Rodin had told him everything. He rubbed the back of his head and added that this old man seemed to be really frightened. The guy did not understand such a reaction. The bandit looked at the hero menacingly and asked if he had said that he could die if he pretended to be who knows what. Song Hyun lowered his eyes. Debris scattered from the explosions. A clenched fist moved forward. The hero dodged the blow of the red-haired man. Jungo watched their fight and said that this fool was demolishing all the supports. Large stones fell down. The brunette swung the knife, leaving a mark, and then threw it at the bandit. The guy grimaced as the blade plunged into his arm. Song Hyun pointed his crossbow forward and thought that he should just keep his distance. Lefany opened his mouth and screamed. Then he abruptly pulled the knife out of his hand. Throwing it away, he rushed towards the enemy. The healer frowned and wondered if he had gone ahead. The redhead gritted his teeth. A bright arrow struck the stone. Moving in a zigzag, the bandit approached the hero. Looking with shining eyes, the brunette thought that he was fast. Jungo ran towards them with a shovel, shouting that he was here too. Swinging, he hit the bandit in the face with a shovel. Blue lightning surrounded the weapon. A bright glow surrounded the bodies of the guys. Song Hyun frowned and called out to his comrade. Jungo was holding a shovel from which lightning was emanating, and the hero assumed that it was a reverse flow of mana. The man stepped forcefully on his chest. Frowning, the guy with the bandage ordered to drop the weapon and surrender. He put his foot on the brunette's throat and threatened that otherwise he would break his neck. The healer smirked and said that he would regret it. The system reported the creation of an arrow from a small mana potion. 3 shining arrows flew forward. The silhouette disappeared in a dazzling glow. Surrounded by lightning, he frowned on the hero's name. The system reported that he used the ability to counter mana, due to which he has a strong resistance to mana. Contact with it causes an explosion. The guy looked at him with blue eyes and thought that he knew that he was opposed to mana. Looking at the opponent's silhouette, he reflected that opponents of mana are born with strong mana resistance. He takes half the damage from normal skills that require mana. Looking carefully ahead, Song Hyun understood why he was in opposition to the Magi. Lefany looked at his palms and asked what he had just done. It didn't hurt at all. There was a red artifact above the guy's palm. He asked if he didn't understand. It was a magic arrow. Holding a shining diamond, the healer said with a smile that he was a magician. Lefany stared at him in shock and asked, could it be the emblem of the Alloy Tower? He removed his leg from his victim's neck. Rushing at the brunette, Lefany shouted that he was a magician. A fist slammed into the wall. Rocks were falling down. Song Hyun thought he was freaking out. He dodged another blow with a smile and thought that it would be easier for him if he acted like a man and said aloud that he seemed to hate mages. The red-haired man opened his mouth and ordered him to be silent. Suddenly, the attacking Jungo appeared behind him, and words were heard saying that it was too easy. The man hit Lefany on the head with a shovel. The bandit turned around in displeasure and asked if he called it an attack, and the answer was that of course not. A system window appeared with information that the spell Rift Carapace had been cast. The guy with glasses said with a satisfied smile that he had just fallen into a trap. The system reported that the effectiveness of the skill was halved due to magic resistance. Target defense decreased. The scarred guy looked back in surprise. Song Hyun swung his fist with a smile, and then he hit his opponent several times, saying that it was perfect for the last blow. The healer, surrounded by a blue whirlwind, closed his eyes and called on the traveler of the snow-covered path to embrace the curse of the permafrost in his hands. Shocked, Lefany gritted his teeth and cursed. He swung his fist and shouted that magic had no effect on him. The opponent's blows met in bright energy. The brunette stared at the fist on his cheek. The bandit opened his mouth. The skin on his cheek began to freeze. The system reported an anomalous condition. It was frozen and received critical damage. The red-haired man fell backwards and said in surprise that she should not affect him. He fell on his back, barely having time to finish. Song Hyun smiled contentedly when his friend asked what these chilling blows were. He just poured ice potion on his hand, and replied that he came up with the name himself. A green substance was bubbling on the wall. The heroes looked at him in surprise. The brunette remembered the gang member's words and said that he kept thinking what they meant when they talked about someone's awakening. This is the secret weapon of destroying the city. Bubbles swelled on the green body. Looking at the creature on the wall, the healer said that it was a symbiote. A comrade standing next to him asked again. Song Hyun looked ahead and said that it was one of the parasite monster species. He imagined a man possessed by a huge insect and said that if you put this creature in a person, you can get a super strong soldier. With such help you can calmly conquer cities. Song Hyun's eyes glowed blue. Looking at the green cocoon, the hero said that it looked like it would hatch soon. The system window stated that the cocoon of the Gordius larva was in the process of hatching. The parasite was able to control the minds of living beings. Jungo pointed his finger at the monster and asked, "Why don't they take it for themselves?" The man opened his mouth in amazement when his friend offered to act, but then not to blame him. When this creature begins to consume his life, memory, energy, and so on, the symbiotes ask a very high price for their gift. The brunette took out a crossbow when someone shouted from behind. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that they were fools. Lefany attacked them from above, swinging his leg. A powerful blow broke stones. Jungo clutched his shovel and exclaimed that they were joking. He had already come to his senses. The frowning enemy was breathing heavily. Standing in front of the green cocoon, the hero heard that with this power, he would be able to defeat people like them with one finger. The guy took a scroll out of his inner pocket. Tearing it apart, Lefany yelled for them to stop their futile attempts to stop them. A purple magic circle appeared under the hero's feet. Jungo was surrounded by pixels and screamed that he was disappearing. An artifact began to appear in Songhyun's palm. He said that it was a teleportation scroll. The thrown object bounced off the floor. The heroes in the magic circle disappeared. The same shining portal appeared in the red forest at the entrance to the cave. The heroes appeared inside the magic circle. Touching the ground with his foot, the guy said that he got rid of them very easily. Standing near the entrance of the cave, Songhyun said that he was playing for time to let the larva hatch. The comrade asked what they should do. Standing in the rain, the brunette closed his eyes and replied that while he was there, it would be difficult to destroy the parasite. He offered to finish it off quickly. Jungko scratched his head hesitantly, and said that killing was the last resort, and suggested that they look for another option. The healer looked down and thought that he had forgotten what a pacifist he was. Stepping inside the cave, the hero said that they would then wait. He smiled and said that everything would go smoothly very soon. Lefany approached the cocoon. He winced, touching his head, and cursed. At his foot was a bottle with blue contents, and he realized that it was a mana potion. Picked it up. The red-haired man thought that theoretically, with this, he would be able to speed up the hatching process. He splashed the potion on the symbiote, and thought that it was worth hurrying up to destroy the city. A parasite silhouette appeared inside the cocoon. The guy at the monster froze when he heard the scream. Turning around tensely, the leader realized that these were the screams of his men. Outside the secret room, the man was running quickly down the corridor. In front was Songhyun standing with his back to him. The leader was surprised to see his comrades lying on the ground. There were tears on the red-haired guy's face. Lefany furrowed his eyebrows angrily, recognizing Rodent. He swung his fist, angrily asking what he had done to them. The hero stopped him with his fist. Grinning, he mockingly said that he had done it to them. The scarred guy looked at him in shock. Imagining the monster doused with the potion, Songhyun asked if he used the mana potion. It strengthened the symbiote's ability to control minds. He was a rebel. He would not be harmed. He continued to hold the gang leader's fist and said that others could become disabled or even die. Lefany looked at them in amazement and asked if it was because of him. The brunette looked at him with a smirk and thought that although he had left a mana potion there, yes. He lowered his hand and said that he could help, he could cure everyone. He approached and said seriously that he would only do so if he left the city alone. Lefany furrowed his eyebrows angrily and said that he knew it would be so. The hero waved his hand to introduce the monster and said that he assumed that the symbiote was actually the boss of the dungeon. Imagining the buildings engulfed in flames, he continued that if the monster that possessed his body was freed, not only Kamar would suffer, but the entire continent. Songhyun touched his chin and told him to think carefully. The lives of his people were not worth it. The leader opened his mouth angrily, but then he gritted his teeth, lowering his gaze. He lowered his head and replied that he understood, and then asked to help them. Jungko peeked around the corner and asked if his comrade had finished. He was actually blackmailing him. The healer smiled, saying that everyone was alive. The guy with glasses looked at him and asked if he should deal with the symbiote first. Songhyun replied that if he got rid of it, the dungeon could disappear. There was a downpour outside the cave. The hero said that he would like to do everything quickly, but it was raining outside, and they had better than patience. Songhyun was bandaging his friend's arm and was asked that if it hatched earlier, to which he replied that Lefany had put up a barrier. Everything should go smoothly. Someone approached the symbiote. The man with a cunning look reached for the cocoon, while the hero continued that it would be good if some fool did not do stupid things. There were empty vials on the ground. Words were heard that the fire was quickly extinguished. Songhyun sat next to the patient and said that the pressing problems were over. Lefany sadly said that it was his fault. The brunette smiled and said that he was right. Rodent patted the leader on the shoulder and said that he did not do this on purpose. He turned his gaze to the hero and thanked him for the service rendered. Songhyun smiled sweetly. The flame of the fire was burning. The words were heard that here they were. A man ran up to them and said that they were already starting to worry. The healer asked how Rudy? Covered with a blanket, the girl was asleep, and the answer was that she had stopped trembling and had fallen asleep. Jungko said with a relieved smile that he was glad that everything was fine with her. The child was a precious treasure for the parents. The brunette turned to him, saying that he had something for him. He handed him a gray fragment, saying that he had received it after defeating the crab. The system said that it is a shard of an outstanding scarlet exoskeleton, health plus 15%, defense plus 15%, increases the chance of healing after hitting an attack with a water attribute, and the chance to activate the exoskeleton skill. The friend opened his mouth in admiration and asked if he was sure he didn't want to keep it. The hero confirmed that it was intended for those who fight on the front lines. Songhyun smiled charmingly and thought that he wanted him to take more hits. Tears poured from his friend's eyes. The healer sat down on the ground. He remembered the system that surrounded him and thought that he had gained several achievements on his way here. He sat with his arms crossed in front of the information window, pondering what was the most important of them. The system reported that this is the embodiment of greed, awarded for receiving more than 10,000 points in a day. Songhyun looked down with a slight smile. He pressed a button to accept the reward. A system window appeared with a point spat machine, which said that he could now use the vending machine from the status window. Obtaining a new item costs 1,000 points. They are updated at 6 a.m. Song Hyun clenched his fists in displeasure, realizing that the goods were not in the form of a lottery. He saw that the skill of ignoring orders was for sale today. The woman looked at the hero burning with anger, who thought, "Is this a reward for difficult content?" The brunette touched the system window and thought that 1,000 points every day is quite significant, but investing in good skills is worth it. The system has notified that a new skill has been obtained to ignore orders. Next, there were windows with rewards in the form of the extraction skill, inventory expansion, the stone breaker feature, and the completion of the wandering world, which gives the effect of strengthening in wandering worlds. The hero thought that he had received several more achievement rewards, and they also gave him an achievement for completing the dungeon. The foolish interdimensional traveler in the person of Jungo was asleep, and the satisfied healer thought that the wise interdimensional traveler ended his day by checking the achievements he had gained. The light reflected off the walls of the cave. The hero said that he should also sleep. He froze in fright as the cave began to shake. Jungo jumped up abruptly, not understanding what was happening. There was movement in the cave. The bandits looked at each other anxiously. The leader asked if it was an earthquake. Song Hyun ran up to them, shouting that this wasn't just an earthquake. Shifting his gaze to the side, he thought that there was only one thing that could make so much noise. Beetles crawled out of the ground. Red-eyed insects flew over the heroes. The guy thought they were scarabs. Hordes of insects flew through the cave. The hero noticed that they were rushing somewhere inside. Looking intensely ahead, the healer said that they were moving towards the secret chamber. The disgruntled leader of the bandits said that there was a symbiote there. The guys quickly ran after them. Bugs flew around the dungeon. Songhyun said that they blocked the entrance. A crossbow appeared in his hand. Leaving a bright trail, the arrow flew towards the scarabs. The red-haired man ran forward and shouted that the entrance was open. Suddenly, a scarab sharply wounded his arm. He stared furiously with red eyes. Lefany pinched the wounded shoulder and asked what it was. The hero replied that it was a rare monster, and quite a problematic one. A green beetle flapped its wings. A red system window appeared that a rare scarab had used supremacy. Many other beetles rushed towards him. They formed groups. In front of the entrance to the cave, a large green ball hovered. It is the core of scarabs, a spherical monster formed from a variety of insects. The core was rapidly approaching the heroes. They jumped away, fleeing from the powerful attack. Song Hyun looked to the side and thought that he needed to seize the moment immediately after the attack. An arrow crashed into the core with a glow. A hole appeared in its center. The red-haired man looked at this in surprise. The hole in the core was closing, and he shouted that the monster was healing by devouring the other scarabs. Song Hyun smirked in discouragement, saying that this thing has a talent for healing. The bandit asked what he was happy about. Standing in front of the spherical monster, Lefany asked how to kill this creature, to which he heard that there was one method. Looking at the glow in the center of the orb, the healer replied that this monster was brought together with mana. They could defeat it by getting closer and using the undo skill, which was capable of countering mana like him. The bandit frowned and said that he would have to take at least one blow to get closer. Song Hyun smiled and said that let him take it, and he would heal him. The disgruntled gang leader gritted his teeth gloomily, wanting to curse. But then he pushed off with his foot. He jumped, swinging. And then he hit the cannonball with force. His hand sank into the green something. And then the explosion threw the guy back. Lefany closed one eye. The scarab flew in the center of the glow, and the guy shouted that this one was real. A huge beetle flew up to the enemy. Song Hyun confidently aimed his crossbow and said that he had done a good job. The guy used the harpoon arrow ability. The attack pierced the insect through. A green liquid poured out of his body. Pieces of the scarab fell to the ground. The brunette scratched his head. A small ball rolled up to him. The hero said that he accidentally broke the monster's artifact. The symbiote's cocoon was empty. The heroes came closer. The red-haired man asked where it had fled. The healer touched the torn cocoon and said that it looked as if it had just hatched. He looked intently ahead. He was holding a green stone in his hands. This is Gordian's Tear that completely heals the psyche. When used it will gain the effect of strong hallucinations. The red-haired guy opened his mouth and called for the captain. Lefany glanced sideways at the man behind him, recognizing Bill. Song Hyun looked at the guy and thought that he was probably one of the top of this gang, and said aloud that he was advising the leader to move away from him. He was already infected with the symbiote. Bill stared at them emotionlessly. The system reported that he was infected. The parasite successfully took control of the victim. The infected man smiled good-naturedly and said not to worry, he was perfectly fine. He remembered the monster's attack and said that when the creature rushed at him, his head was about to split, but he was able to keep control of himself. Lefany smiled enthusiastically. He patted the guy's hair and said that he had already begun to worry. The brunette looked at him carefully and doubted that he was okay. The healer was holding a crossbow and said that this did not negate the fact that he was infected. He advised him to run as far away from him as possible. Bill touched his chest with his hand and asked him to wait and listen to him. Suddenly, a green sword appeared in his hand. The hero looked at him in surprise, and he barely managed to dodge the attack. Shocked, Lefany opened his mouth. The healer looked at the remaining green footprint and thought that this was incredible. Bill smiled broadly and said that with this, they would completely destroy Kamar. He bowed to the leader with a smile, and said that they had been dreaming of getting rid of these magi for so long. The eyes of the possessed man glowed green. He reminded him that this was the whole plan from the beginning. Lefany stared at him in amazement as he heard that since the parasite no longer controlled him, this was their chance. The palm of the infected was pierced by a flying arrow. Song-hyun held the crossbow and said with a smile that he was now sure. The red-haired man squeezed his arrow-pierced hand, and the guy continued that he was not Bill. Green Eyes frowned when asked how he knew so many symbiotes. The brunette looked at him seriously and said that no one knew that the symbiote's name was Gordian. Surrounded by the haze, Bill lowered his head. Wings protruded from its back. A white-haired guy with wings said that this boar was getting on his nerves. The symbiote flew swiftly forward. He swung his sword and insidiously said that he would kill him right away. Song-hyun crouched down to escape the blow. The approaching opponent summoned a spell. A powerful flash arose from the attack. Lefany swung his fist and ordered Bill to be released. The symbiote turned around in displeasure, and he grabbed the leader by the wrist. And then he threw it back with powerful blows. The guy collapsed and hit the ground. Song-hyun was holding a crossbow, and after hearing a cry about how much it hurt, he asked what he expected from the boss. Looking ahead, the hero thought that he had removed his skill before touching Lefany, so he knew that he was a mana rebel. The healer quickly ran forward and ordered them to leave. Bill swung his sword and shouted that he would not escape. The red-haired man turned around as he ran. A kick shattered the cave wall. The fallen rocks blocked the impact of the monster's green liquid. It spread on the ground below them. The symbiote gritted its teeth furiously. The leader stopped in the cave and tiredly asked what the plan was. This monster was too fast. He looked at Song-hyun in bewilderment when he offered to pray and hope for the best, but said he was joking. Lefany looked at the healer intensely as he addressed him. Song-hyun showed him a syringe and asked if he had ever donated blood. The man took a step. Bill gritted his teeth and cursed, asking where they were hiding. Lefany watched from cover as he walked by. Crouching down against the cave wall, the red-haired man thought that it was okay. Before he noticed him, he needed to attack right now. Suddenly, the symbiote appeared very close and ominously said that it had found it. The guy's eyes widened in shock. A powerful blow threw him back, hitting the wall. From a strong blow, the hero opened his mouth. His fingers clutched a container of red liquid. Lefany threw it forward. The jar was reflected in the parasite's purple eye. The leader of the bandits watched with his hand raised. There was a bloody plaster on the crook of his elbow, and the monster thought that since he had a wound on his arm, it was the blood of the man opposing him. A lot of beetles flew to the whistle of the symbiote. With a huge swarm, they broke a container of blood. Lefany frowned and shouted, calling them names. Bill smiled slyly and asked, did he think he would be able to seal his skills? Taking out a shining green sword, the parasite insidiously said that unfortunately his plan had failed. The symbiote raised his hands with his sword, saying that he was sorry. Song-hyun held a blood arrow-loaded crossbow and mockingly asked if it had really failed. Arrows flew at the enemy. The wounded monster froze with his sword raised. An arrow pierced his neck. Song-hyun held a crossbow and revealed that the vial he had broken was filled only with the blood of a defective healer. Lefany smiled broadly and said that these arrows did indeed contain his blood. A dazzling glow hid the symbiote's body. The satisfied brunette threw the crossbow over his shoulder, saying what a pity. A blue liquid splashed into Bill's head. A bright blue flash appeared around him, and he screamed. The hero tossed the container, saying that there was no better mana potions. After catching her, he continued that for a guy who had absorbed the blood of the man who confronted him, beetles exploded on approach. Song-hyun looked down and thought that if he tried to squeeze the symbiote out of him, then the guy might die. The system reported an extraction skill that can extract a foreign substance. The guy's hand was surrounded by blue light. The guy controlled the skeleton's hand, surrounded by radiance. He turned his hand to the side. The bone palm copied his movement. The hero thought that he understood how it worked. A bone hand grabbed Bill's body, and then she took a huge insect out of it. The healer kicked him violently. He swung his knife at the monster. The symbiote frowned and asked to stop. Looking at him, the hero heard that if he spared him, he would make him stronger, and thought that he was using telepathy. The brunette looked at him and thought that he was using telepathy. Waving a knife, the hero replied that he did not need it, he was a healer. The monster closed his eyes and said that he would give information about the wandering dungeon. The hand with the knife froze. The symbiote trembled under the hero's foot and asked if he had any questions about this dungeon. If the guy left him alive, he would tell. Song-hyun looked at him and thought that he needed information about this dungeon. The monster lifted his head when he heard that the hero would listen to him. Introducing a huge dragon and a mage, the insect said that to create a dungeon you need power. Monsters need the power of the main boss, and people need the abilities of a sword master or archmage. In other words, anyone can create a dungeon if they have enough mana. Lefany watched the guy look at the monster and thought, what is he doing? Imagining the shards of the shattered mirror that the girl was holding, the symbiote said that the wandering dungeon was different. A power that transcended dimensions. The only entity capable of moving entire spaces was a deity. The hero looked down and asked again, so the gods. Stones were descending from the cave. He said that they had been silent for the last hundreds of years. Why now? The beetle replied that he had no idea. When he noticed the change, he was already here. Imagining a ball bending space, he said that moving one dimension into another in this way causes some harm to the dimension. He does not know what kind of god did it. Song Hyun pinned the monster to the ground when he heard that it was definitely not one of the good guys. Shifting his gaze to the side, the guy thought that if the wandering dungeons continued to appear, Azul might not be able to withstand the collision of dimensions and disappear. He imagined ghosts in the blazing flames and thought that this meant that the evil god wanted to destroy this world. The brunette looked at the monster and thought, how did such important information disappear? The healer removed the leg from the beetle's body and said that he did not expect anything, and this turned out to be valuable information. The monster bared its mouth, and then he quickly flew to the guy, saying that he had relaxed his vigilance. Green rays penetrated the hero's body. Lethany opened his mouth in amazement. The white-haired Song Hyun looked up in confusion. The hero stared ahead in shock, hearing the order to obey in his head. Lethany sat holding on to his wounded stomach and called out to him. The healer's body was surrounded by a green glow, and a friend asked him to wake up. The silhouette of the monster hovered over the hero and said that he liked this mighty body. The symbiote's eyes sparkled, and he declared that he would destroy this world with his body. Opening his mouth, the healer said that he was incorrigible. Behind him, a bony hand reached out to the monster. The healer used the skill to pull the parasite out of his body. The skeleton's hand gripped the screaming monster. She pinned him against the wall of the cave, and the parasite asked the hero how he did it. He had to be under his control. Song Hyun introduced an arrow bouncing off the head. It was the logo of the Ignore Orders skill, which enhanced mental strength and gave immunity to mind control abilities. Stretching out a shining palm, the brunette replied that he did not like to obey orders. Then he jumped sharply, leaving a trail. Confidently gripping the knife, the hero said goodbye to the monster. A sharp knife cut through the beetle's body. It fell, emitting a green liquid. Lethany turned around in displeasure when asked if he was okay. The red-haired man lowered his head and asked who he was. The hero replied that he was a healer who would heal him and heard that he had turned from a wizard into a healer, a crook. Song Hyun looked at him silently. After scanning his comrade's body with the skill, he found out that he had profuse bleeding, excessive blood loss, and bruises all over his body. The healer thought that everything was worse than he had imagined. The brunette sat down next to the red-haired man, and thought that he had taken a lot of blood from him. When he was already injured, he needed blood. He turned away and wondered where he could get the blood of the mana opponent now. There was only one option left. A system window has appeared in the cave with the quest to score 10,000 points. The current points are 11302. Song Hyun touched the system window and mentally addressed the administrator, saying that he knew what he was watching. Stretching out his finger, he mentally asked him to give him a skill that would come in handy now. The system reported that the quest was completed. A shining tape measure spun. The hero's gaze became surprised, and he thought that this was it. The system window reported on the recycle skill, which returns the item to its original state, splits the prefabricated item into its individual components and triggers with 100% probability. The healer held an arrow with the blood of the opposing mana. He looked at the red arrow and thought that with this skill, he would be able to refine these arrows into blood again. The hero abruptly broke the arrow in his fist. The system reported the use of the skill. The inventory notification said to receive the blood of the counter mana. The red-haired girl smiled happily, exclaiming that he had woken up, and the guy asked if he was okay. The man with the scar opened his eyes. Members of the gang surrounded the leader, and he asked why he was lying on the floor. Song Hyun was standing nearby, asking not to move for the time being. Grinning, he said that he had just almost died. Blood transfusion droppers were attached to the boom, and Lethany thought he owed him a debt now. The guy shook Bill's unconscious shoulders. The leader asked if he was okay, and heard that he was, but he would also have to be a patient for a while. Rodent looked at the healer with a smile and thanked him. Song Hyun looked ahead wearily and thought that too much had happened today. He imagined a big black star and thought that as soon as he talked to this administrator, incidents were happening around him one after another. A crack appeared behind the healer. Suddenly the cave began to tremble and collapse. Cracks appeared on the floor. The bandit grabbed his girlfriend in shock and asked what was happening again, if there was another earthquake. A purple fragment appeared in the cave. The hero thought that he hoped that the death of the boss would entail the removal of only the dungeon of the cave, and the entire shelter would disappear. He resolutely looked ahead and shouted that the dungeon was leaving. It was falling into the crack between dimensions. The bandits opened their mouths in shock. The girl shouted that this was the place from which they would never be able to get out. The hero pulled the knife out of the beetle's body. The brunette stuck his hand into the monster's carcass. Rodin asked in surprise, what was he doing? Song Hyun held the core of the low-level main boss in his fingers and said that with it, they would be able to create an exit portal. He threw it to the surprised bandit and asked him to fill it with his mana. A fist clenching the core was surrounded by a blue glow. A purple magic circle appeared under the hero's feet. The guys ran towards him when the brunette shouted that it was the lowest level core, so they didn't have much time. Then Song Hyun smiled and said that he was joking. It would be enough for 5 minutes for sure. The bandit asked if he was having fun and heard that yes. The girl supported Lefany's arm, who asked if the portal would close if an opposing mana like him passed through it. With a resolute knitting of his eyebrows, he said that he would stay if necessary. Song-hyun turned to him with a smile and thought that he had turned out to be a good leader as a result, and asked him out loud not to worry. The outlines of the portal's magical seal shone, and the healer explained that the mana had been used to split the core, so there was no mana in the portal itself. As he approached the portal, Song-hyun thought that he had a feeling that he had forgotten something. The hero, white with shock, froze. The man in glasses slept peacefully, the hero shocked to remember Jungo. Jungo tearfully asks how this could have happened. The guys run away from the rubble. The partner shouts that the protagonist almost left him here. He replies that he was busy fighting. Song-hyun with a disgruntled face overhears him pouring a potion right on his face. He replies that it's his own fault because he overslept. The worried girl behind them wonders why they are going further inside instead of to the entrance. The healer says that the entrance is blocked, so they won't get out of there. He states with a serious face that the portal is still active. A bright magical sign lights up opposite them. The healer calls on all the children to follow it. The pentagram gradually disappears. The protagonist is shouted that the portal is about to disappear. Frowning, the protagonist runs forward and realizes that the beetle has dropped a stupid core. The magic sign gradually disappears. Song-hyun touches it with his hand. Powerful energy is released around him. The system says about the use of the processing skill. The protagonist realizes that he will have to reuse the core. The orb gradually ejects from the mana vortex. The protagonist continues to cast spells, but notices that stamina runs out faster than expected, because the core of the main boss is much more complex. The protagonist nervously clenches his teeth after seeing a lot of red system windows warning about low stamina. He holds a purple glowing sphere in front of him. The system states that his stamina has already been depleted. Jungo and the girl look at him in shock. The system declares an abnormal state of fainting. A partner in glasses runs to his comrade in arms, who suddenly begins to fall. Not far from the fallen stones, a group of people is standing. The question is raised about what they have been dragging for so long. The fighter looks back at the blue magic portal and thinks that something has gone wrong. Suddenly, a healer and his companions appear from there. A tired Jungo exclaims in complete shock that he really thought they were going to die there. The partner, in turn, turns around in amazement when he hears that he was addressed by name. Suddenly, a red window appears with information about the abnormal state of fainting, and that it happened a second ago. The protagonist was diligently conjuring. In front of the healer, a system window appears stating that the item in the slot has just been activated. The bright vitality brooch glows. The system in the window says that absorbing the buff activates an additional buff. Song-hyun calmly directs his hand with a pink orb. The pop-up says that stamina has been restored by 45%. An image of a white card with a diamond drawn on it appears. The guy claims that they got out thanks to his crystal enhancement card. The healer thanks his assistant with a slight smile. Jungo smiles broadly and declares that he is happy to help. After a while, a group of children sits near the trees. Others carry firewood from the forest. The main character asks the interlocutors if they are related to each other. A red-haired man sits with a disgruntled fighter, declaring that he is Lefany's uncle, because after his sister left this world, he raised him. The interlocutor with a serious face tells that his sister was a simple girl, but was able to marry an aristocrat from Kamar thanks to her outstanding mana. The girl is sitting with a small child. It is said that Lefany was born in this noble family, opposing mana. The partner in glasses raises his finger and asks to clarify whether he is really a young master. The guy with the scar on his face grins in displeasure. His uncle calls him a fool from a noble family. At the same time, the protagonist thinks and assumes that his character has deteriorated so much because he was bullied by his family. He apologizes for his character. Lefany angrily claims that after his birth, there was a stupid rumor that if Trachedy's blood flows, an opponent of mana will be born. He clenches his fist, stating that this is why the residents of Trachety are discriminated against, and the guy would like to correct their thinking. With a stern look, he declares that now the plan is completely destroyed, and the shelter has disappeared. His uncle turns to him in amazement. They sit next to each other. Lefany says that it doesn't matter anymore, because he will be executed anyway. The healer and his assistant listen to this in surprise. The uncle is horrified to ask again. Other members of the squad look out at them and ask in shock what the conversation is about. Lefany sighs with an important look and explains that they are actually wanted criminals, and it is only a matter of time before they are caught, since the dungeon is missing. A dirty prison is shown. It is said that the moment they are caught, all the officers will be executed, and the rest will rot in the casemates. The guy with the scar declares that in this case, they have only one way out. Outraged associates hear that Lefany is going to buy them some time, and they will dump somewhere far away. They, in turn, declare that they will not allow this. The discouraged uncle listens to his nephew, who claims that he is the son of a noble family, and they cannot really execute him, so there is no need to worry about the aristocrat. It is better to take care of your simple lives. Jungo turns to the protagonist with a serious look. The guy with the scar calmly looks away. It is said that he is most likely lying. Gallows appear above the silhouette of Lefany. Song-hyun thinks that his family and the whole city have abandoned him, and the family will do everything they can to finish him off in order to preserve their honor. The partner in glasses excitedly says that the guy did badly, but not to the point of going to the chopping block. The healer asks what he thinks is better to help Lefany. The main character smiles with a cunning look. Jungo watches him and wonders who he is going to frame this time. The guy with the scar sits opposite the healer, who asks if he is really going to turn himself in. He replies that there is no other way out. The protagonist, in turn, objects. Astonished, Lefany suddenly hears that there is an option for all of them to escape. A girl with pigtails in shock asks if he is serious, while the uncle asks which one. They are standing near a huge tree. It is explained that the red road passes under the Kamar. Indignant, the gentleman asks what he just said. The main character smiles slightly and advises you to just do as they are told. The healer smirks and declares that he will give them the opportunity to legally deal with these wizards. Songhyun, along with Jungo, smile as they stand next to the badge of chivalry, asking if they are really members of the Cavalier Order. Lefany with a stern face asks about the fact that Kamar has never had a knightly order. The guy replies that only a day has passed since its creation. The astonished healer hears a question about whether the Cavaliers are not that strange family. The healer asks if he really knows about them. Lefany sits next to his uncle. It is said that they are pursuing justice in a strange way. The young master claims that they have no conflicts with them. The guys are sitting inside a tree. The protagonist explains that this is even better, because the main goal of the order is to establish peace on Lake Pitsata when innocent people suffer. It doesn't matter if it's a monster or a criminal. Spears are pointed towards frightened aristocrats. It is said that even a lord or a wizard will be punished. The red-haired guy gets angry, clarifying that the healer wants to say that they can really beat the wizards. He replies that they are bad, not all in a row. Songhyun in a white coat sits across from them and declares that a criminal gang like them is not up to the job, but they still haven't crossed the line. Enraged, Lefany jumps up when he hears that if the protagonist writes a letter of recommendation, they will be accepted. The guy demands to start right away. He angrily claims that in this case, he will not have to worry about execution. His comrades in arms cry out to God through tears, claiming that since childhood they wanted to become a knight. The main character watches them with a smile. The guy with the scar is holding on to his head in displeasure. He looks at the smiling MC and thanks him, while Songhyun thinks that it will be funny to see those wizards being clamped down. A group of guys are walking through a dense forest at dawn. Lefany asks that he will now go to Tragedy. The protagonist replies that he is, but they will stay there for a few days and find transport. They are told to be careful, because there is a bad situation there. A window pops up that you need to score 12,500 points. The protagonist sees this notification and thinks that this time it is necessary to score so many points, and an additional reward is assigned. The icons for throwing, arrow, harpoon, and refining skills are shown. The protagonist seriously thinks about what will happen if you type all four. Chains are flying around the red star. Songhyun is thinking about what the conditions are for obtaining a skill with a star, because it is unlikely that it is a matter of the difficulty of obtaining achievements. He thinks with a smirk that no matter what happens, the healer will definitely make him pay for overtime. A local resident holds his child with a smile. The little girl suddenly begins to rejoice at something. Set in the sunny settlement of Tragedy, she exclaims home. The family inspects the houses. The wife tells her husband that they have finally arrived here. He replies that they would have stayed at Kamar if they had known that all this would happen to them. A child jumps near the protagonist, asking if their village is really that beautiful, while Jungo asks everyone to look at something. A giant stone hits the ground. A huge golem moves towards them, not far from a large monster that destroys everything around. One fighter drags another and asks Wilson to wake up quickly. The stone fist of the golem rushes in pursuit of the retreating guys. The frightened hooded fighter suddenly sees this. A weapon in the form of a bright energy spear flies through the air. It turns out that the main character, together with his assistant, hit the stone monster in different parts of its petrified body. Giant parts of the golem fall with a crash to the ground. Dust rises. The healer runs up to the children and asks if they are okay. An astonished Songhyun notices something wrong with one of them. The guy's leg is bloodied. He sits on the ground. The protagonist looks at him and states that this is strange, because usually golems hit the body. He in turn claims that Wilson injured himself while protecting him. The frightened fighter wonders what to do, because finding a healer in Tragedy is not easy at all. Jungo, holding back a smile, advises not to worry about it. He points to the smiling protagonist and exclaims that he is their healer. MC introduces himself by name with a smirk. Events take place on the sunny streets of the city. On the floor there is a carpet of mental restoration. The protagonist asks to put the patient here. Songhyun analyzes ruptured tissue and profuse bleeding, and his left tibia is exposed. The main character forms a mixture in his hand, noticing that the skin is completely torn off, so it will not be possible to sew the leg. The healer crushes the jar in his hand. The pop-up window says that the medium mana potion has been absorbed and the distribution skill is used. The protagonist directs his magical hand to the wound by using the skill of illusory flesh, in which lost skin or flesh is recreated and special consumables are used. Song-hyun believes that it is necessary to return some meat in order to sew up the wound. The laceration gradually heals. MC realizes that he hasn't used this skill in a long time. Junggo is amazed to say that this is probably almost a healing skill, but is told that this skill only creates fake flesh. A person holding onto a sick leg, Song-hyun says that most likely his body will react badly, since the flesh is unnatural. So in this case, the wound will fester, which will lead to significant pain. The protagonist pulls the thread out of the bottle with tweezers, stating that if he uses a potion of weakening in order to reduce the patient's characteristics. The healer with a serious look claims that in this case the chances of an adverse reaction will be significantly reduced. Magic threads are shown. The protagonist says that they will then safely sew the wound with a stitch into a cape. The amazed fighter in the hood does not understand at all what is happening now. Song-hyun continues to conjure while the watcher notices that he looks amazing. Junggo helps the protagonist while he wonders what's wrong with that guy. The healer breaks the magic thread, declaring that this is all. The victim's partner runs up and thanks him for his help. While wondering how to repay the favor, MC replies that if there are any potions left, then he will have enough. The hood flies off the head of the interlocutor. Red hair is visible. The embarrassed blue-eyed girl sighs. The protagonist looks at her and notices her red hair. The lady immediately covers her head, while the main character is surprised that she is from tragedy, because he considered her an adventurer. Turning away, the girl takes a yellow potion out of her bag and thanks him for his help. Junggo stands in front of her and asks if there really aren't many healers in tragedy, and she replies that they do, and they fight each other all the time. A priest in a cassock prays. It is said that the church prioritizes following God's will. A gray-haired mage in a red robe holds a trident. It is explained that the tower, in turn, is engaged in the study of magic, and two groups with radically opposite ways of thinking do not treat each other well. Sunlight falls on the surrounding area. It is said that the area is influenced by Kamar and the Tower of Mages, so the church cannot afford much. Junggo stands next to the protagonist and asks what about the healers of adventurers. He replies that they do not need to stay here, because they can be in a big city. The girl stands with a smile next to her injured friend and declares that they are very lucky to find them. The protagonist smirks, hearing that she will definitely thank her for her work. The family looks at him with a smile. The father declares that they will go in this case. The guy waves his hand. Junggo stands next to the protagonist and wonders when he will be able to return home. Song-hyun asks if there is a reason to return. He replies that there is no reason for this. The assistant raises his head and says that he has unfinished business. MC smiles and agrees with him. There are cozy houses around them. The protagonist suggests not to be sad, but better to find a place to spend the night. The employee benevolently claims that now they have no free rooms. The guys are standing in front of another landlord, who says that there are no places either. Another smiling lady offers to stay in the bathing room, because there are no usual options left. Several taverns also refuse them. Junggo desperately wonders why this is happening. The healer remarks that since the path to Kamar is blocked, everyone stops here. The disgruntled protagonist hears a scream that they will have to sleep in the open air again. Smiling, MC opens the door and exclaims that this is their last hope. Friendly guys at the reception of the Adventurers Guild greet the guys. The protagonist approaches the counter and says that they would really like to rent a room. A book with notes is shown. It is explained that you can find a room in the guild, but there is an important nuance. The page says about the housing system for the task, in which each class has its own room. The healer, crossing his arms, thinks that he can exclude the S-class apartment for significant persons. In order to rent a room, you need to take a task of the same rank. The healer concludes with a smirk that this is a cheap ploy to exploit adventurers. The guy mockingly asks to take a look at them. Not far from the main character and his assistant, fighters are sitting and discussing new slaves for the guild who decided to stay here. Outraged, Junggo wonders why they suddenly started saying this. The arrogant interlocutor points his finger and claims that today they will not be able to rent rooms of A and B classes, because they are used as a warehouse of things. Discouraged, Song-hyun and his partner discuss that they really did the task just to put things there, while the healer notes that it's not a bad idea and he wants it too. The fighter goes inside, while MC says that there are still some C-class rooms left, so you can take them. He approaches the reception and asks if it is possible to rent a Class D room. The protagonist looks around when he hears the girl refuse, pointing out that the rooms of this class are already occupied. Song-hyun says with a serious look that this is strange, because the D-class rooms are rarely different and there are a lot of them, while the adventurers at the table laugh. A lot of keys are pouring on the table. The adventurer mocks that it's because they have occupied D-class rooms as well. In shock, Junggo asks the worker standing across from her if this is really possible, and she replies that it is not against the rules at all. The discouraged adventurer suddenly hears that there are still C-class rooms left, so you can take a task on them, but not for beginners, who are not even capable of this. Junggo breaks down in a rage and goes to the sitting villains, shouting that this is too much, because they don't even get paid for housing tasks. He absolutely does not understand why to do this. The adventurers only laugh haughtily in response, stating that this is just a joke and there is no need to be so serious. The main character calmly takes out his sheet of paper and says that in this case he will also joke. He puts the paper on the worker's desk and talks about the S-class rooms for the most important people. The astonished employee hears a question about whether they can really rent anything except such an apartment. He agrees in response. Song-hyun pokes his finger down with a smirk and asks to rent the entire building. The partner and the other adventurer hear this in complete shock, exclaiming if the protagonist really wants this. The surprised guys change their smile to fear and confusion, while the protagonist claims that he will rent the entire building, except for the S-class apartments. They point their fingers in rage and ask if he is crazy, not knowing if he will actually use the entire Adventurers Guild, while MC responds by wishing them to leave here forever. He scratches his neck in bewilderment, while the scoundrels shout that MC also wants to take the task board. They can't figure out how to make money now. Song-hyun asks with a snide grin if they really don't have the money. The main character smiles haughtily and asks why they are so serious, because he is just joking. The bullies look at him in full rage in response. At this time, someone goes downstairs. The girl shouts that not allowing other adventurers to take tasks is against the rules. The lady calmly claims that in this case this is not the case at all. The workers at the counter are shocked to say that the boss has come. The head of the Marson Guild branch with a serious face says that this is considered an exercise of the right to housing, and not an obstacle to the completion of the task. She approaches the guys, declaring that she can do as she pleases, delicately circumvent the rules, and insult the Adventurers Guild. Song-hyun, smiling, says that the girl is right in a way. Marson looks at him intently and informs him that in this case, he will stop him, delicately bypassing the rules. A healer in a white coat stands in front of her and declares that he is interested in her. With a satisfied face, he asks what task she plans to give him. Leaves fall from red trees. The events take place in the northwestern part of the Red Forest. It is said that this task is exclusively his solution. Song-hyun stands near Jungho in the bushes and declares that he could stay and rest, who in turn asks him not to worry. The protagonist looks around with a serious look and says that if you visit Tricity, you can get a power-up that will help you find your way through the Red Forest. Ferocious birds open their toothy mouths. The protagonist notices that it lasts 1 hour, and it is necessary to deal with the monsters before it ends. Surrounded by lightning, the bird has opened its fanged beak. This is the Thunderbird Shinaba, a monstrous bird that uses skills related to wind, thunder and lightning. The difficulty of the task is only B+, although it is very fast. With a swift movement, the monster cut through the trunks of the trees. The paw struck the ground. The bird raised its wings and sparkled with lightning. The hero thought that they had become much stronger for the mana spilled out of Kamar. Trembling with fear, Jungho said that with these birds everywhere he feared for his limbs. The healer replied that it would definitely pay for their housing. Song-hyun shifted his gaze to the side and thought that the loss of an arm or a leg in this city where there were no healers was critical. Now he understood why she had given this particular task. One of the birds opened its mouth furiously. The man snapped his fingers. Raising his hand, the bespectacled man said that while he was going to turn their attention to himself and use the mass aggro skill, the system reported the effect of the skill. The monsters looked down at him. The message said that the strength and speed of the birds had been increased. Leaving bright traces, they rushed next to the man. Jungho gritted his teeth at the lightning strikes. The system reported that the effect of the Mantle of Shadows has been activated. Elemental damage is reduced by half from attributes, electricity, and wind. The healer looked at his friend with a wide smile and said that the effect of the Shadow Mantle was expected to be good. The friend shouted that he had stopped looking and demanded that these creatures be finally killed. The system window reported the use of the observational gaze skill. Song-hyun's eyes glowed blue. Looking at the birds attacking his friend, the healer thought that it was impossible to follow them with ordinary eyes. The focus of the skill was on the bird, and the hero thought that the skill would help him make it in time. The brunette swung his knife and decided that he was using the speed of the Thunderbird rushing at him. The knife flew towards the monster, leaving a trail. A bright attack beam sliced the monster's body in half. Other birds were surprised by what they saw. The wind ruffled the hair of the tense hero who heard their scream. A huge whirlwind was rushing towards the healer. From the rapid movement around, cuts appeared on the brunette's body. Opening his mouth, his comrade shouted that they had attacked the wrong person. Putting his hand to his mouth, he used mass aggro, and shouted at the birds to look at him. One of the birds swooped down rapidly. The beak of the discouraged bird crumpled from the impact on the golden shovel. Satisfied, Jungho smiled and said that she definitely did not expect this. An attacking healer appeared behind him, who said that he did a great job. He plunged a shining knife into the bird's body. The blood-stained Song-hyun looked to the side. The bird spread its wings, and he said that there was the last one left. The monster's eyes burned with rage. The hero decided that she needed to be dealt with quickly. In the open beak there was a bright light of lightning. A shining electric ball burst out of the monster's mouth. Looking at this anxiously, the comrade noted that she was trying to release all her energy at once. The healer replied that the situation could become more complicated. A bottle materialized in Song-hyun's hand and he said he was prepared. The enraged bird gathered energy into a shining ball. The hero resolutely gripped the crossbow. The system reported the creation of an arrow from a large isolation potion. The electric beam and the bright arrow were rapidly approaching each other. A powerful explosion rang out in the clearing. Lightning surrounded the trees. The bird spread its wings and made a surprised sound. Then she stared angrily with her eyes with a vertical pupil and roared. The guy waved the knife. The flying blade pierced the bird's neck. Blood splashed from his beak. Songhyun, who threw the knife, said with a smile that not too long ago he realized that there was no point in pulling out his trump card too early. Not far from the lying carcasses there were silhouettes of the heroes. Songhyun said that they were finished, and asked if his comrade was okay. He replied that his ears were ringing, but in general it was fine. The cunning healer held the elixir, saying that his friend was fine. He took a sip of the yellow potion and thought that they turned out to be quite dangerous. The man with glasses sat on the ground and said with relief that he could certainly take their attacks, but it still hurt so much. The friend replied that he understood, and thought that it would be much more difficult without him. Suddenly, the brunette noticed something to the side. The man approached the bird's body and said that it was incredible, they really coped. The blonde guy put his hand in his pocket, saying that he didn't think they would turn out to be so strong. The girl added that she had doubts. Jungo arched an eyebrow, realizing that this was the team of those fools. The healer asked, "What did these two forget here?" The guy came up with his arms outstretched, and said that he knew that they would have nowhere to live if they returned to the guild safely. With a cunning smile, he stretched out his hand and demanded that they give them the birds' carcasses. The brunette sighed and thought that without trophies confirming completion, the task would not be accepted. Songhyun looked away with a smirk and said that he thought they would come up with something, but he didn't expect such impudence. The girl behind was clutching a blade. The blonde said they were wounded. They rushed to attack, shouting that they would finish them off. The hero's fist crashed into the face of the blonde man. Then it was forcefully driven into the ground. The green-haired woman clutched the knife, shocked by what was happening. Songhyun looked at her ominously and she asked, "What is he doing?" She opened her mouth in shock when she saw him sew up the wound on his arm with the words that they were annoying guys. And he also said that these guys are very annoying. His hand abruptly grabbed the girl's face. Songhyun lifted his opponent off the ground with a smile and wondered aloud what to do with them. She begged them not to kill. The man with glasses asked in discouragement if he was really going to kill them and heard the answer of his comrade that he was not a murderer. He did not kill people just like that. Songhyun smiled confidently and thought that if he killed someone here, they would be caught. Remembering the meeting at the hotel, the hero thought that what they had done to them should be punished as they deserved. The girl fell to the ground when the hero said that he would let them go, because he is a sweet and innocent healer. She opened her mouth in surprise, thanking him, and thought to herself in surprise that this guy was a healer. The soiled brunette opened his mouth in surprise, noticing that they looked like they were wounded. The girl sat next to her tormented friend, and replied that it was thanks to him. Songhyun took out a potion vial from his inventory with a smile, and said that unfortunately, there were no healers in the city. He splashed a yellow potion at the heroes and said that he would heal them personally. A golden ball flew from the palm of the guy's hand. The system reported the use of the skill Illusory Flesh. The rays of the skill surrounded the wounded. The hero thought that it was a skill that used a mana potion to create new flesh, but it was also possible to use an endurance potion. The wound on her arm glowed, recovering. Squinting, Songhyun thought that there was a reason why it was recommended to use a mana potion. Suddenly, the heroes fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The healer continued to think that the reason was that the process of flesh formation with the use of an endurance potion was quite painful. He winked sweetly and said that he had forgotten to warn them that it would hurt a little, but they would be cured anyway, so don't worry. His opponents, trembling with pain, heard that he would take the keys to the rooms as payment. The brunette smiled at being called the devil, and Jungo said that he was glad as always that they weren't enemies. The system window notified that the ability to move freely through the redwood is disappearing. The remaining time is 11 minutes. Information windows appeared in front of the characters. The hero said that time was running out, and suggested that they get ready. The healer turned, gesturing to stop, and asked to wait a minute. He thought that he should take the weapon he was throwing. I wonder where he threw them. The healer scanned the forest with the observational eye skill, and found out that there seemed to be something in the bushes. The hero walked between the cut trees. Jungo asked where he was going, and heard the answer that he was looking for his daggers. The blades began to appear in his comrade's hands, and he asked if he was talking about them. He picked them up. The brunette lowered his thoughtful gaze. There was a square object with a pattern on the ground, and he thought, what was it then? The sun shone on the building of the Adventurers Guild. Words were heard that were impossible to believe. In the bag were the heads of thunderbirds. Crouching down next to him, the red-haired woman said that she did not expect them to make it, and the healer sarcastically apologized for not living up to her expectations. Marcin exhaled in frustration and admitted that they had won. Songhyun caught the item after hearing that it would allow them to rent the entire Adventurers Guild building. A thin silver key lay in his palm, and words were heard that this meant that the adventurer had the same privileges as the head of the branch. The system reported that the item of the Adventurers Guild manager had been obtained. The man with glasses looked at the object enthusiastically, and the healer said that he did not expect her to give him her key. Marson smiled a little and replied that those were the terms of the deal. The heroes shook hands. The guy added that he wanted to say that he would receive him with gratitude. He thought that those bastards had not been thrown out, and the rooms had been given to newcomers. There was a luxurious chandelier in the room. The hero thought that they had kicked out the bad people, and the D-class rooms were given to newcomers. There were rich red sofas in the room. The hero thought that in fact he had become the head of the branch. Song-hyun was lying on his bed in an expensive A-class room, thinking about what a productive day it had been. A found box appeared above his palm. Examining her carefully, the brunette wondered why she seemed so familiar to him. Imagining the layout of the rooms, he thought that his friend was most likely sleeping behind the wall. Apparently he would have to go to the artifact appraiser alone. Red lightning bolts emanated from the door of the artifact evaluation office. The box hit the floor and flew off. The heroes turned around in shock as they looked at her. A discouraged Song-hyun ominously asked the employee what she was doing, and she apologized in fright, saying that she had failed to unseal the artifact. The brunette shifted his gaze to the side, thinking that the artifact appraiser from the guild could not cope with the printing. Usually their abilities could be trusted. The girl picked up the box from the floor and, having heard the question what was the reason, replied that this box was sealed in a very intricate way. Introducing many gold chains with locks, she explained what they call this a skein seal. The process becomes even more confusing if you try to remove it incorrectly. Touching the box with her hand, the employee said that it also appeared to have been sealed hundreds of years ago. The method used here is very different from how it is done today. The healer stared at the box in discouragement, and thought that now he was even more curious. Were there no other options? The notification stated that the observational gaze skill had been applied. Looking at the artifact with the help of the skill, the hero learned that the first seal of the box was destroyed. The second seal was present. Looking at the cube box with a pattern, the hero learned that there is a secret clue at the bottom of the box. The girl opened her mouth in fright when she heard the demand to apply the evaluation skill to the bottom of the box. A golden glow emanated from her palm, revealing the symbols on the object. The employee opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that this was the order of seals. The box was surrounded by the red rays of her skill. The red locks were opening. An image of an open lock appeared above the box, and the girl exclaimed that it was unsealed. The heroes bowed, looking at the artifact. Inside, a black hand with a pattern lay on the leaves. Song-hyun took the box. The appraiser said it doesn't look like a human hand. Is it an adventurer? The guy opened his mouth, saying that again. A broken message appeared above the box that it was the remains of an unknown person. Retrieving the remains would complete it. The hero carefully looked at the system window, thinking that everything was the same as when he received the crossbow. The system window was distorted, and one of the hidden letters in the name became visible. Peering intently, the hero thought that everything was the same as when he received a crossbow. The brunette looked down excitedly and thought that this time he saw only one letter. What kind of box was it? The girl's words reached his ear that it looked like a relic. The pink-haired appraiser leaned on the table and said that she did not understand the details. She was not a priest. Putting her finger forward, she presented the relic and said that it is called Wismel left hand. She is sure that it is a relic filled with divine power. The girl coughed into her fist and added that now because of the church, it is difficult to find relics. The brunette looked at the box he was holding and wondered why it was just lying in the middle of the woods, and the appraiser shouted that if he agreed, she would buy it back at a high price. Looking at the black hand, Song-hyun thought that relics were usually found in churches and ruins, and the red forest was not even close to the church's sphere of influence if the situation was the same as that of a crossbow. He reached for the button to accept the award. The system reported that Wismel's left hand now belongs to him. A radiant hand rose out of the box. The system reported that a new skill had been obtained. The description said that it was the left hand. Wismel summoned or recalled the left hand when activated. Your left hand would be filled with its power. The next window reported that Wismel roulette had been added to the status window. 5 coupons for free scrolling were received. Song-hyun stood looking at the information window and thought that it was a related skill and roulette again. He had a shining blue card in his hand, said he would try it right away, and applied the scroll pass. The system reported the use of 5 coupons for free scrolling. A spinning red tape measure appeared in front of the healer. Information windows with results appeared. 2 with the characteristic of dark mana resistance +1. 2 with the characteristic of strengthening the earth element. The next one was that he had acquired a new skill Earth Bone. Song-hyun tapped the system window, wondering what it was. The young man's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that this was an offensive skill. He froze with a surprised smile, thinking that he was seriously given this. In the evening, the lights were on in the Adventurers Guild building. Marson rested her head on her arm and asked if they really wanted to use them as such. The healer crossed his arms and concluded for her with a smile that yes, he would use this room as his personal healing facility. He waved his hand with a smile when he heard that she didn't know that he was a healer, and replied that she was very inattentive. Song-hyun held up his palm and asked if she thought he had returned from the battle with the Thunderbirds without a single scratch. He had healed himself. Marson, who was sitting at the round table, asked if he had a healing sign. The hero replied that he did not, but he would use his rights as an interim head of the branch. The girl sighed and said that she couldn't let him treat patients if he didn't have a sign. Suddenly a cry was heard that he was a healer. The hooded girl touched her chest and shouted that he had healed her comrade. She guaranteed it. The red-haired woman stared at her in surprise, and the hero said that now there was also an eyewitness. Song Hyun turned around with a confident smile and stated that he would prove it since she still didn't trust him. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he asked if anyone had any serious injuries. If he applied now, he would heal for free. There were discussions about whether he could be trusted. He did not even have the mark of a healer. The man raised his hand and volunteered. The blond man with his bandaged arm told him that he worked for the guild and asked if he could really heal him. The healer was removing the bandages from the wound and noticed that his arm was completely crushed. The crowd watched as the hero asked the patient how long ago the injury had happened. He replied that 2 days ago. He could be fired if he did not recover. Then the blonde looked at his boss in fright and corrected himself that he wanted to say that he was not doing his job properly. The red-haired woman looked carefully ahead and thought that a broken bone was an injury to which healers could react in completely different ways. She imagined a brown-haired man who exclaimed with admiration that it was very simple, and thought that it was easy to fix if only part of the bone was broken. Imagining the blonde clutching his head in horror, she mentally continued that if there was nothing to work with, the task became a little more difficult. Opening his mouth, the healer said that this patient had an open fracture and most of the bone was missing. Marcin seriously crossed her arms, thinking there was no hope of recovery. Song Hyun confidently held the patient's hand and stated that this was the perfect situation to show himself. The red-haired woman stared at him, dumbfounded. The healer reached into his inner pocket and heard the question. He wanted to make a prosthetic hand for him, to which he replied that he did not. The blond man watched in discouragement as he poured something from a glass on his arm, saying that he would heal it with it. Everyone present froze like figures, discouraged by the thought that this was the earth. The blue-eyed girl stared ahead in fright, thinking that perhaps she had supported him in vain. The glowing earth from the healer's hand began to form the bone of the surprised patient. The people watching looked at this in surprise, asking, "Is he a necromancer? How did he turn the earth into bone?" Song Hyun's eyes glowed blue. He thought that there were few skills in the Azul continent that were capable of creating bones. He imagined a pile of cracked bones, musing that bones created with skills were easily broken or damaged. He remembered the description of his new skill, Bone Earth, which creates bones from soil. The larger the bone, the more earth is needed. The shining earth hovered above the hero, forming into the necessary bones. There was a red seal on the healer's palm like on the artifact he had obtained. He thought that this skill was different. Imagining broken fingers, the hero thought that this was the right hand of an adult man. 8 wrist bones, 5 metacarpal bones, 14 phalanges. Song Hyun was holding a vial of blue potion in his hand. Liquid splashed among the fragments. The system reported the distribution of the average mana potion and the use of the skill Illusory Flesh. The man's fingers were recovering. The healer thought that he could create everything from veins, nerves, muscles to the skin, one by one. Song Hyun held the tweezers with the thread and confidently thought that he knew the structure of the brush in its entirety. The blonde raised his own hand up. The healer thought that it looked pretty good for the first time. Those present looked at the healed limb in surprise. The wounded guys in the coke opened their mouths, exclaiming enthusiastically. They rushed to the hero, shouting for him to heal them too. The head of the branch closed her eyes with a smile when she heard how she was addressed. The brunette smiled contentedly, thinking that she was caught, when he heard her conclusion that she now had no choice but to give permission. His ominous words were heard from the guild building, asking him to come up in turn. The hero thought that he would score a lot of points on this. The next day, a tired Song Hyun leaned back in his chair and thought that it turned out to be much more tiring than he imagined, but he earned a lot of points. The system reported that he scored 10,562 points. Jungo looked at his exhausted friend with a smile and asked if he was okay, what kind of wildness he had been doing while he slept. He had even achieved an achievement. The brunette yawned, covering himself with his palm, and invited his friend to go somewhere. He asked where, but the hero did not answer, saying that he would find out himself. The man stopped near the building. The hooded girl was smiling sweetly. The words were heard that this time they would have a guide. The heroes left the guild building. The girl in the green raincoat smiled sweetly and said that she forgot to introduce herself. Her name is Rebecca. Song Hyun pointed his finger at her and said that she had red hair. The girl squeezed her strands with tears until the brunette said that he did not think there was any point in trying to hide them, and his friend asked him not to say so. Waving his hand, Jungo asked if she was from the settlement, if there was a reason to hide them. The girl replied that she was really from Trakani. Pulling on her hood, she sadly told her that her family hated becoming an adventurer. Turning her back, Rebecca continued that she only hides her hair in the settlement, just in case she crosses paths with her family. Song Hyun replied that if he were her, he would never return home. The girl introduced the happy residents and various dishes and said that the family was stressful for her, but the Trakani itself is a really nice settlement. It has nice people, views and food. She pathetically touched her chest and said that that was why she would like to give them a tour of the settlement. Jungo tugged at his friend's sleeve and asked, did he want to walk around the settlement? The wind carried autumn leaves. Song-hyun replied that it seemed so. The heroes walked along a street with small houses. The girl said that the settlement is not very large, so it won't take much time to walk, then said that there are a lot of ceramics around. There were various dishes in the stall. The girl said that Trakani is a pottery settlement, and here they can find high-quality clay products. She presented small sculptures near the shops and said that there are workshops here and you can buy the creations of local residents. The most popular of them are clay dolls, and skilled craftsmen are called puppeteers. They are able to create golems from special clay. Arching her eyebrows, Rebecca said that even Komar respects Trakani's doll workshops. On one of the showcases there were small pendants. The sign said that it was handmade. The Trakani mascots would be ready in 1 to 2 hours after ordering. The person said that it looked great. Jungo pointed his finger at the amulet and said that he wanted to buy one as a souvenir. Whether to take it for a friend, he agreed. Song-hyun looked at his palm, remembering the print, and thought of workshops that work with clay. Wismel's left hand is also connected to clay. The girl turned around, looking at the brunette, who asked if she was familiar with the name Wismel. The healer looked away when he heard that it was the first time she had heard such a thing, and thought that even the people from the settlement did not know him. He imagined black hands among the supple branches, and thought that if Wismel was the wolf of the Red Forest, where he had found the relic hand, then someone from Trakani must know about it. At this time, Jungo was buying 2 talismans. The hero asked if the girl knew where the history museum was, if there was any archival or data on relics, but he heard that there was nothing in their small village. The healer turned sad, thinking that there was a museum in the last settlement. Rebecca clarified, "Is this something important?" She looked down thoughtfully, remembering the place where the old data was stored. A clock hung near the small tower near the building, and she remembered that it was the town hall. The green-haired guy sat over the open book and clarified, "Do they need archival data?" His desk was littered with books. The town hall employee asked if they were here on an assignment. The healer replied that they were on personal business. Closing his eyes, the green-haired man said that he had not. The heroes looked at him indignantly. Jungo exclaimed that he didn't even look, and Rebecca added that it was important. Resting his head on his hand, the guy replied that they should take out the papers from the Adventurers Guild. Song-hyun towered over him gloomily, thinking that this guy him off. The guy with glasses looked away, hearing that since he needed the paper, he could write it out right there. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets when Song-hyun showed him the key to the guild and sweetly asked if he should write a note about his dismissal. The guy trembled in horror, asking where he got the key. Is he the head of the branch? The employee hit his forehead on the table and asked to deal with him. Song-hyun told him to be quiet and give him the key to the archive. The heroes were standing among the bookshelves. Jungo asked, "He thinks they will find something here." Song-hyun replied that they will definitely find something if they keep looking. When he touched one of the books, the question was heard, "Why are so many books damaged?" Jungo showed his friend one of the books, and he replied that it looked quite old. What was it he was looking for? Opening the tattered cover volume, the healer thought that it looked at least 1,000 years old. The book had illustrations of an autumn forest. There were some pictures on each page. The hero said that there were no words. There were only children's drawings everywhere. The girl asked what it was. Lowering his gaze, the hero noticed something. He took the page with the image of a circle with his fingers and thought that it was strangely dense. The 2 pages clearly stuck together. He pulled the pages apart and stared at them in amazement. There was a picture of people who worshipped that very sign. Rebecca, who was standing nearby, looked at the book, said that the red-headed people resembled the inhabitants of Trakani. Jungo asked what they were doing. Song-hyun touched the drawing with his fingers and thought that this symbol was the same one on Wismel's left hand. Opening his mouth in surprise, he said that the orb was Wismel, the god worshipped by the people of Trakani. Rebecca looked at him in surprise, that she never knew that Trakani had its own god. The hero introduced the person who made the notes in the book, and said that as they can see, the whole book is not sloppily painted with scribbles. Most likely, this was done on purpose to avoid unnecessary attention, to pass this information on to future generations, even ancient books with damaged pages from this archive. Holding the book in his hand, Song-hyun claimed that someone had deliberately concealed the existence of this god. Suddenly, blood gushed out of the employee's mouth. The heroes turned when they heard a noise outside. Rebecca opened the door and ran out of the archive, and then, in horror, she covered her mouth with her hands. The body of the green-haired employee was lying on the floor. The question was heard, "Who did it?" There was a man in a red cloak in the room. Jungo exclaimed, "Is this murder?" The stranger waved his knife. The blade flew at the man, but bounced away. Song-hyun managed to parry the blow with his dagger. Standing in front of the man in red, he said that he could reveal himself. 3 unknown men in red cloaks demanded to give the book back. The heroes stood opposite each other in the hall of the town hall. Taking a decisive step forward, the guy with glasses asked, "Do they know about Wismel?" Rebecca exclaimed that they were the ones watching them. Song-hyun was holding a book in his hand. His eye glowed blue. The system reported that the observation eye skill was used. He analyzed the body of the employee lying on the floor and saw that the abnormal condition was a severe wound, a knife stab in the neck area, and thought that fortunately, he was still alive. The striker saw him sit down next to the guy. A bright light emanated from the healer's palm. the stranger clarified, dissatisfied. Did he not hear them? The system reported that the hemostasis skill was used. Looking down, Song-hyun heard a demand to hand over the book and asked permission to ask one thing. He healed the wound on the guy's neck and continued why they attacked him. They didn't succeed in attacking. It's not enough to kill. The man in the red cloak waved his hand and replied that he had blocked the entrance and interfered with them. So let him stop chatting and give him the book. The masked man's eye flashed ominously. He asked, should he put it next to him? The system reported that the throwing skill was used. The silver blade was rapidly flying forward. He crashed into the body of one of the people standing in front of him. The comrades saw how he fell. Song-hyun held the book in his hand and said that he did not expect them to respond in a good way. Waving the volume with a smile, he said that if he were in their place, he would have attacked at this moment. The hooded and masked man looked furious and cursed. Weapons crossed in attack. The man threw the Rebecca away with a kick. Behind him, Jungo was fighting another man. The girl said that they had attacked the innocent. The man in red was approaching Jungo, who was thinking, who are they? Song-hyun threw the attacker away with his foot. The system reported the summoning of a crossbow. The brunette clutched the shining weapon in his hand. He used the harpoon arrow skill. Surrounded by a blue glow, the arrow flew towards the stranger. A pink flash appeared in the man's palm, and he said that he had not tried. A red substance rose from the floor. Like a shield, it shielded a person from flying arrows. Looking at the barrier, Song-hyun thought that it was the magic of the earth attribute. In the palm of the man's hand there was a shining handful of earth, he called the hero. And then he rushed to the attack and, squeezing the earthen floor, shouted that he would make a hole in it. Song-hyun stretched out his hand. A radiance spread from the palm of his hand. The system reported that the earth bone skill was used. The spear in the attacker's hand turned into several bones. They fell to the floor, and he asked in discouragement, what kind of nonsense was this? Next to the masked man, the tip of an arrow flashed. The shot knocked him down, throwing him back. Song-hyun came closer, saying that he was sorry. Looking at the trembling opponent, he said that it would be more fun without the ground. His comrades also held the attackers. Jungo said they all captured and the heroes praised them. Looking down, the brunette wondered if it was time to hand them over to interrogate. Bound strangers were imprisoned in the dungeon of the Adventurers Guild. Marcin was standing at the camera and, when asked if they had given anything away, she replied that they were not. They were silent. The woman thoughtfully touched her chin and repeated, Wismel is the god of Trachony. Shifting her gaze to the hero, she heard that she quickly accepted his story. This is absurd. She looked away and remained silent when she heard the question. Did she know anything about this? The woman crossed her arms and said whether it was related or not, an unusual mood had recently reigned among the residents. Remembering the man with the scar who warned him to be careful, the hero thought that Lefany had said so when they said goodbye. Crossing her arms, Marcin said that at one point there were people claiming that they should stay away from the mosquitoes. They were convinced that they were apostles sent by God. The villagers looked at the cloaked men who shouted that Trachony must become independent. They must break out of the shadow of the mosquito. The look of the masked men was wild. They shouted that the mosquito would soon fall. Residents mockingly discussed it. The girls said that most took it as stories, and no one listened to them. She stood with her hands on her hips and said that it was until the Scarlet Tower collapsed a few days ago. She imagined the haze surrounding the tower and the surprised people, and said that the livelihood of most of the residents of Trachony depended on Komar. But as the apostles had predicted, there was a crisis in such a situation. In such a situation it was impossible to stop the provocations. Looking down thoughtfully, Song-hyun said that fear had paralyzed their minds. Opening her mouth, the woman said that she thought it was just a group of cruel swindlers. But it turned out that the forgotten old god could really exist. The heroes turned around abruptly when they heard that they were in big trouble. The man's hand seemed to be flowing down. His face was made of red earth. Shocked, Marcin saw a mountain of earth and a cloak instead of a prisoner. Turning abruptly to the officer, she asked what had happened to him. She was sure that there was strict surveillance here. The other two apostles were tied up, and the man reported that they had used truth serum to interrogate them, just as one of them was about to say something. Song-hyun grimaced in displeasure and thought that they had -1, a curse that prevented secrets from being revealed. The people had black masks on their faces. Looking at the apostles sitting in the cell, Song-hyun thought that they were even crazier than he had thought. Jungo and Rebecca came down the stairs, asking what had happened here. Pieces of earth lay on the floor under the red cloak, and the girl exclaimed that such a thing could not be. The healer crossed his arms and explained that they had been cursed with silence, so they shouldn't have been tortured. Barnacle scratched his head and asked if the arrow of dawn would not help against this curse, to which the interlocutor replied in the negative, since black magic was not involved. The girl looked down questioningly. She stretched out her hand to the brown substance. The hero turned to her and asked what she was doing, and Rebecca muttered that she was a little worried about this land. The adventurers sat down and introduced the craftsmen, telling them that it was the highest grade clay that Trachony used to make precious dolls, so why were these criminals cursed with such expensive land? The brunette narrowed his eyes, considering her words. He shuddered sharply and exclaimed why he hadn't thought about it earlier, and then asked the girl if the doll workshop was an ancient community. Rebecca twitched and nodded, adding that it has a long history that has been passed down for hundreds of years. She rounded her eyes, guessing. The main character imagined himself with papers during a fire and said that if he were a follower, he would hide the notes in a place where they have been preserved for centuries. And the tradition of doll workshops has existed for hundreds of years, and there are definitely old books of her age. He thought about the material and added that the only ones who can spend expensive land as if nothing had happened is a doll workshop. There are no other options. The captives sweated and shuddered when they heard this. Song-hyun looked at them with a grin and noted that their faces spoke without words that he was right. Marson knitted her eyebrows and said it was a headache, as many of the members of the workshop were Trackety nobles. The woman sighed and added that if they touched the nobles in vain, the government would foam at the mouth, and the bespectacled man nodded that they could not do anything either. The healer moved towards the exit, asking to entrust them with the investigation of the workshop, and the manager stopped him. The brunette stopped when he heard that several people had gone missing in the redwood recently. He stood with his back to her, clarifying whether all sorts of strangers wandered there, but the interlocutor added that now the inhabitants of the settlement themselves began to disappear. Marson took a look at Rebecca, which was in charge of finding the missing people, and suggested that the fact that they were tracked down had something to do with the disappearances. The main character looked at the woman when she asked them to do this business as well, while she investigates the puppeteer's workshop. Sometime later, the trio approached the Trackety workshop building. The girl looked inside and gave a voice. There was almost no one in the room, although the adventurer said that it was usually full of people. There were several men with bags at the stairs, and she assumed that they were adventurers on a mission. The guy with the ponytail approached the guests and asked what brought them here. The healer smiled and said that he had heard about renting a horse golem wagon here, thinking that this was the original purpose of coming to Trackety anyway. Someone approached from behind when the interlocutor replied that he had to get permission from the master to rent a wagon. A man with a mustache came closer and said that it was about him. Harvey Sarvan put it down, touched his chest and introduced himself as the owner of a doll workshop. Song-hyun extended his hand to greet him and was about to introduce himself, but he abruptly pulled away and said that he did not need the name of the person he had just met. The brunette turned pale, and the girl muttered that the master had a very, very bad character. The man chuckled and arched his eyebrows as the healer asked how much it cost to rent a mounted golem. He crossed his arms and quoted the price for one day at 500,000 gold pieces. Jungo opened his mouth in shock and asked again, and the adventurer pulled up her hood and said that it seemed that the rent was 1.2 gold for 3 days. The red-haired man grimaced and said that it used to be like that, but now the demand has increased, so the cost has risen a lot. On the signboards, the former cost was crossed out. Glasses frowned and shouted that it was better to just rent a cart elsewhere, where the prices were more adequate. Everyone looked at the guy with the ponytail, who stated that the only person who could create a horse golem in Trackety was their master. The people around them looked at them with interest when the manager added that if they waited patiently, they could repay with barter, and Jungo guessed that all these people wanted at least 2. Harvey shrugged his shoulders and asked them to just leave if they didn't like it, but it was dangerous in the Red Forest right now. The main character narrowed his eyes and thought that the owner of the workshop now has a dime a dozen of money in this regard, and this typical bastard is profiting from the residents. He looked at his companion, wondering what to do with him. The man was grinning, but he was pale and covered in sweat, which did not escape the healer's attention. Song-hyun activated the observant gaze skill and narrowed his eyes. The adventurer put his hand on the owner's shoulder and addressed him. He grinned and said that someday even such an elderly gentleman would have to kneel down and beg someone, and wouldn't he be angry if they threatened to change places? Harvey threw off his hand and was indignant at such impudence, calling the man names. The red-haired man pointed to himself and stated that he was a puppeteer of the highest category with the title of master. The interlocutor smirked and replied that he did not know people, and for example, right now it was possible that in the end he would ask for forgiveness from the hero. The owner of the workshop frowned, and veins bulged on his forehead. He grabbed a shovel nearby. The man began to brandish the tool, driving the adventurers away. The healer smiled and threatened that he would definitely regret it. The interlocutor gritted his teeth and shouted that this would never happen, and that they were now and forever forbidden to enter the workshop, but immediately his hands clenched. He turned pale and grimaced. The master fell to his knees, and the bespectacled man asked what was wrong with him all of a sudden. Song-hyun looked at his interlocutor with a grin and thought that it was worth taking care of his heart, and here were such worries. The man held his chest, closing his eyes, and the main character, with the help of the skill, saw that he was addicted to leukocoticin and symptoms of late-stage poisoning. The poison quickly spreads through the body. The apprentice sat down next to the teacher and asked if he was all right, and the teacher demanded that the healer be brought alive. The guy knitted his eyebrows and thought that there were no healers in Trackety right now. He raised his head in surprise when the brunette asked if he needed help. Song-hyun put his hand on his chest and said that he could finally introduce himself now. The brunette looked down at the master and stated that he was the only healer in the settlement at the moment. The men opened their mouths in shock. The hero grinned while people poked at him, asking again. Harvey looked at the apprentice with displeasure and demanded that he bring another because he could not be trusted with his health. But he replied that there was no one else in the village. The red-haired man was sweating profusely, but said that then he would go in a carriage to another settlement for treatment. However, he immediately turned around with his eyes wide open when the protagonist uttered one word, Lekakathasan. Song-hyun smiled and revealed that it was a deadly poison called a leisurely killer. He imagined a man with a handkerchief at his mouth and added that if he was poisoned by it, the lungs and respiratory system would be damaged, coughing up blood would begin, and breathing would be difficult. Eventually, the man will fall and die of respiratory failure. The man thought about the bones and said that the peculiarity of the poison is that at the beginning of poisoning there are no symptoms at all, but as time passes and the addiction reaches the final stage, the condition deteriorates rapidly. The guy frowned and admitted that it looked like the master's symptoms, and he shuddered. The healer chuckled when the other man asked what he meant by that. The brunette stood in front of the patient, declaring that now that the symptoms had appeared, he was the last healer he had ever seen. Everyone was in the workshop building, and the adventurer added that, of course, he was not going to treat them just like that. The interlocutor gritted his teeth and loudly addressed Ziggs, demanding that he bring the gold lively. A couple of minutes later, the master threw the bag of coins and asked the hero to choke. The money fell to the floor at the healer's feet, and the man grumbled that this was all the healer wanted. The brunette chuckled and reminded him that he had said something before. He suddenly kicked a bag of gold, frightening his interlocutor. Song-hyun looked at him menacingly and repeated that someday, even such a master would have to kneel down and beg like the son of a dog. The workshop owner rounded his eyes when the brunette demanded that all these coins be collected and cleaned because he would not touch the dirty ones. The interlocutor twitched, about to be indignant. However, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand, coughing. His blood splashed on the floor. The main character sat down next to him and said that if he did not like such an activity, then he did not need to, but his health was now in a dangerous situation. Harvey looked at his hands in horror, but his eyes grew cloudy. The healer nodded and smiled as he muttered that their workshop would end after his death. The red-haired man's eyes widened as the adventurer declared that it was none of his business. The owner closed his eyes and shouted that he understood that he was to blame for everything. The people who came looked at them dumbfounded, while the man exclaimed that he would no longer exploit adventurers. He took the coins in an armful. Then he convulsively began to rub them with a handkerchief, promising that this would not happen again. Harvey then handed the gold to the healer and asked him to save him. The man lowered his head and gritted his teeth, fighting the humiliation. The brunette closed his eyes and grinned, noting that he was causing such pity now that his heart trembled. There was nothing to be done. He took a bottle out of his cloak. The master smiled, thinking that if he had this medicine, he would repay this humiliation 3 times as much. The man took out a syringe and filled it with liquid. The red-haired man's eyes widened when he heard that this was not yet a cure. A needle flashed in the air. Song-hyun plunged a syringe into the patient's neck. The interlocutor turned pale, muttering that the healer was a fraud. The main character knitted his eyebrows and thought that he could not instantly create an antidote to Lekakathasan, but he could help. The liquid penetrated under the patient's skin. It was a Rostian potion with respiratory protection and a stabilizing effect, a temporary solution. Harvey rubbed his neck and narrowed his eyes, noting that his breath had returned. He collapsed on his back, startling the apprentice. The brunette grinned. Song-hyun looked at him and said that although he was playing with the lives of patients, he was not a fraud. The trio were standing outside in front of the Adventurers Guild building, and Rebecca exclaimed that this was the first time anyone had ever defeated this old man like this. She scratched her head in embarrassment and muttered that such things were not told to patients, but that she would file a complaint against him, and the hero thought that a lot had fallen on her. Jungo crossed his arms and said that in the end they failed to conduct a full-scale investigation into the attack, and the healer suggested that they do so tomorrow. The girl waved at them and said goodbye. The brunette sat down on the bed and sighed. He looked at his friend who had changed into pajamas and said that he was worried about 3 things. Song-hyun held up a finger and said that the first is the Trackety doll workshop, which is empty and looks on the verge of ruin. The brunette remembered the owner and suggested that everyone left her because of the crappy nature of that guy, but the hero noted that Harvey's personality has always been filthy, so there must be something different. Then the healer held up a second finger and remembered Rebecca's attitude. He thought of the girl and assumed that she had something to do with the doll shop. The main character remembered how the adventurer in the workshop became silent and tried to hide her identity, as if she was a person who was not allowed to show her face there. Besides, thanks to her, they learned that the clay used in the curse was used to make dolls. The healer narrowed his eyes and decided that she worked in a workshop. Jungo looked with glowing eyes at her friend, who had finally added Mr. Harvey's addiction to the list. The brunette shook his head and decided not to say anything more, otherwise it would not be interesting. Someone was watching their window from the street, and the man offered to go to bed today. The man with red hair and eyes frowned. The next day, the sun was shining over the building of the doll shop, and an indignant scream was heard inside. Harvey jumped up in fright and asked why the protagonist had come again. Had he not been satisfied with the bullying yesterday? The brunette grinned and reminded me that he had already explained. He presented the bottles and reiterated that he didn't have the ingredients to make an antidote to leukocothosin, and it would be best to try to hold out until the poison was completely out of the old man's body, so he needed to take the Rostin potion every 3 hours. The master narrowed his eyes and asked what it was. The healer winked and said that he had kindly arrived to check on his condition. The interlocutor clenched his fist in irritation, mentally calling the adventurer a bastard swindler. The red-haired man remembered that yesterday the hero had shown him a bottle, giving him medicine for only 1 day, and said that he would give one every time he begged on his knees. The owner frowned and thought that the fact that Song-hyun didn't wait for him and came to the workshop himself meant that he still had something to rip off from him. The master lifted a chair and asked why the brunette had actually come, and the brunette agreed that he had a question. He laid out the photos on the table and asked if the man was familiar with these faces. The red-haired man looked at them indifferently and asked how he knew them, and the clothes were strange. The protagonist looked at the table and replied that these people are presumably followers of an unknown religion that has spread among the residents of Tragedy in recent weeks. But the interlocutor said that he does not care what the peasants live and what they do. Harvey's eyes widened when the healer asked what about Wismel. Glasses also leaned forward, noticing the man's reaction. The master sweated and turned away, muttering confusedly that it was the first time he had heard the name. Song-hyun chuckled. The adventurer hovered over the interlocutor, noting that he did not even say that it was a name. The brunette showed the bottle and asked him to tell everything he knew in order. The man presented the symbol and said that in their memory, Wismel is the name of a creature erased from their history. He reached out for the book and added that all information about it had been destroyed. The master pressed a button on the bookshelf, and there was a click. The cabinet slid to the side, revealing the passage. The trio went downstairs, and the red-haired man revealed that there was still a small amount of this information stored here, and the healer noted that, as expected, all high-ranking people create secret rooms. The brunette drew attention to the book on the table. He turned the pages and determined that it looked like the diary of a Tragedy resident. The man visualized the goddess and read that thanks to the spirit of the Wismel harvest this summer, a generous, benevolent god of the earth protects their village, and tomorrow they will have to visit the temple in the Red Forest. And the man also thanked the goddess for defeating a group of thieves who invaded the village with her power, and they loved the deity in return. The men stared at the page in bewilderment. Song-hyun closed his diary and closed his eyes, saying that he suspected that Wismel was the guardian deity of the Red Forest. The girl behind him was looking at another book, saying that there was also a record of the goddess teaching Tragedy how to make clay dolls. Her hands were trembling. Rebecca turned around abruptly and asked how this could be. The adventurer reached out to her owner and shouted that others might not know, but that a doll shop should not hide the existence of Wismel, and the bespectacled boy stopped her and asked her to calm down. The master clattered in displeasure and muttered that there was a situation and he didn't know everything, since many records were lost. But Wismel disappeared for unclear reasons. Jungo and Rebecca looked at him in surprise. Harvey knitted his eyebrows and made it clear that the disappearance of the goddess meant that she was dead. He introduced the village and revealed that it was about 700 years ago when the sudden death of Wismel threw Tragedy into disarray, and the priests were unable to use their power, and the divine barrier protecting the settlement disappeared. The townspeople wept and called out to the deity, asking what they should do. Exhausted, they fell to the ground, realizing that the village would be destroyed overnight, because everything necessary to maintain it depended on the goddess. The owner thought of the magic symbol and said that it was then that the Kamar wizards came to Tragedy. They stretched out their hands and offered to help protect and provide everything necessary. The main character looked at the narrator with interest and was surprised that the Kamarians did a good deed for no reason, because it was impossible for them, and he confirmed. The man thought of the brooch and said that the magicians demanded a jewel, the mercy of Wismel, which was equated with the goddess herself and considered sacred. Wizards stretched out their hands to her, trying to get their hands on the immense magic and divine power contained in her. But the puppeteers, who watched the decline of the village, stole the jewel and made a deal. Everyone was standing in a secret room, and the bespectacled man suggested that the Wismel temple must have reacted harshly, and the brunette added that priests who had lost their strength would not be able to cope with the doll workshop. Harvey arched his eyebrows and introduced the golems, revealing that the temple had rebelled, but the puppeteers easily dealt with it and searched the entire settlement, erasing Wismel's name and attributing her achievements to the Kamar wizards. Rebecca turned pale and asked why she would do this. Everyone imagined the silhouette of a woman, and the red-haired man replied that they were afraid of her return and heavenly punishment. But if the divine being was forgotten by people, then he would never appear again. The owner turned to the cabinets and said that they had not gotten rid of everything, and the records were passed down from generation to generation from owner to owner of the workshop, even if others had forgotten, but they should know the truth. He glanced sideways at the healer, and wondered how he knew about Wismel. The hero looked at him and replied that it was top secret, and would cause a wave of indignation, and then admitted that they thought it was a doll workshop trying to revive the temple. The interlocutor mockingly pointed at him and asked why they would do this. Because if the goddess came to life, their workshop would be punished. Song-hyun sat upset on the floor, musing that he was sure the puppeteers were behind it. Barnacle waved his hand in front of his face and said that the master was also human and could make mistakes, and the healer offered to stab him. The girl sighed and asked what kind of Wismel church it was and what its purpose was. Harvey glanced sideways at the adventurers and asked what they were whispering about. Rebecca turned away and muttered that the whole city was in turmoil these days because of the church, and the hero added that they did not use her name openly. The red-haired man lowered his eyes, surprised that there really were people who were trying to revive the temple. There were tools on the table in front of him, and the brunette wondered if anything had happened in the workshop, because the atmosphere was a little strange, and there were no customers. The owner in a panic began to shake his head, shouting that nothing was happening here and everything was under control, so the main character immediately thought that he could not lie so stupidly. Suddenly the door opened. Song-hyun and Jung-go turned towards the exit as the voice said that the master should speak clearly. The healer narrowed his eyes with interest. A long-haired man appeared on the doorstep. He smirked and asked Harvey if he planned to close his business in the near future. The stranger stood in front of the owner. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, calling him a bastard. The man took up the hammer. He launched the tool at the guest and reminded that he had asked him not to appear here again. The interlocutor only stepped forward and said that he had heard that his health had deteriorated. The long-haired man leaned over to the foreman and asked how he was going to do business in such a state. Song-hyun and Jung-go munched on virtual popcorn, discussing that the action unfolds like in the plot of some drama. The stranger turned to look at them. He turned around, noticing that they had visitors, but the bespectacled man only waved his hand and asked him not to be distracted. The red-haired man closed his eyes and apologized, noting that he believed that no one else came to visit the master. The man turned around and said that he would leave the workshop, as he interfered with customer service. Finally, he smiled and said that he and the master would see each other soon. Then the door slammed shut at the same time as Harvey slammed the table. The healer frowned and muttered that this guy would do well to learn politeness at the first meeting. He was definitely not a good one. The master clenched his fists in fury as his friends debated whether it would be too foolish to ask out loud what was going on. The main character shifted his gaze to the side. Rebecca pulled her hood tighter, and he asked what was wrong with her. The girl was sweating a lot and replied that it was nothing. Light penetrated into the dining room of the doll workshop. Ziggs, one of the workers, looked thoughtfully at his plate, muttering that they had met that long-haired aristocrat after all. He flinched as he looked at the trio. The table was set, and the guy offered to start eating and talk in the process. Ziggs introduced the aristocrat, and revealed that his name was Pendrell Spencer, and he had once been the master's apprentice and fellow student. The narrator picked at his plate and added that, although they were colleagues, his skills were not even close to the level of a long-haired man. The main character looked at the interlocutor and asked if it was some kind of elite level, and he replied that there was no one among the students of the workshop who could compare with him. The guy introduced the mechanism and said that to create a magic golem, you need 5 or 6 puppeteers working together, and he was able to determine the cause of the doll's breakdown just by looking at it. He thought of the workshop and added that, as a result of his outstanding abilities, everyone began to say that there was no one else to be the next owner but him. Harvey looked dissatisfied, and even someone like Pendrell couldn't please him. The interlocutors were dining at the table, and the narrator said that the current master is the most talented person in the history of the workshop. He remembered how the two had quarreled and said that Harvey had never praised the aristocrat, let alone treated him in a special way. However, the proud Pendrell did not give up and fought him. Then the guy left when their emotions peaked, and that was about 3 months ago. Ziggs lowered his head and said that a month later, the long-haired man made a huge doll and appeared again. Song-hyun and Jung-go turned around in surprise when they heard that his golem was moving without magic power. Barnacle looked at the master and asked if this invention could move without other power sources, and he nodded, adding that because of this, chaos reigned in their workshop, but problems appeared later. 2 months ago, the golem's eyes were glowing red. A large creature sat in the hall, and the craftsman fussed, shouting that this was a technology that would revolutionize the industry. Harvey stepped closer and muttered that he couldn't come up with a use right away, but it piques his interest, and the creator thanked him. The master narrowed his eyes and thought that he had noticed that he hadn't seen an apprentice in a long time, but it turned out that he had been researching something similar. Pendrell smiled as his mentor mused that this was certainly below average, but he had no one to bequeath the workshop to but this guy, because the others were garbage that didn't deserve attention. The long-haired man rounded his eyes when the interlocutor said that when the time came for him to retire, he would transfer the position of the next manager to him. The guy grinned. Harvey turned around in surprise when the student demanded to do it right away. He widened his eyes and asked again, and he only asked if he hadn't achieved something that even the owner couldn't. Pendrell chuckled and said that he had talent, enough experience and success, and there was no longer any reason to stay under him. Harvey gritted his teeth and furiously called the guy a crazy brute. Blanks flew into the air, while the man was rowdy and demanded that the guy get out of his workshop, since he did not understand anything. The long-haired man sat on the floor, his hand pressed to his face, and muttered that, apparently, this would not work. He touched his chest and said with a bitter smile that he would not like to lead their workshop to collapse with his own hands, but this was the will of the master. The aristocrat stood up and declared that he was independent of them from that day, and Harvey asked if he was going to open his own workshop. Pendrell smiled and replied in the affirmative, adding that he would call her Spencer. The main character rubbed his chin and muttered that it was now clear why there were no people here, and Ziggs covered his face with his hands and said that the long-haired man had lured away many masters. The guide turned pale and said that Pendrell was a very talented craftsman, and they no longer had a reason to tolerate Harvey's harsh temper. Barnacle leaned on his arm and noted that it was all his fault, so there was nothing to say, and the healer nodded. Ziggs knitted his eyebrows as the brunette asked if he and the others had managed to stay. The interlocutor banged his fist on the table and exclaimed that their master could not be called sympathetic. The young man blushed as he imagined the figures and muttered that the man's works were so beautiful that they exuded sensitivity, and the adventurers thought that he was even crazier than the owner himself. Ziggs coughed and added that he was therefore sincerely glad that Song-hyun had healed the master, although he would not have thought that he could have been poisoned in the first place. The healer crossed his legs and said that he was just about to say something about it. He closed his eyes and thought about the third point that was bothering him. The man presented the substance and said that lecacothecin, to which Harvey is addicted, is a high-quality synthetic poison obtained by mixing several types of poisons. The interlocutors looked in surprise at the healer, who said that it would never be possible to become addicted to such a person naturally. Song-hyun narrowed his eyes and added that it meant that someone had done it deliberately with the aim of killing Master Harvey. Everyone looked intensely at the main character. The healer made a gesture with his hand and asked if the guy had any guesses who could hold a grudge against the master. Ziggs looked down and admitted that it was about 45% of Trachedy's residents. He chuckled and added that the other 55% had never met him, although they despised him, so the master was even more trash than they could imagine. The guy put down an empty plate and thought when the hero asked if there were places that the owner had recently visited. Ziggs remembered asking his mentor to rest and saying that he hadn't taken a step since the puppeteers left, as he was overcome by anxiety and focused on his work in the workshop. The brunette touched his chin and muttered that in 2 months of isolation there was no chance that he had been poisoned from the outside. The apprentice got up to carry the dishes, and the bespectacled boy whispered to his friend if he thought anyone who had stayed in the workshop was to blame, and the hero replied that the probability was low, because these guys had been taking turns giving him medication since yesterday, and had saved Harvey's life with the utmost sincerity. Ziggs set down the tray and decided that he would wash it later, and the healer whispered that if any of the students wanted to kill the tutor, they would have done it a long time ago. The girl raised her hand and gave her voice. Rebecca arched her eyebrows and asked if Pendrell could be the culprit. She looked at the protagonist in surprise when he replied that this person seemed to be the most suspicious under the circumstances, but it was unlikely. The brunette introduced the man and explained that Harvey's body had apparently been exposed to a large amount of poison in a short period of time, and it got to the point where he had been by his side injecting the antidote for several days, and due to his relationship with Master Pendrell, it would have been difficult to get here. Barnacle turned to Ziggs and wondered if the long-haired man could have ordered someone else to be poisoned. Maybe someone else had come here. The main character rounded his eyes when he heard that only adventurers came here. The brunette stood up and clarified that Harvey was the only one who made dolls from Earth brought by adventurers, and he nodded. Song-hyun smirked and asked to be escorted to the storage place of this land. A fist flew into the man's face. The healer forcefully charged him, throwing his opponent back. The man looked at him indignantly and asked what he was doing. He immediately turned pale and shuddered when the hero announced that he had found poison in the soil that he had brought to the workshop today. Song-hyun grinned and added that after the investigation, he found out who the criminal was, but the interlocutor only exclaimed that he did not understand what it was about. Jungo put his hand on the girl's shoulder and advised her to plug her ears. The main character grabbed the criminal and dragged him into the gateway. His companions stood outside, their ears pinched. Suddenly, there was a heartbreaking scream, and they had to close their eyes. The healer shook off his hands. He went out to his comrades, who clarified whether everything worked out, and he replied that he hit the man, and he immediately split. Song-hyun showed the key to the warehouse of the Spencer workshop and stated that the guess was confirmed. At this time, the legs of the criminal were sticking out of the barrel. The trio approached the warehouse. The hero inserted the key into the golden lock. Inside the room there were bags and buckets with material. The adventurers went inside, and the bespectacled man asked what his friend thought about all this. The man opened one of the bags and activated his observational gaze, immediately determining that this soil was contaminated with lecacothecin, upon contact with which poisoning occurs. The healer looked at her and noted that there was now evidence. Pendrell appeared on the doorstep, saying that he did not expect the hero to get to the bottom of this. He grinned and admitted that he had already planned to visit them, but this visit had saved him from having to look for them. Jungo took out a spear and asked if he knew that his secret would be revealed and was now going to kill them. The interlocutor grinned and replied that it was already tea time, and whether they would keep him company. Song-hyun and Jungo looked at him suspiciously. Inside the Spencer workshop was bright and cozy. The long-haired man sat in a chair with a cup and said that he had no intention of killing the master. The brunette crossed his arms and asked if he was going to deny the obvious, and the interlocutor admitted that he really planned to give him the antidote at the right time. He looked down when the healer asked why he would do this. Pendrell placed a book with the Wismel symbol on the table. The main character looked at her and remembered the temple. The long-haired man took a sip and said that his goal was to revive the church and welcome the goddess. He narrowed his eyes and said that there was a lot of material related to her in the doll workshop, so he definitely needed to get it. The man introduced the bottles and explained that at first he planned to officially take over the management of the workshop, but changed plans when he learned that the master would be in charge for at least another 30 years. Barnacle Boy squinted at him and called him a complete psycho when Pendrell stated that he was wondering if the mentor would step down as workshop owner if his body weakened. Song Hyun glanced at the red-haired man and wondered why he would revive the Wismel temple, especially at the cost of a knife in the back of his master. The interlocutor smiled and laughed. His gaze suddenly turned mad as he asked if the hero had ever revered someone as a master and teacher, if he had encountered such a wall that he could not overcome. Pendrell introduced Harvey, who was about to crush him, and stated that his mentor had become such a wall for him, and even if he ever rose to his level, it would be after his master's death. The red-haired man put his hand on his chest and said that no matter what he did, he would not be able to surpass his mentor, and it was very painful for him to realize this. But the main character said that he was not interested, to be honest. Pendrell clapped his hands and told him that he had something else in mind. He smiled anxiously and asked if he couldn't surpass the master, then wouldn't it be right to find a way to lower him below him? The healer rounded his eyes and twitched, asking again. The interlocutor introduced the deity and the teacher, explaining that if Wismel returned to their world, then the doll workshop that committed unforgivable sins in the past would fall, and even its owner would not be able to escape karma. Harvey's eyes reflected the silhouette of a woman, and Pendrell said that if he was cursed and thrown out of the workshop so that his hands would not create him, then he would succeed. The long-haired man put his hand on his chest and said with a mad smile that only then would he be able to surpass the living master. Jungo shivered and exclaimed that he had goosebumps from such a creepy man, and the protagonist added that he was even crazier than Ziggs. The healer narrowed his eyes and thought that something was missing anyway. He looked at the other person and asked if this was really all. Pendrell smiled slyly, and the brunette decided that there must be something else hidden here. The hero looked at him intently and asked if this was all for sure. The interlocutor smiled. He laughed out loud and said that he thought so. The guy thinks quickly, and it's just his personal wish. Song Hyun looked up a little when he heard that the real reason they wanted to start a church was because it was for the city. The man closed his eyes and added that he had only to look at the city now. The streets were empty, the settlement turned into an extremely poor village. There are not even simple healers, medical institutions, people are injured every day. He remembered the priests, saying that they and Kumar were the culprits of this tragedy, did nothing, just abandoned the city. Then he slammed the table. The interlocutor tilted her head and added that innocent residents of the city had recently been persecuted by vicious bandits for having red hair. After introducing the bandits, the man added that he had heard that their real leader was from the nobility of Kamari. The comrades thought that if they found out that they had helped the Red Road gang, they would be killed. He put his hand on the book and added that this record was left to his ancestors, who worked in a doll workshop. And obviously, he wanted to stop the decay of the city and that workshop. Then he picked it up, saying that the church is the power that the city needs today. Looking at the book, the interlocutor continued to say that even after he said this, they still planned to interfere. But the doctor interrupted him and said that he did not really plan to do it. Song Hyun smiled, adding that if they are founding a religious order with good intentions, there is no reason to interfere. His comrades looked at him strangely when he added that he rather wanted to actively help and thought that this was a lie. The man took his hand aside and asked if they could cooperate with them. The hero asked what kind of cooperation. Pendrell lowered his eyes when he heard that the hero hoped that he would be able to convince the teacher and replied that if he wanted to break Vitsmul, he would really need his help. Jungo looked at him questioningly and didn't understand why he needed him. The man replied that he couldn't tell them the details yet. The doctor smiled and said that he would try to do it. The guy remembered the robed men and said that the last thing he wanted to ask was that the masked group that tried to kill them also belonged to the church. Looking at him, he explained that these people were adventurers hired for money. They were not connected with the church. He sent them to deal with a man who was trying to find out about Vitsmul. Song Hyun stared at him silently, hearing that if he had known that they would show such cruelty, he would not have trusted them with this matter. Tea was on the table. Someone noted that their conversation had dragged on. It was time for them to go. The other replied that time flies by at tea. The young man with glasses began to say that he liked the tea. It was delicious. Jungo waved, saying that he liked the tea. But Pendrell stared at them. He held out his hand. Then he grabbed the girl by the hood. The man smiled and added, even if they were already gathered, she should say hello before leaving. The guy was shocked when he added that her brother was asking her to do so. The girl lowered her head. The man was surprised that they didn't know Rebecca was his younger sister. Turning around, Song Hyun asked again, and the girl replied that this was her real name. Her brother put his hand on her shoulder and said that she was still wasting time, It seemed that nothing had changed since she had run away from home in search of adventure. Then he leaned over to her and said that he had said that this job did not suit her. The guy with glasses understood her hand when he asked her what she was doing while he was doing things in the name of the city and tried to object, asking him not to say that. But Pendrell looked at him angrily and said that the only family he has left is Rebecca. So he's naturally worried that his only younger sister is involved in something dangerous. The guy hid behind the hero, saying what he meant. Maybe he could have said a little softer. The man exhaled and said that the same thing happened to puppeteers. Then he squeezed his hand on his shoulder tighter and said that if there was no talent, then she should at least try. She did not even try to do anything. Pendrell hovered over her and told her that she would tell him that she had tried her best. But if there was no result, how was that different from inaction? The girl began to cry when her brother added that if she was going to live like an adventurer, then she had better leave. Jungo grabbed his hand and told him to stop. The girl left her brother when the hero explained that he did not know about his sister, but his colleague Rebecca was quite an important member of their group. The girl looked at him in shock. He smiled and asked if he understood what was meant. The man was holding on to his wrist. Then he smiled and said that it seemed that this time his younger sister had found a reliable colleague. A lantern illuminated the street of the city. The girl cried and said that this was why she did not want to meet her brother. Jungo stood in front of her and said that how did it happen that such a guy turned out to be her brother. The girl replied that he said it wasn't entirely wrong, but it hurt even more. Rebecca lowered her eyes and added that perhaps it would really be better to stop being an adventurer. Song-hyun handed her the elixir and told her that a guy stuck in a safe village knows nothing of adventurers. He smiled and added that they were exploring the world and completing tasks, trying not to die in the process, and in his opinion, she was a real adventurer. The girl took the elixir, hearing that she could not pay attention to what people were saying, and thanked him. The three of them are in the middle of the street. Jungo asked if the hero really plans not to get involved with the church. He replied that he did not. He understood his head by saying that Pendrell had clearly lied and the masked group was not affiliated with him. Song-hyun remembered how that person dissolved by saying that a curse like instant death is a skill that puts a strain on the caster's body, so it is rarely used, in exceptional cases, for example, when it is necessary to shut someone's mouth, even if it means their death, and casting this curse means that they have important information. Such a person definitely cannot be an ordinary adventurer. He opened the bottle. Then he took a sip, saying that he was curious about what remained hidden. I'm sure that's not all. The girl looked up when her friend asked where they should start the investigation and said that her brother had previously said that he had found information about Vitsmal at home. The comrades looked at her with surprise after the offer to inspect their house. The seal closed the gates of the Spencer family's mansion. A message appeared that the gaze observer skill was used. Looking at the seal, the hero saw that access was denied. A strong protective spell was in effect. Anyone who tried to enter without permission would be punished. Rebecca showed the key when the hero noted that the house had heavy security, and Jungo said that it didn't matter since the owner of the house was with them. She inserted the key and the lock opened. The three went inside. The doctor noted that this place did not look like a house in which people lived, and a friend asked if this man really lived in such a gloomy house. The companion replied that this was the house in which she once lived. Turning around, the girl added that initially her brother left home early and lived in a dormitory at the workshop, and only after the death of his parents did he begin to visit him often on the issue of the legacy of the title of head of the family. They were climbing the stairs. Jungo asked who was taking care of the mansion. Rebecca replied that they originally had servants, but her brother fired everyone. She pointed her finger at cleaning the house. The guys were shocked. The mannequin was holding a broom. The rest were engaged in cleaning. The girl explained that these guys began to take care of the house. The mannequins were actively removed. Jungo opened his mouth wide, asking what it was, perhaps some monsters, and could it be that there was a dungeon here? The interlocutor replied with a smile that these are mannequins for cleaning, dolls that her brother made in his workshop. The doctor raised his hand to his chin and said that no matter how aristocratic they were, using dolls instead of people was a luxury. The cost of maintenance was enormous. Then he exhaled, noting that it was likely that shortly after he found the data on Vitsmal, all the employees of the mansion were fired. Jungo asked, was it to prevent the information from leaking? Seeing how the mannequin was removing the dust, the interlocutor replied that this is so, because the dolls do not talk about what they saw and heard. He looked ahead and said that since they were using dolls even now, the materials that needed to be hidden were still there. The girl came into the room, said that this was the room of her brother, the head of the family. The guys went into it. Jungo clarified that there was nothing special here. The hero looked at his comrade and asked if he remembered what they were talking about in the basement of the doll shop. Jungo frowned a little and began to list. Not cheap, incompetently, ignoring ordinary people. The hero replied that this is all true. Song-hyun applied the skill. He saw a painting on the wall. Looking closer, he saw a sealed switch. Someone had recently removed an old seal from it. A message appeared that it was possible to open the door leading to the basement, noting that it was always common for superiors to have all the secrets. He pressed the switch. There was a click on the floor. The floor under Jungo opened. He flew down the stairs. Song-hyun sat down and asked if he was right. His friend replied that he was. They went downstairs. The comrades ended up in the basement. The girl noted that there was a complete mess and everything was dumped on a pile. The hero looked at the writings. Looking closer, he saw that a great man who loved the city, here he would leave a record of Vitsmal. Then he raised his head and said that this was a thing left by the ancestor of the family. It was also written on it that the goddess was a guardian deity worshipped in the city, and the ancestor of puppeteers. They were standing in front of the wall. Song-hyun said that judging by the fact that the contents were generally similar to what was found in the doll workshop, it seemed that the original had been secretly copied, and the copy was hidden in the workshop. The comrade noticed that the wall was made of records, so it could not be simply transferred to the workshop. Rebecca pointed her finger when she noticed that it contained new information. Looking at the hieroglyphs, I began to read the myth of the city. The goddess loved the forest, loved all its inhabitants, and wanted to protect them. Imagining the goddess, the comrades read that taking care of the forest alone was a difficult task even for the goddess. In despair, she divided her strength. The mannequins did the work. She created her own children doubles. The clones born in this way founded the village in the middle of the forest. As a result, a city appeared to worship the goddess, and later she was called Trikoti. Rebecca raised her hand to her face when the hero said that, in other words, the progenitors of the city are doppelgangers of the goddess, and noted that the current villagers are descendants of Vitsmal. A wolf appeared behind Jungo when he pointed out that the puppet studio was a bunch of immorals. The wolf's eyes lit up, and he pounced on them. He bit the guy in the shoulder. He screamed. The wolf quickly jumped away. His paws slammed into the floor. He looked intimidating. Rebecca ran up to the guy, saying that it was a red wolf golem. The girl raised her head, adding that it was a special golem that only an elder of the family could create. Drool dripped from their mouths. She added that although they did not have a soul, thanks to their magical powers, they were endowed with will, could think independently and move like ordinary beings. At that moment, his golem pounced on her. Rebecca screamed. The doctor has drawn a dagger. Silver glory has been summoned from your inventory. The monster's head flew to the side. The body fell without a head. Song-hyun noticed something. The wolf stood up again. Song-hyun stood in front of him, hearing that the golem would move until its core was destroyed, and asked if it was. Jungo was summoning weapons when Rebecca replied that it was up to its creator. The guy grabbed a shovel. He stood up and shouted for the cowardly dog to pay attention to him. Then he attacked her, and shouted that it was a shameful surprise attack. Jungo chopped it into pieces. Song-hyun froze in surprise. The comrade happily jumped, and shouted that he had killed the dog. The hero thought that there was no need to use an observant eye. Rebecca approached and asked why the golem was in her house, and Song-hyun assumed that her brother had studied it there. Jungo put his hand on his shoulder. The hero's eyes became larger from the words that then the secret of the golem, which moves without the help of magic, may be hidden here. He ran abruptly upstairs, did not even answer the question where he was going. The guy ran and thought that this smell coming from here earlier was really what he thought. But he fell silent when he saw something. In front of them lay the corpse of a fox. The whole room was covered with animal pipes. They didn't understand what it was. There were hares, cats, and many others on the tables. The girl covered her mouth and said that it was terrible, not understanding how he could. The doctor looked at the fox. He remembered the wolf, noting that they looked alike. Jungo frowned and said that he had killed them all, just to observe them and then create creatures like them. The method he chose was really bad. Rebecca believed that it could not be. She pressed her hand to her chest and said that her brother was so skilled that he could create a golem without killing any animals. Just a photo was enough. The hero went on when his friend asked what all this was for. He stopped by the slain golem, hoping that it wasn't what he was thinking. A message appeared about the use of the processing skill. A bright light appeared in his hand. The front was a pile of sand. The red wolf's golem was reworked. A manticore appeared. The guys came up and asked what it was. Their eyes grew larger as they heard that it was the soul of a living being. Song-hyun turned around and said that this man created dolls using the souls of live animals. The girl clutched her head, horrified at how to do such a thing. Seeing the bright sphere, she wondered what her brother was doing. The guy with glasses replied that anyway, it was definitely crazy. He was taking out souls to put them into dolls. Jungo looked at the papers, saying that if they found anything, they might find out about his intentions. Suddenly something surprised him. He showed a notebook, which said that he needed to read. Opening it, the girl realized that it was her brother's handwriting, who wrote that Vitsmal had not left them. The girl hovered above the ground. She spread her power across the redwood forest and assimilated with it. Vitsmal closed her eyes like a divine being, disappeared. Even though her appearance had changed, she always protected them. Pendrell stood in front of the text. According to the notes left by the previous head of the family, it is impossible to contact her, who has been assimilated by the forest. But he does not think so. The guy represented the goddess and wrote that it was necessary to make her doll. If I conveyed the will, strength, and religiosity of the goddess in the created doll, then she would return to her divinity. Jungo pushed the hero away, not understanding what it meant. Rebecca stood by, saying that she had never thought that the goddess had turned into a red forest. He froze in place and asked if it was possible, the church would put pressure on their religiosity. How was he going to convey the will and power of the goddess? Song-hyun put his hand on the notebook. He explained that it is written here that ordinary people cannot gather the power of the goddess. Holding a notebook, the hero read that this becomes possible if the remains of the god are used, and after much deliberation, he decided to find what was left after the disappearance of the goddess and used his right hand. A monster appeared above him. It sat right on the closet, saying that they crept inside like rats and did well. They turned around abruptly and did not understand whose voice it was. Song-hyun said that Pendrell was spying on everything with the help of a doll. The doll descended, saying that it was easy, and using her hand to gather the power scattered across the red forest. Song-hyun frowned upon hearing that although there was a side effect, the forest had lost its protection and had become unstable. The girl peeked out from behind her, and said that it was then that the reason why the monsters in the redwood had become so cruel became clear. The doll descended to the floor. The hero added that although the main reason was the leakage of the magical energy of the city, but the secondary culprit was her brother. Frowning, the girl shouted how could he do this, because so many people were injured in the red forest. He stood in front of her and replied that if the goddess was restored, the city would recover. An injury was a very minor problem. Song-hyun tilted his head and repeated that this was of course a minor problem. Then I watched it, and added that the real problem was to gather the will of the goddess. The puppet monster was smiling, saying that the guy was thinking well. Jungho standing behind him didn't understand what they were talking about. Introducing the goddess, he explained that there was only one will left by the disappeared goddess, and that was the souls of the inhabitants of the city, the descendants. The core was in every citizen of the city, the descendants she left behind to protect the red forest. The comrades were shocked. The sphere next to Jungho was glowing brightly. He wanted to talk about how there were experiments inside dead animals to completely remove souls. The girl held the sword with trembling hands. She asked if it had already harmed the villagers. The doll stood in front of him. When she asked that the missing from the city were his fault, he drooped, called her by name when she really wanted to hear a negative answer. But then he smiled and said that everything was right. It was his fault. He remembered how he had collected these cores. He had to extract them and see for himself if the souls really contained her will. The girl was just horrified, and he added that it was all for Trakoti's sake. Tears welled up in her eyes. Rebecca ran towards the monster and started yelling at him to stop saying that. Jungho opened his mouth wide and tried to stop her. The doll dodged the attack. He grabbed her by the throat. Then he threw it against the wall. The guys were shocked. The girl raised her head, saying that her brother was a hypocrite. She held her chest and said that he was endangering the village and killing innocent people, not understanding how it could be for the sake of the city. The monster approached her, saying that she did not know because she had left the village. All the while the people of the city suffered from the contempt and persecution of Kamara. As she cried, he continued to say that only a goddess could save the city. For something more, one had to be willing to make small sacrifices. He didn't think that someone like her would be able to understand it. Song-hyun attacked from behind. My head fell off my shoulders. A smile froze on her. She fell to the ground. The hero approached the girl and said that it was not worth keeping him alive. Putting his foot on his body, Song-hyun asked how he could deal with him. The girl took advantage of his help and thanked him. Jungho looked at the downed puppet, noting that Pendrell had taken the doll out of the person to make a doll, the healer saying that the Adventurers Guild would not be able to remain silent if the diary was provided as evidence. Song-hyun looked at his friend and said that the puppeteer needed to be stopped before more victims appeared. He was surprised. The exit was closed by the barrier. The ladder was blocked. The doll's head lying on the ground said that one of them had to stand outside on the alert. She smiled, saying that as soon as the door of this basement closed, it would be impossible to open it from the inside and someone would have to press the switch again. Jungho grabbed a shovel, saying that the villain was trying to kill his sister. He replied that he was not going to do it because she was the only blood relative, and they were her colleagues. However, he could not allow anyone to interfere with the sacred ceremony of welcoming Vitsmal. The puppet's head was smiling, saying that it would take about 3 days to make the puppet, so until then, the heroes would have to stay here. Jungho slammed on the door. The guy was indignant when he heard that he would open it as soon as he finished. The voice said goodbye as the men complained. The hero crushed his head and noted that they were unlucky. The girl looked at Song-hyun anxiously and offered to dig a hole to make a tunnel outside, but he replied that it was impossible. He walked over to the door, saying that judging by the state of the entrance, it was some kind of subspace, and if they tried to break through, they would fall into a spatial abyss. Rebecca lowered her head and apologized for having come here because of her. Jungho held out his hand, hastening to calm her down, as she had helped them find out what Pendrell was up to. But she was worried that it would be useless if they didn't get out of here. Jungho closed his eyes and told him not to worry. After that, I looked at the hero with a smile, because there must be some way. His eyes sparkled. Song-hyun thought it was. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that his comrade thought he was an expert at fixing everything in the universe. Then he pushed the remains of the doll with his foot. Calculations were made in his head. The girl brought her hand to her chest when the healer asked if she could use the powers necessary to control the dolls and replied that she knew the basics. The guy smiled. Folding his hand, he said that if she did well, then maybe they could get out. Rebecca was visibly surprised and asked how they could do it. After introducing the puppets, the hero replied that it was a simple but at the same time difficult method. You need to use the ability to control the puppets to press the switch behind the door. Jungho turned to him that since they couldn't get out on their own, they would have to use someone outside and asked if that was possible. Imagining a room among the stars, the guy assumed that this subspace was different from the continent, so they could not influence what was happening there from here. The hero picked up the doll's falcon, reasoning that a few moments ago it had been controlled by Pendrell. His comrades were surprised to hear that since he was outside, it meant that outsiders could interfere in this place using their skills. A message appeared that the skill of observational gaze was used. The hero smirked and said that there was no way that a descendant who passed on information about Vitsmal could not be imprisoned here. Seeing the comrades, Songhyun added that the previous owner must have taken action. A magic circle appeared in front of them with messages that a relay magic circle had been set up and skills could be transferred outside the spatial walls. Songhyun frowned slightly and explained that the circle is used to enhance the effect of the skill and deliver it to its destination. The healer had his back to his friends when Jungho asked if any skill could be used and replied that there were conditions for use in the circle set here. He looked at the bright symbols, saying that only puppet theater skills can be broadcast, and only by members of the Spencer family. Rebecca clenched her fists when she heard that she was the only one who could get them out of here. The girl panicked. She protested, saying that with her skills, she would not be able to control a doll made by her brother. Songhyun took her hand, asking her to listen carefully. He smiled and said that he didn't really care if the Tricody was destroyed or not. His comrade looked at him uncomprehendingly, hearing that the hero was an outsider, and for him this was someone else's business, noting that these were ruthless words. The girl was upset. The healer began to look threatening, saying that he would do whatever it took to defeat this Pendrell. Rebecca was worried to hear that he wasn't going to give up and asked if the one who was born in Tricody would give up. Introducing her brother, the hero said that Pendrell knew about the existence of the magic circle, but still locked his sister here, frankly ignoring her, and for this he should take revenge. With a slight smile, Songhyun asked if she agreed. Rebecca had doubts. Then she looked decisively at the interlocutor and said that she would try. 2 days later, the girl drew a line on the floor. She looked tired and reported that she was done. The comrades looked down attentively. Jungho noted that she said that she had no talent. There were magic circles everywhere on the floor. Rebecca shook off her hands, answering that they had been waiting for a long time. The comrade asked what this huge circle was. The girl smiled awkwardly and replied that other people's dolls usually do not allow themselves to be controlled by anyone other than the owner, so the task is to neutralize this. Jungho smiled in confusion, saying that he did not understand her. The hero explained that the girl would hack her brother's dolls. Then he stretched out his hand and asked her to take care of them to the end. The girl smiled and agreed. She rested her hands on the wall. The circles began to glow brightly. Blood fell on the window. The man moved his hand. Jix lay on the floor covered in blood, asking what the villain's intentions were. In front of him stood Pendrell. Rebecca saw her brother's room. The doll closest to her made the bed. The girl imprisoned her in a magic circle. The doll was pierced by threads. She took control of the puppet. Rebecca had her hands on her hands. She had to clench her teeth from the exertion. Jungho watched and became worried, but the girl assured her that she was fine. The hero watched her carefully, thinking that it seemed very difficult to control the puppet of a highly qualified puppeteer. His comrade was worried that the girl would faint. The hero looked down. At his feet were rat golems. Looking at them, he assumed that they were also created by Pendrell. He wondered if rats felt a resemblance between brother and sister. He looked at the animals and invited them to go help. The eyes of the rats were glowing. They rushed to the girl. Rodents climbed onto her shoulders. Their bodies began to glow. The magic circle became brighter. Jungho looked in surprise after noticing that the circle was being restored. The hero noted that golems also understood puppetry. The girl closed her eyes, realizing that she had to hold on. The puppet controlled by it was walking towards the painting. A wooden hand touched the switch. The purple block began to dissipate. Jungho looked in that direction and shouted that the passage was open and admired Rebecca. The rat jumped to the floor. The girl fell to her knees, glad that she could. Songhyun smiled and said that he knew she could handle it. The stars were visible over the Tricody square. 3 ran down the street. The girl said that nothing should have happened. Jungho suggested that Harvey check first. He turned. They stopped, and the guy noticed that something strange had appeared in the atmosphere. There was no one around. The village was quiet. The healer nodded and agreed that the atmosphere was definitely different from what it had been 2 days ago. Rebecca pointed to a passerby and exclaimed that she saw a man there. Jungho decided to go over to ask him. He touched the man's shoulder and asked if anything had happened in the village. The interlocutor took a deep breath. The passerby turned around and began to repeat that a certain person was coming. Jungho recoiled. The hero noticed that the same passers-by appeared around. People were running around, talking about some person. Rebecca looked at them, hearing that they believed in their mother endlessly. They surrounded him, saying that it was for the sake of Tricody. The girl was nervous and shouted at them to come to their senses. The hero used the skill Observational Eye. As he examined the townspeople, he saw addiction, confusion, and that the subject was addicted to ethanol. Songhyun frowned and said that it was a hallucinogen. Junggo was perked when the healer said that their opponent seemed to have a hobby of distributing drugs to others and exclaimed that others would now exist like this for the rest of their lives or something. The hero replied that he just had to wait until the medicine was eliminated from the body. He looked through the crowd and said that since they couldn't fight the locals, they had better just leave. The trio rushed into the alley. The inhabitants went after them, saying that this man would come. They reached out with their hands for them. The crowd rushed after him. Junggo turned around and noticed that they seemed to have broken away. Ahead was a puppet workshop. The hero threw open the door and called for Elder Harvey. His eyes widened. Jix was lying on the floor covered in blood. The healer sat down next to him and began to ask him to come to his senses. The wounded man opened his eyes. His face was pale. He asked for help. The comrades noticed another nearby. The guy said that his teacher had been killed by Pendrell. He laughed. He looked up and said that he thought so. The sphere glowed brightly. Pendrell looked at the golem, saying that this species suits the teacher very well. Songhyun bandaged Jix. He looked at the guy, thinking that ceramic fragments were stuck in different parts of his body. A miracle that he had lived to see their arrival. Rebecca helped wash the wound with water. The healer said he finished providing first aid, noting that it would be difficult to move immediately. The redhead thanked him. Junggo turned to look at the master's corpse. One of his arms was torn off, and they asked the Jix what had happened here. He lowered his head and told them that 2 days ago, when they had stopped hearing from the trio, Pendrell had come to their workshop and proposed. The guy recalled their meeting and how the guest said that if they cooperated with him, he would give the medicine. Harvey pointed it out, because if it had been earlier, Harvey would have been so angry that he would have kicked him out. But at that moment, the effects of his medicine wore off. The man gritted his teeth. The guy closed his eyes, saying that in the end, the master agreed to the deal. Jix, who was sitting on the floor, quoted his teacher about how life comes first. So what is the problem with getting over pride? Junggo noted that this guy is very consistent. Songhyun looked at the wounded man and asked what Pendrell's requirements were. After introducing the puppet, the guy replied that it was about identifying the problem of his ego golem, which does not use magic, but still needs to be refined. The healer put his hand in his pocket as he continued that the teacher had helped make the golem, and easily found the problem. Pendrell shook his hands, saying that it was the perfect move and he didn't expect it to be fixed so quickly. Harvey drank the medicine when he asked the master to continue to cooperate with him. Frowning, the man replied that now that he had taken the medicine, he no longer wanted anything to do with it. He brushed off the interlocutor, who recalled that their workshop had committed a huge sin against Vitsmal, but replied that it was not his problem. Pendrell lowered his head, saying that the teacher who inherited the puppet shop was also a sinner. The man looked threatening, adding that he would have to pay for his sins by working for Vitsmal. Harvey turned around, replying that he had lost his mind. Pendrell pierced her chest. Jix was shocked. A dark hole appeared in his chest. The man got the man's soul, saying that he would lead him to salvation. Harvey fell to the floor. The healer and his friend were amazed by the story. Junggo clarified that he took his soul. Jix was upset, saying that he immediately rushed at the villain. Songhyun tilted the, adding that they had been scammed. Looking at the deceased, the guy remembered that the puppeteer was going to make a golem out of the teacher's soul, and also cut off his hand, saying that it would be needed to make it. Jix looked down, saying that ordinary people would no longer be able to handle Pendrell. Songhyun looked at him and noted that if a deity came soon, then he, as a henchman, would be able to increase his strength. Imagining a man with Vitsmal on his back, the hero understood that, in fact, this is no different from a boss monster. Jix covered his face with his hand and began to talk about seeking outside help. Junggo looked at the hero with a smile, who said that it was too late. The guy sitting on the floor was surprised at this. The wounded man was surprised and looked at the healer. The guy exhaled and said that he had heard that there was an old abandoned temple of Vitsmal on the ground floor of the Spencer workshop. Songhyun smiled when he heard that Pendrell would be there. A crossbow appeared. The hero threw the weapon over his shoulder, inviting them to make a little noise. Smoke enveloped the underground floor of Spencer's workshop. His eye burned red. There was a golden seal on the floor. At the hands of the golem were magic circles. The girl's eyes were closed. Pendrell admired her beauty. Looking up from below, he noted that, as he thought, he did the right thing by entrusting it to the teacher. The man grinned and thought that a little more, and she was ready, and that he had made a lot of effort during this time. The golem made a sound and swung open. A flame appeared inside him. The girl moved forward. A statue of the goddess sat in front of the fire. The man smiled happily and exclaimed that Vitsmal would finally be resurrected. The healer smiled, answering that this would not happen. Songhyun fired an arrow. She beat off the doll's head. The puppeteer was shocked. The head of the statue fell down. The corner of his lips twitched. He looked at the statues in horror and shouted the name of the goddess. Then he turned to the trio, asking who had done it. Songhyun was holding a crossbow. The others also armed themselves, and he said that there was nothing more exciting than breaking someone off when that someone was one step away from the goal. Pendrell's face was contorted with anger. The hero leaned on the railing, asking, "Didn't he?" Then he threw the crossbow over his shoulder and said that he had not seen each other for a long time. He stared at the puppeteer, adding that 2 days had passed. Pendrell was furious, asking how they ended up there. His eyes widened as he heard his sister's voice. The girl said it was over. She looked at him resolutely and demanded that he stop now. He grinned, noticing that she remained on the other side until the very end. Then he looked angrily indignant. He should have long ago renounced such a person as her. Rebecca frowned and asked. She leaned on the railing and was indignant at how her brother could lock his younger sister in the basement. He replied that she still did not understand. Looking at the decapitated doll, he said that it was a sacred ritual to save Tricoti and that it was not appropriate for someone like her to interfere. The healer pointed his crossbow at him and asked him what he could know. A new arrow shone in the weapon. The guy reasoned that it would be okay if the statue was also deprived of its hands. The arrow rushed forward again. Pendrell turned around and shouted protection. The golem has awakened. He shielded the doll from the attack. The arrow pierced the mechanical arm. Pendrell looked at the golem with joy and exclaimed that this was what he had expected from his excellent master. Then he looked away. Companions, look down when you hear the order to kill them. The golem began to glow. The puppeteer waved his hand, adding to do it right away. The golem raised his hand to attack. The trio managed to jump away. The girl landed on the railing. Jungo noted that their opponent is frightening. The two of them rushed forward. Together, they cut off several mechanical arms. The golem was falling down. His eyes shone brightly. Red magic circles appeared around his entire arms. Jungo was amazed. They saw how the enemy repaired his hand with the help of another. The guy clutched his head. The healer said that this was to be expected from an ego golem created by the best puppeteer. Song-hyun sneered, saying that the opponent is the one who put his master in a doll and made him his slave. He then turned to Pendrell, clarifying that he hated Elder Harvey a lot. He smiled and replied that he respected the teacher more than anyone else. He restored the statue of the goddess, saying that he had only preserved the talents of the master and got rid of his flawed humanity. The man smiled madly and exclaimed that the teacher was now loyal to Vitsmo. The golem struck with the words that with his current body, he had become the best puppeteer in the world. The girl paid attention to the statue and shouted that her brother was repairing the doll. Song-hyun frowned and replied that there was nothing he could do. After that, he borrowed a shovel from a friend. Then he used the skill of observational gaze. The hero smiled and said that he needed to break through. Looking at the golem's attacks, he could see its third, fourth, and fifth sphere connections. Song-hyun rushed towards him. The golem swung his fist. The healer climbed up his hand. He jumped over the golem and thought that completely destroying the arm was ineffective. His gaze was attracted by something. The guy thought that he needed to aim at the main joints and destroy them. The hero threw several slashing blows, realizing that he needed to act quickly before he could recover them again. Song-hyun spotted the approaching attack. He jumped off the enemy. Then he blocked the shot. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he should have taken into account that he would be beaten back. The hero pushed off with his foot. Then he rushed to the head. A few blows cut off several more hands. The girl and Jungo stared in surprise. Song-hyun landed behind him. His comrades ran to him, asking if he was all right. The healer leaned on the shovel and replied that everything was fine, except for the broken bone. The satellite replied that this is not in order. The door of the huge stove slammed shut. They turned at the sound. The doll of the goddess was inside. The hero pointed the crossbow. Pendrell noticed this. 2 arrows headed at him. The man fell to his knees and screamed in pain. His face was distorted. He hissed that the hero was in the way to the very end. The hero smiled and said that he had come here to have fun. He pulled out an arrow, replying that he was trying to keep Song-hyun alive. The man touched the floor, saying that he would have to get him out of here right now. Magic circles shone everywhere. Red silhouettes began to appear from them. Something took the form of people with the use of mass creation of dolls. Song-hyun looked back at the puppets and said that the opponent was using annoying skills. Jungo pointed his finger at himself and asked for it, who asked if he would take on the role of tank. The guy rested his feet on the floor. He made a dash, slashed several monsters, answering that quantity was not a problem for him. In the next second, the puppets' bodies flew apart. Rebecca took a look at the dolls and thought that perhaps due to an injury, the quality of the dolls produced had dropped. She created a magic circle. The threads tied the limbs of the monsters. The girl said that she would also be able to control them. Song-hyun ran between the puppets. The hero took out his blade and thought that he did not have much time left, so he needed to finish off the enemy with one blow. He was approaching the man. Pendrell was on his knees. The guy decided that it was now that he let his guard down. The man raised his head sharply. He held out his hand in front of him and used an earthen shield. Song-hyun raised his hand behind his back. Then he hit the defense. Shock waves spread to the sides. Song-hyun smiled. His hand was covered with shining symbols. The guy said that, apparently, his opponent's luck had completely left him. Pendrell looked at him from behind the shield. The system announced the activation of the skill Earth Bone. The man's shield began to shine. Suddenly, the bones began to crumble. The system reported that the Earth's shield had turned into bones. The hero broke through the remains to the enemy. He raised his weapon, noting that he had good skills. Pendrell looked at him in fright. Song-hyun stabbed him. The man's blood spurted from the wound. Rebecca squeezed her eyes shut. The comrade said that the hero did it. After that, he ran to the side, suggesting to quickly destroy the stove, but Song-hyun called what was happening strange. He held on to the handle of the knife and said that he did not think that his opponent was so stupid. One of the puppets smiled and replied that he knew it would be so. Then she pulled the lever. The door of the stove began to open. The hero turned around in surprise. Jungo raised his eyebrows in shock. Flames began to burst out of the furnace. Inside, the figure of the goddess was visible. Jungo fell off his feet and said that the door opened on its own. Hero, that this could not be. He noticed one of the puppets. A doll with the appearance of Pendrell spread her arms to the sides. Rebecca looked at him, saying that her brother had just died. The healer rubbed his cheek, saying that this crazy guy had done something, and left only a little soul in his body, which is only enough for the body to move. He noticed a bright glow in the monster's chest, adding that he had torn out the rest of it and placed it in the doll. Jungo looked at his opponent and asked if he had gone mad and how he could rip out his own soul. Pendrell laughed and asked if they really hadn't figured it out yet. He smiled contentedly. The man glanced at the statue of the deity, saying that he was willing to do anything for it. Rebecca and Song-hyun took a look at what was happening, hearing that their lives would also benefit her. His hand grabbed the stove opening. The statue rose to its feet, and Pendrell said that the goddess was coming. She kept her eyes closed. The woman came down from the stove. Pendrell collapsed on her knees and called her name. He served the hand and spoke her name again. She looked at him when he said that she had been waiting for this for a long time, and this one had taken hundreds of years. Vitsmo lowered her head slightly as she heard them sincerely congratulate her on becoming the god of tragedy again. Her comrades looked at her in surprise. The girl called the statue the ancient goddess of the guardian of the city. Pendrell glanced aside and turned to the woman. Seeing the trio, he said that they were sinners who had interfered with the sacred ritual of resurrection. Vitsmo turned her head to the side as she heard the plea to punish them. The woman headed in their direction. Jungo said that it was still a doll, suggesting that she break it. He glanced at the hero who had addressed him. Song-hyun frowned and asked them to get ready. The woman raised her hand. A dark aura appeared around him. Energy shackled everyone. The system reported that they felt a sense of awe. The hero raised an eyebrow when he saw the message that his mind was declining. The sword fell to the ground. The woman held her hand in front of them. Jungo asked what it was, because his body was getting heavier. Song-hyun frowned and said that it was all. She looked at him with a shining eye. The guy said that this is a special skill of divine beings that reduces the power of the mind, and because of this ability, it is difficult for low-ranking beings to resist the gods. Jungo narrowed his eyes and said that his breath was catching, and then asked the hero if he was okay or not. The guys looked at Song-hyun in surprise, hearing the words that he was going to die now. The guy noted that he looked normal compared to them. The energy of steel surrounded the hands of the goddess. A powerful charge of magic appeared in front of her palm. Song-hyun stepped back slightly. He grabbed Rebecca by the arm. In the same way, he took Jungo. Vitsmo made a powerful shot. A powerful explosion lit up the space. The guys were lying next to the crater that had formed. The guy stood up with his allies. His comrades said that it was apparently a laser installation, but the hero replied that to be more precise, it was a wave of saturated divine power. Suddenly, Jungo noticed something. He grabbed the healer's hand and said it was wounded. Song-hyun put his palm on it and used the skill of hemostasis, after which he said that it was just a superficial injury. The goddess walked towards them. The guy said that even when weakened, she was as powerful as before. Jungo asked him if he really thought it was a weakening. The energy hovered around her body. The hero said that half of the inhabitants of Tragedy are subordinate to God, and even they are in a state of drug addiction, and compared to her golden times, she is much weaker. The comrade frowned and asked if that meant there was a chance. Song-hyun replied that the gods would easily destroy an ordinary person anyway. Pendrell stood beside the goddess, saying that it was incredibly stupid. He raised his hand and added that if they said right now that they wanted to become faithful followers of the goddess, then maybe he would spare their lives. Jungo asked in surprise if he was really saying it. Song-hyun turned around in annoyance when he heard that he just needed a guard golem to protect the city. Then the guy pointed his finger at him and shouted if he wanted a golem to use him as a slave. The woman began to gather energy in her palms again. Song-hyun picked up the girl, saying that it was time for them to run. The blast wave threw them back. Jungo fell face down on the floor. There was another footprint left in the ground. The guy asked if there was a real way to win. Song-hyun looked at him and asked if he thought he could fight a typhoon or tsunami and win. Jungo replied that they had to run. It was impossible to fight such a disaster. The healer smiled and said that in the same way as there are divine beings, it is better to avoid what cannot be fought. The comrade lowered his head and remembered the city, asking what would happen to the Tragedy if they escaped. Song-hyun frowned and thought that it wasn't just about the city. The woman went to them. He thought that Pendrell, who had come under the protection of the goddess, would consume the surroundings of Lake Pitstall, and moreover, completely take over the western continent. He chuckled and added that running away was clearly not his style. The woman rose above the ground, Song-hyun thought that they needed to somehow seize the initiative. Suddenly, a scarlet silhouette of a woman appeared above him. Her voice sounded in his head. He looked back at his ally and wondered what kind of voice it was. A scarlet symbol appeared on the guy's hand. A voice in his head said that he wanted to help him. The hero looked at him in surprise. An unfamiliar voice added that the guy should use the power of his left hand. Vitsmo put her hand out in their direction. Jungo said it was a new attack. A powerful beam of energy headed towards them. Jungo was afraid that he would not be able to dodge. The hero looked at the attack with a calm expression. He rose on his leg. The system reported that he had acquired a new skill. Jungo turned to him and asked what he was doing. The beam almost caught up with them. Jungo held out his left hand in front of him, activating Vitsmo's faith. A bright flash lit up the room. Pendrell smiled broadly and said that the hero was really stupid. Smoke filled the room. He said that they needed to know their place and not stick their head out. Suddenly he noticed something in surprise. The comrades were standing on an untouched piece of land. Song-hyun held his hand above his head. Pendrell recoiled and said that he was able to survive the wrath of the god. Song-hyun lowered his hands slightly, confirming what he had said. The system reported that the goddess's protection surrounded him, and the damage was greatly reduced. Looking at his hand, he saw that it was possible to ignore reverence, and thought that it was the power of the god, so it should be. The silhouette of the goddess bowed his head. The guy said that although he didn't know why, he had gained power. Vitsmo hovered behind him. The hero grabbed his wrist and said that now he could play a little. The statue of the goddess headed towards them. Jungo asked the guy if he was okay or not. The hero smiled and replied that everything was fine with him. The comrade said that if he had any abilities, they should have been shown earlier. The opponent gritted his teeth, not understanding how a person could deflect the mistress's blow. The statue stretched both arms out in front of it. Pendrell added that it was simply impossible. The guys watched the attack being prepared. Song-hyun told his comrade to take cover in a safe place. Jungo wanted to object. The hero looked at him with a smile and added that it was his duty to protect his comrades. The friend looked in front of him in frustration, thinking about what the guy wanted to say, that he should just leave so as not to interfere. But smiling, he said that he understood him, so he would go and take care of the girl. The guy took his ally in his arms and ran away. Pendrell frowned and asked the goddess if she would allow them to escape. The statue attacked again. The guy raised a beaming hand. He blocked the attack with a barrier. Song-hyun smiled and said that it didn't even bother him. He removed the barrier and said that perhaps the goddess had weakened due to an incorrect belief. Pendrell stepped back and said that something was wrong. The hero threw up his hands, saying that no god would love followers who were considered puppets. He gritted his teeth when he heard that if he had been in Vitsmo's place, he would have killed him first. The statue prepared for the next attack. The opponent replied that the guy did not dare to humiliate his faith, and because of this, he would kill him. Song-hyun took off. He flew between the explosions. The guy made his way to the statue. The hero took out his blade and asked his opponent if he loved his faith. Song-hyun struck a powerful blow. Waves began to diverge from the attack. Looking at the impact site, he thought that it was usually difficult to even approach the barrier. The guy's weapon shone brightly. The system reported that Vera Vitsmo was emitting a red light. The barrier was destroyed. The hero decided that it didn't matter now. He directed an attack at the head of the statue. A blade began to appear in the hand of the goddess. She blocked the attack. The opponents exchanged several blows. Jungo watched the scene from around the corner, and thought that the hero was not inferior, even when fighting a god. They crossed their blades again. Song-hyun struck another blow, and thought that she had a vulnerability. Pendrell looked up at the battle. The guy thought that she was just a puppet in the hands of this man, and then wondered if someone who had never fought could properly manipulate the power of a god. He gritted his teeth when he heard that even the strongest would not be able to show his abilities if the one who commanded and did not cope. He struck another blow, saying that he could not show his abilities. The sword flew out of the hands of the goddess. Pendrell frowned and shouted her name. The statue fell to the ground. Song-hyun thought that if he hit, he would be able to destroy this puppet. He stared at her and wondered if it was safe. The hero remembered the inhabitants of the city and thought that their souls were in the body of the creature. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind him. The woman turned to him. A giant silhouette of a Vitsmo canopy over him. The woman asked him to cut the bond between her and Pendrell. She lowered her head, saying that if the guy did it, she would be able to wake up. The hero frowned and pondered her words. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man raised his head to hear the mistress relaying a message to him. Song-hyun swung his blade. Song-hyun activated the eye of the observer. The goddess's faith illuminated a red link. Guy threads going to the goddess. Pendrell frowned and shouted at the boy, ordering him to stop. Song-hyun punched and used separation. The blade of his knife severed all ties. The blow reflected in Pendrell's eyes. Seeing how the threads were broken, he said that the connection was broken. The woman flew down. The man shouted loudly about the connection between him and the goddess. Vitsmo opened her eyelids. Scarlet energy began to emanate from it like a whirlwind. The hero landed and slid across the floor. He looked at the sphere of energy gathered around the goddess and thought that it was her true form, freed from her shackles. Vitsmo came out and soared above the ground. The goddess, covered in various patterns, glanced at the young man. In front of the hero was a silhouette visible in a red glow. He thought that this was her true form, freed from shackles. The girl hovered above the ground. There were red patterns on the girl's body. This is Wismel, the god of tragedy. Songhyun stood leaning on one knee. The woman smiled a little and thanked him. She touched a strand of hair with her fingers and said that thanks to him, she was able to wake up. The brunette looked at her calmly and replied that he did not deserve gratitude. The goddess turned her head to the side. There were large dents on the ground. Then she turned to the man peeking around the corner. Wismel closed her eyes and said that she was sorry. She should have been a little faster. Songhyun replied that it was okay. A radiance swirled in the palm of the goddess's hand. She directed the magic rays towards the surprised Jungo. Red whirlwinds surrounded the bodies of his comrades. The system reported that the powers of the goddess Wismel enveloped their bodies. All wounds are healed. Rebecca opened her eyes. The notification said that the spiritual energy was being fully restored. The man looked at his hands in surprise, saying that all the wounds had healed. The goddess stood in front of the healer and said that he also had wounds. He asked her not to worry. He was fine. Songhyun looked ahead thoughtfully and reflected that she was truly unique. Usually gods are arrogant and demand worship from people. Alarmed, Wismel touched her breasts with her hands. The guy thought that she was very kind to them. The man lowered his head and asked, "Did the goddess help him?" Touching his breast, he indignantly repeated the question why. After all, he had resurrected it. Songhyun, who was standing next to the woman, smiled slightly and said that he had brought her back to life to use for his own purposes, so he didn't think it would make her happy. Resting his hand on his side, the brunette offered to tell him how he had deceived her. Jungo indignantly confirmed and said that he was a soulless scoundrel using God. The goddess calmly turned to them and said that she did not need it, and although she had made a great mistake. Songhyun stared at her questioningly when he heard that this kid was also from tragedy, so she couldn't judge him. The woman replied with a smile to the discouraged healer that a parent cannot hate his child. Songhyun thoughtfully touched his chin and thought about how he must have been dead for too long. His head was spinning. The guy's eyes opened with realization. He touched his chest, laughed loudly, and said that meant he wasn't wrong. With a wave of his hand, the long-haired man shouted to the goddess that these three were interfering with her resurrection and the rebirth of tragedy. He smiled insidiously and asked, "Will she punish them?" The woman closed her eyes sadly. She turned to her follower, saying that she was forgiving the child. But that did not mean that his sins had disappeared. How many lives had he destroyed to achieve this? He threw up his hands in surprise, exclaiming that he knew that he was a sinner, but it was all for the sake of her resurrection. The woman put her hand on his shoulder and called him a poor child. She approached the surprised guy and said that his greatest sin was that he tried to resurrect her. Pendrell looked at her in amazement and asked why she said that. He remembered her lying body and said that he had forgotten about her because of the puppets. He presented the transfer of the amulet and said that the transfer of Kamar power was not enough. Remembering the attack, he continued that he had even contributed to the fall of the sect. They all hated him. Wismel closed her eyes and said that she never hated him. The man asked her why. The goddess smiled affectionately as she removed her hand and said that a parent cannot hate his children. The hero stood in a broken room. The woman continued that her existence was very painful, that her beloved children lost their identity and became her own puppets. The guy took a step and said that it was impossible. Staring ahead in amazement, he said that she did not want to be resurrected. He had been coming out all this time. Songhyun took a step forward and ended his sentence by saying that he was a complete fool. The healer came closer, saying that Pendrell was only a villain who used the name of a god to create chaos. He denied it. The woman looked at the healer, who said that the man did everything for Wismel, but always blamed the puppets and Kamar. The brunette pointed his finger and stated that he had destroyed her heart. Tears appeared in the follower's eyes and he screamed. Falling on his knees before the goddess, he begged her forgiveness. Rebecca and Jungo looked at him intensely, the man saying that he was wrong, and that he thought it would make her happy. Wismel closed her eyes and heard him scream that he was unable to understand it. Suddenly, Songhyun kicked him in the chin. Clutching the blade, the healer said that even if he killed him, order would not be restored in tragedy. Pendrell looked at him frightened. The guy added that at least it wouldn't happen again. The blade of the dagger glowed brightly red. The system reported that the Wismel faith emits a red glow. With a sharp tug of the man's chest on the blade, Songhyun said that he could stop everything. Pendrell opened his mouth in amazement and asked the goddess not to leave him. His head fell to the ground, and he could be heard repeating the name of the deity. The wreckage of the golems lay on the floor, and the words were heard that it was all over. The goddess sat down next to the follower's body after hearing the healer's question. Should he have let him live? Wismel shook her head in denial and replied that this kid had made too many mistakes. She would forgive him, but others would not forget it. She ran her hand over the hole in his chest and said that she was ready for this, but it still hurts. The woman looked at the man who approached, who said that it was all because it was a family. Tears flowed down Rebecca's face. She said that as bad as they were, it was family. The goddess looked at her and nodded, and then she hugged the girl. Hugging the heroine, the goddess asked why it was very hard for her. She smiled kindly and said that she was glad she was okay. Rebecca looked at the goddess in surprise. The guys watched as the girl sobbed in the arms of the goddess. At the stairs in the room, the hero heard the words that he had a few more questions for Wismel, which haunted him. Jungro leaned over to the girl. The goddess asked what the questions were. The healer said that there is a lot of things that need to be checked. Wismel sweetly touched her chest and said that he was the first hero to save Tragedy. She would answer any questions. The young man smiled falsely and thought gloomily that he was sure that all these trials were not in vain, because he needed to learn at least something about administrators and movement between dimensions. He looked at him, turned to his comrades, and asked if they did not mind if he spoke to the woman alone. The goddess snapped her fingers and said that she would protect them from prying ears. The heroes are surrounded by a magical seal in the form of plants. A sphere of shining vines appeared in the room. The brunette looked at the dome. The goddess said that she would create a barrier. No one would hear them in it. Looking ahead, Songhyun thought that it was like a semi-enclosed space. The power of the gods was truly incredible. He remembered how the woman had addressed him during the battle and said that she already knew that he had come from another dimension. The guy lowered his head and said that he would ask her directly. He resolutely touched his chest and asked if she could bring him back to his homeworld with her power. The goddess closed her eyes in a smile and apologized to him. Songhyun froze and thought it was fair. The woman touched her cheek with her palm and said thoughtfully that divine power was needed to move between dimensions. It was now very weakened. The guy scratched his head and asked her if he could return if he sought the help of another powerful god. The woman replied that it might be more difficult than he thought. She presented a diagram with movement between universes and several dials and said that in order to cross, you need to know the exact coordinates. Finding the coordinates of his world is not so difficult, but it will take a lot of time from a person's point of view. The guy clutched his head in discouragement and asked how long it would take. Wismel replied that it would take at least several hundred years. Standing in a thoughtful pose, she asked, after all, he came to this world by call. The one who summoned him must know the coordinates of his homeland. The hero imagined the shining silhouette of the girl in front of the monitors and thought that this is why none of those who got to Earth could return. It means that he will have to cooperate with this bad administrator. A question was heard among the shining red vines. If there was anything else that interested him, the healer replied that this was what he wanted to ask first. Songhyun approached the goddess and asked how she interfered with the status screen. The guy remembered the red notifications about gaining a new skill, and said that the woman used the status screen to transfer her power to him. He had met many creatures, but no one could do anything like this. Opening her mouth a little, the goddess replied that it was called a status screen. It was not surprising that no one could interfere with it. She imagined the silhouette of a person holding a system window and said that this system was created by a being of colossal power. Standing in front of her, the guy asked how she was able to do it. Wismel replied that it was very simple. She folded her palms on her chest and said that she was registered in this status window. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that was why he was able to register his left hand in the status screen. Shifting his gaze, he pondered who this administrator was. After all, he needed to have enough power to become part of the god system. The hero imagined the artifacts obtained from the roulette, and thought that if obtaining shrines is a condition for registering a god, then why is protection from Kurkarashtal not listed in achievements or roulette? The woman looked at the hero in surprise, hearing the words that when he received other holy items, the registration did not work. He was holding a crossbow and an orb, and revealed that the status interference had only occurred in the case of this crossbow. As she thoughtfully examined the shining sphere, Wismel heard a question about what could be the reason for this, and replied that it was just an ordinary shrine with the power of a god. There was a red pattern on her palm. The woman continued that her left hand contained her will. She touched the crossbow in the guy's hands and said that this weapon was similar to this, although it had calmed down, but the divine will was still dormant inside. The hero asked uncomprehendingly. The woman looked at him with red eyes and said that divine beings leave holy objects filled with their will before disappearing. Songhyun squinted at the system notifications that appeared when he heard that it was fair to say that it was the will of a forgotten god. In front of the brunette, there were partially hidden system notifications. The system said that the artifact of the forgotten god was the achievement of finding the artifact left by the forgotten god. Looking at this, the healer thought that Wismel was right, since all the damaged signs had been restored, and although he did not know why. He imagined the shining crossbow and the left hand of the goddess and thought that the administrator was accumulating the will of the gods in objects. The sphere in his hand began to disintegrate into pixels. Songhyun thanked the goddess and said that he had received a huge amount of information. She replied that she was happy to help him. Looking at her carefully, the hero remembered that he wanted to ask what happened to Tragedy in the past. The woman arched her eyebrows sadly, hearing the guy ask if he correctly understood that she sacrificed herself to protect the city. The goddess closed her eyes, apologized, saying that her consciousness was foggy in that ancient time. She folded her hands in front of her and said that perhaps it was due to an unstable resurrection. Opening her mouth, the woman added that she remembers exactly who fought with her. She imagined a flash among bright rays. A blue-haired man held a shining ball in his palm. The woman said that his name was Natika. Song Hyun stared ahead in surprise, thought he had heard the name too. Wismel closed her eyes, and the hero thought that meant that he was not forgotten, unlike her. The guy of the skeleton controlling the white-haired guy thought that if you think about it, Kurkarashtal was also a god who died and was reborn, and the administrator must have also become a forgotten deity. The young man frowned resolutely, and thought what if many gods had disappeared and been forgotten. He imagined the figures of various deities, wondering if they were at war with each other. The red branches of the barrier began to part. The woman raised her hand, releasing the hero from the dome. The comrades ran to him. The man asked what they had been talking about for so long. The brunette in response asked him if he was really so interested. It was a secret. The man with glasses disgruntled said that if he stayed with him, he would die of curiosity. Song Hyun replied that he was free and could leave. Turning away, the hero touched his chin and thought about the reason why the gods disappeared and were forgotten. If he found out the reasons why the deities attacked each other, he would be able to understand why the administrator was accumulating the will of the gods. He imagined how he reaches for the silhouette of many system windows. The guy clenched his fingers into a fist and decided that when he found out the true goal, he would make them crawl to his feet. With an insidious smile, the hero ominously thought that he would repay them the debt tenfold. The girl stretched out her hand to the image of a smiling guy and said that they would meet soon. Chains surrounded the blonde receptionist girl, who told Song Hyun that she would be waiting for him. Buildings with brown roofs in Tragedy. The heroes walked down the street. Sungo said that everything outside the estate was still quiet. Song Hyun replied that half of the residents were under the influence of drugs, and Pendro ripped out the soul of the other half. The goddess looked ahead anxiously and said that many children had lost their lives because of her. Jungo threw his hands behind his head and asked if it was really impossible to save Harvey. After all, the soul remained in the golem. The brunette replied that it would be difficult. He imagined the lying bodies and said that even if they somehow got the soul, there would be nowhere to put it, because the body had been dead for a long time. Rebecca looked down in frustration and said that she would probably never see them again, her comrades and Marcin. The goddess turned around, looking at her. She touched the cheek of the crying heroine and asked her not to cry. The goddess smiled softly and reminded that the girl had done everything she could. Rebecca touched the goddess's hand when she heard that she must now leave it to her. Wismel's body was glowing brightly, she asked. Did she forget? The woman smiled broadly, saying that she was the patroness of the city. Gusts of wind rose from the magic seal, carrying autumn leaves. Red rays of divine power flew through the streets of the city. Suddenly, shining figures began to form. They turned into shining silhouettes of people. Jungo opened his mouth in surprise, asking what it was. The healer explained that it was the resurrection of the dead. The man with glasses looked at him and asked if he really meant raising the dead. Luminous figures of people appeared in front of the heroes. The healer confirmed that this is one of the 3 greatest taboos for a person, an achievement that no person has been able to fully accomplish. The shining silhouettes of people became more and more clear. The guy added that she was only capable of gods. Rebecca looked ahead with emotion and said that everyone was coming back to life. She joyfully ran up to the goddess and thanked her. Suddenly, the red-haired woman's eyes opened. The radiant body began to dissolve. She grabbed her hand in fright, exclaiming about her body. The man asked the healer what was going on. Song Hyun put his hand in his pocket and revealed that the current Wismel was created from the souls of the people of Tragedy. He imagined the shining orbs flying away from her, and revealed that since the dead had been resurrected, their souls had returned to their places. The disappearing Wismel closed her eyes. The hero continued that this meant that she would soon disappear. Rebecca looked at the deity piteously, exclaiming that this could not be, because they had just met, and did not even have time to talk properly. The goddess smiled slightly. The heroes were standing on the recovering street. The woman asked her not to be sad, because she was just putting everything back in its place. Looking at the disappearing silhouette, the healer asked her how she could be so altruistic. The goddess smiled sweetly and said that it was natural for parents to love their children. The healer glanced sideways at the man with glasses, who said that parents lived to see the joy of their children, and asked if this was true. Song Hyun raised one eyebrow and thought about how he didn't understand it, sacrificing himself for others without hesitation. Surrounded by radiance, the goddess turned to a man with a soul from another world. Hugging Rebecca, the goddess said that when she disappeared, he would no longer be able to use the power she lent him. The hero replied that he understood this. He introduced the system skill windows for Wismel's left hand, earth bone, and goddess skills, and said that skills that require the power of the left hand artifact would become useless. The Wismel relic would also become a regular stone, and Kamar would once again have a hustle and bustle. The guy looked forward sadly, thinking that it was a shame for him to lose such a brilliant skill, and most importantly, the earth bone skill could not be replaced by anything. The radiant woman smiled as he thought about whether or not he should stop the resurrection, and said that so that he could continue to use the skills even if she disappeared. 2 red system windows appeared in front of the surprised hero. They began to change their color to the basic one. The woman said that they needed to adapt them to it. The system reported that the guy received the skill of influencing souls, which can have a physical effect on ghosts and spirits, and the Horus hand skill, which summons the hand with special power, the hero mentally asked. Have the skills been modified? Sparks and leaves scattered along the street of the city. Wismel said that she did not have time to explain in detail, but they would be useful to him. The hero thanked her in return. Juno looked at the radiant woman and said that she was the best goddess he had ever met. The woman calmly looked at him, saying that he was, but then her speech became unintelligible. The man stared at her in confusion and asked if it was a curse. The healer said that he did not think so. Wismel dissolved and said that now it was really time for her. The silhouettes of people shone behind the crying girl. The goddess said that she would no longer be able to defend this city, and from now on they would have to defend the forest and the village on their own. The heroes looked at her in frustration. Songhyun thought that the curse of the Red Forest, no, the power that protected Tragedy, would simply disappear. The rays of the sun illuminated the dense crowns of the trees. The hero thought that now outsiders would be able to wander through the forest, and monsters would freely attack the settlement. The woman smiled broadly and said that she believed in them. Smiling happily, the goddess said that they needed to gather strength to overcome difficulties, and that they were her children. Rebecca hid her face in the crook of her elbow and said that they would definitely cope. Continuing to cry, she smiled and said goodbye to the goddess. A shining haze raised fallen leaves, and Wismel said that he loved them very much. The sun's rays could be seen in the sky. Jungo closed his eyes and said that if the administrator looked even a little like a goddess, they would have returned to Earth long ago. Songhyun replied that then they would not have been caught. He touched the system window with his finger and said contentedly that they still had achievements. After all, they had obtained the fourth skill for free. The comrade was surprised. In the system window there was an inscription from the goddess that someday this text would be read by her child. The guy mentally asked, when did this message appear? Wismel folded her arms over her chest and wrote that one day this text will be read by a child, because it took a lot of energy to create a powerful skill for him, so she completed the task for him. In the system window, there was a task with the goal of collecting 12,500 points. The guy stood at the system window, discouraged, reading how the woman apologized for using the glasses without permission. Because she did not have time to warn, she carefully placed the unknown item she received as a reward in the inventory. The guy raised his eyebrows in amazement. Reading the message was in the shape of a heart, with the caption that it was Wismel who loved him immensely. The system reported that the guy had 8 accumulated points left. Songhyun angrily clenched his fist and cursed, and said that she had done nothing and put herself on display. He threatened with his fist a woman who showed a gesture of a big heart from the clouds saying that she loved him. The system reported the use of the Horus hand skill. Above the palm of the guy was the palm of a skeleton. He clenched both palms into a fist, thinking that now it was clear, so this was a skill that replaced Wismel's left hand, with which he would be able to use the power of his left hand again. He imagined a painted bird, musing that he thought the name was related to a hawk, but on the continent, the word means bone. He looked down thoughtfully. The mustachioed man opened his mouth and asked discontentedly what he was doing there instead of treating him. Harvey was lying on the bed, saying that everyone else was back on his feet a long time ago, and he was still lying around. In the doll workshop, Songhyun continued to hold the skeleton's hand, and thought that it seemed that the others did not see it. The information window said that the skill of interacting with the soul was used. The skeleton's arm was surrounded by radiance. The system reported that it could interact with the soul. The skeleton's hand touched the man's chest, and he screamed. The system reported the use of the extraction skill. Bone fingers pulled a blue glow. The healer held him and told Harvey that it was a soul, who screamed for it to be returned. The guy imagined a diagram of a hand with a drop, thinking that interacting with the soul is a skill that allows you to work with it. Imagining the radiance left in the goddess's place, Songhyun thought that the power of the faith god Wismel had disappeared with her, so it seems that a useful skill was added instead. The skeleton's hand held the soul. The healer said that everything was bad enough, as he could see. He was standing next to the man lying on the bed, saying that due to the fact that it was used as an energy source for the huge golem, the soul was badly damaged, the body was fine, but the person who was supposed to move it was damaged and could not control it properly. The patient turned around in displeasure and asked if he thought he was stupid. Enough explanation, let him treat. Songhyun replied that there was a condition. His palm was surrounded by a glow. The healer said that he would have to cooperate with them to protect Tragedy. Harvey frowned and asked again, then heard a suggestion to think about how things were going there now. Many monsters rushed to the settlement. The hero said that the blessing of Wismel, which protected the village, has disappeared. This is a great time for monsters to attack. It will also affect the living conditions of the inhabitants. The forest will become dangerous. They will not be able to freely collect herbs and food. He imagined a huge golem bowing to humans, and said that he needed to place battle golems to defend against attacks and train the villagers to craft dolls so they could defend themselves. The man indignantly opened his mouth and shouted that he wanted to transfer technology to ordinary people. Was he crazy to do this? Songhyun twisted the blue soul ball on his finger and asked, so he doesn't want to. Harvey gritted his teeth, thinking there was nothing he could do. He would pretend to cooperate, and then run away. The healer smiled, saying that if he tried to escape after being cured, He gloomily imagined the figure of the murdered red-haired man and promised to personally send him to his favorite student. The man trembled and said displeased that he understood. The bone hands were manipulating the soul. Song-hyun thought that he needed to collect and glue together the scattered twisted pieces of the soul. He dripped the blue liquid onto the sphere and thought that if he poured the soul essence necessary for the connection. A bright ball shone in front of the healer. The words were heard that it was ready. Now he would be able to move. The ball headed for the man's chest. Song-hyun stared at the vessel in his hand, thinking that Wismel had put the soul essence in the inventory, so that the treatment was performed right away, if the administrator could learn such a feeling. The guy turned to the girl who entered, who said that Madame Marson was looking for him, then stood up with his hands in his pockets, and told the patient that he was leaving. Harvey yelled for him to get out of here. At the Tricoti Adventurers Guild, a man handed the guy a scroll, saying that the payment for the work done had been paid to the Adventurers Guild. The guy was standing opposite and asked what kind of paper it was. Marson, she replied that it was a letter of recommendation from the head. If you presented it to another guild, you could get privileges. The pleased healer put him in his robe and thanked the woman, who said that she was also grateful for saving the village. She looked down and asked, did the doll workshop agree to cooperate in the restoration of the village? She imagined a man angry as a snake. The healer sweetly said that he thought he was easy to convince. She replied that after he died and was resurrected, even such an evil person changes. The girl touched her hand and said that the doll-making technology was the last legacy of Wismel. The problem was that she was an exclusive of a certain class. Rebecca said that their family wants to actively cooperate with the doll workshop. Marson looked pitifully at the girl who promised that they would sell off the family's property to allocate funds for the needs of the village. Jungo touched his cheek in confusion and asked if it was too much. The girl replied that the blame for her brother's crime should be borne by their family. She looked down, saying she wanted to live like Rebecca. Looking at her with a slight smile, Song-hyun advised her to try to master the art of dolls. Now any resident of Tracadie can become an apprentice. The girl looked out the window, saying that maybe she would study the art of dolls and take care of the red forest. Trees grew near the village. There was a dense green forest around the settlement. Words were heard that now it is called differently, the Wismel Forest. In the evening, a lantern was burning near the inn of the Adventurers Guild. Song-hyun was lying on the bed, thinking that tomorrow he would be able to leave this village. It was quite difficult and dreary. He would need to drink one portion of the recovery potion before going to bed. He looked out the information window, asking how many servings he had left, and was surprised. On the screen in front of him was an inventory that contained a new item, a sleeping pill. The description announced that it had been received as a reward for the quest, and the unspecified item was carefully placed in the inventory. Lying on the pillow, the guy thought that Wismel had mentioned this thing. He had a blue ticket in his hand. He asked that it should be placed under the pillow before going to bed. The doctor put the ticket under his pillow. On the bed, he thought he didn't know, but this is an item he spent almost 30,000 points on. He hopes it's not another useless thing. His eyes began to close, but he thought that otherwise he would definitely kill this administrator. Drops of water splashed. Song-hyun opened his eyes in surprise. It was as if he was lying on the water. Getting up, he looked around and asked if it was a dream, a sleeping pill, so it was a dream item. There were chains around. The hero said that since the state window does not open, it seems that this is really a dream. An unusual notification appeared that he had arrived successfully. The brunette turned sharply. Behind the chains was a large cube. He came closer and asked what it was. Next to the chains entwined with a cube was a new window in which it was written, "Will it be clearer if he says so?" A blue information window appeared in front of the guy. It was in front of the cube, and it was written that she was very much looking forward to his arrival. Song-hyun frowned, saying that it really was. A new window told him that she was the creature that had brought him here. There were seals with chains holding the cube around. Surrounded by chains, the cube floated in the air, and a message appeared that she was a divine being, forgotten in history and human memories. Song-hyun looked ahead in amazement. He looked gloomy and asked, "Is she the administrator?" The hero came close, saying, "What kind of meeting?" Swinging his fist, he shouted that he would beat her first. Chains flew away from the blows. The guy kicked, leaving a flash. He looked at the cube with displeasure, asking what it was. Didn't want to be beaten, so she put on armor with chains? He swung his leg and heard the answer that they were not for protection. They were what shackled her. Standing in front of the cube, the healer thought that he should have beaten him right away, and he couldn't even approach it. He stood in front of the information window, asking why this happened, and received the answer that it was a long story. It was sealed. The administrator said that there was a limit on certain words, so she could not explain in detail. Let her imagine that she had been betrayed by those she trusted. The guy's figure was reflected in the edge. He saw that she had brought him here because she needed someone who could remove the seal. Song-hyun stood in front of the cube. The deity said that the place where she was sealed was the world of the subconscious, what is called a dream. More precisely, it is a dream within a dream or a dream within a dream. The guy turned around when he heard the question if he could see the door from behind. The door was in the form of a flexible drop. The administrator said that this door is called on the other side of the subconscious. An ordinary person needs to go through this door to get here. which appears with a probability of 1 in 5922 in a dream. Song Hyun put his hand to his side and said that although it was difficult, the chance of hitting was not that small. The administrator remembered the different people who stood in front of her and said that, as she had said, many people had come here. She had explained the situation to them and asked them to remove the seal. The girl pulled herself up on the bed, saying that she seemed to be having some kind of dream. The administrator said that they forgot about all the promises as soon as they woke up. The healer chuckled, saying that they forgot the dream. Maybe it was also because of the seal? The chain came from a bright magical seal. The forgotten deity said that it was true. This seal not only bound her, but also contained a special curse that caused people to forget about sleep as soon as they woke up. Song Hyun threw up his hands, saying that such an elaborate curse, it was clear that it was not easy to remove, but she continued to explain. Putting his hands in his pockets, the healer said that she had created a blessing that could resist the curse. There was a blue flicker next to the cube. The administrator said yes, but there was another problem. She imagined a girl with her hands folded in prayer and said that the people of this continent worship their gods, so she could not put a blessing on them. The cube was black. The administrator said she thought about it then. The girl was bound in chains, saying that if there was no creature in this world that could save her, what if she tried another world? She introduced the universe, saying that this is how she found the world, and there is an influence of deities, but many people do not follow them. She imagined herself reaching out to the universe, saying that a world where there was no magic, but there was a concept of skills and magic. She introduced planet Earth, and said that she was sure that the inhabitants of Earth would be able to help her. Song Hyun pointed his finger at the window in displeasure, and said that why should Korea, given that most of the displaced people had collapsed, should have been removed from the list. He pointed to an information window that said he was well aware of the status window. The constrained girl presented a smartphone with webtoons, saying that in the process of thinking about how to give strength to the inhabitants of the Earth, she naturally stumbled upon their works. The most interesting element in them was the status window. Song Hyun looked at her in discouragement, and remained silent. He stood in front of the cube and said that he would never have thought that a god would read webtoons from another universe. The administrator replied that it was fun. Song Hyun noted that she even learned the language. Words came from the cube that she had also decided to give up the roulette. Song Hyun kicked the cube, shouting angrily. He kicked him, shouting that she had been bullying him from the beginning. She had brought the man here to remove the seal. His leg froze over the chain when he heard that if he saved her, she would send him home. But of course that wasn't all. He froze in the same position when he heard that she could give him back what he had lost. The guy was standing nearby, saying that he basically didn't lose anything. If we talk about what he lost, this is the house that he left in Korea. He imagined the human figures and heard that everyone she had brought here had lost something valuable. Waving his hand, the healer asked him to be more specific. Jungle wept in contrition, the deity saying that she had chosen a man who wanted to regain all his fortune lost due to a guarantee for a friend for 20 years. The guy stared at the white cube, hearing that someone who didn't strive couldn't save her, and thought that the only thing he wanted was to kill her. He looked down, thinking that of course he had to return to Earth. He imagined the girl next to the broken smartphone, thinking that the promise made was here. He waved his hands, saying that he had not lost anything valuable and did not want to restore anything. The brunette stared ahead in surprise when he was asked if he remembered the last moments before he got here. He imagined his memories as if in a movie, having heard that before waking up on this continent, it was the last day on Earth. Song Hyun frowned, thinking that he didn't remember. The only thing he remembered was the day he came here, but the day before that wasn't. The brunette opened his mouth and asked if she wanted to say that he had lost his memory. He crossed his arms, saying it wasn't important enough to risk his life. The receptionist said she wanted to explain in more detail, but she had her own circumstances. The hero was displeased to hear that in any case it was not interesting to talk in advance, and said that she was a bastard. He grabbed the chains with his hand, saying that her impudence was annoying, but now it looked more like stubbornness. He clutched the chain ominously, saying that he didn't care about the loss of his memory. He wanted it in exchange for the removal of the seal. Opening his mouth, the brunette stated that he wanted a weapon or skill that would allow him to defeat her. Surrounded by chains, the cube was silent. Then there was an answer with consent. A bright glow appeared next to the hero. It turned into a shining sword. The administrator said that with this weapon, he would be able to inflict damage on her. The sword hovered in front of the guy. Song Hyun saw a notice that it could only be used in the subconscious or illusions, and said that if it wasn't suitable for the real world then it was garbage. The guy was examining the weapon in his hand. The deity said that after he got it, there would be a reason to use it. If he wanted to wake up from sleep, let him just stab himself with it, and wake up immediately. Looking away, Song Hyun said that a little unexpectedly, if he were her, he would simply refuse and turn to someone else. Next to the cube was the silhouette of a girl. She said that the gods can also be persistent. Song Hyun stood in front of the chained cube and heard that among all those she had brought, only 3 had made it to this place. The brunette looked ahead in surprise and asked again, only 3 people? Behind the chained cube was a flexible door. The administrator replied that she was able to summon them into this world, but she could not communicate with them, so she could only wait for them to come. But something unexpected happened. She imagined a man sitting in prayer in front of a statue and said that people who had been transported across the dimension had discovered that simply by believing in the gods they could increase their stats. The man with a smile decided that since he shared power, then he should become an apostle. The girl continued that they had joined cults or made a contract with the gods, becoming their apostles. The administrator presented a document with advice on the cults of the Azul continent, and continued that when she realized this, special information for those displaced through dimensions had already been created and distributed. Song Hyun chuckled when he heard that it happened very quickly and replied that Koreans are masters of extreme efficiency. He carefully looked at the system window in front of him, learning that fortunately, not all of them had joined the cults, so she didn't give up and found another way. A blue window appeared with information about the completion of the quest. She said that she used the achievement system as a reward. Flickering sparks spread from the palm of the girl's hand, turning into information windows around the hero. She said that for those who did not join cults or use the power of the gods, she had created a new achievement that allowed them to receive her blessing. Only those who had completed this achievement and received a special mark could get here. With a slight start, the hero understood what kind of sign it was. He imagined a huge black star and heard confirmation that it was her. The system windows around the cube changed color. The administrator said that in order to save her, she needed not only a strong will, but also a sufficient level of strength. Opening his mouth, the hero examined the notification. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. In front of the guy, there were many windows with quests, such as they worship other gods, go through the dungeon alone, defeat a special monster, find a rare monster and others. The girl reported that only by fulfilling all these conditions, it was possible to get a black star. The brunette stood on the figure, clutching his sword, and heard that he was one of the three who did it, Song Hyun healer. Frowning slightly, he imagined the silhouettes and thought what the black star meant was the mark that was given to the strong players recognized by the administrator. One of them was Jae-hyung, who was mentioned by Junggo, and the third was the hero who learned that those who were transported through the dimension and received the black star were recognized as its official followers. He pointed his finger in displeasure and exclaimed that he was not going to be her follower. The girl objected that he could think so, but the system decided otherwise, and the guy called her crazy. Remembering how he reached for the crossbow, Song Hyun heard that technically she could not interfere with reality. But for those who received a black star, she could send messages. Only this often would not work, because a huge reserve of divine power was consumed. Song Hyun sat down on the ground next to the cube and asked why it was necessary to collect 4 pieces, to which he learned that the curse was too strong to be removed with one blessing. Resting his elbow on his knee, he read the message that he was the last one to receive the black star, and the rest of the displaced either joined the cults or failed to meet the conditions. The guy chuckled, thinking that this was why she was so desperately clinging to him, and said out loud that it was nice to hear that he was the last. He lay imposingly on the floor and asked what should be done to remove the seal. Above the white cube, an image of a clay pot appeared. The administrator said that these chains were created by the power of the gods. It took a huge amount of divine energy to remove them. Imagining a shining vessel with a pattern, she said that for this, you need to have a saint power vessel. If you carry it with you and accumulate divine power, it will be filled automatically. Song Hyun held the pot in his hands after learning that it was possible to just collect glasses like now, but it would take about 30 years to fully fill the vessel. Lying with the vessel, he turned to the system window and asked, she offers him to play the role of her apostle for 30 years. Even if she is talking nonsense, he needs to find a way to assemble faster. The white cube now has system windows with information that there is one way to accumulate divine power faster. The girl imagined various broken artifacts, saying that it was necessary to destroy items containing divine power, scrolls, relics, statues of gods, sacred frescoes. Song Hyun sat down while holding the pot and learned that it was possible to gather a large amount of divine power at once, but it would have to pay a huge price. He imagined an enraged woman and a monster and thought that destroying the shrine meant declaring war on its owner, after which he would be haunted by the cult and cursed by the gods. Smiling a little, the brunette said that even in difficult modes there is no such tin. He got to his feet. Hearing the question, he would refuse, and replied that it was not so. He held a vessel and a sword and declared that it was a pleasure to cause trouble to others. Against the background of the cube, the administrator's answers appeared that she knew that she was not mistaken about it. He would definitely cope. He thought she was too fond of the word faith, polite, friendly, but in fact she was just pretending to win people over. He squinted in displeasure, thinking that he had an important life principle, someone who didn't have a good character, but still spoke politely. Imagining a girl with a blindfold, he thought that such a person was almost certainly psychotic. The hero remembered how discouraged he was at the system windows with the tape measure and the consumption of points, and thought that if someone is able to infuriate in such a variety of ways, then he definitely cannot be good. Words were heard from the white cube that he had wanted to ask for a long time. The girl clarified what exactly? Presenting his class's stats window, The brunette clarified why he couldn't use magic if he couldn't use it because he was from Earth. Then why could the other transmuted ones? The brunette opened his mouth in shock when he heard that this was not the kind of conversation worth having now. He thought again that she was infuriating him. The space seemed to change color to black when the guy learned that, in short, his body was not adapted to magic. The healer looked down in displeasure after learning that it was related to his lost memories. Turning away from the cube, he cursed. The administrator asked. He was already leaving. Instead of responding, Song-hyun stabbed himself with his sword. A blue glow surrounded his body. The guy replied that she wouldn't say anything useful to him anyway. The girl said that she was sorry. She would like to know more about the world outside. The hero asked her to ask someone else. In the midst of the rising waves, he pointed his blade forward and remembered that he had wanted to ask her name, learned that she could not say due to the restrictions. The girl with her face hidden by the cloth opened her mouth, saying that he already knew her name. The blue silhouette of the administrator hovered in front of the hero. Everything faded, leaving a small flash. The guy's eyes opened abruptly. He lay in bed, asking what it was. Jungho stretched, walked into the house, saying that he had a good night's sleep. Looking at his friend sitting at the table, he greeted him, wishing him a good morning. Song-hyun replied that it was bad. He dreamed of an unpleasant person. The man handed him the object, saying that it was for him to cheer up. In the palm of his hand was a pendant with the image of a flask. Jungho said that it was a talisman that he left him. He had a dog drawn on it. The brunette clenched the pendant in his palms with a smile and thanked him. Hearing what they said, they take a shape suitable for the owner. If you keep it with you at night, it sleeps better. Looking at the pendant, the hero thought that this round vial was more suitable for alchemy than healing. A man entered the room and told the healer and the tank that the cart with golems was ready. The guy got up from the table, saying that then they were coming back. He confidently headed towards the exit, continuing that they would go to Hind village. In the village of Hind there was a bright tavern called Bispol. The image of the black pattern was covered in blood. Red spots covered the round pattern. It was on paper with an inscription about a new meeting. The white-haired man narrowed his eyes slyly. A smile appeared on his lips. Looking at the knife stuck in the note, he said that something interesting was planned. The carriage was driving along a forest path. It was raining heavily outside. Jungho sat across from the healer in the carriage, asking if he had really met the receptionist. Song-hyun was examining the light vessel. Hearing this same sacred power vessel, he replied that yes. When he woke up, it was in the inventory. Holding the clay pot to himself, the healer said that in the future he was going to rob people from the order and destroy holy relics. He was worried. A friend asked, "Is this normal?" The brunette holding the vessel heard him say that if you turn the god and the order against you, the level of danger will be completely different. Song-hyun sneered and asked. He was afraid. There was a shout that usually people are afraid. The coachman looked ahead in surprise. He jerked the reins towards him, stopping the horse. The horses reared up. From a sharp braking, the heroes flew along the carriage. The question was heard, what happened? A clawed paw appeared nearby, and Ziggs replied that there was something ahead. A pack of monsters gathered around the overturned carriage. The many-eyed beast bared its fanged mouth. Standing by the wagon, Jungho pointed his finger and shouted that it was a black spider wolf. It seemed to have attacked the wagon. The system reported that the hero summoned a crossbow. A bag of communication creates a stone workshop. 3 blue arrows flew forward. They pierced the monsters' bodies. Several spider wolves ran away from the overturned carriage. The healer touched the body of the deceased man and said that it seemed that the coachman had died about half an hour ago. The body was completely disfigured. It was a pity. A little more and he would have reached the village. Turning the injured body, Song-hyun said that it did not come from a black wolf spider. The brunette's eyes glowed from the use of the skill. He explained that black wolf spiders use paralytic venom. The blue circle concentrated on the man's wounds, reporting that it was badly disfigured. Half of the body was crushed. The hero added that there were no signs of paralysis on the body. There were streaks of blood on the ground. The hero paid attention to them. Standing next to the body in a huge pool of blood, Song-hyun said that for one person, such an amount is too much. Ziggs touched his finger to his cheek when he heard that there were at least 3 or 4 people in the wagon and asked, "Does that mean they were kidnapped?" The overturned carriage had crates and barrels. The healer confirmed, saying that monsters do not choose victims so purposefully. Most likely this is the work of humans. Jungho moved the crate and something fell. He asked if they didn't touch the cargo on purpose. He noticed the box that had opened from the fall. Then, he took out a document with a coffin, which contained a license to create a magic guild in Hind village. Song-hyun looked at the document in surprise, remembering the conversation in the office. His comrade asked if this was the same magic guild the building received as a reward in Kumar. Song-hyun's body was surrounded by an ominous red haze. He said that if this document was here, then the person who was engaged in the construction had been kidnapped. The guy grinned. With a sinister smile, he asked what kind of bad person decided to ruin his life. The sun shone on the buildings in the village of Hind. The coachman turned his head and told the heroes that they had arrived. Jungho put his hand to his eyes, saying that the rain had stopped immediately. The healer said that they had finally returned to the settlement. The door of the Bispol Hotel opened. Hotel employee Julia turned, recognizing the hero. The man with glasses waved his hand, and the healer asked how the girl was doing. Julia happily hugged the guy, saying what a blessing it was that he returned safe and sound. Closing his eyes in a smile, the brunette asked, she was worried. She replied that with adventurers you would never know if they suddenly disappeared. The healer's gaze became questioning. The white-haired man lay with his head buried in the table. He slept with a mug of beer in his hand. Squinting at him, Songhyun said it was the middle of the day and the drunk was already asleep. Ziggs added that he was living without worries. Clasping her arms on her chest, Julia charmingly asked if he wanted to eat. The brunette lowered his gaze, hearing that due to the frequent rains, the vegetables were especially fresh now, and asked again, was it raining frequently? There were puddles on the streets of the settlement. The answer was heard that about 3 days ago, like today, the rain poured down, and then suddenly stopped. Waving his hand, the healer asked if there was anything unusual that day. Imagining the overturned cart, the employee said that she had heard that a broken cart had been found nearby, but the valuables were left in place. Probably they were not monsters. Songhyun looked ahead thoughtfully, analyzing that the wrecked wagon, untouched cargo, and rain, this is exactly the same situation. The girl smiled when the healer thanked her for the information and said that they would order 3 set meals, and asked her to wait a little. Jung backed back to the door and said he would go to the bathroom. Songhyun said he would take his seats. People were sitting at the tables of the tavern. The red-haired man asked the healer if he was going to investigate the case with the wagon. He replied that yes, the missing person was on an important task. He imagined the heroes throwing potion jars at him in displeasure, and thought that if he broke the holy relics, the church and the Adventurers Guild would be angry with him. He imagined a shining symbol protecting him, and thought that he needed to create a magical association so that they could protect against all this. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Songhyun mused that there were no signs of using skills on the spot. Although this is a mage from the association, it was unlikely that he went for a power attack. Remembering the falling drops, the hero thought that the rain was suspicious. Did someone use the ability to cover the tracks with rain? The white-haired guy raised his head while the hero said that first he needed to find the one who spread the rain, maybe from the Adventurers Guild. The guys looked in his direction in surprise. Ziggs opened his mouth in surprise. A map pierced his forehead, which the blonde threw sharply. Taking the note out of his comrade's forehead, Songhyun read that it said that they would find everything. The white-haired man stood, pathetically touching his head, and the hero recognized Alec. The guy smiled, covering his face with his hand, and said that Detective Alec was in action. Touching the wound on his forehead, Ziggs asked, "Detective?" and thought it was funny. Waving his hand, Alec asked, "He was looking for a person, let him leave it to him, he was an expert in such cases." The brunette sitting at the table took a closer look and said that he was just some kind of fraud. He replied that he should not judge by appearance. Pointing his finger, the blonde said that in fact he looked more like a crook. The disgruntled Songhyun thought that he himself said not to judge by appearance. Crossing his arms, the healer asked how much he charged for the work. The red-haired man asked in surprise, did he seriously want to order? Pulling a chair behind him, Alec replied that the price depends on the search area, to which he heard that it was the village of Hind and the surrounding area. Sitting down at the table, the white-haired man said that then he had to pay for his drink. He had not yet paid. A shining red scroll appeared in the palm of his hand. Looking at the object that appeared, the brunette thought that it was a detective with alchemy skills. The system reported that the observational gaze skill was activated. Looking with blue eyes, Songhyun thought no. With the help of the skill, he watched how the guy held the paper and pen. The system told him that he took the item out of the inventory, and the hero thought that this was his effect. The white-haired guy closed his eyes and said nothing. An arrow touched his neck as he said that he understood the elder. Songhyun put a crossbow to his neck, and words were heard saying that if he hurried it up, it wouldn't appear faster. The healer threatened with a weapon with a smile, saying that he was offended, and thought to himself that if he used the equipment then it was for sure. Pointing his weapon at the blonde, the guy continued that he had met a fellow countryman, but did not show it, but thought to himself that he was a traveler between dimensions. The hero imagined a couple demonstrating the fashionable clothes of the earth, and thought that travelers between dimensions easily recognize each other. Their style contradicts this world, and an atmosphere that cannot be hidden. He imagined a girl who turned her head and did not understand what the guy who asked for a like and a subscription was saying, and thought that the manner of speech and the way of thinking also betrayed. Pointing the crossbow at the white-haired guy, he thought that he was hiding so perfectly that he did not notice. The brunette stared at him intently, thinking that hiding his identity on the Azul continent was common, but if he was hiding even from a fellow countryman, then he was afraid of something. The guy twisted the pen in his hand and said that the hero is not simple. No one has yet guessed who he really is. Continuing to hold the weapon, the healer asked why he was hiding since he recognized him, and Alec replied that he also had his own reasons. The characters were smiling, but there were sparks of tension between them. The brunette asked, "Does he want to have a reason to tell?" Ziggs looked at them anxiously, asking what they were doing. Jungo approached them, asking in surprise what happened. The white-haired man looked at him in shock, making a surprised sound. He began to rise from his seat. And then he turned around, pointing his finger at Jungo, and shouted that it was him. The guy with glasses didn't recognize him and asked who he was. The heroes looked at his torn shirt in surprise, and the guy exclaimed that he was in the village, he should remember him. The man with glasses pointed his finger, saying that he remembered, he was Julian. The radiant blonde man pointed at himself with a smile, and the hero discouraged his real name. There were dishes of food on the table, and words were heard saying that it turned out to be a former comrade of Jungo. Making notes on the sheet, the white-haired man said that his real name was Julian, or Alec for short. Looking down, the brunette mused that he was certainly a strange person, but at least not a bad person, but he didn't understand how his name could be shortened to Alec. Scooping up the dish with a spoon, Song-hyun thought that since he knew their icon of trust, then he could be trusted, and sweetly said that he would not interrogate again. The blonde replied that he would also forget that he had left a crossbow on him. The guy drew a map of the city on a sheet of paper and asked who he was looking for. Since he was a friend of Jungo, he would help properly. The healer sitting at the table replied that he was looking for someone who could make rain. No matter if it was an item or a skill, he needed to find someone who had such an ability. Suddenly, Alex stuck the tip of the pen in his hand. Cutting his palm until it bled, he exclaimed that it was easy. Drops of blood fell on the drawn map. The heroes saw how it took shape on the diagram. Song-hyun asked, "Is the blood spreading on the map?" And then he stared ahead in discouragement when he heard that Alec was a blood mage. The white-haired man stuck out his tongue, concentrating, and the guy exclaimed that he said that he was a detective. He replied that a blood mage is the main profession, and a detective means a soothsayer. The hero wondered since when a soothsayer is a detective. As a result, the blood on the sheet circled some of the city's buildings. The white-haired man showed 3 fingers with a wounded hand, and said that this was the clock tower, the inn and the southeast exit. In one of these places there would be the right person. He imagined a gate with an arch and said that the exit was a calm place. Introducing the white tower, he continued that the clock tower had an unpleasant type. Then he imagined a 3-story building, saying that someone in the inn would definitely die. The heroes squinted at him when they heard this prediction. Jungo arched his eyebrows in alarm and asked again, and Ziggs wondered how dangerous it was. Alec rested his head on his hand with a smile and said that if he were him, he would never go there. The brunette remained silent, not looking at him, when he heard the question of what he would do, and then he confidently crossed his arms, answering that there was nothing to think about. The bright building of the Southern Tavern appeared. The hooded guy was sitting at a round table and looking around. He bit his finger in displeasure, asking why it took so long. Then he turned sharply in displeasure. A smiling healer was standing next to him, and the man asked who he was. He was extremely surprised when the hero snatched out his staff, saying that it was a cool amethyst staff. Looking at the large purple crystal, he asked how it was so cracked, and a cry was heard to return it immediately. The man remembered the blood drips from the wrecked carriage when he heard that the cart that had been attacked in the forest also had such amethyst shards. Song-hyun chuckled as he remembered the words of the prophecy that if he went to the inn, someone would definitely die. He looked down at the man, thinking that something was going to happen here anyway, and asked grimly, was it his doing? The mage opened his mouth in horror and screamed. He grabbed the staff that the healer was still holding. Song-hyun watched tensely as the cracked stone began to shine. Bright blue rays of magic threw the hero back. Frightened people looked at them in surprise. A powerful blue magic vortex scattered tables around the tavern. A cry was heard. What was happening? A huge blue tornado was rising in the room. The girl raised her hand, shouting in displeasure that some psycho had used the skill. This was a hotel. The guy was shouting to urgently inform the Adventurers Guild. The energy of magic broke walls. Song-hyun turned around as he heard the red-haired man say that the inn would soon collapse. He saw the magician trying to escape to the window. Suddenly, a shining arrow pierced his leg. The guy in the raincoat fell to the floor and screamed in pain. Holding the crossbow with a sneer, Song-hyun asked where he was going. The mage, despite the arrow in his leg, stood up, saying that it was just an arrow. He climbed onto the windowsill to jump out of the window, but in the end, he fell to the ground. The man with the staff ran away from the collapsing building. A question was heard. He was still running away. He was too tenacious for a mage. Song-hyun rubbed his nose indifferently, saying that his endurance was good, and Jungo was indignant, asking if he was going to catch it at all. Visitors to the tavern fled from the magical tornado, pushing each other away. The girl said that she did not want to die under the rubble. Without looking at them, Song-hyun thought in displeasure at how pathetic these adventurers were. Jungo and Ziggs turned around when the hero called out to them and asked them to pave the way to the center of the hurricane. They used their skills to protect the running healer from the rubble. Song-hyun rushed forward. He lifted off the ground, caught by a tornado. The friends were shocked to see how the hurricane caught the healer. Song-hyun clutched the crossbow, thinking that in every wind spell there was a core, the eye of a typhoon. His eyes were blue from using the skill, and he thought that this was the source of the wind magic, as well as his weak point. Thanks to his skill, he noticed a red spark in the center of the tornado and thought that he needed to hit directly there. The arrow flew down rapidly, and then the tornado began to decrease sharply. The guy was falling, no longer supported by the energy of the wind. The adventurers turned around in surprise. Song-hyun landed among the wreckage. A cry was heard that the hurricane had disappeared. The red-haired man looked at him and said that as expected, he was incredible. The hero replied that at least the building didn't collapse. The healer lowered his gaze when he heard Ziggs ask what to do now. After all, they have lost a criminal. Junggo added that if they go in pursuit now, it would be too late. Looking away, Song-hyun slyly asked not to worry, that guy would take care of it. The wounded mage walked in the rain, leaving a trail of blood. He clutched his staff, saying that it hurt him. Who was this bad person? But first he needed to reunite with his comrades. Suddenly someone stopped in front of him. Alex stood in a theatrical pose, saying that he was very nimble for a mage. He looked at him confidently through his fingers, saying that Detective Alec was on stage. The shocked Magus opened his mouth, asking who he was. Covering with his hand, he screamed how he had caught up with him. He had wiped away all traces and magic with the rain. Blood rose from the wound on the palm of his hand. Alec formed a large blob out of it, and replied that he was just in pursuit. The man with the shot in the leg froze, realizing that he was a blood mage. He smelled the blood from his unhealed ankle. The enemy thrust his staff forward, shouting that he couldn't get caught so easily. Suddenly the blood at his leg began to rise. The guy froze in fright when a bloody hand appeared behind him. She grabbed him, lifting him into the air. The fingers made of blood clenched tightly and made the mage scream. Veins bulged on his forehead. The bandit thought that the blood magus' dark magic had been absorbed into his body. He could no longer use magic. Alec used his skill to bring his opponent closer to him and asked, didn't he know that magic was easy prey for dark mages? The white-haired guy raised his head, saying that as soon as the hero found out that he was a blood magus, he immediately decided to take advantage of it. A bloody palm tightly gripped the captured guy, and Alex said that he liked him. The guy with glasses anxiously asked, was he dead? The brunette looked at it, and replied that for a detective, capturing alive is a basic rule. Alec replied with a smile that he didn't kill him. Let them look carefully. The frightened magus opened his mouth and screamed when he heard the question that they had killed him. The white-haired man beamed happily, saying that this was what was expected of a magic caster. Standing in front of the bound opponent, the healer said that they had met again. He approached, grabbed the guy's head, and ominously said that he had a lot of questions. If he told the truth, he would spare his life. Frowning, he shouted that he should not talk nonsense. He would rather die from the beatings. But he would not say anything. After that, there were bumps and wounds on the guy's head. He admitted that he caused the rain. He wanted to disguise it as an exit to monsters, and the guild does errands for money. Junggo held up his finger indignantly when he heard that they had recently taken an order for human trafficking, and shouted that it was just a criminal gang. A group of heroes were walking along a forest path. Junggo asked if those who were kidnapped today were still alive. The magician replied that yes, they were supposed to meet the customer at the hotel and hand them over. Pointing his finger at the building, he said that this was their base, and the clinic was in the prison in another building. He walked forward, saying that he would bring the keys to the cell now. Let them wait for a while. The brunette hurried him up, saying that Song-hyun had even healed his ankle. The magician entered a small building. Ziggs asked if such a criminal organization could be left alone. Song-hyun replied that of course not. Whether he cooperated or not, he would die in any case. The healer crossed his arms, thinking that he wasn't hunting a magus because of the association, but was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. They were interfering with him, so the entire guild would be completely wiped out. At least one problem solved. Suddenly, a blinding light bursting from the windows of the building interrupted his thoughts, and then a powerful explosion rang out in the base. The surprised heroes looked at the huge fire. Looking at the burning building, Song-hyun cursed. The building in the forest was engulfed in powerful flames. Ziggs looked ahead in surprise, saying that it was an explosion. Junggo asked who did it. Song-hyun turned to Alec, who exclaimed that he understood. He asked if he knew this criminal. The white-haired man touched his chin, saying that the deceased from the prediction is that magus. The disgruntled Junggo exclaimed, is it important now? An archer sat in the tree behind and took out an arrow while the man asked what to do now. They don't even know where the prison is, do they? The guy pulled the bowstring, aiming. Song-hyun noticed a spark among the branches. The archer fired a shining arrow forward. Suddenly, Ziggs abruptly thrust out his palm, creating an earthen shield, and shouted, warning of caution. It was approaching the guy who was forming a shield around him, and then, having pierced him, she crashed into his chest. An injured Ziggs stared at her in shock. The heroes ran up to the fallen guy. The girl folded her fan, saying in displeasure that even the useless have a limit. She, along with armed men, stood under a tree and ordered these weaklings to be brought to the lair. The red-haired girl smiled as she covered herself with her fan, and said that they had come uninvited. That was very impolite. It was Gehen, the leader of the Deadly Devil Guild. Sitting next to his injured comrade, Song-hyun realized that it was them and the traffickers. The girl pointed at him with a fan and said that she had watched him back in the tavern. Brave and good abilities, he was a valuable shot. Opening the accessory, she smiled and said that they just had a vacancy. Would he like to join? Song-hyun looked down. He was standing next to the wounded Ziggs arrow. The girl was startled as a shining arrow swept past her head. Blood flowed from the cut on his cheek. The hero confidently held the weapon and said that it should have been said before everything that had happened. The girl's face twisted with hatred. She said that he dared to touch her face. The gun-wielding bandits rushed forward as she ordered them all to be killed immediately. Clutching a golden shovel, Jungo asked a comrade to take care of Zig's wounds, and Alex said that he had turned on combat mode. A man in glasses swung a shovel. It struck the opponents, leaving a bright flash. The system reported that the target was under the protection buff. Jungo stared at this system window in surprise. The hooded man was smiling contentedly. A notification appeared that the damage was halved. Jumping back to his comrade, the human trafficker said that this guy was very weak, but it should be stronger. Suddenly, a flash arose from the rapid movement. Smiling, the guy moved his sword very quickly and said that the attack should be like this. Jungo had cuts on his body, and he closed his eyes in pain. The enemy smiled predatorily and wished him death. Suddenly a hand grabbed his neck. Pushing off his comrade, Alec grabbed the thug and asked him not to touch his brother Jungo. Bright rays spread from the hand clutching his neck. The light was getting brighter, and the blond man said with a smile that it was going to be hot. Blood began to rise from the cuts on the man's body. It formed into something similar to sharp spikes. These spikes pierced the bodies of the rest of the bandits. Alec kept guild members impaled on sharp branches with the crown of thorns skill. He smiled broadly and happily exclaimed that this was what a chain combo was. He hadn't used it for a long time, and he still hated this skill. Song Hyun turned to look at the stricken opponents, and thought that it looked like he wouldn't have to interfere. He took an arrow from his comrade's chest and thought that Zig's wounds were not as deep as it seemed. He had survived thanks to the earthen shield. Gehen clenched her fists in displeasure and cursed. She opened her fan with a sudden movement and said that they forced her to act. Black spears burst out from the magic seals that appeared in the sky. With a wave of the accessory, she used the Spear of Sorrow. The heroes dodged the flying dark rays with a scream. Jumping away from the black blot, Alex shouted that it was low to use a mass attack. His friend exclaimed that he should not say so. Jungo looked back tensely, thinking that her speed wasn't that difficult to dodge. The girl stretched out her hand with a fan, saying that she would see how much longer they would run. Suddenly, the bandit's body was surrounded by the pink glow of her magic, and he screamed. And then the silhouette disappeared in a blinding flash. The light was so bright that it made Jungo close his eyes tightly. He thought about his vision and wondered how he could do this to his own guildmates. The blue glow of a spear was reflected in the man's open eye, and a cry was heard with a warning of danger. A dark spear pierced through the man's body. Opening his mouth, the white-haired man screamed. Songhyun strained his gaze to the side. The girl with the fan smiled broadly and laughed loudly. She walked to the lying body, saying that one had been removed. Then she looked at Alec and said that their faces were interesting now. Turning around, Songhyun was surprised when he heard the question, "Will he treat? Let him try if he can." The glasses flew off the prostrate body of his friend. The words were heard that the dead could only be resurrected. The body of Jungo lay at her feet, and she offered the hero to heal the corpse if she could. Alec gritted his teeth and cursed. The healer lowered his head and said that she had better apologize right now. The woman burst out laughing. She opened the fan and noted that the man seemed to be just furious about the death of his comrade. But would he really forgive him if he apologized? Songhyun glanced at her. He smiled and said that it was not to him who should apologize, but to the deceased himself. Her opponent looked ahead questioningly. Dark energy emanated from the man's body. The woman lowered her gaze and shuddered. The corpse was disappearing right in front of her. Her allies turned around dumbfounded, staring at the black smoke. A shadow hovered in the place of the deceased. Bright yellow eyes opened in the darkness. Then, a sudden burst of energy rose from the ground. A dark creature appeared in front of them. His eyes were blazing. It turned to the spear sticking out of the ground. The enemies turned to the monster in fright, not understanding where it came from. The creature opened its mouth and growled something. A powerful wave of power emanated from him, and he spoke words. The black monster swung its paw. He swept past the enemies very quickly. The criminal looked down dumbfounded, noticing a cut on his stomach. Blood gushed out of his mouth and his eyes widened. The guy threw his head back, and his chest was torn apart. His comrades turned to look at him in fright. The monster's eyes flashed menacingly. Magic was smoking around his claws. He swung again. Then he pierced another opponent with his paw. One of the enemies desperately gripped the hilt of his sword and demanded that the creature get out. However, his blade was shattered, and a wound appeared on his stomach. Alex stood there in surprise and watched, not understanding what was happening. The monster continued to smash enemies. The main character continued the operation on Ziggs, explaining that it was Jungo, which greatly surprised the companion. The healer narrowed his eyes and thought that his comrade was a rather pathetic person for a traveler between dimensions. He had a weak psyche, he was a coward, and even his fighting instincts were not good. The man introduced his friend, realizing that it would not be surprising if he had long ago become fertilizer for the continent of Azul. The adventurer's eyes sparkled, and somehow he had survived for 3 years. Right now, there was a black beast in front of them. The healer took his wand and began to draw on the ground, explaining that if Jungo died in any way, he could be resurrected in the form of such a monster. He wrote the word lycanthrope and said that the bespectacled man is not just a tank, but an interdimensional hybrid traveler with a second profession. Alec glanced at the healer and asked why there was a question mark in the name of the profession, but he replied that he did not know himself and was just passing on his friend's words. The brunette smirked and added that Jungo doesn't just respawn, but changes race and gains enhanced stats, so it's a damn profession. The beast stood up and used the panic cry skill. Gehen held out her fan in horror and activated the spear of worship. Dark energy swirled around her, but nothing else. The woman was sweating and gritting her teeth as she realized that magic didn't work. This bastard had just cast an anti-magic skill. The beast was right in front of her in an instant. He threw his rival on his back, and she screamed. Gehen turned pale and begged for help. She stared at Songhyun and Alec, demanding that the monster be stopped, and the healer asked why he would save her. The woman arched her eyebrows in a panic and exclaimed that she knew who they were looking for. After all, it was a mage from the carriage. Gehen squeezed her eyes shut and promised that she would tell him where he was, if only he would be spared. The monster swung and she screamed. The blade flew in their direction after activating the hero's throwing skill. The weapon threw away the beast's paw, preventing him from attacking. Songhyun smirked and noted that it should have been done right away. He looked at the monster and asked her to calm down, assuring her that he would deal with her himself. Jungo narrowed his eyes and growled in displeasure. The healer grinned and asked if his comrade wanted to fight him as well. The man stared intently at the interlocutor. The beast silently lowered its muzzle. Then he abruptly ran into the bushes. Alec opened his mouth in surprise and asked if the hero could communicate with monsters, to which he replied that there was one way. Gehen raised herself up on her elbows and thought it was just a shame. She stood up and took out a dagger. Then she ran towards the men. The criminal ran behind the blonde man and put a knife to his throat, demanding not to move. The woman grinned and said that without this monster they were nothing. The brunette raised his head when he heard that she would blow this bastard's brains out if he twitched. Alec theatrically crossed his arms over his chest, and Songhyun looked at this whole scene and thought how he didn't give a damn. The blonde gritted his teeth and told him not to worry about him, and the healer scratched his ear and thought he didn't care. The culprit smirked and said that blood mages are weak before the divine power, and it would be fun to stick this Bamika messenger. The girl ran the blade over her skin. Black smoke came out of the wound on the man's neck. Gehen grinned and revealed that it was a holy relic filled with the power of a god. The main character rounded his eyes when he heard this. He took a step forward, interrupting the girl. A bluish energy appeared around the healer, and the man asked if she had a holy relic in her hands. The interlocutor frowned warily and answered in the affirmative. The brunette grinned. Songhyun summoned Freya's crossbow and stated that it would be a payment for treatment. The woman opened her mouth in shock and asked if he didn't care that his comrade died. Alec looked at her and said that he didn't care, but she didn't. The man's body began to disappear into thin air. The mage was behind her, activating the blood bond. At the same moment, an arrow pierced her chest. The dagger flew out of her hands, and the hero caught it, muttering that he didn't think he would get his first holy relic like this. Songhyun happily looked at the weapon and stated that he would gratefully take it. Their enemies were lying on the ground, and the man thought that the situation was under control, and it was time to heal the woman before she died. He put the plastic bamiku in the holy vessel. A window of characteristics opened in front of the brunette. The man looked at the notification, and the system asked if the shrine should be dismantled, and the hero decided to use the added disassembly system. The healer looked at the screen with interest, reading about the features of the iconoclast, after which he destroyed the holy relic, extracting divine power. A glow appeared around the vessel and a slight noise was heard, reminding the hero of the sound of a washing machine. There was darkness inside the vase, and the system announced that the messenger Bamiku had been destroyed. Songhyun narrowed his eyes and thought that the holy relics were so sturdy, so it should have been more difficult, but the admin wasn't useless after all. A notification popped up in front of the man about spending 1,000 points. The protagonist clenched his fists in fury and cursed, and the first thing Ziggs did when he came to his senses was to see the healer screaming into the void. The brunette gritted his teeth in displeasure, as he remembered how the other day he had been treating people to earn those points, and he had barely managed to recover from being robbed by Wismel and Tragedy. A system window appeared in front of the healer, informing him about obtaining the iconoclast achievement, the condition of which was to hate the gods. The man drew attention to this line. The brunette glanced at the screen, suggesting that the admin had stolen his glasses just to piss him off for the sake of this achievement. But even without that shit, she always pisses him off. An image of a knife in a book appeared in front of the main character, and the system notified about the receipt of a new parameter in the characteristics window, namely, blasphemy. A huge eye with wings appeared above the healer, and the admin reported that the higher the indicator, the stronger the damage to divine creatures, as well as the higher the attack resistance of divine creatures. The man introduced the temple and read that by destroying holy relics, killing believers and priests, you can increase your skill. The brunette froze, muttering that if you destroy the holy relics for the sake of filling the vessel of holy power, then the blasphemy characteristic will grow automatically. Song Hyun put his hand on his chest with a smile and thought that this was the power to annoy the gods. So everything was fine. Alec approached him and noted that the healer had just been furious, and now he was satisfied, to which the interlocutor replied that this is a common thing for nerds in garbage games. The blood mage made a gesture with his hand, remembering how his comrade took out a crossbow, and noted that he did not even twitch in the face of the threat. How did he know that he had a teleportation skill? The brunette looked at him, and replied that he had just fired at random, and he immediately realized that he had not been taken into account. Zig sat up and turned to hear the noise in the bushes. A black tail appeared among the greenery. The beast came out to them and asked if everyone was okay. The red-haired man stared and cried out at the sight of the monster. The main character turned around and noted that his friend had finally come to his senses. Alex smirked and informed the guy that it was Jungo in front of him. The beast shuddered in fright. He noticed the corpses on the ground and asked if he had killed them himself. Jungo burst into tears and howled, shouting that this was why he hated dying. The main character plugged his ears in irritation. The animal began to dig into the ground, muttering that there was no point in getting stronger if every time it died and was resurrected, everything turned into chaos and the body became this monster. He jumped over the pit. The wolf poked his head into the ground, declaring that it was just terrible. Alec looked at him and noted that now he looked like himself again, and the healer asked to give him this power if he didn't like it so much. The brunette turned around, muttering that they had some bastards who would do well to die anyway. His eyes rounded in surprise. The body of one of the men was engulfed in radiance. The healer turned around and noticed that all the corpses were glowing. A bone hand, the skill of extraction, reached out to the dead man. Golden balls flew out of his body. The main character took them, noting that it was all inside the criminals. The blonde leaned over and asked if it was urolithiasis, and Ziggs asked him to say something reasonable. The trophy was in the palm of Song Hyun's hand, and he determined that it was something filled with divine power. He looked at them and voiced this fact. The man introduced silhouettes and said that magical or divine power usually spreads formlessly in the human body, but does not crystallize in this way. It does not occur naturally. They turned to the lying woman, and the healer noted that it was already strange that the mage was carrying a holy relic with him, and Alec added that it reeked of a conspiracy. Song Hyun narrowed his eyes and thought that this was also an item with divine power, so it should come up to fill the vessel. He looked at the balls on the ground. Then he began to collect them one by one. Nearby, the fifth point of the beast was still sticking out of the ground. The healer pulled him out by the tail. Jungo roared and begged to be left alone. Ziggs rubbed his chin and asked if the tank couldn't speak in such a state. The wolf twitched and objected that he communicated normally. The hero glanced at Alec and asked him to disable the God of Tongue skill. The blonde touched his neck and noted that the ability was off. He looked snidely at the confused guy, asking if he did not understand him now and was mad. Wolf looked at him and noted that he could hear him now, too. The mage turned to the hero and asked if he hadn't understood him all along, and the healer revealed that Jungo Resurrection Mode had a critical flaw. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and said that in his werewolf state, his comrade couldn't use the God of Tongue skill. He came closer and added that another of the fines is that a friend cannot help falling asleep when night falls, and the interlocutor noted that there is always something to pay for a good ability. Zig stared at them, not understanding a word. The guys stared, doubting their adequacy. The Deathline Guild prison building. The blonde man armed himself with screwdrivers and exclaimed that now there would be a secret black sorcery, a ritual for opening the seal. He began to pick the lock. His companions watched him in silence. Ziggs frowned and said that it was just a hack, and the interlocutor replied that such wording sounds illegal. He opened the door and asked the prisoners to leave without fear. The townspeople came out and thanked them. The main character paid attention to the blonde, thinking that she was dressed like a commoner, but there was some kind of nobility. The man smiled and introduced himself. The girl looked at him and flinched when he asked if she was from a magical association, and she remembered that this was the one Lord Gawain was talking about. The blonde grabbed his hand and declared that it was an honor to meet him, after which she introduced herself as Mathiana Wutsa, an investigator of the Magical Association. The girl shook the healer's hand and said that they wanted to establish a branch in honor of his achievements. The interlocutor intercepted her hand and muttered that they had been attacked when they came to him. The brunette looked at her with feigned anxiety and said that he wouldn't have survived if something had happened to her, and Alec watched the scene in bewilderment. Another girl looked at them when the brunette said that he would personally take care of her wounds. The prisoner pointed to the wolf in fright and exclaimed that there was a monster there. The protagonist smirked and assured that there was no reason to worry because it was his pet, and Ziggs thought that this smacks of infringing on Jungo's rights. The townspeople surrounded the beast, coming up with a name for it. The adventurer was patiently silent as he was petted and called Kangal. The healer turned back to the priestess, ignoring his friend's indignation. The blonde blushed when he asked if he could ask her about one case, and she asked what he was talking about. Song Hyun sneered and stated that it would benefit the Magic Association. The man was sweating and his eyes were rounded. The guild leader of Hind Village sat in his office and didn't understand why he suddenly had goosebumps. He frowned, remembering the main character, and decided that it was all because of him, although it was only necessary to relax for a few days. The aristocrat opened his suitcase and decided that he would take sick leave and go on vacation before the healer returned. A ward approached him and reported that a visitor had come, and the head replied that he should tell him that he was busy, and he was not there at all. His hand stopped at the moment of packing the bottle when the guy reported that a guest from a magical association. The man turned around, realizing that these were upper-class customers. The subordinate turned around when the boss demanded that the guest be escorted immediately. However, the boy's face met the door before he could do anything. The blonde was standing on the threshold. Mathiana frowned and indignantly asked what the Hind Adventurers Guild was all up to. The head turned pale and stretched in his face at the sight of her. He plopped down on the floor in fright and asked if she was a girl from the magical association. The priestess made an irritated gesture with her hand, introducing herself, and asked how she could even calm down when they were kidnapped by a criminal guild on the way here, and almost died. The man squinted at his subordinate and asked if this was true, and he muttered that they had been informed that the criminal guild Deathline was systematically engaged in human trafficking. The head opened his mouth and sweated, anticipating a huge scandal, because they dared to touch the representative of the magical association. Mathiana loomed over him, shouting that this guild wasn't even hiding and they had a hideout right in the city. The blonde stared at him and asked if he knew that Hind was a place where mages frequented. The girl put her hands on her hips and said that until now, the Adventurers Guild had ensured the safety of mages and their rights, but from now on, they were transferring this responsibility to another person. The interlocutor turned pale and asked to whom exactly, when then the voice of the hero was heard, asking if his name was called. The blonde squinted towards the door. Song-hyun, dressed in a red robe, smirked and introduced himself. The head stared and asked again. He pointed to the brunette and asked if he knew where he had arrived. The man turned to the servant and ordered him to be kicked out. The girl frowned and was indignant at such rudeness. The brunette stood behind her and noted that Li Wen didn't seem to fully understand the situation once it was explained to him. The priestess covered her face with her hand and exhaled. She looked at the head and said that as an investigator of the Magic Association, based on this situation, she had come to the conclusion that the Adventurers Guild could no longer be trusted to control the order. The man stared dumbfounded at the presented document. It was an agreement to create a branch of a magical association. Mathiana knitted her eyebrows and announced that the construction of a branch of the Magic Association in Hind would begin. The head turned pale and opened his mouth, not believing his eyes and ears. He imagined the gold flowing away not to him, but to the association, and thought that the proceeds from the mages would go there, and then the man would no longer be able to collect protection fees under the pretext of guarding wizards. The protagonist leaned over to the blushing girl and remarked that Mr. Li Wen didn't seem to like it. The blonde frowned and suggested that the head then go to the main office and discuss this issue in detail, to which the interlocutor immediately agreed to sign. The man was sweating as he signed and thought that if it weren't for those Deathline scum, things would have been different. But what the hell is that Song-hyun scumbag doing here? He straightened up and knitted his eyebrows. Li Wen turned to the investigator and muttered who would be responsible for protecting the Magi. The girl stood in front of the confused head, stating that they had already appointed a person responsible for the department in Hind. She introduced Count Gabine of Kamar and the Magister of the Red Tower, revealing that they both approved the decision. The man introduced the sinister healer over the building of the Magical Association, and Mathiana said that he was the one in charge. Li Wen opened his mouth and stared so hard that the protagonist was worried that they would fall out. The head knitted his eyebrows and asked not to make him laugh. He grabbed the brunette and asked if it wasn't enough for this swindler to pretend to be a healer now, so he also became a magician. Song-hyun looked away and lied that he had actually qualified as a magus. The man turned around and asked the blonde not to believe him, because he hadn't even seen the man drink mana potions. A scarlet emblem appeared on the palm of the protagonist's hand, a sign of belonging to the Red Magic Tower. Li Wen's eyes widened in shock. He dropped his jaw and asked where he got it. The girl took out her staff, while the head shouted that it was definitely a fake, it could not be otherwise. The man twitched in fright when the blonde pointed a gun at him and demanded that he stop already. She leaned over and asked if he really thought that the Magical Association could not distinguish a real scarlet emblem. Mathiana looked at her interlocutor menacingly and threatened that she would pronounce a harsh sentence on behalf of the entire organization if he did not stop insulting the hero. Li Wen gritted his teeth, not understanding how the brunette could even enlist the support of both the Magic Association and the Scarlet Tower. Song-hyun looked at him mockingly as the man wondered who this guy was. The brunette looked at the girl and asked her to calm down, noting that the head did not behave like this out of malice. The man watched with relief as the staff lowered at the healer's request. The girl coughed and offered to leave this conversation. She looked at the surprised Li Wen and asked if he knew who had rescued her and the kidnapped civilians, as well as eliminated the Deathline Guild. The head smiled nervously and thought that this person must have incredible skills since he was able to save a Magic Association investigator. He presented a graph and decided that if it would increase his reputation in the end, then no superiors would be able to find fault. The man grinned. He looked at the girl resolutely and said that if it was the same adventurer, he would immediately check and give him a generous reward, since the warrior had saved Mrs. Mathiana, then they should do everything in their power. The main character leaned over from his back with a grin, and said that it was his team. The man turned around in complete shock, feeling all his predictions crumble. The girls smiled embarrassedly and stated that if it wasn't for the Songhyun Magus, they would definitely have died, to which the brunette replied that he just did what he had to do. The head frowned and said that they were scammers. The young men shrugged their shoulders questioningly when Li Wen asked how they had arranged everything. The man stamped his foot in annoyance, and stated that they had arranged all this to create a branch of the Magic Association. The girl took the sheet with the contract and offered him to look at the report later, if in doubt. The hero and his companion smiled and said goodbye, and the brunette asked not to worry, because they would have enough subsidies for the construction of a magical association. The head watched in confusion as they both left his office. The moon was shining in the sky, and only indignant curses from the guild building reverberated throughout the city. Mathiana put her hand on her chest and muttered that she thought her heart would stop. She looked at the healer with embarrassment, and asked how he was doing with her acting. The man turned to her and replied that it was so magnificent that no one suspected anything. He presented the diagram and added that, thanks to the blonde pretending to be angry and dragging the Adventurers Guild in, the construction costs would now be greatly reduced at the expense of Kamar and the Magic Association. They were standing outside, and Songhyun said that he would rely on her until the construction was completed, and even after, because he was only the nominal responsible here, and the interlocutor assured that she could leave it to her, because she just realized that it was time to gain practical experience. The girl smiled broadly and reminded that the main character is her savior. The brunette looked at her and noted that with her skill level, she could escape. The interlocutor looked carefully at the man when he asked if the enemies were really so strong. She looked down and replied that it was strange. Mathiana remembered the moment of the battle and said that at first they had the advantage, but then these bastards did something, and suddenly all the magical energy in the body was blocked, and the sorceress could not use magic. The brunette looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor, wondering if there were such technologies that allowed him to do this. He frowned and adjusted his cloak, deciding that it was time to visit them. In the prison of the Adventurers Guild, Gehen grabbed the bars and insulted the protagonist. She stared furiously at the man standing across from her, who only muttered that it was a pitiful sight. The woman knitted her eyebrows in confusion and sweated when she heard that if she was taken away, she would never see the light of day again, and maybe even become research material for a magical association. The healer smirked and paused. He looked at the prisoner and asked if she wanted a lifebuoy from him. Presenting the rope, the hero offered to lower it to his interlocutor. The girl was behind bars, heard that he was quite close to the Lord, and he had connections in the Scarlet Magic Tower. Songhyun smiled, adding that if he wanted to get one criminal out, it wouldn't be a problem. Looking into his eyes, the girl asked what he wanted. The hero introduced a bony hand, saying that he had questions about her underwear, asking if she had any idea what he would ask. The interlocutor, locked in a cage, wanted to know if she would be released if she told the truth, to which the guy replied that if the answer suited him. She gritted her teeth. Then she imagined how she grabbed the rope, answering that she would tell everything. So, holding onto the bars, she said that there was a potion, after drinking which, you can use divine skills even by a magician without faith like her. Lowering his head slightly, Songhyun did not understand how this was possible, to which he received the answer that she did not know the details, and they had received it in exchange from those who bought slaves. After presenting the matter to the fleet, she said that it was called Miraculous Water. The interlocutor was angry when she heard that it was a strange name, and replied that it did not matter now. After introducing the three elements, the hero heard that a magician using divine skills is unfair, and added that the weakness of magicians is dark magic. But now they have a remedy against it. So, imagining people in dark cloaks, the girl said that thanks to this, their guild had grown rapidly. Looking through the bars, she also said that there were probably a few more bottles in the guild's prison warehouse. The guy remembered LeFay, thinking that if he took them out and analyzed them, he could find out something by deciding to entrust it to the pharmacist. The interlocutor threw up her hands, asking if he was satisfied, because she told everything she knew, and demanded to let her out. Songhyun smiled back, not understanding why he would do this. She looked at him in confusion. The hero lowered his head, reminding him that he would have let it go if he had heard a satisfactory answer. The girl hit the bars, saying that was why she had told everything, but she heard that the answer did not suit him. She imagined that the rope began to break. It was as if she was falling from an abyss, hearing that from the very beginning, people like her did not deserve to be saved. Turning around, Songhyun walked away, adding that she should know her place. The prisoner clung to the bars again, asking him to stop, but the guy put his hand in his pocket, adding that the monsters should remain in the trash. Loud laughter was heard from the tent. The hero was sitting at the table with his comrades. The interlocutor was surprised that he managed to get information so easily and leave it in prison. Alec lowered his head, calling Songhyun the best. Then he put his hand on his chest, saying that he was also joining his group, but the hero wondered why. Then he looked away, thinking that if he was a blood mage, he would often have to be treated, and in terms of profit, that was not bad. His comrade smiled slightly when he heard that his neck wound was still healing, and replied that blood mages had high regeneration. The hero was mentally angry, realizing that he could not even get points from him, and replied that there was no place for him in the team. Ziggs looked at the white-haired man with surprise, who asked that if there are 4 of them, then it is possible to register as a full-fledged group, to which the hero asked if he listened to him at all. Song Hyun presented silhouettes of people, saying that usually there are 6 people in a group, but the minimum number is 4. Their interlocutor held out his hands in front of him, saying that he was not a member of the healing group. Then he got up from the table when the other offered him to become an adventurer, and politely declined. He smiled, adding that he had already gathered all the things that his tutor had requested, so he would be back tomorrow morning. Song Hyun glanced in his direction, hearing the gratitude for his understanding, and replied that they also owe him a debt. The man went outside, saying that it was late and he would go to bed. The cup was on the table. A message has appeared that the Divine Link skill is being disabled. Alec folded his hands, noting that it was time for the exchange of information between the displaced. The hero replied that this was all he was waiting for. He glanced at his interlocutor, suggesting that he start with a simple one. He looked up, answering that they would exchange one by one. There were records on the table. Song Hyun said that among them there is information about mutants, as well as about the Black Lotus, which is in great demand. The interlocutor replied that there is a bowl that turns water into any liquid. Imagining the city houses, the hero said that this was a report about the leakage of magical energy in the western region of the city. They were sitting at a table. The interlocutor offered to give a report on the contaminated zone of the east. Sorting through the papers, Song Hyun replied that it would be more useful to combine them with the data of the Scarlet Magic Tower, to which he replied that it would not be superfluous. A magic circle appeared in Alec's hand with the words that he would exchange it for information about the magic tower. The dark emblem shone brightly. The hero clarified that the interlocutor was still a member of the Black Magic Tower, noting that if he did not join, then the sectarians would annoy him. Looking at the recordings, he noted that everything is also bad in the eastern infected zone. Song Hyun introduced the angry man, saying that there was talk in the west that the commander of the Reese Rome had fallen due to infection, to which his comrade replied that it was forbidden information anyway. Alec pointed to one of the lines, saying that the south was in the worst condition. He imagined a dark river, saying that the west is a place where the earth rots and releases toxins. After the desert, it is said that in the south even grass does not grow because of the heat. Then the fighting people, noting that wars have not stopped in the east for hundreds of years because of madness. He remembered the snow-capped mountains, saying that in the north the temperature is so low that nothing lives there. Alec pulled his hand away, adding that it was not for nothing that this place was called the land left by the gods. Song Hyun adjusted the documents in his hands, saying that the arrogant gods had simply left things as they were, adding that it was as if people couldn't explore these places. The records in his hands disappeared when he decided that they were over with the exchange of information. His interlocutor took a sip when he said that since he had become an official member, he would tell him why he and Jungo had gone on this adventure, to which Jungo asked for a minute. Alex spat out his drink upon hearing that they had found a way back to Earth. He jumped up from the table, asking to tell everything from the beginning, to which the hero replied that his inconsistency was annoying. The guy opened his mouth when he heard that before that. The hero wanted to ask something, namely what happened on the day when he was transported to the continent. Alec put his hands up to the rings, replying that it was too personal a matter, but Song Hyun didn't understand what he meant. Then he raised his finger, saying that since he had information that he was eager to hear, he would tell everything when he heard the answer to his additional questions. The animal on the floor looked satisfied. Alec pointed at the hero, asking how a person like him ended up next to someone like Jungo. A slight smile appeared on his face when he heard that he was interested in such trifles, replied that he was a detective. Song Hyun folded his hands. He remembered how intensely he had looked at someone. At that moment, he was holding Jungo by the clothes. Then he looked at the guy threateningly, saying now that the way he first met him would begin. 3 years ago, Song Hyun had a hard time opening his eyes. The guy was lying on the ground. There were many people around him, saying that they had just been home, so he woke up in an unfamiliar cave. The hero glanced at his clothes, not understanding why he was lying in such a place. Various mushrooms grew on the walls. He noted that after looking around, he realized that this was an unfamiliar place. The man looked at the girl, saying that she had to first call the police, who hoped that it was a fairy tale or something else. Song Hyun sat down on the floor, wondering what he had seen before. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted words about the statistics window. Other people repeated after him. System windows appeared in front of them. In the window that appeared, statistics were visible. They looked at them with delight, saying that this could not be, so some not only quickly adapted, but had already begun to enjoy it. Others looked at the joyful people who shouted that they knew that one day this day would come, and asked each other which of them was the regressor. There were a lot of people in the cave. Some said that they thought that if you were a master in web novels, you could be reborn in them. Another wondered what work it was based on, and the hero thought that this was a classic situation, like an introduction from a manhwa. A system message appeared in front of him about receiving the achievement and the mandatory attribute of the interdimensional wanderer. The guy touched the button to pick up the reward. It appeared in his hands. With a smile on his face, looking at the contents, Song-hyun was surprised that this could be used as a weapon, thinking about the fact that he too was one of those who enjoyed what was happening. One of those present clenched his fists, as he told the others to check the skill window. People opened the windows in front of them, saying that there was a translation skill and a unique starting skill. Someone asked about the fact that he had received a wind cutter, and whether it was normal. The guy saw the window in front of him, thinking that he had the eye of an observer. The other two looked at the others, wondering if they weren't scared at all. One of them glanced away, noticing a sound. The bats flew out at them. They had sharp claws on their paws. Mice attacked people. One of them had a fire in his hands and said that he just wanted to test his skill. The rest also joined the battle. The mouse chased the man. She had already opened her mouth. Song-hyun rushed to attack. He struck the monster. A message appeared that one achievement was obtained. The sharpened stick was covered in blood. A new window showed that such an achievement can be obtained by killing an enemy without using offensive skills. Jungo looked at the hero in love, thinking that he had saved him. The guy grabbed the defeated enemy, rejoicing that even with a wooden stick you can kill. Jungo raised his hand in confusion, surprised that he had been ignored. The system also notified about the issuance of 2,000 points and a guaranteed coupon for equipment. Song-hyun threw the monster's body away when asked about whether he wanted to write a memorable message. He touched the screen, adding that he needed to show something. Messages appeared in front of the others. In the new window, it was said that the user received an achievement for the first time. This is nothing at all. They saw Song-hyun pointing at them and asking about their dreams. People became noticeably aggravated. The hero listened with pleasure to the disgruntled exclamations, thinking that this is how little birds chirp. People stood near the defeated monsters. Someone noted that these guys only know how to make noise, and they themselves are useless. The girl was sitting on the ground, saying that she was in pain. The guy next to her did not understand why he should do this. Song-hyun noticed how one of them approached the other, asking if she was okay, saying that if they got out of this cave, they might be able to return home, asking her to try. The hero glanced at the system window, thinking that it was useless and that they needed to die together to finally come to their senses. 3 windows were open in front of him with professions, skills, and roulette. His attention was attracted by the roulette, where you could get various characteristics and so on. He noted that he could spend points on this system. The guy chuckled, deciding that there was nothing to think about, and it would be great to get a rare skill at the beginning that no one else had. He thrust his hand forward, using the roulette spin table. A shiny window appeared in front of him. Song-hyun stared at him greedily. The system reported the receipt of a twig. The guy watched in surprise as he received stones, dust, and so on. He was shocked to see how he received garbage. Soon the results of the roulette appeared with all the items obtained. Seeing the trash, he received a message that the inventory was overflowing. Song-hyun looked at the pile of garbage and also saw that he had 0 points available. Someone's step was heard. Jungo stood behind, glad to have found the hero. He smiled, thanking for the help and asking what he could help. But Song-hyun looked at him menacingly, asking who he was. The guy put his hands out in front of him, answering that he only wanted to thank him. Looking at him intently, the hero did not understand why he was amused. Then he grabbed him by the clothes. Song-hyun gritted his teeth, saying that he was not well without him. Jungo looked frightened, heard that he did not know what he was thinking, but the hero did not save people like him. Looking into his eyes, he demanded not to irritate him and leave. The guy ran away. The profession is forgiveness. Looking after him, Song-hyun was unhappy that he was feigning friendship and annoyed by it. Messages appeared in front of him that the roulette system was under review, and it was difficult to receive a normal reward, so the points spent were not refunded. The guy broke the window, saying that he should have warned earlier. People fought monsters, and he was looking for a way out of the cave while the monster attacked again. A notification appears that a new class is being assigned. Song-hyun covered his face with his hand when he saw that his class was a healer. Looking at him, he was surprised, as those who were transferred to this world were assigned classes. Looking at the characteristics of his class, he hoped to get a combat one. The hero sat at this window, thinking that if the profession is given according to character and ability, then it is not surprising that this is what fell to him. After that, a message appeared that the basic skills of the starting class were being issued. A window appeared right in front of him that he had obtained the cutting skill, which could be used to cut something with a sharp object. Song-hyun looked at him uncomprehendingly. He flipped through his skills, wondering if the author had ever played it. He felt like he was in a void, because he was a healer without healing. Narrowing his eyes, he thought that there was something in the description of the roulette. A finger touched the screen. It was preceded by messages that points can be earned in different ways and that classes can only earn points through certain actions due to game balance. He lowered his head, seeing that the healer class could only earn points by healing others. Someone paid attention to him. Song-hyun laughed desperately. The others looked at him anxiously. So, covering his face with his hand, The hero did not understand what they wanted from him. He got to his feet, thinking about how the glasses he had worked so hard to get turned out to be garbage, and now he didn't even have the healing to heal anyone. His eyes lit up from the use of the observer's eye skill. He saw the state of other people. One of them was holding on to his leg, and it looked like he had sprained his ankle, and the hero decided that it would suit him. He sat down beside him, asking if he was all right. The interlocutor showed his leg after hearing that it looked like he had injured his ankle, and replied that he had just stumbled. Song-hyun smiled, offering to heal him. The man took off his jumper when he heard the request for it. Then he fixed the leg, saying that it was a simple dislocation. The leg was bandaged. A message appeared that he had received 4 points. The guy looked at the window in front of him, seeing that the achievement had been unlocked, and it was one step on the path of a healer. Looking at the patient, he thought that it was not only skills that could be treated. He smiled ominously, thinking that for the time being he would ruin such naive people into glasses, and if he had the right tool, he could even resurrect the dying. Song-hyun smiled broadly when he heard the words of gratitude. Someone opened his mouth wide, attracting everyone's attention. The man threw up his hands, saying that they all suddenly found themselves in another world, and many were scared, but it was at such moments that you need to stick together. He then walked forward and addressed one of them, inviting him to join their group. He adjusted his cap, answering that he was not interested. Then he turned away. The hero looked away. His patient noted that people had already begun to gather in teams, and replied that wherever the shadows went, they inevitably split into groups. As he stared, he thought that if he wanted to earn points on help, then maybe he should join the group as well. He approached the man who was calling everyone, asked if it was possible to join, who greeted him. The interlocutor stretched out his hand, asking about his profession. People happily pointed at him when they heard that he was a healer. Song-hyun smiled intensely, heard that they are always happy to have healers, and thought that he wasn't lying after all. The interlocutor pointed at the girl, saying that they already have one healer in the team that has initial healing, and asked for the hero's skills. Smiling, the guy replied that he did not have the skills yet, but he had medical knowledge, thinking about the fact that he had a license. People looked at him with a smile, heard that it would be difficult to treat others alone, so he could help their healer. But their expressions changed, and they asked if he was joking. Yangdu and his group stood in front of the hero, who clarified that he was a healer who could not heal and had just stated that he wanted to be a freeloader. Hiding his annoyance, Song-hyun replied that he would work as a fighter as well as help with minor wounds. The guy opened his mouth wide as he added that he had indeed received a healer class. Then he threw up his hands, not understanding what kind of healer he was if he did not have the skill. Yanga looked at his comrade, joking about him pouring potions or doing surgeries. The girl raised an eyebrow, saying that he was really making her laugh, not understanding how it was different from a fighter without an offensive skill. Song-hyun felt like he was on fire, heard that the game was really bad. Once in one day there were dishonest players. Someone opened his mouth wide, saying that the guys had stopped. Jungho stood behind, saying that the hero had just healed someone. Song-hyun looked at him in surprise. Looking at this guy, he thought about the fact that he had just scolded him. Seeing his confused look, he did not understand why he was standing up for him, and who would help at all after such a thing. The hero remained silent. Then he smiled, deciding that although he did not know what he was up to, it was very disgusting. Jungho shyly raised his hands, saying that a person who came to cooperate could not be indiscriminately accused of cheating. Yanga pointed at the hero, surprised that he seriously believed in what he was talking about. The girl was surprised that there were those who fell for this. The guy lowered his head, heard that they called him stupid and offered to move away and sleep, since he was in pajamas. Someone stepped forward. The girl went to the others, saying that they were going too far with words and it was not necessary to say that to a group mate. She frowned, adding that Jungho hadn't said anything wrong. Song-hyun thought it was like a circus, and he didn't understand why they were fighting among themselves. So many people gathered around. Someone asked her who she was, and if she was at the same time with this fake healer. Another advised her to just leave if she didn't like something. The girl sighed, saying that it was impossible to trust people who did not respect others. Glancing at the others, she invited everyone to leave. The guy pointed to himself, trying to find the words. The other noted that the group with the healer is not so easy to find. Then she looked in the other direction, hearing a request not to involve the others and let her go out alone. The crowd smiled, saying that she was all alone now. His friend laughed, adding that if she started begging on her knees now, then maybe she would be forgiven. The girl frowned as she addressed them, someone saying she couldn't listen to it anymore. Song-hyun scratched his ear, saying that he thought the big band was smart, and this was just a dump of empty cans. Jungho and the girl were surprised to hear this. The laughing man turned around, clarifying what he had just said. The hero touched his ear, answering that there was no point in wasting energy on people who already had everything for beauty. Then he pointed to the healer, saying that among all of them she would get it. She wondered why he was not fixated. Song-hyun turned away, adding that the others should not regret it later. Watching the hero leave, they thought that he had gone crazy. Someone offered to kill him right there. The guy snapped his teeth in irritation. The man was holding an armful of mushrooms. Seeing how angry Song-hyun was, he remarked that he could find a better band, and he shouldn't take it so personally. The hero smiled and replied that everything was fine, and he didn't care. Noticing mushrooms, he asked about them. He replied that he had the skill of determining edibility. The guy glanced at one of the mushrooms, saying that in this cave they are mostly edible but tasteless, although the ones in his hand are delicious even raw. Song-hyun used his eye of the observer skill. Looking at mushrooms, he saw their name and what they can be used for. Standing opposite, he told the interlocutor that these were healing items. The hero took one of the mushrooms, adding that such things would not just lie here, and it seemed that something serious would soon happen. The friend closed his eyes and, having heard the question that only they knew about these mushrooms, said that most likely it was so. Although the inventory says that they are edible, the rest only look at the notification windows. But what he saw surprised him. Song-hyun greedily took a bite of the mushroom, offering to keep it a secret. Yanga walked at the head of the group, saying that the battle squad was in front and the non-combat squad was following them. Jungo looked at the people in front of him, hearing that following them was like hoping for a pitiful remnant. The girl put her hand to her head when the guy said that they were not following, and this was only the only way. She also advised not to pay attention. The ground trembled under his feet. The monster opened its mouth. Several of the same rushed forward. Yanga withdrew his hand, saying that he needed to prepare for battle. The others began to fight them. One of them attacked a man. He grabbed his shoulder. The guy struck blows, not understanding why they did not die for so long. The other put his hand in front of him, screamed, but the girl next to him demanded not to yell. A green aura surrounded people, so the healer tried to cure everyone. The girl was very tense, realizing that there were too many wounded, and besides, she herself felt bad from the very beginning. One of the comrades covered the wound on his shoulder, saying that now it was his turn. She asked him to wait a little. The system notified that she had an overdose of treatment. Blood came out of the healer's mouth. She fell to the ground. The others did not understand what was happening. Monsters surrounded them. Turning around, Yanga told the others to run away. People rushed away. Jungo ran after the others. Everyone ran with all his might. Their leader stopped abruptly. The passage in front of them was blocked. The comrade pointed at it, noting that they had just passed here, not understanding why it had suddenly collapsed. Song-hyun smiled, saying that he knew it. The hero was in the net under the ceiling, saying that it was not worth relying only on the healer. Lying in the hammock, the elf said that he did it by tying up the cloth they threw away after opening the rookie kit. The people below looked at them, asking if he had blocked the passage. Smiling, Song-hyun said that it was. People were absolutely lost. Monsters attacked from all sides. Smiling, the hero said that the healer looked unreliable from the very beginning. Monsters gnawed at people when he said that if a healer used the skill too often, he could no longer use it, having received an overdose of healing. People below tried to fight back when he said that if you ignore the words of others, then there is no other outcome. Yanga stabbed the monster. Looking up, the guy demanded that the hero come down, but he did not understand why he needed it. He tiredly closed his eyes, saying that the others were fighting with all their might, and he couldn't help without mana. Besides, the monsters were very scary. The people fighting off the monsters thought that he was the devil. The monster clung to the girl's hand. A guy nearby said that if it continued like this, they would all die. Yanga stabbed him, asking if anyone had potions. The comrade replied that everything was given to the healer. He felt pressure to do something, because he was a leader. Opening his mouth wide, the guy told them to shut up, and didn't understand what they wanted from a newcomer like them. The guy sitting upstairs asked the hero that he was really going to leave everything like this. After warming up, he replied that he had thought of doing so, but it hurts him to look at it, so he can't. Song-hyun took a look at the mushrooms, adding that the profession of a healer is only suitable for good people. The latter looked at him uncomprehendingly. Taking the mushroom, the guy offered to solve everything peacefully. The hero threw a few mushrooms on the ground. Mushrooms lay under his feet. Opening his mouth slightly, Song-hyun said that they were restorative items. Yanga looked up after hearing that the red mushroom restores health and the blue mana. The two looked at each other. The hero smiled, noting that he who was the first to lift the prey. People pounced on mushrooms. They snatched them from their hands and threatened each other. Song-hyun turned to his friend, who thought that he would resolve everything peacefully, wondering that he thought otherwise, to which the guy said that it was peaceful only for them. Imagining a girl in the garden, he said that the situation below was as if the goddess threw a golden apple. After that, he imagined crushing it in his hand, adding that the hero seemed to crush and scatter it. Looking at the interlocutor, the hero replied that he had just scattered golden apples. He imagined the fighting women, saying that the goddess had indeed thrown the golden apple, but they had begun to fight for it. Looking at how people fought for mushrooms, he noted that in the end it was just greed and selfishness. Smiling, Song-hyun remarked that he didn't say to fight. The girl looked at what was happening in confusion, surprised that mushrooms were a restorative object. She turned to Jungo, talking about the bag. The girl remembered how someone called out to them. At that moment, the hero approached them, asking why they helped him. The guy looked at them silently, hearing that it was okay to help others, and that the girl just couldn't calmly look at such behavior. Song Hyun pointed at Jungko, clarifying that he had been rude to him. The guy replied that he was just unpleasant to watch. The hero raised his eyebrows, thanking him for this, to which he replied that it was not visible on his face. He tossed them a bag, saying it was a token of gratitude, and added that he couldn't use it if he wasn't healthy. There were several mushrooms inside. Later, they saw him upstairs. Seeing Song Hyun dumping mushrooms, they assumed that he might be better than he looked. Yanga leaned on his knees, saying that he already considered himself dead. People looked at him with displeasure, remembering the words about the command and demanding not to talk to them anymore. He looked away angrily. He saw the hero behind his back, thinking that because of him he was in such a situation. He said that everyone did a great job. Yanga attacked him with a knife. Song Hyun struck back. The guy was thrown back from the blow. The hero clenched his fist, reminding him that he was a fighter. Then he picked up the dagger, saying that he was putting it as a souvenir. People saw the light ahead. They came out of the cave, glad that they got out. The hero returned the torn jacket, saying that everyone had done a good job. He replied that he had done nothing. Jungko looked at him and heard that everyone was going their own way now, and that they would part ways here. The girl looked at him hopefully, asking for at least his name, but he replied that it was not necessary. Song Hyun closed his eyes, adding that if they exchanged names and someone died, it would be remembered forever. Then he looked at the others, adding that if they were alive, they would see each other again. People looked at him with a smile. He smiled, thinking that such soft-bodied people would not live long. Leaves flew by. He said that they would wait with performances until the next meeting. Later, he looked down attentively. It was the moment when he met Jungko again. Something dark was among the bushes. It came to him 8 months later. People walked the streets of the city. So many settlers from other dimensions were already used to it, and it was the time when they began to settle down. The person cried looking at the fact that he had obtained a special skill. The roulette also stabilized, and there were adventurers who had obtained good items or skills. Someone mentioned that another man had appeared. The guy covered his mouth, saying that as soon as he met another settler, he immediately attacked him with a challenge. The interlocutor placed the mug on the table, saying that it was him, and asked if he was an interdimensional traveler. He grabbed the guy by the head, saying that he was glad to meet him, and offered to fight. So all over the continent began to appear settlers who became famous for their names. Meanwhile, the man pressed his face to the floor of the other. Song Hyun lowered his head, saying that he had caught the wanted A-class. The girl opposite praised him for his excellent work, saying that as he requested, all the income would go to the warehouse. He smiled as he held the captured man in front of her, so he enjoyed his job as a bounty hunter. There were wanted leaflets in Australia, and he said that he had caught one Class A, another B, and 2 Cs just today. He looked up, wondering what to do now. Song Hyun stood by the bulletin board, seeing that there was nothing on the continent, and it was boring. An old man approached him, asking about the fact that he catches monsters. The guy replied that he was just watching. He showed him a leaflet, saying that a good order had arrived, offering to participate. Introducing the dark monster, he said that an incredibly strong report had appeared in the valley. The hero took the leaflet, hearing that the reward for the raid was very solid. Looking at the photo, Song Hyun noted an unpleasant look. A temporary camp was set up in the field. Someone said that he often appears in the valley, so you need to set traps in the area, as well as divide into 3 groups and drive him into a corner. The hero picked up the leaflet again, thinking that the others would figure it out on their own, and the main thing for him was that there were more wounded. On the flyer was written a report on the situation in the village, among which there were 0 survivors and 287 dead. The guy looked away when someone said that it was really terrible. The man raised his finger, saying that the shadow wolf had destroyed that village. He imagined a monster attacking a man. It was said that all the inhabitants had been killed and that the beast had killed everyone. Song Hyun looked away, replying that he understood. The girl standing next to her frowned, adding that she had come to meet a friend who lived in the village. Then she clenched the blade, saying that when she arrived, the monster killed him. She gritted her teeth, saying that she would kill the wolf with her own hands. Looking at her, the hero again said that he understood this, thinking that he did not even ask them about it. They turned when they heard someone screaming. A shadow wolf has appeared in the camp. His eyes shone brightly. After seeing it, Song Hyun knew that this was the target of the raid. The system notified about the use of the observer's eye. Looking at the monster through the skill, he saw that it was a black beast. Looking at him intently, the guy was surprised that this was all the information. The mage sent the squads forward with a fiery blast. The beast ran away from the fireball. A multitude of arrows and spears flew after him. The monster looked up. The girl pounced on him. With tears in her eyes, she screamed that she would kill the monster. He closed his eyes. The black pike pierced her too. Blood spurted from her wounds. Opening its mouth, the beast said something. Song Hyun took notice. The wolf ran on. People chased after him. The hero remained in place. When he saw the wounded woman, he asked if she was all right. The girl gritted her teeth, answering that this was her chance to get revenge. She burst into tears, screaming that she was too weak. But she opened her eyes when she heard the question if the monster was really to blame for the village massacre. Song-hyun stared at her silently as she asked. The guy pulled his hand away, saying that supposedly bloodthirsty monster had destroyed the entire village, but had just fled when he was attacked, and that was strange. He then imagined the monster devouring people, saying that he gnawed them to death. After that, he remembered the girl's wounds, noting that he used something like spikes. The hero tilted his head, noting something else. He remembered the black mouth and the words of apology. Then the monster looked at them. Song-hyun added that he apologized to her even though she attacked first. The interlocutor frowned, looking at him. The hero was confused by this. He stepped back a little, hearing a shout that he was talking nonsense, and that it was only a growl. Song-hyun frowned when he heard the demands to just leave, thinking that he had given her a lot of information, and now he was also guilty. His attention was attracted by the footprints. He thought that only he understood this. He introduced this wolf, assuming that it was Korean. Incomprehensible words were heard from the forest. The two looked up at the mountain, suggesting that they were aliens or that someone had nothing to do. Song-hyun raised his hand to the map, asking if he could hear him. He walked through the forest, saying that he was a traveler between dimensions, and that if he could be heard, then let the unknown come to the middle of the mountain. The wolf quietly shifted his paws. Opening his mouth wide, the hero shouted that he would not cause harm. He turned around when he saw the monster. He was very frightened. Then he jumped into the bushes and said that he did not do it. Imagining the image of the monster, the guy did not understand why he had become so small. Looking at the frightened beast, Song-hyun begged not to worry, saying that it was only him who wanted to ask a few questions. Wolf glanced at him, asking if it was true. Later, he sat in front of a guy who said that if he understood Korean, it meant that he was also a dimensional traveler, and he was asked if he could use the divine connection now. Wiping away a tear, he replied that it was so, and he could not talk to anyone, fearing that he would soon be caught. The hero pointed at him, asking if he was really guilty of what had happened, and heard the answer that he was not. The interlocutor began to cry, saying that when they arrived in the village, everyone was already dead, asking to believe it. Song-hyun closed his mouth, asking him to explain and not lie. The interlocutor said that he and his comrades went to the lake, and they all wanted to go through this mountain, but it got dark halfway. Wolf introduced the other people, saying that this was why they decided to spend the night in a village on the side of the mountain. Then I remembered the houses engulfed in fire. They said that when they came, there was a mess. Torn bodies lay in the streets. The girl looked at what had happened in shock. They went to look for survivors. Someone bared his fangs. An unknown person plunged into the man's neck, so something attacked them from behind. Looking at him, the hero decided that this was the murderer. The guy sat opposite, asking if he saw his face. The wolf replied that everything happened suddenly. Remembering his wound on his neck, he said that then he shouted to his guys to run away, and someone bit into him. The beast was reflected in Song-hyun's eyes. He thought about the possibility that after death, he would also turn into such a wolf, envious of this resurrection skill. The interlocutor wiped away a tear again when the guy clarified that this was the case with other villagers, but heard the answer that the bodies were badly torn. He nodded, also hearing that there was a terrible sight there. He remembered the man who had raised his hand and said that the villagers had been killed and that they had all been bitten. Song-hyun chuckled. Meanwhile, the man was following the girl, saying that it was better not to act too hastily. She replied that she had to be careful. His companion smiled ominously when he heard that the girl would kill the monster. He bared his fangs. Then he attacked her, noting that she wanted to go to her friend as soon as possible. She turned around in fright. The monster noticed something. Song-hyun rushed at him. He struck him. The monster grabbed the blade with its teeth. The hero said that he should have immediately understood when he saw the signatures of the inhabitants, who were not even in the report. The guy smiled, adding that he had finally found the culprit behind the incident. Then he jumped back. The enemy said that it was fun, but there was a hindrance. The hero rubbed his wrists. Looking at the enemy through the skill, he saw that there was a strong energy in his body, and he had absorbed something. Song-hyun's eyes shone brightly. He said that he had found a good object and was now just stupidly happy about it. The man pulled his hand aside, admitting that he was the killer, and asking what the hero was going to do. A girl standing next to her was wounded. The wolf just stuck out his tongue. Looking at them ominously, the monster asked if they could handle it. Song-hyun put the blade on his shoulder, noting that he couldn't handle it on his own. The opponent looked at him intently, hearing that the healer should not waste his strength, and asked again what he said. Footsteps were heard. The man grabbed his weapon. So the enemy was surrounded by people with the words that today's battle was a raid. He clenched his fangs. The hero smiled, saying that it would not be easy to cope with so many adventurers. A lot of arrows flew out from behind him, and he thanked him for the confession. Everyone rushed at the enemy. He only raised his head and cursed. A wolf standing behind asked how he knew who the murderer was. The guy closed his eyes, answering that it was obvious. Jungo has become human again. This shocked Song-hyun. The monster had many wounds. Explosions sounded behind him. The girl attacked him with a sword. She pierced the monster. Blood spurted from his mouth. The enemy fell to the ground. Her lips quivered. Then, along with the others, she raised her hand victoriously. The girl cried when she heard that the raid had ended successfully. Looking at the empty path, I wondered where that man had gone. Jungo fell to the ground. Trembling, the guy raised his head, hearing that since he saw an acquaintance, he should say hello. Song Hyun looked down on him, adding that he pretended that they were strangers and annoyed him. He looked at him menacingly, asking if Jungo recognized him. Sitting on the ground in front of him, the interlocutor asked how the hero learned his name. The guy remembered the girl's face, saying that she had said it. Jungo furrowed his brows. Then he tilted his head uncomprehendingly. This angered the hero. He did not understand how he could be so stupid as to forget it. Then he turned away, answering that if he did not understand, then it was not necessary. The grass rustled under his feet. Jungo followed. Song Hyun looked ahead wearily. He turned around, asking why he was coming after him, since he wasn't even a raider and therefore wouldn't receive a reward. Jungo folded his fingers, asking them to stay together until he found his own. Song Hyun brushed him off, saying that he couldn't, but the guy asked him to wait. He waved his hands, afraid that it was cruel there, and promised that he would not interfere. The hero looked away, thinking that the guy didn't even know how to fight properly, and that he would only become a burden if you took him with him. Jungo later carried a box of medicines when he thought he didn't need them. Then the guy brought a bottle of water. The hero was still sure that he did not need it. In the evening, a friend was lighting a fire. Song Hyun was resting in a hammock. His eyes grew larger from the realization that it was comfortable. He glanced at his companion, understanding why people walked with their partners. Jungo's face was covered in soot. The hero thought that it was convenient, although he was not going to stay with him for a long time anyway. The comrade smiled, saying that he had lit a fire. Jungo got up from his hammock. He held out his hand to him, telling him his name. He looked at her in confusion. A happy smile appeared on his face. The comrades shook hands. Looking at the bright flames, Jungo said that his name was written in hieroglyphs as good in feelings, but the hero replied that he was not interested. A scream was heard all over the street. The man pressed against the wall, realizing that it was a dead end. Song Hyun walked towards him, and when he heard him rudely call him handsome, he replied that it was not worth flattering. The man brandished a knife, warning not to approach. The hero raised his hand, answering that he would not do it. A moment later, several scalpels caught up with him. He fell to the ground. The guy added that he kept his promise. Jungo peeked around the corner as he asked for a rope. The comrade tied up the criminal, noting that his partner enthusiastically worked as a bounty hunter. Folding his fingers in a gesture, Song Hyun replied that he enjoys correcting those who don't know their place, but it's primarily profitable. The interlocutor was surprised that money was needed for something. Then a letter appeared in the hero's hand. He showed the envelope, replying that there was one thing that he definitely wanted to buy. Later, he stopped in an alley, asking if he was in the right place. The man came out to meet him, answering that they had been waiting for him all this time. Song Hyun smiled, saying that perhaps he had been waiting for them longer. The guy held the bag behind his back, saying that he had been waiting for this day for 6 months. The interlocutor replied that he understood his feelings. Gold poured out of the bag. It was the promised 170 million gold pieces. Lewis enthusiastically stretched out his hands to them when he heard that he now had to hand over the goods. The man looked up and agreed. He handed the hero a scroll with the words that the blessing should always be with him. Song Hyun was worried, thinking that it was finally in his hands. He removed the thread, realizing that all that remained was to break it, and he would gain the skill. Opening it, the guy saw that it was a scroll of healing skill, and mentally said goodbye to the work of a physiotherapist. In front of the magic circle, the system showed a skill scroll, saying that it was a one-time item that allowed you to learn a skill simply by reading or tearing it. The hero held it in his hands, saying that it was usually extremely rare in dungeons or among sealed relics, although it could be created artificially. Jungo sat across from him, heard that the process was so tough that it was insanely expensive, and wondered why. Song Hyun pointed to the skill, quickly talking through the conditions for creating it. The comrade inclined his head, thinking that since it was such a valuable thing, he was surprised that the order was selling it. Remembering a man from the order, the hero replied that there would always be connections with the black market. He took the scroll with both hands, adding that in any case, today was a significant day. A bright light surrounded him, saying that for the first time in 9 months on the continent, he had finally gained the skill of healing. The light around him was getting brighter. Jungo covered his eyes with his hands. The hero stood with his eyes closed. His partner looked at him with delight, asking if he had acquired the skill. The latter, looking at him, replied that the message of receipt did not appear. Jungo frowned upon hearing that the scroll was fake. He looked at the calm guy, surprised that he wasn't angry. Song Hyun smiled cheerfully in response. In the temple of the order, many windows shone. The guards pointed their spears, demanding a name. The hero threw them aside. Another man appeared in front of him, demanding to stop and saying that he dared to break in without permission. But Song Hyun gave him a closer look at the walls of the corridor. Lewis sat with a bag of gold, glad that he had stolen the scroll. Holding the gold in his hands, the man continued to rejoice. He stared at him fascinated, wondering what could be done with him now. The wall behind him was broken. The hero looked inside, noting that he had found it. Later, he took the man out into the fresh air. Jungo looked around the corner in fright, heard that this was some kind of misunderstanding, and realized that his comrade was very angry. Lewis held on to the hero's hand, assuring him that he had accurately handed over the real scroll, and he asked why he had not received the skill in such a case. Leaning towards his face, Song-hyun invited him to meet his deity. Crying, the man promised to take him to the vault of the order. There were many scrolls on the shelves of the archive. Song-hyun grabbed several at once. He immediately tore them apart. Lewis turned pale, realizing that these were scrolls worth 100 million. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that the skill didn't appear anyway, to which the man replied that he was just weird. Taking the skill from the shelf, Jungo asked if it had brought them to the fake room, but he assured them that it wasn't. The guy tore it apart. There were reports that the power of skills was feeding. The system notified that the holy armor had been received. Lewis looked up when he heard that they were real, not knowing how many more times he would have to repeat it. The man picked up scraps from the floor, saying that anyone could learn them if only they had magical powers. Song-hyun folded his hands, clarifying that it was a magical and not a divine power. He was surprised that he did not know about it. By presenting the silhouette of a person, Lewis spoke of how their divine power is magic within the body, mixed with faith in God and the power bestowed by God. Frowning, the hero clarified that if there is no magic, then it is impossible to learn even divine skills, and heard the answer that this is so. Song-hyun smiled irritably. Then he kicked the archive, cursing at the system. The regiments fell one by one. The last one hit the wall. Because of this, a passage was formed. Looking at it, he noticed that there was something inside. Song-hyun went inside. He noticed something large covered with cloth. The hero looked down intently. Under the fabric was a mummified body. Jungo clung to his friend, saying that it was a zombie, but he replied that it was a mummy. Looking at the bedspread, he realized that this fabric was tenebrous. Introducing the man in the cloak, Song-hyun talked about how it is an item that suppresses and hides magical power, and usually dark magicians use it to hide their dark magic. Lewis was shocked, not understanding why a necromantic mummy was in such a place. Jungo glanced at the hero, specifying that such a mummy was created with the help of dark magic, and heard that it was. At the end there was a dark corridor. The man noted that such a man had no place in the order. A voice came from the dark corridor. Jungo became nervous when he heard him. The three of them went deeper. The comrades were surprised at what they saw. The child was tied up. The girl looked up, asking to save them. The hero cut the rope from the prisoners. The child wiped away his tears and thanked him. Then he shook his brother, muttering that they could go home if only he woke up. Song-hyun narrowed his eyes and activated the eye of the observer. There were dark spots on the child's hand, and divine and dark powers were also felt. Glasses looked at his friend and asked how he was. The healer grimaced and said that the Zimmer cult was finished by scum who used dark magic and divine power at the same time to torture children. Those around him stared at him in shock, and Jungo tried to torture him. Why would he do such a thing at all? He clenched his fist forcefully. The man gritted his teeth, straining that these were just small children. The main character turned to the priest and asked if he knew anything. The blonde man calmly looked at him and replied that it was through connections, so he didn't know much about it, to which the brunette noted that he was of zero use. The healer coughed. He held up a finger and suggested that Luis would most likely be tried by the cult for the mass destruction of the scrolls, and Luis insisted that the guy had done it himself. The children sat on the cold floor, and the brunette added that the adventurers could help the man change his identity after escaping the cult if he said everything he knew. The interlocutor opened his mouth and paused. The priest was sweating and muttering that he had heard something earlier about the top working on some kind of project, namely the project of harmony and fusion. He presented the symbol of the cult of Zimmer, the 8th ranked order on the continent of Azel and based in Ladaya. The man thought about the image of animals and added that their ideology and slogan are just that, harmony and fusion. The main character looked at the interlocutor, who added that he had heard that this was the topic and goal of the current project. Song-hyun narrowed his eyes and noted that originally divine and dark magic could not mix. He imagined the maelstrom and said that in order to unite these two forces in harmony, it seemed that the Zimmer cult had formed an alliance with the dark mages. Jungo hugged the child, and his companion concluded that these children had been used as test subjects in fusion studies. There were bodies lying around, and the hero added that it was the same with them, and they were not processed corpses, but simply due to the uncontrolled infusion of dark and divine energy. They were distorted and became like mummies. The boy grabbed his hand and cried out. The brunette leaned over to him and thought that the remaining divine and dark energies in his body were colliding, and if left like this, he would die of shock. He took out a mana potion, and the priest asked what he was going to do. The hero opened the jar and explained that dark energy primarily seeks to infect mana, so with the help of a potion, you can cast it and pull it out of the body. The guy poured blue liquid on the child's shoulder. It spread over his arm and neck. Then dark spots began to appear on it. The boy shrank and screamed in pain. Glasses hugged the second child, who was eager to see his brother. Song-hyun knitted his eyebrows and mentally noted that the remaining divine power was reacting to the stretching of the Dark One, so the pain must be terrible. In his hand, the divinity suppression powder appeared. The man poured it on the wound. The child gritted his teeth, but noticeably calmed down. The priest rubbed his chin and noticed that the boy looked much calmer, and the healer explained that the powder had expanded the divine power within and the body had stabilized. The brunette smirked and admitted that he had originally bought it to annoy the Zamer cult and didn't even think that he would use it for treatment, after which the blonde grimaced in displeasure. Jungo released the second child when a companion asked for his tenebrous cloth, which can protect the patient from external dark magic. The prisoner approached the hero and asked if his brother was all right now, and the interlocutor assured him that he would quickly recover if he ate well and rested. Glasses wrapped the patient in linen and asked if he would be able to get out unnoticed, because even so, the cult would haunt them to the end. The brunette smiled predatorily and replied that no one was saying that they would go secretly. The interlocutor rounded his eyes in surprise. The corridor of the Zamer cult was engulfed in flames. Members of the order scurried back and forth, not understanding what was happening. A ball fell to the floor next to them. After that, an explosion immediately rang out to shouts and curses. In the man's hands was another bomb of divine hyperreaction. Song-hyun ran and threw them around with the happiest smile on his face and laughed. Jungo and the children followed, realizing that the healer was going to destroy the order completely. Someone stood in front of the brunette and demanded to stop. The man stretched out his hand and was indignant that he dared to run rampant in a holy cult that served Mr. Zamer. Before he could finish speaking, the powder of divine suppression flew into his face. The healer continued to shower his opponent with an innocent smile, blocking his divine skills, and he only had time to curse. The brunette grabbed his face and noted that he had finally found someone from whom he could find out something. The main character took out a knife and asked where all the senior priests and heads were, who did not stick their heads out, despite all this mess. The interlocutor squinted at the blade in fright when the man added that he would not be able to use healing now in case of injury. The priest broke a sweat and quickly replied that they were all conducting an experiment in harmony in the temple. Song-hyun chuckled contentedly. The adventurers with the children ran on, leaving the so-called chatty bastard at the wall with a bump on his head. At this time, the temple was full of people and dark energy. Some of the priests unleashed the divine power by reciting prayers. On the other side stood the dark magi, and between them, a child was lying on the altar and screaming in pain. One of his eyes turned black and the other golden from the impact of the energies. Priests and mages surrounded the boy, demanding each other to maintain a balance. The victim cried and screamed in pain. The priest frowned, saying that this one would also die soon, so they should bring the next test subject. A man came out of the shadows and asked them to continue. Apostle Hija, the head of the Zamer cult, looked forward indifferently and ordered that the experiment not be stopped until the subject died. He knitted his eyebrows at the shadow. Bombs rained down from the ceiling. The balls began to glow with golden light. After that, there was an explosion. People were scattered in different directions by the shock wave. The apostle put up a barrier in front of him. He frowned and asked what it was. A silhouette peeked through the smoke, and the man shouted who it was. The hero grinned and asked again. He held an unconscious child in one hand and a bomb in the other, saying that he was a just healer who cleansed the rotten cult and healed the continent of Azel. Song-hyun narrowed his eyes and added that he had come to save the children. The interlocutor grinned in fury and cursed. He turned on the priests lying on the floor and ordered them to get up quickly and treat themselves. One of them put his hand with divine power to his chest and asked what it was. The brunette narrowed his eyes and noted that this was a fatal mistake. The priest's body was pierced by a charge. He immediately fell, screaming that he was in pain. The healer chuckled and thought that the explosion had dissipated the divine power, and there was only highly concentrated darkness left in the room, and if the body was under dark energy, the heal would deal damage. 2 shells flew at the hero. He gritted his teeth and turned around, shielding the child. The man frowned and coughed, having been injured. The magi looked at him, reminding him that the divine hyperreaction bomb was not working on them. Song-hyun sat down and asked a friend to take the baby. The 2 sorcerers combined energies and prepared to attack the brunette with a smirk. They used the powerful black obsidian spell. The healer ran away, saying that he would not get caught a second time. He grabbed one of the priests by the scruff of his neck. Then he put it in front of him like a shield. The attack fell on him. The priest sobbed, his face burned, and cursed at everyone. He took a bottle out of his cassock. Then he smashed it on the floor. Golden energy emanated from the liquid. The rest of the priests looked at him joyfully when they saw the holy water, and began to heal themselves. However, the dark mages grimaced at the damage and shouted that it was not good for them. One of them broke a bottle of darkness. The priests immediately grabbed their chests with shouts and obscenities. So they continued to break bottles, harming each other and discussing that it was better not to mess with such people. The main character watched their clash and thought that there were no casualties so far, because there was a balance between light and darkness, and then just a little, and immediately a complete trash began. The brunette smiled and said that now Azel has become himself. The apostle gritted his teeth and called him names. He glared at the healer fiercely and shouted that he had destroyed the dream of their Zamir cult. The man stretched out his hand to the golden book and promised that he would execute him himself. A yellow sphere appeared above his head. Heija waved towards the hero and activated the power of the god. The opponent jumped away, dodging the blows. Jungo grabbed the children in an armful and endured hits. The holy power fell on the chandelier, and the metal immediately began to melt. The dark magicians looked at their collapsing body in horror and called for help. The main character narrowed his eyes and thought that this power to dissolve everything when touching him had already taken hold of him. The opponent smirked and said that everything would become one. That was Mr. Zamir's strength. The bespectacled man looked at him with displeasure and obscenely asked him to stop. Jungo frowned, and his interlocutor noticed that his cloak was not simple, since it could withstand its strength. The blonde grimaced and asked how they dared to thwart their grand plan for the sake of these test subjects. He stretched out his hand and activated another spell. Glasses turned away from another explosion. He raised his head and noticed that the ceiling was collapsing. The man turned pale, having time to think that the children would die. The cobblestones began to fall. Glasses closed his eyes from another explosion. The apostle's attack left a hole in the roof. The adventurer grabbed 2 children and shouted at the third to flee. Jungo threw the babies forward so that they were farther away from the rubble. Then he grabbed the remaining boy by the arm. He threw it away from him with force. In the next second, the man disappeared under the rubble. The child turned around, silently staring at the place where they had just stood. The kid crawled over and started calling for Jungo. The blonde man grinned and exclaimed that this was a truly touching sacrifice. He looked at the main character and asked if he was pleased that he had brought his comrade to such a level. The brunette just grinned. The adventurer stepped towards the rocks and muttered that this man was really an idiot, that he was ready to give his life to save the children. The cobblestones began to move, and then they abruptly scattered to the sides. A black monster burst to the surface, and the healer added that his friend was one of those who were allowed to do so. The apostle rounded his eyes in fright and asked what kind of monster it was. The wolf rushed to attack. A clawed paw was approaching the enemy. Heija was thrown back to the door. The man took out a book and asked for power from Mr. Zamir. He put out his hand and attacked his opponent with divine energy. The wolf's body began to melt. The beast lowered its head, staring at the black smoke. The apostle grinned and shouted that he looked just super, and it was his own fault that he did not know his place. A black substance spread across the floor, and then the blonde's body was pierced by a thorn. Heija turned pale as he bled, and realized that it wasn't the power of the deity, but his ability to change his body. The wolf stabbed the enemy a couple more times. The book slipped from the apostle's hands. The priests looked at the Lord and called to him anxiously. The priests looked at each other, discussing that even if their head could not cope, what could they do? Song-hyun smirked and mentally noticed that his friend was really angry, although he usually can't hit properly. A black monster looms over the enemy. He turned his head in the direction where the boy was sitting. The brunette followed his movement, thinking that even in such a state he was taking care of the babies. However, the monster abruptly rushed forward, baring its claws and shouting something. The main character rounded his eyes in surprise. The healer grabbed the first candlestick he came across and cursed, noticing that his comrade had completely moved his mind. He forcefully threw the object forward. The candlestick pierced the wolf's paw. The monster twisted and roared. His eyes were completely white. The beast turned around and pinned Song-hyun to the wall. The healer smirked and noted that the apostle was only a fake boss, and the real one was right in front of him now. He called for a knife and suggested not to blame each other later. The brunette swung his blade sharply. The wolf also struck in response. The man ducked to dodge the attack. The child sat and watched their fight. He looked anxiously in their direction, and the guinea pig lay behind him. The healer continued to exchange blows with his comrade. With the help of the observant eye, the hero saw that the wolf had a powerful resistance to holy power, black magic, fire, and cold. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that it was worth entering the battle directly, and there was information that had not been there before. But the opponent is almost invulnerable to any kind of damage, which is why even the apostle could not defeat him. He reached for the candlestick, deducing that it would take physical damage to defeat the black beast. The man remembered how the wolf howled from the recent attack and guessed that the silver was his weakness. Song-hyun clutched the candlestick in his hand. He turned around and struck. Then he grabbed the handle and gritted his teeth. A bright light appeared above their heads. A powerful charge hit the floor between them. The opponents looked there in bewilderment, asking what it was. Heija lay on the steps, asking why it was so. He looked ahead in despair, not understanding why Monsieur Zamir had chosen not him as an apostle. The test subject stood up, engulfed in lightning. The main character grinned and cursed, noting that there was also a double deception. The child looked at him. He stood between Song-hyun and Jungo. The kid looked at his black hands and muttered that it didn't hurt at all now. He lowered his head and said that Monsieur Zamir had saved him. The priest turned in his direction. The child stretched out his hand, concentrating his energy. The apostle turned pale and asked him to stop. However, at the same second, his body was pierced through. The rest of the priests were also severely punished. The boy smiled and stated that God had asked him to punish the bad adults. The brunette looked at him intently and noted that he was delighted, and the wolf muttered something. The child turned to them. He had a purple sphere in his palm, and he said that according to Zamer, he was sad that those two destroyed his temple. The boy smiled broadly. He began to attack the adventurers, shouting that they had also been asked to punish. Song-hyun and Jung-go frowned. Pulsars exploded in the air. The main character ran, dodging them. The man knitted his eyebrows and thought that the boy was shooting indiscriminately in all directions, and although the accuracy was low, if he hit, it would be the end. The beast also dodged attacks. He turned around and grinned. The monster ran towards the child, shouting something. The young apostle frowned and ordered him to leave. A dark beam pierced the wolf's body. He was thrown against the wall. The possessed cast the next spell, advising his opponent to die. The healer frowned as he looked at him. He forcefully kicked the stone lying nearby. The boy screamed when he was hit on the arm. Thanks to this, the attack passed by the beast. The child looked at the hero with displeasure and shouted that it was painful, to which he noted that the apostle could not suffer from this. The boy spread his arms and started shooting around, screaming that at him off. Song-hyun and Jung-go were rushing forward, and the healer suggested that they deal with that annoying kid first, and it was not the right time to fight among themselves. The monster looked at him carefully. Then he turned away, waving his paw, and the brunette considered it in agreement. The main character summoned several blades. The child turned, noticing the blades approaching. The apostle stretched out his arms, beating them off with a laser. He smiled, shouting that his opponent had never hit, and at that moment a wolf appeared behind him. A black thorn pierced the child's body. The boy flopped face down. The possessed stood up and concentrated the energy in his palm, demanding that the monster already die. The adventurers continued to dodge, and the hero said that he would not fall for such blind attacks. He turned pale and sweated, realizing that his stamina was almost at zero. The man threw the dagger, thinking that it seemed that he would really die. The monster attacked the apostle's shadow, and he cried out. The wolf grinned and growled something. Song-hyun chuckled contentedly. The hero gritted his teeth and tensed, noting that he was having a hell of a lot of fun, perhaps because it was the first time he was fighting someone of the same level on the same side. He clenched his dagger and decided that this was the end. A bright light poured out of the child's eye. The entire space around was filled with pulsars. The healer jumped back and cursed. The floor under them began to fall through. As a result, they all fell into the hole. The brunette opened his eyes. He stood up, muttering that it was a complete asshole, because the ceiling collapsed and the floor collapsed. An animal was lying nearby, holding a child. The wolf narrowed his eyes and asked if the main character was okay. Song-hyun straightened up and noted that his comrade had come to his senses. His eyes widened in surprise. The wolf lay on the wreckage, hugging the possessed boy. Jung-go held the child, saying that he was fine, and asked to take all the children, including this one, upstairs to safety. The healer looked at his friend and thought that if he died in the form of a beast, he would most likely not be resurrected. He looked down and realized that only now did he begin to like his comrade. The wolf's body was wrapped in a black mist. The hero poured a red potion on the beast. However, he continued to lie with his eyes closed. The healer looked at him, noting that it didn't work again, and all the potions had already been used up. The bottle smashed on the floor. The brunette put his hand on the wolf and muttered that they had won with such difficulty, and at the very end he wanted to end up like this. Song-hyun stroked him and said that it was too pointless to die like that. Something flashed in the adventurer's face. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in the air that he had received an achievement, your qualification. It was written on the screen that it could be obtained if you healed not for the sake of glasses, but to save a friend. As a reward, a free coupon for 20 roulette spins has appeared in front of the hero, where you can get special skills. The healer looked at the card, reading that some of these abilities for those who cannot become a healer, but want to go this way, can only be used by him. He frowned and demanded that the system shut up and spin the roulette faster. So the main character saw a notification about obtaining the hemostasis skill. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what else it was. 8 skill cards appeared in the air and 20 spins of the roulette. Song-hyun arched an eyebrow in disbelief and muttered that usually, even after 100 spins, hardly a single household skill would fall out. He sat down next to his friend and decided that there was no time to be surprised. Now it was better to check his condition. The brunette narrowed his eyes and used the eye of the observer. There was a fog around the beast, and the system notified that there was only 25% of the black substance left, and if the indicator dropped below 20, then the man would die. The main character looked at him, digesting the information. He remembered the recent battle and noticed that the areas of the body affected by the silver did not recover, and the lower part of the body fell under the floor and disappeared. The healer turned around, thinking that all that was left was this. Black spikes protruded from the stones. He pulled out one of them. The blade was in the hero's hands, and he found out that this item deals serious damage to both holy and dark magic. Song-hyun arched an eyebrow and thought that one transformation and resurrection would already be enough to be an imba, and then there was also crit damage to priests and black mages. He slapped the wolf and muttered that he was even jealous. Smoke was emitting from the beast's body, and only 21% of the black substance remained, and the healer was sweating, exclaiming that he hadn't even noticed how it had disappeared. The man put his hand on the monster and decided to stop further dissolution first. A slight glow appeared around it from the use of hemostasis, and the bleeding was eliminated, and then, with the help of circulation, the resistance to putrefaction plus 100% slowed down the necrosis. The brunette looked thoughtfully at the spike, wondering how to absorb it back, because you can't grind it and feed your friend. The hero opened the characteristics window to look for something useful among household skills. In front of him, the ability to handle sticks perfectly, fold origami and tie knots flashed before him. Song Hyun smiled nervously, and thought that he could just wish him to be reborn or rest in peace. His attention was drawn to a skill, slime solidification. A description flashed on the screen, saying that when used, it causes amorphous monsters to become paralyzed, and when used again, it removes it. The hero leaned on his knee and thought that it seemed to be a garbage skill, but it turned out to be so useful. He could not only make hardened mucus, but also soften it again. A black wolf was lying nearby, and the man thought that he looked more like a slug or some other amorphous monster. He squeezed the spike, hoping it would work. The black substance in his hand softened. Song Hyun smiled, glad it worked. The healer held the substance in the palm of his hand, trying not to let it creep out, and used the skill of removing the liquid. Then I put it together. Then he brought it to the monster, and disabled the ability. The black matter began to be absorbed into the beast's body, and the black matter began to accumulate. There was a slight haze around the wolf, and finally the disappearance of the black substance stopped. The main character breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the body had recovered to a stable state. He lay down on the rocks, muttering that the urgent problem seemed to have been settled. The healer looked up wearily and thought that he should heal himself, but he had no strength at all. There was a hole above her head, and the man remembered that he had saved people well before, but with good skills, it had become much easier. Song Hyun smirked, noting that he now looked at least a bit like a healer, although he still couldn't use healing magic. The hero closed his eyes and decided that he already looked like an artisanal healer. He abruptly opened his eyes as he heard heavy breathing. The man sat down and looked around, noting that he was in the chapel again. There was a black silhouette behind him, and the healer thought it was a dream, since even the statistics window wouldn't open. Someone stamped his hoof. Zumair, the god of harmony and fusion in the form of a terrifying horned creature, twitched and screamed. The brunette shielded himself with his hand from the bursts of energy, as he complained that the adventurer had dared to invade the shrine and desecrate the temple. The main character gritted his teeth, noticing that his skin began to melt. The enemy began to approach, releasing energy. Zumair opened his mouth, screaming that he would never forgive him. Song Hyun suddenly slapped the god in the face. He looked at his opponent silently and calmly. He turned his head and froze in shock. The creature opened its eyes and stared at the hero dumbfounded. A second slap in the face immediately followed. Then the adventurer struck again. The deity turned to him in irritation and asked him to stop beating him. The brunette grinned and apologized, explaining that it was so noisy that he could not stand it anymore and broke in. Zumair took a step and asked how the man could even stand his awe, to which the interlocutor replied that he had to do it a couple of times. He remembered the fire in the churches and said that he had robbed cults several times before, and quite a lot of disgruntled gods came to him in his dreams. The man raised his hand and said that then he realized that no matter what a god is, in a dream he cannot cause physical damage. The hero clenched his fist. The deity was standing in front of him as the brunette added that the maximum was a mental attack, but he had a strong psyche. Zumair glanced at the healer, and confessed that he realized that he was not an ordinary person when he destroyed the shrine. He stepped closer and said that he would propose to him. The deity hovered over him and asked him to kill the hideous animal he had brought, and then the god would grant him great power. The brunette looked at him, comprehending what had been said. The main character narrowed his eyes, wondering why the interlocutor called him that, because the man himself had done something here. The healer looked at him and asked what was meant by the word disgusting, but the interlocutor said that he could not say it. He flinched when Song Hyun said that he couldn't accept such an offer then, either. Zumair leaned closer and ordered to get rid of the monster immediately, or else all of his followers would hunt it. The man grinned and invited them to give it a try. He flashed his eyes and said that he would finish off the rest at the same time, and their cult was already in ruins, and then they would be completely finished. The deity jumped up and called him an arrogant bastard. Zumair stomped his hooves, shouting that if only he had full strength. The main character smiled indifferently and said that if he was dissatisfied, he could ask the black beast to kill him. The interlocutor snorted and turned around. The deity headed for the exit, saying for the last time that people apparently saw him black. Song Hyun stared at the dissipating smoke, wondering the meaning of the last words he had spoken. The man opened his eyes as he woke up. Above it was the ceiling of the room, and the hero wondered what God meant. Luis leaned towards him, noticing that the healer had woken up. The brunette instinctively stood up and slapped the priest in the face. The blond man clutched his cheek and indignantly asked what he was doing. The man stamped his foot and exclaimed that it was with such difficulty that he had pulled him out of that chaos. He recalled the destroyed building and told Ladaya that rumors had spread that great temples had collapsed everywhere, and not only onlookers, but also priests of other cults had come running. Now they were in a different building, and Lee said that if the priests found out about the Harmony and Fusion project, there would be trouble, which is why he moved the hero to his residence first. Song Hyun looked around and thought that now all the responsibility could be placed only on this man, since the rest of the high-ranking priests were all dead or incapacitated. Apparently that's why he was hidden here, so that he wouldn't say too much. The healer smiled and praised the blonde, noting that if he had latched on to the cult, it would only have been worse, and also asked if he had seen the black monster that was with him. The priest turned to him, guessing who he was talking about. Jungo sat in a cage and rejoiced at the appearance of the protagonist, asking how his condition and children were. Song Hyun glanced at him and thought that such treatment was quite expected. The man introduced the babies and said that, thanks to the fact that the priest hid them, the children were safe, and the one who became an apostle also lost his strength. The brunette smiled and added that he also needed to heal. Wolf lowered his head and apologized. He lay down and said that he could not speak then, but after the resurrection, his body behaved madly. He did not understand at all. Jungo remembered that he had once even impaled a comrade, a good friend, but when he woke up, he found him impaled on his thorns. The man lowered his head and asked how he had obtained such strength in the first place. The healer crossed his arms as he lamented that people like him were destined to be alone all his life. The brunette sighed and replied that he didn't think so, and when they fought together, he was just a little freaked out, but he was an ordinary interdimensional traveler. Wolf looked up in surprise. He rounded his eyes and asked if the healer hadn't attacked him, but had fought with him, and he nodded. Song Hyun remembered the apostle and said that those who attacked him were severely punished by the beast, and sometimes innocent people fell under the hot hand. Then the moment flashed before his eyes when the wolf ran to the children, but the hero added that Jungo knew how to repay those who helped him. The beast froze, hearing that if it were not for him, the healer would not have escaped with such light wounds. The monster lowered its head and muttered in surprise that it could also fight with someone together. Jungo shed tears and smiled, thanking his comrade, adding that he would continue to hope for him. The interlocutor smirked and thought that they actually had a temporary team. He put the key in the lock and noted that it would be a little sad when they parted. The man opened the cage and assumed that then he would also find new comrades. The brunette opened his arms and decided that he was unlikely to meet a second one like Jungo. The main character remembered that in the 3rd month of their journey together, in the village of Nigel, they met their former partner Jungo. Then the bespectacled man waved to the healer in tears, and they parted without a farewell party, in a cool way. The brunette smiled, leaning on his arm, and added that this was the end of his story. Alec looked at the interlocutor, who said that he had started dragging around with Jungo. The blood magus smirked. They were sitting inside the tent, and the guy suddenly shouted that it was a very long time. The blonde man knitted his eyebrows and said that it was too long. I can't remember what happened at the beginning. The healer waved his hand and noted that only 3 hours had passed, and the interlocutor exclaimed that it felt like 3 months. The brunette tilted his head and added that, in any case, Jungo died several more times after that. Then he jumped out of the trap in the form of an evil beast. The healer then gave him a good punch in the face, telling him that each time he had to be subdued by force, and after the 3rd time, the comrade himself began to understand without a word. Song Hyun looked into the empty mug when the interlocutor asked what about the new comrade, but the hero said that it was not related to the bespectacled man, so he would not tell. The mage sank into a chair and muttered that he was being teased on purpose to make it interesting. The brunette put down the mug and now invited Alec to tell something personal. He looked at the other person carefully and asked about the day he was dragged to the continent of Azel. The blonde man smirked, remembering that this was the condition. The healer narrowed his eyes and thought that if he listened to what had happened to the person who had been moved from the ground, then he might be able to find a clue to his lost memories. Alec knocked on the table and said that he had been doing a very personal job that day. The main character knitted his eyebrows when the interlocutor began to say that he was at home alone. The mage folded his hands and dramatically stated that he had bathed naked. The healer looked at him contemptuously. The blonde shook his head with a smirk, muttering that Song Hyun was after all. He was immediately grabbed by the hair, and the guy asked to calm down and listen to the end. The adventurer remembered how he stood in his soul. He gave himself a concert in the bathroom and said that he was supposed to have a meeting, but it was cancelled, so he had to stay at home, and in the end he was dragged in even without his underpants. The guy remembered how a set in the form of a shirt and shorts appeared in front of him. The blonde man showed it off with a smile. The main character looked at them and thought that these were the same starting clothes of the newcomer that he was wearing. The interlocutor smiled and asked if this gave a hint. The healer turned to him and nodded, noting that at first he thought he was talking nonsense. Song Hyun touched his chin and said that for some reason, it was only given to those who needed it. The guy pointed his finger at him. Alec glanced at his companion and guessed that he had also been in the bathroom when he had been dragged away. The sun was shining in the sky. The hero yawned sweetly. He looked at his watch and thought that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was time to move out. Jungo and Alec were still asleep, and judging by their condition, he would have to go alone. The healer walked down the street, thinking that in the dream there was a meeting with the admin. We talked about the Black Star. It seemed that everything important had already been discussed. He remembered how at night over a glass of beer he discussed with a friend that Alec did not expect that it was a hidden quest line, and it turns out that he even crashed out in this election. The mage took off his gauntlet to show the mark and announced that he had joined the cult, so goodbye, Black Star. The healer looked thoughtfully ahead and remembered that Sekhmet was a black god who loved blood. He strode forward, realizing that he had gathered all the classes that the cult should hate: a makeshift healer, a black beast, and now a blood priest. The girl turned to the door and greeted Song-hyun. The man looked at Julia and asked for something to eat, and she immediately agreed to cook something. The interlocutor looked at the adventurer and remembered that she had something for him. The hero looked at her inquiringly, and she told her that last night Mrs. LeFay had asked me to tell him this. There was a beautiful box on the table. The brunette opened it, munching on a sandwich, and found a bag of gold, a map, and a paper envelope. He opened a letter in which the woman offered to open the envelope only if she was ready to take one order, otherwise she would simply sell it to the guild or burn it. The man looked at the note with interest and assumed that the order was from an aristocrat, because the box was very luxurious. The place was the city of Sharon, not far from Hind. The hero threw a piece into his mouth. Then he wiped his lips and muttered that it was time to get to work. A carriage was driving along the Rue Sharon, and Jungo asked what the order was. Alec and the wolf sat opposite the healer, who told them that the granddaughter of the owner of the mansion was sick, had been in the house for a year, and no one even knew the diagnosis, let alone the cause. The brunette looked out the window and added that even the treatment of healers did not help, and then LeFay recommended it, and the bespectacled man was glad that this was an order for treatment. Song-hyun smiled slightly and said that for the first time in 2 years as a healer, he had received a legal order as a healer. The carriage was pulling up to the manor, and the blonde man asked what was in the envelope, and he replied that it was a recommendation from LeFay, a pass to the mansion, and a letter from a client. The luxurious golden osmanthus mansion opened up before their eyes. The elegant woman bowed to them and introduced herself as Daphne, a gardener of the genus Pajorel. She smiled at the healer and said that she would take them to the waiting room. The trio walked into the grounds, and the mage noted that there was just a stunning aroma here, although there was no smell outside at all. Song-hyun looked around and noted that the garden was beautiful, and the companion replied that the mansion was not only beautiful to look at, but also had a magical aroma. Golden flowers were planted along the paths, and the man noticed that the aroma of the camellia must spread far. There was a yellow dome around the manor, and the woman said that the owner of the house said that it was necessary to stop the spread of the fragrance, and called the magicians to put a barrier to contain the smell. Daphne once looked down sadly and added that the smell of camellia was so attractive that there were often attacks on the mansion by those who fell under its influence. The main character looked at her and replied that flowers with a fragrance always attract insects, as they say. The girl walked them to the door and asked them to feel at home. The brunette entered the room and saw a man with a cup of tea. The man choked from surprise. Song-hyun smirked at the sight of the familiar face. The priest Hoist turned pale at the sight of the healer. He remembered how the main character unexpectedly appeared on his order and found a swamp leech in the girl's leg. The man pointed his finger at him and exclaimed, "You are the one." The brunette smiled and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the mage wondered if they knew each other. Song-hyun drew an entertaining picture in his head and replied that he was his closest priest friend. The interlocutor turned pale and exclaimed that he did not remember such a thing at all. The priest jumped up, and the healer asked what he was doing there. He closed his eyes and said with a sigh that he had come to help his friend. A beautiful statue had appeared in the courtyard of the estate, and in the meantime the priest said that he had had a connection with the Pajorel family, who believed in Mr. Iber since childhood, and he heard that his granddaughter was sick. Everyone was worried, so he also went in. The brunette put his hand in his pocket as the man guessed the reason why the adventurer was here. Song-hyun proudly showed the application for the healer and stated that he was on the case as a healer. Hoy stared at the document suspiciously, while the hero said that this time he had come not to steal like last time, but legally. The interlocutor closed his eyes and noted that the brunette came in vain, because he did not even have to interfere. The healer smiled slyly and asked if he really thought that everything would be solved so easily. Hoy showed off his second-level certificate in entomology, and exclaimed that he had been studying parasites diligently all along, and this time would be different. The brunette grinned and clarified whether the man really believed that a young lady who grew up in such a mansion could have become infected with parasites. The magician put his hand on the priest's shoulder and said that the real hero always appears at the end. Alec pointed to the main character and said that the priest would definitely screw up, and his friend would save the patient. This is his authoritative opinion as a fortune teller. The man gritted his teeth and admitted that the two of them were just perfect for getting on his nerves. He turned around, heading for the exit, and said that this still had to be seen. Hoyce sat with a sad face. The priest left the girl's room, and the hero could tell from the expression on his face that the man had failed. The priest knitted his eyebrows and said that he had invested all his divine power, but there was no improvement. Song Hyun put his hand on the doorknob and replied that this was what he had to find out. Golden energy burst out of the room. Alec recoiled and held his breath. Then he quickly turned around and rushed away down the corridor. Jungo turned around in surprise and asked why he had run away, to which the hero suggested that it was all due to the vibrations of the divine force in the room. Priest stood at the bedside of the sick woman. Song Hyun walked inside, and the man noted that today, it turned out, another healer had come. Priest Otada of the Order of Takamilla introduced himself with a smile, and said that he was now in charge of the treatment of the young lady Rosie. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that this was the first time he had heard about this no-name sect. He came closer and asked why a priest from another temple had been appointed healer if the Pajurel family was in the Order of Iber, and the interlocutor replied that it was because of the insistent request of the head of the family. The girl lay with her eyes closed, and the priest reported that she had not regained consciousness, and even the best priests of the Order of Iber could not wake her. At these words, Hoist shuddered and cursed quietly. The man stretched out his hand and activated the energy. He directed the magic on the patient, saying that there was an effect if she borrowed power from Mr. Takamilla. The girl opened her eyes slightly. Otada smiled and said that this was how they were able to wake up the young lady. Hoist ran closer and exclaimed that this could not be. However, then the priest stopped supplying energy, and the patient closed her eyes again. Rosie sank onto the pillow, and the healer said that she was unconscious again because she was not a follower of Mr. Takamilla and could not fully accept his power. The main character was about to come closer and said that this time he would take care of the treatment himself, but he was blocked from the road. Another priest stood in front of the bed, and Otada said with a smirk that there were too many healers coming today and her condition had worsened, so she needed at least 2 days of good rest and let him go. Song Hyun frowned and stated that he had come at the request of the head of the family. The interlocutor grinned and replied that he was also working on his instructions, and that it would be better to discuss the details with the owner himself. The brunette narrowed his eyes in displeasure, but said nothing. He turned around and said that there was nothing he could do then. Otada looked after him and asked him to tell the head that taking a swindler whose divine power is worse than that of an insect for a healer would not help the young lady at all. The other priests looked at the man contemptuously and laughed. The main character looked at them skeptically and did not answer. It was dark in the mayor's office, and there was a vase of flowers. Mayor Pajurel sat at the table, saying that about a summer a year ago, his granddaughter fell ill with an incomprehensible fever, eventually lost consciousness, and did not wake up again. He looked at the guests, and added that he had been looking for many healers, but none had been able to cure her, and only now had Lafay recommended Song Hyun. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and said that he had just met people from the Order of Takamilla who could wake the girl up for a while, so why look for others if they were nearby? The interlocutor folded his hands and held a pause. Merit closed his eyes and replied that they demanded conversion in exchange for Rosie's treatment. Jungo rubbed the protagonist's robe, not understanding the speech, and the head said that if it was only a matter of transitioning, he would disown Mr. Iber, even knowing that he would incur the punishment of heaven if it was for the sake of his granddaughter. The man presented a document where the terms of the contract stated that Merit was obliged to become a sponsor of the order and spread the teachings of Takamilla, and his daughter, after recovery, should undergo training and become an official priestess, devoting the rest of her life to the sect. He banged on the table and exclaimed that the girl was only 5 years old. The aristocrat lowered his head and shouted that this was the age when a granddaughter should be capricious with her family, and they wanted to drag her to a monastery for a difficult asceticism, which was why he tried to find a way to cure herself without the help of the Order of Takamilla. The main character looked at him and concluded that everything was to no avail. The healer rubbed his chin and said that he could have examined Rosie, but he was kicked out and told to return in 2 days. The man looked at him with regret and apologized, noting that for now he would have to do as they wanted. Song Hyun calmly looked at the customer, who muttered that now he could not even talk to his daughter without the help of priests, so he did not want to take risks. Alec looked at his friend questioningly when he easily agreed to take care of the treatment in a couple of days. They walked out into a hallway, and the mage asked if he was seriously going to sit idly by, and Jungle thought that he would have to pretend to be a dog for 2 days. The blonde snapped his fingers happily when the healer replied that he was not. The main character grinned and noted that the problem was that these guys occupied the girl's room. Alec pointed to himself questioningly when the healer said that he would be useful to them now. The moon was shining in the sky. In front of Rosie's room, 2 priests stood in the hallway. They turned when they heard footsteps. Alec walked toward them with his hands in his pockets. He grinned as usual. The priests looked at him indifferently, wondering why the partner of that pathetic healer had come here. Dark smoke began to appear around the magus body. Black energy stretched towards the priests. The woman covered her face as she sensed a tremendous dark power from this cursed heretic. She held out her hand and asked her to stand still, and the lady was not allowed to visit. The interlocutor grinned and replied that he did not care about the patient. Alec winked and stated that he was only interested in her. The girl blushed, clutching her heart when the guy offered her a drink sometime if she had time. The priestess embarrassedly straightened her hair and asked what kind of nonsense it was. She had nothing else to do but drink with a black magician. The air was filled with his energy, and the blonde man asked if she would agree if he gave up the dark magic, and the interlocutor asked her to remove this terrible darkness first. Alec waved his hand and apologized, lying that sometimes she just got out of hand. The adventurer theatrically averted his gaze and added that this happens when the heart begins to beat wildly, after which the priestess blushes deeply. The girl nervously tugged at the curl, thinking that she was free right now, and except for the fact that the guy was a black magician, then he even had a good style. She looked up embarrassedly and muttered that she was on shift now, so she couldn't, but there would be time in the evening, after which she asked if he knew any decent place. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and said that he had a great place in mind. Alex spread his arms, introducing the majestic building, and exclaimed that the Temple of the Great Sekhmet was perfect for a cozy evening with drinks. The girl's face immediately hardened. The blonde man smiled innocently and said that the Sekhmet order is a very open religion, in which even non-mages are welcome. The priestess shook with anger as the boy suggested that the priestess give up on her pathetic gods and discuss the goddess of blood and carnage, and then spend a hot night together. The interlocutor frowned and asked if this heretic was mocking her. The priest rushed down the corridor after the adventurer, indignant that he dared to mention the dirty dark gods, and Alec only praised his religion with laughter. So they left their post, chasing bait. The main character and a wolf appeared around the corner. Song-hyun chuckled and muttered that his comrade was perfect at provoking, and that was just his style, although Jungo didn't understand anything. The door to the sick woman's chamber opened, and the healer decided that it was time to get down to business. He leaned over and noted that, fortunately, there was no one. The brunette's eyes flashed, and used his eye of the observer skill. A little earlier, Hoyce looked back when the hero asked what his impressions were after trying to treat Rosie. He looked attentively at the man, and he asked in response, what patient the healer could not cure. Song-hyun narrowed his eyes and replied that someone who was already dead was the business of necromancers. The interlocutor looked seriously at the adventurer, and said that this was a patient who had already been completely cured. The girl was lying in bed, and the man noted that she was unconscious, and a powerful divine power was also felt. The hero tilted his head and thought that now he understood why Hoyce said such a thing. The black beast looked at his comrade as the healer muttered that it was not for nothing that the bed was placed exactly in the center. Otada suddenly flew into the room screaming. He glared fiercely at the protagonist and exclaimed that he had invaded the lady's room without permission. The brunette looked around and replied that it was the fault of the priest who had hired useless guards, and he demanded that they leave immediately. Daphne looked anxiously at Song-hyun, who asked her to call the head of the house. The interlocutor smiled and added that the man himself would run as soon as he heard that the healer had found a way to heal. Those present stared at him in surprise. The girl immediately turned around and ran to convey his words. The priest grimaced and asked if someone with no divine power had found a cure, and someone would believe such nonsense. The main character smirked and replied that soon everyone would understand whether it was a lie or not. Merut and Hoyce soon ran into the room, and the head asked if it was true. The brunette looked at them with a smirk and claimed to have found out the cause of her coma. The priest stood in front of the man when he said that he would ask Hoyce one question first. Did he think that Rosie's body was okay now? The interlocutor turned to Merut and confirmed that there were no wounds, no traces of poisons or curses. The patient was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and the healer noted that something was clearly wrong with her body. Jungo looked up in surprise when his friend asked him to remove one spike. The beast created the needle. The main character immediately took it. The brunette looked around and stated that the real reason was that the room was overflowing with divine power. Otada shuddered at these words. The adventurer picked up a spike. The saint energy began to recede from the effects of the black beast's power. Golden spheres became visible in the air. The girl's body was pierced by threads of divine energy. Hoyce rounded his eyes dumbfounded and exclaimed that it was contemplation. The baby's bed stood exactly in the center of the magic circle. Merut arched his eyebrows in bewilderment and asked what it was. The priest turned to him and explained that it was a technique that submerged the soul of the target into unconsciousness with the help of holy power, an ascetic skill of a priest. Otada froze and turned pale. There was an inscription on the floor. The protagonist introduced a priest and remembered that an ascetic skill is an ability that uses sacred power to inflict pain. In other words, a sacred version of a curse. Hoyce approached the healer and asked if the priest was hiding his contemplation with the help of sacred power. Song-hyun glanced sideways at the patient and said that all the healers who came had used divine magic to heal, and no one would have thought that it could be a trap. Rosie was lying among the golden threads, and the man added that, in addition, the ascetic skill is used for practice, as opposed to a curse. He stepped into print and concluded that everyone had fallen for stereotypes. Merut looked at Hoyce and asked if he could wake up his granddaughter then, and Hoyce replied that dark magic is usually used for the skill of destruction, but for a little girl it is a dangerous method, so you can ask the church to send a priest who specializes in this. The main character straightened up and said that this was not necessary. The brunette took the black spike and said that it could be used to cancel the skill. Song-hyun squeezed it in his hand and noted that it wasn't dark magic, as it might seem. Hoyce's eyes widened in surprise. He took a closer look, but he couldn't feel the dark energy, although the divine power was also dissolving under his influence. The man reached out to feel this material, but the hero pushed it aside and sent him to think about it for himself. The healer stuck out his tongue and thought that he could not allow anyone to interfere with his task. He looked at the girl, looking for a suitable place. There was a lot of interweaving around it, and the adventurer noticed that at first glance it seemed to hold the body, but what was seen from the outside was a deception, and in fact it was the soul that was connected. The main character activated the Horus hand. The skeleton reached for the sphere above the girl. He lifted her from his chest. Otada leaned forward and exclaimed that the soul had been pulled out, and the head was horrified. The main character looked at the ball and decided that now he only needed to remove this annoying thread, but if he touched it without thinking, then the soul would be damaged. The man activated the observer skill by illuminating the ball. Then he gently brought the black spike, realizing that psychotherapy was not his style. Song-hyun began to carefully perform the operation, thinking that the psyche was not visible, so it was impossible to check whether the treatment was going as it should. The sphere began to shine, and he noted that now that it was possible to treat the psyche physically, he would have to take care of the state of mind as well. Hoyce opened his mouth in surprise and exclaimed that contemplation had been interrupted and the light had returned to his soul. Otada gritted his teeth and strained that this could not be, it was impossible. The priest looked at the back of the main character, wondering who he was, since he had such an ability. The brunette looked at the sphere, and the system announced that it was the child's soul, pure and transparent, but very weak, connected to the body. Song-hyun smiled, not seeing the words like unconscious or contemplation, and decided to finish. The sphere sank back into the patient's body. Rosie opened her eyes and cleared her throat. Tears came to her relative's eyes. The head of the estate rushed to his granddaughter, calling her by name. He hugged the girl tightly. The man turned to the healer and exclaimed that he had really managed to save her. The brunette closed his eyes and asked to leave his thanks for later, because there was still something to do. The aristocrat looked at him in bewilderment, and the adventurer nodded at the priest. Song-hyun clenched the thorn and listed that this man had secretly set up a sacred magic circle, cast meditation on a 5-year-old child, tricked him into believing that only they could heal, and threatened to convert the Pajero family. Otada turned pale when the hero stated that it was time to punish the perpetrators of this incident. Song-hyun smiled and corrected himself that the church was Tajamala, deliberately making a mistake. The intruder frowned and exclaimed that they were in the service of Takamilla. Hoyce frowned and concluded that they were the culprits behind the incident. Merritt looked around and said that their demands were unpleasant, but he thought he would consider them his saviors for life. The interlocutor gritted his teeth and swore. He put out his hands, concentrating his energy, and shouted that he had almost won the Pajero family. Golden seals appeared around the main character. Several arrows flew at the adventurer. However, he deftly repelled them and asked what they would do without him. Jungo repelled the attack to protect the aristocrats, and the healer muttered that Otada was not even able to honestly attract followers and was trying to steal them from other churches, belittling his faith. The brunette summoned a crossbow and declared that Takamilla was essentially a parasite, an empty shell. He shot at the enemy. The priest put up a barrier and cursed, not mincing words, correcting the mistake in the name again. Then the hero smiled slyly and pronounced Takamilla correctly. But then Otada frowned and shouted, Tajamala. Everyone stared at the priest who had just humiliated his sect himself. Song-hyun smirked condescendingly. The interlocutor gritted his teeth in fury. He activated another spell and declared that he would kill him. Dozens of arrows flew at the healer, and the enemy offered to try to stop them. Dark energy slid off the bed. Jungo jumped up and blocked the attack, shielding his teammate. Arrows flew away from him. Energy arrows pierce space. They fly towards a dark monster in the form of an animal. The protagonist stands in front of the opponent, who exclaims about his sacred arrows. The assistant with the face of the beast turns around and asks the main character to act right away. An astonished MC looks at the arrow in his hands, realizing that he needs to act with it. It begins to radiate light gradually. Song-hyun is shocked to see the crossbow in his hand. The system windows say that the link bag skill was used. Then there was an inventory check, as well as the use of the black beast spike arrows. Later the red system window notified that there was an error due to the wrong command. The black beast stands next to the healer. The assistant calls him by name. Discouraged, the protagonist thinks that the thorns of the black beast cannot be turned into an arrow through a bag of ties. The villain, gritting his teeth, prepares to attack, as there will be no better moment. The healer, clearly nervous, realizes that things are bad. Suddenly, he takes the black beast by the tail. With all his strength, he hits the enemy with it. The opponent falls to the floor and begins to swear. The protagonist in a white coat stands next to him and asks that his back probably hurts now. The main character, smiling, declares that this is an intervertebral hernia due to an external impact. He squints with joy and suggests that we start physiotherapy as soon as possible. Song-hyun deals another powerful blow to the enemy, from which blood pours out. His spine breaks in two after such an attack. The healer performs a series of powerful blows to the opponent's face. The discouraged man closes the eyes of the young girl, while the dark-haired magician watches calmly. The villain, rolling his eyes, sighs in pain. The protagonist looms over him intimidatingly, claiming that the physical therapy has come to an end. The healer looks at his weapon in amazement, and wonders what it was. The black monster is shown near a crossbow and a bag. The protagonist thinks that this is originally a shrine, and the black beast has a great resistance to it and black magic, so it is clear that the skill of the shrine does not affect it. A dark shard emits smoke in the hand of the protagonist, who wonders that in this case it should be placed in the inventory created by the admin. Tied-up rivals in white cassocks apologize, assuring that they simply did what they were ordered. Alec happily holds on to the dark beast, which exclaims that the guy has caught everyone. The white-haired guy says with a smile that these bastards are full of holy power, and they fight rather mediocrely. At this time, the protagonist watches the hostages, realizing that if we talk only about holy power, then the level of a decent middle-high order. He stares intently and thinks that he does not know their names, which means that they are less than a year old. In a flashback, the enemy conjures in a rage. Song-hyun realizes that it is the Order of Take-Mill, strong in holy power despite little fame. Gehen with a fan is standing next to the henchman. The protagonist is sure that the Deathline Guild is magicians, but at the same time they have received a powerful holy power, and this is an all too familiar scenario. The main character leans over to the defeated opponent and asks Otada if he knows about the miraculous water. The villain does not understand. An agitated priest listens to the fact that it is a potion that gives holy power, who will just drink it. The healer in the white coat looks attentively at the prisoner and asks once again if he is by chance the source of their power. The tied-up Otada guiltily says that this is true, because they really gave out some kind of potion from above that gives holy power, but what exactly it is, he himself does not know. The healer heard this and began to think that it was necessary to beat out such answers from the leader of the sect. Song-hyun smiles broadly and states that in this case, everything has been decided. A beaten opponent with bruises on his face does not understand what it is about. In the next instant, the protagonist extends his hand and uses magic to penetrate the prisoner's body. Otada's shocked henchmen see him fall to the floor. The blue-haired girl, gritting her teeth, tries to find out what is going on. The main character stands in the shadows and declares 1 month. He looks at them attentively and claims that he gives them exactly a month, during which time they must by any means obtain information about the leader of their order. The skeleton's hand holds a blue sphere. The protagonist assures that in this case he will return Otada's soul, while the system says that the connection with the body is broken. The frightened girl tries to find out how this can be done in a month. She is told that if they suddenly return empty-handed, the healer with a stern look says that he will tear out their souls, so they will all go to the grave together. Discouraged ladies silently hear the question of whether they have understood this or not. Beautiful yellow flowers grow near the houses. At the same time, words of gratitude to the main character are heard. A man with red hair stands next to the child and tells the main character that he not only saved his granddaughter, but in addition settled everything else. He assures that he was just fulfilling the order. Barely holding back his emotions, the interlocutor is sure that the protagonist is a wonderful person. The goddess with long hair prays, closing her eyes. The man mentally turns to her and claims that only thanks to him, he did not betray her. Wiping away his tears, he says that Song-hyun is the benefactor of their lineage, so he will get whatever he wants. The joyful protagonist is surprised to hear about this. With an astonished face, he clarifies whether anything is true. The joyful man smiles, stating that even their secret scrolls. MC interrupts him, claiming that he only wants one. The protagonist looks at him with a satisfied face and talks about the shrine owned by the Pajorel family. The discouraged interlocutor is silent when he hears the question that since he is a follower of Yver, then this is her shrine. The guys are standing in the middle of the room. The gentleman replies that this is somehow strange. The protagonist, in turn, resembles the words in which he assured that he would give anything. An enthusiastic man raises his finger and suddenly offers another shrine, because it is difficult now, so at least one day is needed. The protagonist smiles broadly, stating that he wants the shrine of the Order of Yver to be cherished in the mansion with love and trepidation. Shocked, the master opens his mouth. The goddess watches him, at which point MC claims that he doesn't need anything else. The image of a supreme being with wings is shown. It is written about the shrine and the deep sigh of Yver. The main character happily looks at the figurine and sees a color that is a divine power. The drooping gentleman hands him this, and the protagonist remarks that it is indeed a shrine of the order. Through tears, the man remembers LeFay's words that the healer loves endurance items, which in turn is completely different. The cunning protagonist rejoices, realizing that he doesn't really care what the shrine is, it's just fun to take away what others appreciate very much. The healer stands next to the master while Alec plays with the black beast. The healer asks if the priest is still holding on. The dark-haired hoist claims with a serious look that he was originally going to leave yesterday, but because of his concern for the priest Otada, he will stay for a few more days. The protagonist understands him with a smile. He, in turn, angrily shouts that it was the guy who pushed all the affairs on him. He takes off his gold bracelet and wants to thank him as a friend of the head of the Marat family. He hands the main character a jewel and asks him to take it, who, in turn, tries to find out what it is. The priest holds an attribute in his hand, claiming that it is a shrine that he made himself. Hoi says with a smirk that while it doesn't compare to Yver's deep breath, it's still quite a useful thing worth using wisely. The protagonist takes it in his hands and examines it. He smiles broadly and thanks him, assuring him that he will keep it as a jewel. The events take place in the green forests on the outskirts of Karen. Several system windows say that the iconoclast's quest is to destroy a shrine and extract divine power at a cost of 2,000 points. Then it says that Yver's deep breath has been destroyed. The figurine with the bracelet lies in a jug. The pop-up notification says that the heart of the prayer book was also destroyed. Alex, smiling, states that MC will definitely go to hell. The main character is holding a vase in his hands. In the pop-ups it is written that there is an increase in the level of blasphemy. The healer puts the vessel in his inventory, realizing that blasphemy also has a level system, and he wonders how useful the second level is. In the system windows, it says about the holy vessel and that when a certain amount of divine power is filled, it is said about the outfocus skill and 3 coupons for unwavering determination. Songhyun notices that he was given as many as 2 rewards. He reaches for the reward button, intending to look at the skill first. The pop-up notification states that the outfocus, selection, and concentration skill has been obtained. When used, the state is activated. The protagonist looks at the windows with a serious look about how in the outfocus state the area of force is reduced, but the effectiveness increases, and reuse cancels the state. The healer observes attentively, stating that judging by the description, it is the concentration of power in 1 point. A scheme with partners and points is shown. It is said that if earlier the skill restored 100 health points to 3 people, now, only 1 person restores 300 health. Alec happily plays with the black beast. The protagonist wants to move on to the coupons. Blue armor is depicted. The windows say that the coupon can be exchanged for a weapon, armor, or accessory, and there is also a set of unwavering determination that deals additional damage based on the target's divine power and reduces damage taken. The protagonist looks at this with a serious look and realizes that this is a cult-suppressing weapon. He looks away, realizing that if they gave as many as 3 such coupons. Alec plays with Jungo. The protagonist addresses them, suggesting that they need to share with their comrades. A white-haired fighter holds an envelope with a black beast. He shouts about the damage depending on the divine power. Another wonders if it is really so easy to distribute such a valuable thing. The healer looks at Alec and declares that it's not just like that, because it's a quest reward. He replies that it's still a fat profit. He pokes his finger at the system window with a smirk, intending to take half gloves. It is said that the guy is using the coupon for unwavering determination. Burgundy gloves appear in space. They have a form of strong will. Jungo looks out of his window. While Alec jumps happily with happiness, the beast does not understand what to choose then. Songhyun stands next to him and offers to choose a shovel. His partner asks uncomprehendingly. The healer with a smirk declares that he is good at waving a shovel. The comrade remarks that this sounds more like an insult. A luxurious shovel of silver and blue color appears. The system says that she is the embodiment of firm determination. The beast exclaims that she is cool. Jungo holds it in his mouth and offers to just carry it instead of golden glory. The main character replies that this weapon is particularly ineffective against ordinary people, only against priests. The black beast feels cold on its head. The children look around and see that it has begun to rain. A comrade in the form of a beast looks at the protagonist and declares that the camp in the rain is a horror. Jungo gradually transforms into a human form, with a shovel remaining in his teeth. Alec looks at him and exclaims that he has become human. The guy with glasses is shocked. Through tears, he prays that next time, let him not die for a long time, while Songhyun suggests that he go to a cafe as soon as possible, because he does not want to get wet. The events take place in the city of Karen, the Kapito Hotel. The guys go inside the establishment. Alex says that absolutely everything is soaked. Jungo notices something in amazement. Not far from them sits a fighter with green hair. He has a ferocious appearance. The guy in glasses begins to tremble, realizing that he really has a terrible face. He is horrified to see the healer standing next to the stranger, and declaring that there is an empty space there. A friend grabs him by the hand and leads him to another place, assuring him that it is also free there. They are sitting at the table. Alec is happy to drink a drink. MC asks about the fact that his friend has lived on the continent for so many years and is still afraid of adventurers. The frightened friend turns to the stranger and thinks that he is judging too much by appearances. A man in the tavern calls Izzy. A green-haired fighter gets hit on the head with a bottle. The main character and his partner see this in shock. The hooligans look around with mockery. The villain exclaims that he thought he would not get in. The stranger lowered his head, hearing that he had failed the task again and could not even cope with a couple of wild dogs. Only appearance was wasted. The fighter clenches his big fist. He gritted his teeth, hatred in his eyes. He sits silently, with his head down. The hooligans are standing next to him. One of them wonders that he does not react to what is happening at all. The scoundrel takes the bottle and offers to drink to his health. He pours the drink on the poor soldier's head, declaring that it is a pity for him to have normal wine. Jungo and the protagonist observe the injustice that is taking place. The green-haired warrior remained at the table, while the doctor's comrade says that they are harshly humiliating him. With tears in his eyes, the guy in glasses holds his head and says that now he wants to apologize even more for misunderstanding. Alex suddenly opens the bottle with a smile and says that he didn't even say it out loud, while the main character notes that if he climbs in vain, then only pride will suffer. A sad Jungo looks back at the injured guy, who gets up from his chair. The light is on in the window of the building on a dark night. It is said that this time the legal task is completed, and I really like it. Song-hyun stands with his comrades and declares that there is no need to persuade, it is better just to show what you can do and that's it. The white-haired fighter looks at him and asks if he wants to open his own hospital. The main character replies that it is quite difficult to attract patients. Crossing his arms, the healer explains that even if he uses the diagnosis of full recovery to speed it up as much as possible, it still takes several hours to fully recover. Jungo sits on the bed in pink pajamas, listening to the fact that the continent is used to quick heal type treatments, so his methods don't work. His friend notices that his methods are actually perfect. An amazed guy in glasses hears some screams outside the window. He leans out of it, stating that it has become somehow noisy. Below are girls in white robes, who greet respected adventurers and exclaim that they are priests of the Shimyu cult. The blonde woman smirks and asks if someone might want to gain great power or special skills. Passers-by move on, as long as she offers to follow them, because they will give you a chance to achieve this. The healer watches with Jungo and says that these are cultists who are again walking around the city and recruiting clients. At the same time, passers-by are amazed to discuss whether they really will give impressive power. The minister of the church happily greets them, while the poor want to see, because they have nothing to lose. The main character stands in the window with a satisfied grin and declares that there are idiots who are fooled by this. Jungo opens his eyes in surprise, noticing something suspicious nearby. A green-haired humiliated guy is standing below. Lowering his head, he approaches the priestess. Events unfold 3 days later, on a sunny day. MC and his teammates are sitting at the table. A shout is heard that someone should get out. The guy enters the tavern. He is asked what is the matter. He answers about the sect that promised power. The fighter points his finger on the street and exclaims that those who left with them have returned, and this is not a joke at all. The main character gets up from his chair and offers to go too. Alec notices that there is really something interesting there. A blue-haired warrior with a sword stands in front of the defeated enemies. He looks back at the bald rival and declares that it is better for him to surrender. The enemy exclaims with hatred that he will not lose to some low-ranking adventurer. The guy holds a glowing sword with a smirk and says that it is stubborn, so there seems to be no choice. The fighter swings his powerful sword with all his strength, deals a powerful blow to a bald opponent. Blood spurts to the sides, he cries out in pain. His clothes are cut, the enemy lies on the ground unconscious. People on the street see this in shock, noticing that he alone smashed them all. The blue-haired guy looks at the girl, who exclaims in shock that he was recently on the same level as her. The lady wonders if the cult really gave him power. The sorcerer confidently declares that all this is the power of Shimua, so he did not know magic at all before, and now he casts the highest one. The priestesses appear behind them with a smile and ask who wants to become as strong as they are. In her hands are sheets. She exclaims that this is an instruction, and on the map it is marked where the cult is, so let them go and search. Jungo excitedly notices that people have gone there in droves. The protagonist and Alec are silent in displeasure. The guy with glasses asks what is wrong with them. The healer replies that he does not like what is happening. The joyful maid shows his abilities. MC declares that when you join the cult, they really give you power, but it is impossible to swing in 3 days. Song-hyun menacingly claims that this is an obvious scam, and they also advertise themselves all over the city. The protagonist, frowning, thinks about how they can break everything. Alex smirks that if he just attacks them, the guild will catch him. Jungo suddenly remembers Izzy, wondering where he is. A guy in black clothes goes to the others and is about to ask a question. The agitated interlocutor looks at Jungo, who asks where the green-haired guy with the big scar on his face is. A surprised guy with glasses hears only ignorance in response. The protagonist's partner notices with excitement that he answers very strangely. He asks again if he doesn't know Izzy for sure. The interlocutor asks not to interfere, because they are busy. Jungo takes him by the shoulder anxiously, wondering if he can at least ask the priest. The villain elbows him in the face, shouting that he doesn't know about anything. The guy is sitting on the ground. The enemy declares that if he comes again, he will be killed. The surprised hooligan does not understand what is happening. The main character, together with Alec, stood in front of a friend. The healer asks if it is true that a hand was raised against his friend, because in this case it is impossible to remain silent. This is a matter of honor. An ecstatic Jungo asks through tears if his friends really stood up for him. Song-hyun asks his partner with a serious look that this is probably now self-defense. The white-haired comrade replies that their brother would like revenge. The surprised friend holds onto the bruise when he hears that this is legalized violence. Discouraged, Jungo looks at his sinister comrades in arms, wondering if they are on his side. An amazed soldier with the sheets in his hand wonders if they really get into trouble. The main character stands next to Alec and says that fighting 2 against 1 is quite mean. The white-haired man clarifies what to do in this case. They look at each other in silence. The shocked villain sees that they solve problems with the help of a game. The protagonist clenches his fist and defeats his partner. Alec holds his head and yells that he doesn't know how to play it at all. MC advises him to know how to lose. The opponent frowns, asking why they dare to ignore him. He throws away the paper sheets, stating that they came just in time. Clenching his fist, the fighter rushes forward, claiming that he just wanted to try out a new strength. He strikes. The rocks around him fly up. The guys close themselves off from powerful energy flows, except for the main character. Jungo rides his face in the wind, wondering what this power is. Songhyun calmly talks about the new abilities. The healer takes a branch from the ground. He directs it at the enemy, stating that apparently they are on the same wavelength. The main character smirks. The system says that the out-focus skill is activated. Stunned onlookers see the branch in his hands and wonder if he will really fight with it. The opponent looks at him in bewilderment and asks if he really thinks that this will stop his fist. The enraged villain holds back his emotions when he hears Songhyun assure that this is enough. He rushes to attack, stating that the protagonist is just a dumb puppy. The healer holds the branch with a smirk and activates the out-of-focus focus. A bright light appears around the stick. The system says that endurance is concentrated in the branch. The opponent unexpectedly grabs it with his hand. A powerful shockwave scatters from the contact. The discouraged enemy does not understand what is going on. Songhyun calmly performs a series of punches. The opponent does not believe that he does it with an ordinary stick without any magic. The villain begins to get angry, straining his muscles. His fist flies into the protagonist's face. He does not understand how this is even possible. This, in turn, is closed with a small branch. Songhyun smirks that if the opponent doesn't understand, then let him get it. The healer delivers a powerful blow with his branch directly to the opponent's face. There is fear in his eyes. He feels as if he has been stabbed with a club. The protagonist claims that there is nothing to look at here. Songhyun counterattacks using his slash skill. Blood splatters fly on the face of the discouraged enemy. He falls to his knees, his severed hand lying next to him. The audience open their mouths in shock, not understanding how he did it with the help of a branch. The main character holds a stick with a grin, realizing that his usual attack did not even work, although all the endurance of the body poured into it. Pleasantly surprised partners rejoice. The main character realizes that in this case all other parts of the body become absolutely defenseless. Apparently this is an ultimate skill. People around are watching the healer, wondering who he is. Someone notices that all attention has suddenly switched to him. Songhyun remarks with a smirk that apparently they accidentally ruined someone's holiday. Jungo is silent with a sad face. They are standing in the middle of bright houses. The guy expresses the hope that the stranger will be fine. Closer to nightfall, there was only one lit window left in the house. The system windows say that the achievement of subversion is unlocked, which is obtained by interfering in a cult case. Alec and Jungo look at the pop-ups in surprise and exclaim that the achievement has appeared, while the protagonist wonders about the fact that they have destroyed more than one cult, but have only appeared now. Songhyun sees a message that the condition for the achievement is the presence of a holy vessel in the group. The main character assumes that the goddess has come up with this right now. A large clock stands in the middle of the stones. In the system windows it is said that the reward is to equip the hourglass of return. So every time you interfere with the affairs of the cult, a little sand is added inside. If activated at 50% full, you can get karma dust or mind materialization. Jungo looks at Alec, asking what kind of reward he got. He is told about the hourglass, who in turn states that apparently this is a common reward for everyone. Astonished, Songhyun comes up with an idea. In the system window, it is written about the karma of dust, which cannot be used without pumping the blasphemy stat, and when used, it fills the holy vessel a little. Another report says that the materialization of the mind slightly increases the magical power and specialized characteristics of the class. The protagonist sits on the bed and asks about the fact that the holy vessel can be replenished. Alec also wonders if magic with the characteristics of the class grows in this case. The guys with stern faces began to think. The events take place the next day, and a cry is heard that they are priests from the Shimyo cult. Girls in sacred robes with a smile call to follow those who want to gain great power. A passerby asks in surprise if he will really become stronger. The girl with a smile asks to see. At this moment an exclamation is heard that these are scammers. Songhyun points his finger and shouts that his friend went with them and went missing, so don't believe them. Jungo and Alec are crying. The guy with glasses claims that he only asked how he was, and he was immediately punched in the face. The onlookers look at each other in surprise. One of them suggests that this may be true, the other declares that the aftertaste remains in any case. People disperse because they don't want to go there anymore. The priestess looks at this in shock. The system states that they receive karma dust for interfering with the cult. Jungo yells at the girls in a rage, claiming that they are scammers. The pop-up says that the interference with the cult was successful. The reward is the materialization of the mind. The action takes place a day later. The main character throws up his hands in amazement, stating that even he got hit by them. Events unfold 2 days later. Alec hugs the attendant and confesses his love to her. She does not understand who he is at all, The window says that the materialization of the mind was received for interfering with the cult. Several windows convey information that several items have been obtained, as well as an increased level of blasphemy. A disgruntled girl opens the doors. The events take place many days later. She stands in front of the protagonist and his friends, stating that she has finally found them. The priestess shrugs her hands with a smirk and apologizes to the respected adventurers. The ship is docked in a port near the city. She asks if they can talk. Song-hyun is standing near Alec and watching the ship, asking if it is really a ship going to Bismar Island. The satellite replies that he didn't think things would go this far. The further narration is about the events that took place a few hours ago. The priestess, closing her eyes, sits at the table and says that their friend Azzy is alive and well. An image of a large city by the sea appears. It is explained that he is now on the island of Bismar, where the cult's base is located, undergoing treatment for injuries received during training. The three guys sit across from her and listen intently about how this is usually a no-go area. But since they miss each other so much, the cult leader has allowed a special meeting. She hits the table with all her strength and asks for something. With a sinister look he hangs over them and demands that they immediately stop interfering with their preaching. Jungho smirks excitedly, remembering that he was very scared back then. The stranger approached MC and addressed him. The man looks at him with a serious look and asks if he will board that ship. The protagonist smiles slightly, hearing that according to rumors, he turned the Shimua cult upside down for the sake of a friend. The guy replies that the interlocutor is well informed. The girl next to the man exclaims that they have exactly the same story, because her younger brother also left with them, and since then it is unknown where he is. The protagonist in a white coat stands in front of a group of people, asking why they all came to him. They answer that they want MC to find their missing relatives. The man closed his eyes, declaring that they would have gone on their own, but such commoners are no match for them. Song-hyun listened to him carefully and says that he is a healer, and usually takes orders exclusively related to healing. Asking for help, the interlocutor says that he needs to find the missing, and if there are wounded people among them, then it is necessary to treat them. The main character smiles. While he is asked if this order is a case for a healer, he replies that the interlocutor's ingenuity is what is needed. With his hand on his heart, the protagonist claims that they will accept their order. A large ship with light sails plows the ocean. The healer is standing on the deck with Alec, who notices that there are a lot of people here. The healer replies that in other villages, apparently, there were no problems with recruitment. Jungho stands at the edge with a sickly look, hearing that there are about 8 hours left to sail to the island. With tears in his eyes, he says that he is already half motion sick. The protagonist offers to go to the cabin, where he will give him sleeping pills. The guy in glasses is lying on the bed and snoring. At this time it is said that this is a trap. Alex sits across from MC and says that apparently they are not going to attack immediately. MC replies that this is unlikely to happen on the ship. The main character with a serious face says that there is clearly some catch in this, so it is better to inspect the ship. The guy holds a pen in his hand and offers to arrange a simple fortune-telling in this case. Blood splatters fall on a white sheet. The white-haired fighter sees his bloody hand. He runs his finger across the sheet, stating that if the divination is to be believed, a strange energy is emanating from the cargo hold. The healer gets up from the chair and intends to go there, while the partner says that he will look after his friend. Song-hyun goes down the stairs. Soldiers in armor stand below, and do not understand who is coming down to them. The healer stands in front of them and says that he wants to look inside. They answer that this area is closed to outsiders. The main character with a sad face hears that without the permission of the cult, they cannot go further. A moment later, the healer strikes a powerful blow with his fist directly on the opponent's helmet. He claims that in this case he will simply break through. Other soldiers see this in shock. They drew their swords and went on the attack. With a smirk, the protagonist pulls out an energy crossbow and aims with it. An arrow pierces the armor of a warrior in armor. One of the enemies runs forward, stating that the healer may slip past the others, but will not succeed. Song-hyun blocks his attack with one move. He says that with such skills, it wouldn't hurt to introduce himself. The protagonist tells his opponent his name with a smirk. The opponent continues to confront him, claiming that his name is Frisia. The main character opens his eyes in shock. Suddenly, he is pierced with lightning speed by the enemy's sword, blood spurting in different directions. The healer waves off with a powerful movement of the blade. Song-hyun holds on to his wound after hearing the taunt about not having to walk alone. Opponents stand in front of him, declaring that in a fight the crowd is the best weapon. MC, frowning, realizes that this is a cloning ability. He forms a mixture in a blue bottle in his hand. The protagonist scatters energy. The system states the use of the absorption skill, as well as spraying an ice potion. The opponent's helmet is covered with ice in a matter of seconds. He screams in horror about his eyesight. Several targets are captured. Pop-ups say that the skill of the all-seeing eye is used, in which a person cannot breathe. Frisia cannot breathe because of the use of the protagonist's ability, who in turn realizes that it was quite easy. Several swift arrows pierce the enemy's body. Blood pours out of his body, the helmet-clad fighter trying to figure out how MC found his main body in the first place. Other projectiles pierce the clones' bodies. The protagonist with the crossbow notices the actions taking place in bewilderment. An enemy in armor lies on the ground in a pool of blood and sighs in pain after being wounded. The main character stands in front of him and says that usually with such a blow you pass out, but he suddenly withstood. Song Hyun gradually pulls off his helmet. The astonished healer looks at this. The system states that the Divine Bond skill is deactivated. A girl with pink hair clenches her teeth. An arrow sticks out of her neck. The protagonist assumes that she is a time traveler. She falls silent with a sad look, blood on her cheek. The main character smiles slightly, realizing that for a resident of the continent Azul, she is quite strong and robust, so I had to check, and her reaction is 100%. He leans over to the defeated enemy, and wonders if she will continue to pretend that she does not understand anything of what has been said. She opens her eyes in surprise when she hears a suggestion from Song Hyun that if the heroine can ignore it, then he will admit it. The healer generates magic in his hand by closing his eyes. He suddenly hands her a pack of instant noodles, exclaiming that there is no way she can stand it. The lady with pink hair opens her eyes very wide in surprise. Drool drips from her mouth. She remembers the happy moments of eating this beautiful dish. The mesmerized rival stretches out her hands and asks for at least one sip or bite. The protagonist smiles contentedly, realizing that he has been on the continent for 3 years and 99% of the displaced people deprived of fast food react like this. The girl at this time insistently asks for one piece. The girl is holding a large red pack of instant noodles in her hands. With tears in her eyes, she clutches the empty pack, stating that it is just a fake. The main character agrees, explaining that it was for such an occasion that he did it. Song Hyun is holding a crossbow in his hands and wants to get down to something. He leans over to the wounded rival and says that if the displaced person is released alive, then there will be continuous problems. She holds the arrow in her chest, hearing that she should choose to cooperate or die. Frasier replies that even if the protagonist lets her go, she will still die soon from blood loss. MC smiles broadly, claiming to be a healer, so if she helps, he will heal her wounds. The outraged girl asks in a rage where he saw such a healer. A magic thread appears. The healer invites her to look at it and decide for herself. Amazed, Frasier sees a needle with a thread in his hands. She wonders where it comes from, because they are in another dimension. In one movement, the main character pulls the arrow out of it, while blood spurts strongly to the sides. A pink-haired girl with tears in her eyes begins to cry loudly. The healer continues to move the needle with a straight face, which in turn screams at the top of her lungs that it is in great pain. The healer ends his treatment with a grin as his patient holds onto her past wounds in horror. She looks at the seam on her arm, realizing that although the method was barbaric, the seam is strong, so it's strange, but the protagonist is really a healer. Song Hyun leans over to her with a satisfied look and asks if she would choose to die from blood loss or cooperate to prolong life. She talks about the second option. A girl with pink hair stands up and says that her real name is Jia, and her profession is a rogue. The healer looks at her and asks her about Frasia's past name. She replies that she took it from her present. The disgruntled protagonist thinks of Alec. When he hears that the other part of the name is formed from the dish she ate as a child, the healer realizes that she has the same fantasy as her partner. They are standing in the middle of the ship, MC introducing himself by name, stating that he came to investigate the cult on commission because many people disappeared after following him. Jia asks him in amazement about the missing people, who replies that if the girl is from a cult, she must know something. An image of a man appears next to a dead soldier. The lady objects that she is not a member of the cult, because they were hired by a nobleman named Adrai, who sponsors the sect, as well as the whole island of Bismar and his possessions. The disgruntled protagonist stands opposite, and says that since she does not know anything, she is absolutely useless. She in turn exclaims that something strange did happen. Followers stand on a ship. It is said that some noble offspring is sometimes put on this ship, and each time dozens of commoners of about his age are brought, and when they sail away from the island, they are no longer there. The healer takes a notebook, stating that one nobleman and dozens of commoners are really suspicious. Jia thinks of herself at sea in amazement, explaining that she once decided to find out what was going on there and secretly sent a clone, but it immediately hit the protective barrier and fell apart. At this time, the main character writes down all the details of the investigation in a book. He closes the notebook, telling the enthusiastic girl that the information was quite useful. The guy hits her neck with his palm. She is shocked and tries to understand why it happened. Jia lies on the floor unconscious. The protagonist leaves and says that this is so that she does not attack him from behind during the investigation. MC's shadow falls on the room with the boxes. He suggests that it could be some kind of help from the nobles. The healer sits down and opens one of the boxes. There are many bottles in it. Song Hyun realizes that this is a stimulant B. An image of a bottle with a pink liquid arises. It is explained that this is a stimulant that greatly increases physical abilities, but at the same time sharply increases aggression and drives you crazy. In the other box is a dark powder. The healer realizes that it is from the fruit of the Jal tree, one of the ingredients in the sleeping pill he gave to Jungo. MC says with a smile that with these things, it's pretty clear what abominations can be pulled off. Dark smoke wafts through the ship's dining room, in which there are many tables at which people are sitting. The amazed guys notice this smoke and begin to cough, not understanding what is happening. The fighters begin to fall to the floor unconscious. The priests in white robes appear in front of them. The henchman tells Mr. Maid that they have all fallen asleep. The abbot of Shimua says with a satisfied look that in this case, you can start. His eye begins to glow with a bright yellow light. He uses the eye of selection. Yellow energy waves fly throughout the ship with the sleeping guys. They pass through their bodies, having an effect. A spherical cloud of energy is formed near each sleeping person. It is said that the brighter the light, the higher the potential. The abbot of the cult orders his associates to begin sorting. One of the henchmen in a white cassock tells the master that they also brought the Songhyun gang, which interfered with their preaching. Tied-up protagonists, Jungo, Alex sit on the floor. It is said that the servants will finally be able to judge these scoundrels. A scoundrel in a white robe grabs Ansi's hair, intending to look at their impudent faces. Diard opens his eyes in shock, noticing something amiss. The protagonist's face is badly swollen from hematomas. The priest does not understand what is going on. The henchman stands next to the leader and says that they were too annoying, so the believers took revenge on them a little. The old man lets go of the prisoner's hair and says that he understands everything. A white hooded attendant stands behind the master and hears orders to lock them up in prison and carefully guard them until they arrive on the island. The guy smiles slightly. The main character, disguised as a follower of the sect, declares that he understands everything. The guy with glasses looked ahead, thinking that it was good that he drank tea made from jiao leaves. He imagined blueberries and tincture and thought that it had a slight sourness. It tasted better when cold. When taken for a while, they would not assign zones to the effect of fruits. The guy picked up the bound healer, thinking that he was preparing it to wake up Jungo, and in the end, he had to use it himself. He looked at the brunette's swollen face and remembered what had happened 30 minutes ago. Standing in the black haze, Songhyun told the guy with a smile that they were the same height. He was surprised, asking why he was not sleeping. A punch flew into the brunette's face and a request was heard to replace him for a while. Songhyun, in the form of a cult follower, smiled as he remembered knocking out a person, and thought that the disguise seemed to have worked as well. He was carrying the bound guy, thinking contentedly that he was now heading straight to their lair. The ship was moored in the port near the city with a round building, and the words were heard that they had arrived on the island. Surrounded by his subordinates, Diard ordered the passengers to be taken straight to the prison. 2 guys were dragging the tied Alec. The words were heard that the highest in sector 1-1, the middle in 2-1, the lowest in 3-1. Songhyun glanced at the cage with his comrades and heard that they needed to be seated in the underground chambers. He touched the cage on the cart with his hand. Then he turned to the old man, who was asked what kind of quality this batch had. Diard said with a slight smile that 1 is the highest, about 4 are the middle, the rest are the lowest. A smile appeared on the aristocrat's lips. He said that this time he was looking forward to the spectacle. A dry rubbed his chin contentedly as he spoke of Mrs. Shimua's fair trial. Shifting his gaze in their direction, Songhyun mentally asked what kind of court it was. He was standing at one of the carts with a cage and heard a noise. Heading to the next cage, he wondered who was so rowdy. Some of the passengers had already woken up. An enraged Jia held on to the bars and demanded to be released. Songhyun looked at her in discouragement, recognizing. The girl's gaze became surprised. She recognized this voice and exclaimed that it was Songhyun's killer, to which he corrected her that he was actually a healer. Let him not shout. The girl squinted suspiciously in order to look at herself. The hero retorted that a person and how long he himself sits in a cage. Looking away, Jia wrapped a strand of hair around her finger and replied that she had been fired for failing the guards and sleeping on duty. The hero naively stared at her, saying that it was necessary to work honestly. The girl indignantly shouted that it was because of him. Then she arched her eyebrows and said that it didn't matter. He came on time, let her go. However, the hero walked away, saying goodbye to her, and said that he went before anyone saw. The pink-haired woman stretched out her hand through the bars, showing 3 fingers, and shouted that she would give exchange coupons, 3 pieces of 300 points. The guy turned his head in her direction. A blade appeared in his hand. The system reported that the skill was activated and channeled Silver Glory stamina. The hero slammed his blade sharply into the wagon. Stunned, Jia saw the wall of her cage shatter. Getting out, she said that the prison was made of stone with the seal of mana, and it flew away so easily. Songhyun demanded to give him the coupons. He was holding 3 blue tickets in his hands and said that yesterday she was a security guard, and today she was an illegal immigrant. You need to choose a job. Looking at who she is dealing with, it was immediately obvious that they were strange. And the upset girl looked at him, hearing that if she needed money, she should go to the adventurers. Jia stood across from her and replied that it wasn't about the money, it was for her idol's sake. The girl remembered how a man with a knife grabbed her by the hair and told her that she once got involved with a criminal guild. Then she did not have normal skills, she almost died. Drops of blood fell on the face of the surprised girl. The guy in the cap dealt with her offenders, and she said that a wanderer from another dimension appeared and saved her life. The man in the hood and cap shifted his gaze to her. The girl revealed that his name was Jaijin, later found out that he was a famous bounty hunter. The eyes of the pink-haired woman sparkled with admiration, She said that he had a lot of fans. He was really a legend. Had he heard of it? The hero replied that he knew. Blood flowed from his ears from the admiring cry of the girl that he had swept away enemies by dozens. In short, even without skills, with a couple of knives, such a legend is impossible not to know. Then the girl sadly lowered her gaze and continued that one day he just disappeared without a trace, and no one knows if he is alive or dead. Song-hyun looked at the pink-haired woman and chuckled. She confidently slammed her chest with her fist and stated that her dream was to become a bounty hunter like him. Although the biggest goal was to return home, she heard a question about what it had to do with serving a dry. Imagining the aristocrat at a display case with weapons, she said that he had several things that Jaijin used. She worked on him to get them. The disgruntled girl looked down, since she had been kicked out, without giving anything. She looked at the hooded guy in surprise, who asked if she wanted to hit him. Song-hyun smirked and said that he was going to tear the cult to shreds. Jia looked at him excitedly when she heard the offer to play with him again. There was a coliseum among the trees, from which a noise could be heard. One of the men enthusiastically raised his hand, shouting that it was time to start the trial. The second shouted that the holy hour had come. Bodies of people lay in the arena. The audience praised Mrs. Shimya. Diyard stood next to a dry sitting in the chair and asked to wake the recruits. The weapons lying in the arena were surrounded by a green haze. The dark green energy rose higher and higher. One of the guys touched his head, not understanding, asking where he was. The man on the balcony waved his hands, shouting that from that moment on, the rite of initiation into the cult, they would begin the trial of Mrs. Shimya. There were many different blades on the ground, and there was a cry that whoever endures to the end will gain strength and the status of a true follower. The captives were startled, opening their mouths when they heard that whoever could not become fertilizer and an endless source of power. The mustachioed man smiled slyly. Looking down, Diyard ominously said that from now on, they should kill each other. The stone corridor of the great temple dungeon. Lying on the floor, Jungo opened his eyes and said that he was cold. He was surprised to realize that he was in a cell. Then he raised his head, asking where he was. Opening his mouth, the stunned man screamed. Holding on to the bars of the bars, he remembered how the healer had given him sleeping pills, and wondered why he was sleeping in such a place, since Song-hyun and Alec were supposed to protect him. With a smile, he raised his finger, decided that it must be a dream, and summoned a window of state. A blue information window appeared in front of him. The man fell to his knees in tears and shouted that the window of state was opening, so it was not a dream. Then he walked in circles around the cell, thinking that if he wasn't vomiting, then he had definitely stepped off the ship. He would get out of here first. 2 system windows appeared in front of him, which said that the magic energy was sealed and it was impossible to use the inventory, and he wanted to use the golden glow first. The man scratched his chin thoughtfully. Then, in tears, he fell to his knees, shouting that this was a prison with the suppression of magic. What should he do? Raising his head, he arched an eyebrow. As he touched the system window with his finger, he thought that it looked like the status window was available after all. He had a notification in front of him about the available points, 6,085 points, and the price of using tape measures, and thought he would try it. Looking resolutely at the window, he chose to spin the tape measure with junk 5 times in a row. A white lottery window appeared in front of him. The brunette mused that roulette items go into the inventory, but if the inventory is not available. The system reported the results. He received an iron rod, a piece of metal 20 centimeters, a nail, a board and chopsticks. All these objects fell to the floor next to the system window, as the hero expected. Jungo held the board with a smile, saying that it was excellent. The wooden plank rested on the ground. The resolute man was digging his way out in the floor. He imagined the smiling face of his comrade and shouted that he was already walking towards them. A small bump appeared on the ground. Then the man's hand escaped from there. Tired, Jungo climbed out among the barrels of weapons and said that it turned out that this place was underground. Raising his head, he looked around, asking where he was. Then, his eyes rounded in shock. The surprised man peeked out from behind the box. There was a silver cage in front of him in the arena, and he realized that it was a coliseum. The man struck the bars and shouted not to talk nonsense. The green-haired man clenched his fist, angrily shouting why should they fight? If he wanted to fight, let him fight himself. The man with an eye patch smiled and asked, "They still don't understand?" There were many people sitting in the stands. He continued that not only him, but all the followers here were those who had passed the Shimua trial. The guy in the hat looked ahead in displeasure when he heard the question. Didn't they also come here for strength? Diyard looked down grimly, telling them to show Shimua their resolve. Jungo hid behind the crates and thought what was going on, and there was a request to introduce a special guest. The men in white stepped forward. They threw the bound healer to the ground. A guy in a white coat was lying on the ground. Jungo opened his eyes in shock, thinking that it was Song-hyun. In his imagination there appeared a picture of how the hero, with his arms outstretched, defended his sleeping friend, and thought that this could not be. He got caught trying to protect him. On the dais, the old man said that this person was Song-hyun, the one who had been disrupting their cult all week. The followers sitting in the stands shouted angrily, called him names, and wished him dead. The mustachioed man looked at them, saying that the merciful Shimua had given even such a bad person a chance. The gates near the arena began to open. There was a green-haired man with an axe, surrounded by a pink haze. A shadow hid the man's face, who made a belligerent sound. Jungo looked at him in shock. The opponent with glowing eyes opened his mouth and shouted. The brunette looked at him, crying with horror and screaming in his mind. Standing on the dais, Diard said that it was not a bad fate to die at the hands of the friend he longed to see. With a satisfied look, he waved his hand and shouted that if he survived, he would become a follower, and if he fell, he would become fertilizer. Let the judgment begin. Lightning flew from the man's glowing eyes. Swinging his axe, he shouted. His shovel appeared in Jungo's hand. He mentally denied what was happening. The axe was approaching the brunette's head. Suddenly, there was a powerful flash of explosion. The man with glowing eyes looked ahead. The ground in front of him was cracked but empty. The man in white landed behind. The hero held a tied double in his arms. Diard stared dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Angrily opening his mouth, he shouted, asking who he was. Without turning, the guy grinned. Then, throwing off his hood, he turned around and said that he was a Song Hyun healer. The man opened his mouth in surprise. The girl looked down, exclaiming that this was that arrogant guy. Song Hyun stood smiling, holding the doppelganger with a smile. A shout was heard that then the one who saved Song Hyun is Song Hyun. Jungo stared, his mouth wide open, and didn't understand what was happening. Adrai looked at the teacher and asked the same question, who replied that he himself did not really understand. The aristocrat looked down, said that if that man is Song Hyun, then who is lying unconscious? The bound brunette collapsed to the ground. Song Hyun stepped on his head and said that he would introduce the one who had become his replacement, an acolyte of the Shimua order. Looking confidently to the side, the guy said that he did not know the name. Diard gritted his teeth angrily and cursed. Holding his stomach, Adrai laughed loudly, saying that as he had heard, he was not an ordinary person. The sectarian turned to him when he heard that there was just another interesting sacrifice. Let them continue the trial. Calmly looking ahead, Diard said that he was absolutely right. He waved his hands and ordered the gas to be sprayed with stimulant V. A dark purple haze spread throughout the arena. People covered their mouths and coughed. The guy asked, "Sleeping pills again?" The prisoner's eyes widened. People stood with their heads bowed, as if possessed. His hand gripped the blade tightly. People picked up weapons from the floor. The guy in the hat waved his hand abruptly, cutting the second one. The eyes of the enraged prisoners turned red. They began to fight each other, shouting death wishes. Song Hyun looked at it in surprise. An axe rose behind him. The green-haired man shouted and swung his weapon. He looked wildly to the side, and he ran to the brunette, shouting that he should not underestimate him. The healer twisted, avoiding the axe attack. Traces remained from the sudden movements of the weapon. The guy jumped away when a new blow shattered the ground. He landed on the handle of the axe. Folding his fingers to whistle, Song Hyun confidently said that I think everything is ready. He was standing on an axe that was stuck in the wall, and whistled loudly. A cult follower held bottles. Several more people in raincoats stood in the stands. Suddenly, the vials burst from their hands, rising into the air. Many square bottles hovered over the Colosseum. A crossbow materialized in the blue glow. Song Hyun confidently caught it, and said it was a great team effort. The arrows flew quickly towards the cage. Blue smoke rose from the explosion of the vials above the arena. The green-haired man clutched the handle of his axe. His eyes glowed red, but when the haze approached, they became commonplace. The man let go of the weapon and asked what he had done. The girl's hands were trembling. She said that the body moved by itself. Adrai looked on in shock, saying that it couldn't be. Gritting his teeth, Diard said that it was a tranquilizer, an antidote to the stimulant V. Looking ahead in surprise, the aristocrat said that it meant that he had gathered a lot of allies. Furrowing his brows, he saw something ahead. The pink-haired girl stood in the stands and shouted to those who locked her to come out. Along with the clones, she clutched the vials of antidote, and shouted that she would send them all straight to Mistress Shimua. The disgruntled man frowned, recognizing the girl. Grabbing the railing, he screamed, asking how she dared to betray him. The disgruntled pink-haired woman raised her fist, shouting that he was carrying. He had forgotten how he had thrown her away in the first place, like a dirty rag. Her copy adding that the old psycho had gone mad. The man turned to Diard, asking in shock what he would do, the holy hour of judgment turning into chaos. The man with the mustache opened his mouth slightly and asked him not to be alarmed. The people in the stands opened their mouths in surprise when they heard the order for the acolytes to destroy all the clones that had broken into the stands. He looked at the hero who was holding a crossbow. Song Hyun shifted his gloomy gaze to him. The old man pushed back his sleeve, revealing the bracelet. The necklace around his neck glowed with gold. Diard turned into a rejuvenated brunette. Looking down ominously, he promised that he would execute him himself. Grinning confidently, Song Hyun replied that he could give it a try. The man had gold jewelry around his neck. He said that it was a relic created by the court. The man with an eye patch smiled and said that those who lose in court become fertilizer. A golden lightning bolt appeared in his palm. He continued that whoever uses this fertilizer gains powerful power. If you apply it to an item, it becomes a relic. His fingers clutched the golden zipper. Standing on the fence, Diard continued that even stone can be reborn as gold. He abruptly took off, leaving a trail. Song Hyun looked intently ahead, feeling the movements. He managed to block the blow with his crossbow when he heard that this was in the power of Mrs. Shimya. The man chased the pink-haired woman and shouted that she needed to be killed. The girl threw the bottles of the potion forward, saying that no matter how many small things came running, they were still small things. Pink flashes of explosions appeared under our feet. The cult follower lowered his head, surrounded by pink smoke, and said that it was a potion of dark power. The men were lying on the ground, and Jia said that the dark force was what was needed against the cult. She remembered seeing a lot of these bottles in an open drawer an hour ago, and asked why there were so many of them. It was expensive, and Songhyun replied that it was handmade. The girl sitting by the boxes looked up in surprise and said that with such a concentration of dark power, an unrealistically large amount of blood and hair of a black magician was needed. Songhyun remembered his friend with a smile and said that he was lucky with his comrades, so it was not difficult, and the girl thought that the origin was dubious. Right now, she was throwing a potion at the cultists and wishing them death. People in the cage saw pink flashes in the stands and asked what was going on. The person replied that he was not sure, but it looked like she was on their side. The dark-haired guy pointed his finger and asked to look there. Diard attacked the hero surrounded by yellow flashes. The brunette squeezed his eyes shut as the relic's blow wounded his arm. The blonde man clamped the bars of the bars, saying that he was yielding, and the girl shouted that he should not lose. The guy put his hand forward and asked not to worry. Leaning on one knee, he said as if he was in flowers that he was a Songhyun healer, would definitely heal them all. The captive stared at him, discouraged. The radiant guy heard a cry from the cage with words of support. The green-haired man stared ahead in surprise and thought, wouldn't it be more correct to say what would save them, strongly emphasizing that he was a healer. The man with the eye patch swung his weapon, saying that they were fools. He sent a golden wave of energy forward. The golden rays wounded the hero's body. He rode on the ground and stood with his hands down. Diard looked gloomily ahead and asked if they understood their place now. It was payback for daring to oppose Mistress Shimya's will. Jumping up, he charged and shouted for them to become fertilizer for the cult. A blade began to appear in the palm of his hand in a blue glow. By exposing it, Songhyun blocked the lightning strike. The man's gaze became surprised. The hero smiled and asked, "Aren't those who lose the fertilizer?" He looked forward confidently, saying that it had nothing to do with him. The flash of the blow threw the enemy back. Putting out his hand, the healer said that he had already warmed up the atmosphere. Is that enough for a show? The bright rays of the attack cut the opponent's body in half. Blood splashed from the sectarian's mouth. He thought that this person was pretending to receive blows. Songhyun clutched the silver blade and thought that he didn't have the power to destroy the Rio relic. The system reported level 3 blasphemy. The hero kicked the man in the body. The gold bracelet on his wrist cracked. The chain around the screaming man's neck was glowing. Then the relics crumbled into debris. A bright golden glow appeared. Then it flew into the vessel. Holding a ceramic pot, Songhyun said that such massive relics are not difficult to break. Jia stood with her mouth open in surprise and thought that this was really impressive. The mana power was not felt at all. How could he fight like that? She remembered the guy in the cap and thought that he was like the same person. Then she shook her head and thought that it was unlikely. What was she thinking about it all? Diard took on the appearance of an old man again and said in surprise that this could not be. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Then, a glowing magic seal appeared above his raised palms and he turned to the mistress. A golden object appeared in the center of the seal. A replica of a huge holy spear flew down from the seal. The man shouted that he would inflict severe punishment on the sinner. Looking at him in displeasure, Songhyun thought it looked too powerful. Then, his eyes widened when he heard someone calling out to him. A comrade with a shovel rushed across the golden beam. A powerful explosion rang out in the Colosseum. The blade of the shovel shone brightly. Songhyun was surprised to see Junggo, who was resolutely gripping the shovel. The system reported unwavering resolve, with damage increasing in proportion to holy power. The bespectacled brunette turned around with a smile, and said that he had intervened just in time. Looking at him in surprise, the brunette called out the name of his friend. He was still dumbfounded, wondering why he was there. Junggo looked at him with a smile as he reflected on the fact that he had escaped from prison on his own. Although it was unlikely that he looked miserable, so he was sent to the arena for lower members, it seems. The old man sat on the ground with his head bowed. Looking at him, the healer asked, "It seems that his strength is already running out?" Gritting his teeth angrily, Diard asked what his goal was. On his knees, he shouted if someone else was behind him who had sent him. Grinning, the healer clarified, he was curious. They were weak and poor commoners. Confidently looming over the old man, he said that these were the families of those whom they had turned into fertilizer. The man stared at him in shock, clenching his teeth. Songhyun closed his eyes with a smile, saying that in the next life, he should not cheat, but live honestly. The man clenched his fingers into a fist with force. The blade rushed towards him as he shouted that he wouldn't think that would be the end of it. A sharp blow of the blade blew off his head. Drops of blood flew on the hero, who said that his life would end right here. The bloody body fell to the ground. The girl looked ahead in shock and asked, "Is it over?" The guy clarified, "Is he dead?" The prisoners in the cage raised their fists and cheered in praise of Song-hyun. A joyful Jia slapped the guy's palm and said that he had done a good job. Jungkook looked at her in surprise and asked his friend who the girl was. The pink-haired woman cuddly folded her palms and called out a fake name. In the same sweet tone, Song-hyun said that it was a Jia interdimensional traveler. Angry, Adrai squeezed the fence with his fingers and said that it could not be. Looking at the body in a pool of blood, he said that such weaklings were pitiful nonentities. After that, the fat man ran away, thinking that he needed to hide. Jia pointed her finger at him and yelled that he was running away. The man turned around as he ran, not noticing the man's shadow, and she demanded to stop. Suddenly, he abruptly collided with the white-haired man. Alex said with a beaming smile that he had to watch where he was going. Looking at him dissatisfied, the aristocrat said that he must be an ally of Song-hyun's since he got out of prison. Imagining the sectarian lying at the entrance, the guy replied that he had angered the warden and he opened the door to hit him. Adrai ran on, pushing the blonde away, and told him to get out. He threw it off the balcony in displeasure, so that the wig flew off, and shouted to clean up himself. The fat man rolled like a doll on the ground. Then he stopped right at the healer's feet. Song-hyun smiled sweetly and ominously thanked him for coming to die in person. A bald aristocrat lying on the ground shouted that he did not even dare to touch him. The hero clarified why he would listen to him. Adrai reached into his inner pocket, saying that he would now support him, not the order. He held out a black blade and said that he would give him one valuable thing as a pledge. Jia opened her mouth in shock, recognizing this knife. The man chuckled, imagining the guy in the cap, and said that it was a weapon that the bounty hunter Jaijin liked to use. The bespectacled brunette looked down when he heard that an adventurer of his level couldn't help but know his value. The pink-haired one gritted her teeth in irritation, thinking that he was giving away such a valuable relic, but he said that he could give everything except this. She shouted indignantly from behind the back of the hero, who simply refused. Song-hyun, who was the guy in the cap, said he had tried it before. He didn't like it. Stunned, Jia turned to him. In shock, Adrai dropped the knife. With his mouth wide open, he shouted, asking what he meant. However, at this time, Song-hyun grabbed and punched him. Clutching the bloody blade, the hero said that enough talking, it was time to leave. He closed his eyes in a smile, and said that the influential man was also finished. Suddenly, Jia standing behind her screamed until she bled in her ears, stopping him. Her cheeks flushed as she embarrassingly realized that he was actually Jaijin. Song-hyun, with drops of blood dripping from his ears, turned to her. After showing the guild card, he said that it was a pseudonym, Song-hyun's real name. Raising her hands, the girl shouted indignantly, which means that he deliberately pretended not to know. He likes to just watch her scatter compliments. Song-hyun replied that it would not be cool to admit in this situation. Embarrassed, Jia looked away, talking about his character. She remembered the guy who had saved her from the bandits, and she thought that they had finally met. Where to start? Where he had been all along. She was a fan of his and wanted an autograph. She tried so hard to become like him. The girl excitedly squeezed the fabric of her robes. Then she bowed and thanked him for saving her. Calmly looking down, the guy only chuckled. Looking at the embarrassed girl who lowered her head, he said that at that time, she even worshipped the inhabitants of the continent, since she had grown to such a level. It was clear that she had really worked hard. The hero raised a black blade. Handing it to the surprised girl, he said that she was great. Blushing, Jia looked at him. The wind carried falling leaves, and words were heard that it was good that she was still alive and not dead. The body of the screaming man was enveloped in a golden glow. The bodies of Adrai and Diyard rose into the air. The same radiance emanated from the cult followers in the stands. Bright golden flashes appeared in the sky. Jia looked at this in surprise and asked if that light meant fertilizer. Song-hyun replied that even if the audience could see it, then the judgment would befall absolutely everyone in the Colosseum. In the cage I could see the silhouettes of the prisoners. The guys waved their hands, fighting off the bright sparks, asking why he was approaching them. Bright golden sparks bounced off the ground. A cry was heard that he was not going to stop, stronger with this vile power. The man reached for the sparks, thinking, that's it, just this. He remembered the man pouring liquid on his head, and thought that if he had this power, no one would ignore him anymore. The man closed his eyes, avoiding the light. Then he waved his hand sharply, throwing away sparks. Jumping off the floor, they scattered at his feet. Waving his hand, the man said that relying on such a thing would never make him truly strong. Jungkook standing nearby was looking at him. There was a slight smile on the brunette's lips. Among the trees stood a tall building of the living quarters of the parishioners of the great temple of Shimua. Song-hyun was sitting at the table, holding the patient's hand. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. He thought that he had tested it just for the sake of an experiment. With the help of his skill, he saw a suture on the patient's hand. The system reported full healing. The healer held the thread with tweezers and thought that the severed wrist had healed in 3 minutes. The guy in the hat rubbed his hand and said that it was incredible, he really was a healer, and then thanked him. The hero smiled sweetly and objected that this time his task was to cure them. Tears of shock appeared in the eyes of the heroes when they heard that they should meet their families healthy. The guy smiled. hearing how they vied with each other to ask him to cure everyone. An hour later, there were empty cans and thread scraps on the table. The guy threw his legs over his legs and said that it looked like it was time to open a healing agency for orders. Alec walked over, holding out a potion of endurance, and reminded him that he had said that the competition with healers was too great. The hero replied that he had found a way. He presented a diagram with 2 figures of characteristics and said that the total healing skill also causes the regeneration of the entire body. If you apply an focus to it and reduce the area of effect to the wound, the effectiveness of the treatment increases significantly. He remembered holding the patient's hand and went on to say that small wounds heal in half a minute, even a severed wrist heals in 2 or 3 minutes. The white-haired man clapped his hands in admiration when he heard that he was recognized with such results even by the standards of the Azul continent. Holding a jar of potion in his hand, Song-hyun said that until then, he had been looking for patience himself, and now patience would be looking for him. Behind them was an admiring Jia and Jungo. Alec's question was heard where the sanitarium would be, and the answer was probably in the village of Hind, although there was no exact plan yet. The white-haired man touched the hero's shoulder and said that he should find a good investor. Raising his finger, he remembered the tall building and said that there was also the Tower of Darkness. How about uniting with them? He introduced the crying and satisfied characters and said that in the entire continent, the only place for black magicians is the Eastern Tower of Darkness, so in other regions, it is difficult for black magicians to find treatment or items. Many demand, at least in the north, to build such institutions, but the cultists, in collusion with the Adventurers Guild, constantly interfere and everything is disrupted. A spark appeared next to Song-hyun, and he said that he did not use healing, which meant that there would be an institution where black magicians could be treated. The white-haired man smiled radiantly, saying that the rumors would bring crowds of such customers. The guys shook hands tightly, and the brunette said that it was a mutual benefit. The comrade gave a thumbs up, saying that he knew an influential person in the Tower of Darkness. He should try to negotiate with him. But then he presented a black silhouette of the monster and said that if there were more organizations in Hind, it would be possible to get information about black beasts as well. The healer looked down thoughtfully and said that since the subject was up, he remembered something about them. Tears sprang from Jia's eyes. She screamed that this was just a great story. Song-hyun turned around and asked his comrades what they were doing. Jungo replied that he told her how they met. She was interested in hearing about his adventures. The girl wiped away her tears, imagining how the guy had defeated the monster, and said that he really was an amazing person to start a huge sect for the sake of children. Confidently hitting her chest, the girl said that she had decided. She fell to her knees, burying her forehead in the floor, and said that from now on she would call him a teacher, let him take her as a student. Song-hyun refused. Jia looked up at him with round eyes and plaintively asked why. The guy replied that he didn't take students, it was too much trouble. The girl looked at him in surprise when she heard that he was looking for colleagues who would be like family to him. Opening her mouth in surprise, she exclaimed if it was true. The healer added that the one he mentioned was more of an assistant for routine work. The girl replied that she didn't care, let him take her. With a slight smile looking at her, Song-hyun replied that they would calmly discuss the details over the meal. The pink-haired woman squeezed her eyes shut. Tears flowed down her eyes, and she admiringly told the brunette, who was happy for her, that she was like in a dream. He would cook something delicious. The man with glasses turned to him and said that he and Song-hyun were completely untalented in cooking. Jia added that she too could only make boiled eggs. The white-haired man crossed his arms contentedly, and stated that then Chef Alec would show what he was capable of. There were plates with appetizing dishes on the table and he wished everyone bon appetit. As a result, the heroes were lying among the plates, surrounded by a pink haze. Song-hyun stood behind a stunned blonde man who said he had no intention of doing it at all. In the evening, a request was heard in the gray building to stay away from kitchen appliances. Around the island with the Colosseum, a creature was moving in the sky. The monster opened its mouth as it flew by the full moon. There were several toothy mouths on his body. There was a system notification that blasphemy had increased from level 3 to level 5. Squeezing a spoon, Song-hyun saw this notification and said that it had risen 2 levels at once. The heroes were sitting at the table with dinner. Jungo said that he had broken a bunch of relics and cultivators. Although they were disposable, the hero confirmed, saying that in this case, the reward of the holy vessels should have already fallen out. He touched the system window with his finger, and said that he wondered what they would give him this time. The system reported that a new skill had been obtained. A system window has appeared with information about the pain transfer skill, which allows you to transfer someone's pain to another. The maximum number of targets is 3. Holding a spoon in his mouth, Alec asked if there was anything good. The hero replied that one skill fell out. The system reported the activation of the skill. The healer stuck a fork in his palm. Jungo and Jia squeezed their eyes shut and cried out in pain. Alec also felt pain in his palm. Song-hyun clenched his bloody hand into a fist and said that this is about the skill. You can shift the pain. The brunette exclaimed that he could just say it in words. The system reported that the skill was deactivated. Song-hyun taped the wound on his palm and thought that he could use it as an anesthetic in treatment. A good skill fell out. Holding the spoon, The white-haired man remembered that he had recently found a suspicious room. Song-hyun looked at him, hearing him explain that it was tightly locked. No matter what he tried, it doesn't break. He thinks it's also some kind of mass relic. The guy offered to go and see. The heroes walked along the corridor. Alec pointed to the door and said it was her. Song-hyun swung his silver blade while using the blasphemy skill. The lock and chain on the door broke. In the dark room there was a gray altar. Entering inside, the healer said that this was a hall of rituals. The girl behind asked again. There were candles at the round altar, where people pray to a revered deity or conduct rituals to communicate with the god. Turning his head, Jungo anxiously asked if such a place could be locked with a relic. He walked, almost stepping on the jar, and said that it was like preventing believers from communicating with God. And stumbling over the vessel, he flew back. The man hit the back of his head on the floor with force. Alec held him in his arms and screamed theatrically. A man standing in the room said that there were empty bottles lying around. Jia took one of the bottles out of the crate and said that there were a lot of sedatives in there. It looked like it was in these flasks. She sat next to the boxes and said that they had prepared it because when meeting with God, the psyche would suffer. The hero replied that usually priests or apostles, when they meet God, on the contrary, have a psyche restored. Shifting his gaze thoughtfully, Song-hyun said that there are no icons or statues of the deity here either. Looking around the gray stone altar, he said that the bigger, the more suspicious this cult seemed. On the wall by the altar hung a sign saying not to doubt that door. The girl was holding a bottle and an empty box, saying that she had distributed sedatives to everyone. There was only one left. Song-hyun took the potion and said that she had done well. Probably their fallen psyche had recovered a little today. Jia asked if she could sleep now. As he left, Jungo waved his hand and said that he would go to bed too. He couldn't hold on anymore. The healer wished everyone good night. Later, he was lying in his bed. A gray haze appeared. The guy's eyes closed. Looking out the window, the hero thought that she had come after all. In the sky under the full moon, a black creature was soaring, which he mentally named Shimua. Standing at the window, the brunette said that these divine creatures would crawl to sleep as soon as they got angry. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he decided that he would listen. Song-hyun looked at his palm in surprise. He looked at the palm of his hand, which had the marks of the fork, and thought that the wound he had inflicted then felt pain. Opening his mouth, the hero summoned the window condition. A system window with its characteristics appeared in front of him. The guy looked at him and thought that the window condition had opened, which means a huge vile creature hovered over the sea. The hero realized that this was not a dream, but reality. A man was running along the path. Song-hyun caught up with the stunned Jia and asked if she was asleep. The girl looked at the hovering monster and said that in a dream she heard a strange sound, looked out the window, and there was such a thing. Alex struck a pretentious pose, holding the sleeping Jungo, and said that everyone had already left. Standing next to the others, the white-haired man said that he did not know who he was, but it was not polite to break in the middle of the night. The healer asked his companions to get ready. A vile monster with several mouths was hovering in the sky, and he said that the owner of the island had arrived. Several eyes opened on the monster's body, purple waves of energy flying everywhere from it. Their movement caused the sea to rage. Raising his fist, Song-hyun gritted his teeth and applied a resistance to all. Then he turned to Alec, surprised. The blonde clenched his teeth until he bled. Then blood gushed out of his mouth, eyes, and ears. He fell to his knees, covering his face with his hands. Sitting down next to him in alarm, Song-hyun thought that the blood mage was receiving sacred power from the god with his whole body. Of course, everything is not normal with his body. The comrades looked up in shock. The hero thought that those two were in an even better position. Shimua in the sky shone brightly. Yellow circles appeared on the ground and under the feet of the heroes. Song-hyun's body was lit up with a golden glow. He remembered that the same light was emitted by the bodies of the defeated cultists. Grabbing the potion bottle, he said that if they didn't want to become fertilizer, the system reported the spraying of a sedative. Waving his hand with the blue potion, Song-hyun ordered to stand up briskly. He pointed his hand towards his comrades. Jia looked surprised. Jungo's eyes widened in amazement. Alec put his hand over his mouth. Song-hyun pushed his friend away, and a large dent was left in their place. A many-eyed monster hovered over the Colosseum. Grabbing the guy by the cheeks, the hero poured a potion of dark forces into his mouth. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Alec said that thanks to him, he survived. The healer asked him to gather his courage. In the palm of his hand there were many black and white capsules, which he drank and said that this would make him feel better. The system reported that it was a dark force amplifier, temporarily increasing the level of dark force, increasing the resistance of divine energy. Song-hyun looked at the monster that was hovering behind the trees and thought that it looked terrible. With such an appearance, it was no wonder that the cult leader was sitting on sedatives, looking just like a teratoma. He imagined a clot with an eye and teeth and thought that it was one of the types of tumors that form inside the body when an ugly tissue is formed that has nothing to do with the surrounding cells. He imagined a stomach with teeth and thought that when the stomach is opened, and teeth or hair stick out of it. Looking closely at the monster, Song-hyun thought that although it looked creepy, at least it did not attack, and this not only looked disgusting, but also came to beat it up. The huge pink monster trembled. From him, clumps of black threads that looked like hair flew down. They fell to the ground, breaking trees. Song Hyun gritted his teeth and grabbed his blade. With a blow of the dagger, he repelled a black projectile. Due to the pour, a tentacle began to appear on the monster's body. After that, the tentacles moved down. One of them pierced through Alex's arm. Others attacked Jungo. The man with glasses grabbed the tentacles, saying that he was fine. Alec cut off the other with a knife, saying that today was a difficult day. Suddenly, he saw the muscles on his arm become distorted. Then the bones and teeth came out of his hand, and he screamed. Raising his hand, the blonde man loudly regretted his beautiful bicep. The healer said that he would make him a new one, let him just cut it off or want to turn into mucus himself. Blood splashed from the trees. Alec was holding a bloody knife in his hand. The system reported that the skill of blade articulation was being used. The white-haired man looked at the red limb that appeared, and Song Hyun heard that this was a temporary solution for now. The words were heard that a cool prosthesis, he must sew a new arm. The blonde replied that, of course, he could not even wash with such a person. Opening his mouth, he said that it seemed that if you touched this creature, you would mutate. The monster attacked them with its tentacles. Jia asked on the run if everything was okay with Jungo. He replied that he was immune to mutations. Song Hyun squinted back and said that it was durable, and with the mutation, it was also disgustingly resistant. Ordinary weapons would not affect it. The bespectacled brunette unclenched his shovel when he heard the request to draw a weapon of unshakable determination. Alex's hand is surrounded by blue pixels. Discouraged, Jia pointed her finger at herself, saying that she didn't have such a thing. Song Hyun threw her a blue coupon and said he would count it for a month's salary. Looking away, the healer said that the real problem was different. A green barrier flickered around the monster, and the hero explained that the shield protecting the divine being was a virtue, even a set of determination would not penetrate it. The heroes ran away from the bright yellow flashes, asking what if they used blasphemy, and they heard the answer that at the current level the effect will be insignificant. Jia caught an anxious look and heard that if there was a breach, he would try to do something. Looking at the round building, the girl noticed that it seemed to be moving towards the Colosseum. The brunette looked in the same direction and wondered. He too rushed to the building and shouted that they must move towards the great temple. The heroes ran up to the stairs. The monster threw black hair at them again. Powerful cannonballs destroyed the walls of the Colosseum. The monster flew inside with bright sparks. Then, opening his mouth, he stuck out his long tongue. The monster caught the sparks with his tongue. The guys watched it in dismay. Jungo said it licks the fertilizer. Alec added that he has not an ounce of dignity. Song Hyun resolutely ran forward, thinking that if this was a real deity, he wouldn't give up for some food. He clutched the blade in his hand, thinking that he had the skill anyway. The system reported that he had concentrated stamina in silver glory, used level 5 blasphemy. He also used the skill of dismemberment. Song Hyun attacked the monster, leaving bright footprints, and thought that this was his chance. White lightning appeared around the monster. Surrounded by shrapnel, the hero jumped away, avoiding the attack, and the system reported that his dignity had been destroyed. Opening his mouth, the healer shouted to the others that they should attack now. The comrades rushed to the monster. Jia brandished her blade among the slime. Jungo attacked the monster with a shovel. Alec threw bloody spears. The monster opened its mouth and roared. It scattered clouds of slime around it. The pink-haired girl smiled, exclaiming to make the hit work. Then she was surprised to see the scraps next to her. The pink something increased in size. A face with a hand appeared in it. The monster formed the body of a man, who grabbed the surprised girl's hand, calling her by name. From the touch of the monster, the girl's hand began to bubble. She stared at her mutated palm in horror. Jungo ran up to the girl and hit the monster with a shovel. Song Hyun rushed towards the changed hand. The system reported the use of the pain transfer skill. Then, with a sharp movement of his blade, Song Hyun chopped off the distorted arm. The guy clenched his fist, feeling the pain instead of the girl. Looking at him in surprise, Jia asked if he had used pain transfer. The guy asked him not to pay attention. Alec pursed his lips sadly, thinking that he hadn't used it on him. The slime on the monster's body was bubbling. The heroes were standing in front of the monster, and Jungo asked what he was up to. The substance on the monster's body began to take on a human face again. A mustachioed man with a bandage shouted that it was for the sake of his mistress. The creature opened its vile mouth, and the image of a man on its body screamed for them to obey. Opening his mouth, the white-haired man realized that they were all absorbed, and Jungo added that it was terrible. A red haze appeared, from which a cry was heard that the man did not want to, and asked to be saved. The faces of the people who were screaming death wishes burst out of the creature. The red haze grew thicker. Jungo stared ahead in shock when he heard the order to obey. Jia put her hands over her ears in horror. A red seal appeared. The system reported that the effect of the sedative was complete. Psychic strength is rapidly declining. The creature's tentacles fell to the ground. Human faces could be seen near the monster's eyes. Then the monster moved swiftly towards the heroes. Jia stared at the monster with a look full of horror. A cry was heard for her to pull herself together. The girl jumped away when the monster hit the ground with its entire carcass. She watched as he slammed into the arena. Then the creature's eyes moved in her direction, and the monster approached the girl again. Jia sent the clone forward, thinking she had to stop the mutation. The system reported that the duplication skill was used. The blue image covered the heroine from a new blow. The shockwave threw the pink-haired woman back. It fell right into Songhyun's hands. His eyes opened in shock. The monster was once again spreading golden orbs. A bright golden glow enveloped the body of the surprised Jungho. Songhyun stared ahead in shock, thinking of his fragile psyche. If he became fertilizer, he could be consumed before he was reborn as a black monster. Swinging his blade, the hero thought that he should kill him earlier. A shining dagger flew towards his friend's body. Hands suddenly approached from the other side. Alec knocked his comrade to the ground, protecting him from the weapon. A dazzling golden beam slammed into the ground where he stood. The white-haired man smiled. Turning to the healer, he asked what he would do if he killed him. The black monster attacked them, who replied that the situation was urgent, what he would propose to do. The monster behind him stuck out many tentacles as the blonde man said it was already hard. And then he struck them in front, breaking the stones. Holding his friend, the healer asked if they were okay. Then he stared ahead in amazement. Tentacles pierced the dark mage's body. He held off his attack with red blood spears and said that it was hard to hold it back. Jungho stared at his friend in horror. The white-haired man had a bubbling wound on his body from the monster's attack. He said that he couldn't take it anymore, but it was also a shame to just give up. A red seal appeared on the palm of the young man's hand, and he asked the mistress to borrow her power. The hero clenched his teeth until he bled. Red claws appeared from his body. After that, a red monster appeared, causing the guy to scream. A white flash struck the body of the beast that appeared. After that, the bloody predator opened its mouth. Songhyun looked at this red monster and thought, is this the power of the goddess? Controlled by Alec, the monster rushed at the monster. He clenched his teeth on Shimua's body. The master opened his mouth and roared. The system reported that the red curse had been activated. A notification has appeared that Shimua's ability to mutate has been sealed. The ability to oxidize is sealed. Holding out his red hand, Alex said that he would not last long and asked him to complete everything before he died. Songhyun looked at him in surprise. With a slight grin, the healer said that he did not like the divine power very much, but there was no reason to refuse the help of a comrade. Carrying the unconscious Jia in his arms, he thought that one was out. Looking at the bowed Jungho, he thought that there was another one left. The shocked man clutched his chest. Through the skill, Songhyun learned that his psychic strength was almost at zero, and there was a danger of a psychic breakdown. The hero's eye was glowing blue, and he thought that his friend's condition was very bad. He had already used a sedative, and he had no more. He imagined the skill logo's soothing voice and thought that he could use it, but the power wasn't enough to resist the power of all. A green crystal appeared above the guy's palm. He held it, thinking that in this case it was the only way out.